You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. What? Justin thought he had heard it wrong, but Jack didn't repeat his words. Instead, he gazed at Justin solemnly. You said the mysterious old man who performed the surgery on you is Chloe's biological father? Yes. My goodness, Justin was stunned. No, I've got to sit down. Justin put his hand on his heart, feeling his heartbeat was unusually fast. Jack didn't speak. But, Jack, didn't Chloe's father die many years ago? Justin finally found his voice. James wasn't her biological father. It means Chloe's mother isn't her biological mother? Justin finally understood. You're right. It all began from the incident happening in the hospital long ago. Then Jack told him Chloe's family background briefly, so the latter would understand the situation. Hearing the story, Justin was stunned into speechlessness. You mean the insignificant old man whom I argued with is a professor who has won respect from even the FBI? Yeah. I was stupid to speak to him in that way. Justin looked regretful. It's not your fault. After all, he didn't tell you about his identity. You were right to be cautious. I knew the old man was extraordinary since Pudding and Rick knew about him, but I never imagined. The professor's identity is special, and many people have schemes against him, so he must be careful. Please forgive him. Huh? That means Chloe has a badass younger sister? Jack didn't tell him the details about Fiona, but Justin knew she was also extraordinary. After all, a young girl who could gain a great reputation in the world of mercenaries couldn't be an ordinary person. Yes. Then she's the person who had sneaked into the hospital and drugged my bodyguards? I suppose so. Jack nodded as he guessed. Damn it. The genes in Chloe's family are awesome. Every family member is a great figure. How about her biological mother? The issue concerning her biological mother is complicated, and even Chloe and I don't understand it yet. I'll tell you about it little by little. Do Chloe's current mother and Thomas know about it? No, the fewer people who know about it, the better, Jack said. How about Andrew? He does. In fact, he learned of it long ago. Even that BS knows of it. This time he set this trap and took Chloe away, probably because of Legend. Legend. Repeating the strange name, Justin felt as if he had entered a new world. These things? Before Jack could finish, Justin said immediately, I won't tell anyone. Don't worry. I know. I wanted to say that these things are not as simple as they look. With Chloe's identity and the special situation with her family members, I will handle the issue alone. What do you mean? Justin glared at him. I don't want to drag you into the dirty water, Jack said frankly. Yes. Things had deteriorated so much that Jack was worried that Justin would be in danger if he continued to get involved. Legend wouldn't stop hunting down Fiona or investigating Chloe's family background. They would eventually confront Ian. This guy was an extremely dangerous enemy and would bring danger to the Cooper family. Do you think I'm afraid? You think that little of me? Justin said arrogantly. It's not a problem of fear. What's it then? Justin was obviously not convinced. Legend is a devil who enjoys killing. Do you remember the series of killings in our city? The victims were killed heartlessly, but the killer has never been caught. Those were Legend's work. You mean he came here? Yes, he's been investigating Chloe's background. What's so horrible about Legend's background that even you're afraid of him? Justin wasn't stupid, and could see even Jack was cautious around Legend. He's the leader of a terrorist organization, but that's not the point. The thing is, he is extremely cruel, and his cruelty goes beyond ordinary people's imagination. He wants Chloe because of the professor? Justin wasn't stupid. Yes. Then why doesn't he go and catch Chloe's sister? Justin was puzzled. He's been trying to catch her, but Fiona isn't an easy target. Okay, it seems I didn't realize the things were so complicated. Yeah, I told you all this because... Before Jack could finish, Justin interrupted him. You wanted to ask me to be a coward from now on. Jack, although I'm not close to you. But I'm Chloe's friend, and I'd die for her." "I know," Jack said. "You know it, but still want me to step down like a coward? Do you think that's my style?" Justin was a bit angry. "I know you're not a coward, but this isn't a small skirmish, and our enemies are not ordinary people. You're the only heir of the Cooper family, and I don't want Grandpa Cooper to worry about you at his old age." Jack was a considerate man. The Cooper family had done great favors to him, and he didn't want to put Justin into danger for his family. Jack was truly thinking about the safety of Justin. "Jack, do you know what I dislike about you the most?" Justin asked suddenly. Jack looked at him questioningly. "I dislike the most your look of self-sacrifice, as if in the whole world, only you can do sacrifice, and you are the most selfless saint. If I was a coward, I'd have washed my hands off your business long ago. I think you've heard that to bail out Chloe from the prison, I pointed a gun at my own head to force my grandpa to help me. At that moment, I thought if my grandpa didn't give in, I'd really shoot myself. In your eyes, I'm the only heir of the Cooper family, the only grandson of Admiral Cooper, the prince of the Cooper family, and the heir of a fortune of billions of dollars. But I only think I'm an important friend of Chloe's." Hearing his words, Jack didn't look surprised since he knew Justin wasn't a coward who'd flee in front of danger. "I wasn't afraid of death before, and I'm not afraid now, so don't scare me with Legend or anyone else. I don't care. I only want to get Chloe back safe. If you are afraid that I'd take credit from you, just tell me," Justin said with great dignity. "I wouldn't think that." Jack smiled faintly as he regarded Justin in a new light. "Dad, they are arguing outside. Come and have a look." Little Bean ran over and grabbed Jack's hand, saying urgently, "Argue?" Jack was puzzled, wondering who was arguing in his home. Hearing that people were arguing outside, Jack stopped his talk with Justin. They walked out and saw that Victoria was trying to pull an agitated Brenton to one side. "Old Blake? Impossible. He's never been the aggressive type." Justin was puzzled. He had known Brenton for a long time and knew he was a reserved man who didn't like to argue. But he was indeed arguing in great agitation. "Is he fighting with his wife?" Jack was a little surprised. "Impossible. He listens to Dr. Victoria in everything." As they talked, they got closer and saw Brenton was arguing with his sister Zuri. Since Zuri wasn't invited, Jack was surprised to see her. "What's up? Old Blake, what are you doing?" Justin walked over to soothe Brenton. "I'm fine. I just wanted to give a lesson to my spineless little sister." Brenton was still angry. "What are you doing here?" Justin looked back at Zuri and asked bluntly. "Big brother Justin, Zuri looked embarrassed. "I told you I asked Zuri to come," Victoria interrupted. "No. Sister-in-law, I can't let you take the blame. It has nothing to do with you. Big brother, I wanted to talk to Case about something. When I called him, he said he was on the way to here, so I thought maybe I'd come too." "You didn't expect I'd be here too, right?" Brenton scorned her. "No, I didn't want to conceal it from you. Please calm down." "How can I calm down? I told you many times not to have anything to do with the fellow from the Chase family, right? The things between you and him are already history." Brenton was distressed. "Big brother, he and I are just friends, that's all." "Friends? Whom are you kidding? Do you think I'm as stupid as you?" Brenton got even angrier. Pointing his finger at Zuri, he railed at her. Victoria threw her arms around her husband and begged, "Honey, we'll talk about it when we're home. We're guests here, and it's rude to act like this." "It's okay. We're Jack's close friends. I believe he understands me as I deal with my family business here." Hearing his words, everyone looked toward Jack. "President Blake, please go ahead," Jack said mildly, knowing it was improper to interfere with others' family business. Case hadn't arrived yet, but according to Zuri, he was on the way. "What are you waiting for? Go home now. Don't embarrass yourself." Brenton got angrier when his sister didn't leave. "Big brother, I need to talk to Case about something urgent." "You can talk about it outside. This is the Dawson family's house, not a place for you to date." "Old Blake, you're a bit too harsh. There are so many people here. I'm sure Case can't do anything to your sister. Don't be so stubborn." Justin spoke for Zuri, which was rare for him. Young Master Cooper, stay out of it, Brenton told Justin not to interfere. Lately, for some reason, the media had been spreading the news about the reunion of Case and Zuri. But he still remembered how his sister got hurt. Even if Zuri could forgive Case, Brenton and the other family members couldn't accept it. At this moment, a black Porsche Cayenne drove slowly into South Hill Manor. Young Master Chase is here? Sarah looked at the car and said in a low voice. Everyone fell silent. Brenton's face turned darker. I'm sorry, got stuck in traffic. They say it's because of the marathon, Case explained with a smile. Then he pulled open the back door and carried Tiani out from the back seat. Dressed in a blue princess dress and wearing hairpins, she looked pretty and bright. You are early, guys, Case said, friendly. Before anyone could speak, Brenton threw off Victoria's hand, strode over, and punched Case in his face viciously. Caught off guard, Case couldn't block it and almost fell under the punch. You're a bad guy. Why did you hit my uncle? You're a big bad guy. Crying, Tiani ran over and bit on Brenton's arm. She was so furious at Brenton and thought him an evil guy, so she bit with all her strength. A bloody mark appeared on Brenton's hand. Brenton frowned at the pain but knew he couldn't deal with a kid. His anger was directed at Case for hurting his sister, so he controlled himself even though he was bitten. Goodness, your dad was bitten. Holding Ethan's hand, Little Bean glanced at Kenneth, who stood beside her. Pudding also turned her head and glanced at Kenneth, but she didn't say anything. Dressed in black shorts, a pale blue short-sleeved shirt with a black necktie, Kenneth looked like a small gentleman. The kids were of the same age, and Kenneth was the one with fewest words. Seeing his dad was hurt, Kenneth ran over without a word and grabbed Tiani's small plaids, pulling them hard. You dared to bite my dad! Are you a dog? Kenneth yelled at Tiani. Pulling her hair, he pushed her to the ground with force. You're all bad people. I don't like it here. Uncle Chase, let's go. Case hurried to help the kid up. Zuri took out a wet wipe to clean Tiani's dirty hands, but the little girl pushed her away with force. Get off! You're a bad woman. If not for you, things wouldn't be like this. You are so shameless that you can't stop harassing my Uncle Chase. Can't you find another man? Zuri was slightly stunned. Tiani, shut it. You can't talk to your senior like that. Did I say something wrong? What senior is she to me? My mom said she's a liar who likes to pay men to be with her. She can't have children. No men like her. She has schemes on you, Uncle Chase. Tiani was even more vicious in her railing. Case immediately covered her mouth to stop her. Zuri, she's just a child. Don't... Before Case could finish, Victoria said angrily, Don't excuse her just because she's a child. None of the other kids here would say something like that. It seems Brenny taught her lots of bakshi thoughts. Yeah, this girl looks cute, but her tongue is vicious. That's not good. Sarah didn't like this kid either. Sis, is she the Tiani we know before? I feel she's possessed by a demon. I don't like her, Little Bean said in a low voice. I haven't seen her for a long time. I don't know why she has become like this, Pudding said. For a while, Brenny had been on friendly terms with Chloe, and Tiani had often come and played with the twins. At that time, Pudding didn't think Tiani was a mean kid. Zuri, did you hear that? When will you stop lowering yourself before them? Even Brenny's daughter looks down on you. Brenton looked at his sister. His heart ached for her. Big brother. Go home, now. Brenton looked very scary when he lost his temper. Whoa, it's my first time seeing Uncle Blake lose it. It's scary, Little Bean said. He's very angry, or he wouldn't act like this. Well, sis, your future father-in-law has a temper, Little Bean joked. Pudding gave her a dirty look and didn't answer. Auntie, go home. My dad looks really mad. Kenneth tugged at Zuri's skirt hem. I know. Good boy. Zuri reached out and touched her nephew's head. Looking at Case apologetically, she lowered her voice and said, Case, I'll go to your company tomorrow and talk with you about that thing. Okay. Don't come close to my Uncle Chase again. We don't like you, Tiani put in again. With complicated feelings, Zuri glanced at Tiani and got up. Brother, calm down. I'll go. Old Blake, what are you doing? You must force your sister to leave? Max couldn't bear it anymore. He had wanted to intervene but was stopped by Avery, who thought it was Brenton's family business and it wasn't proper for outsiders to intervene. "I did it for her own good," Brenton said. "Okay, now that she's gone, can we have dinner now? I'm starving." Max tried to lighten the mood. "Good. Everyone come into the dining room. Dinner is ready," Jack announced as the host. Everyone walked toward the dining room. Rick held Cece's arm as they walked. "Cece, how far along are you now?" Sarah asked curiously as she looked at Cece's belly. Cece was wearing a peacock blue dress of the loose Korean style. It was very fitting for pregnant women to wear. She wore a pair of flat-heeled shoes, which showed she and Rick were careful with the baby. "Almost 3 months," Cece smiled. "So far along? 3 months? Then it's almost as old as the baby and Chloe. You two can be in-laws then," Sarah continued to gossip. Hearing the mention of Chloe's new baby, everyone fell silent. Jack looked calm, but Justin couldn't bear it. Rubbing his eyes, he strode into the dining room so he wouldn't hear the conversation between Sarah and Cece. "Sarah, don't talk about Chloe. People are sad to hear that," Noah reminded her. "Why not? Mian is fine, right? She'll be back in a few days. I've prepared many tiny clothes for the baby. She's not dead. Why can't I talk about her?" Compared with others' melancholy moods, Sarah was more cheerful about the whole thing. She was sure Chloe was fine and would come back, so she had no qualms to talk about her. "Auntie Sarah is right. My mom will be back in a few days." Behind them, Little Bean said sweetly. As everyone walked in, Case stayed at the door with Tiani. Pudding noticed it, and her hand halted in Jack's hand. "Daddy?" "Yes?" Jack looked down at his daughter. "Look, Uncle Chase looks as if he doesn't want to come in," Pudding informed her dad. Jack looked back. Case had a box in his hands. He must have returned to his car to get the box. "President Dawson, this my gift to celebrate your recovery." "President Chase, you're too kind." No, I did many things that I'm ashamed of, but you and Dr. Green are generous enough to forgive me. Today, I just wanted to see you and didn't expect Brenton would be so agitated. I'm sorry to disturb your dinner party." Case looked at Jack apologetically. "It doesn't matter. We're close friends, so we don't mind it. The kid is having a fit, so I won't stay here for dinner. I'll come and see you another day." Case wasn't as close to Jack as the others, so he didn't feel as relaxed with him. "Come on in. You can stay for a while." After his surgery, Jack was touched that so many friends cared about him and his children. "Today is not a good day. I'll invite you to dinner some other day and talk about the cooperation between GK and the Chase Corporation." Case smiled sincerely. "Okay." Hearing Case's words, Jack had to give in. Taking the present, Jack walked back in, holding Pudding's hand. He didn't open it, but by looking at the package, he knew it was a set of high-end. "Dad?" "Yes?" "Why doesn't Uncle Brenton want Uncle Chase to be with his sister?" "They have an unhappy past," Jack explained. "I think Auntie Zuri likes Uncle Chase very much, but Uncle Blake is trying his best to separate them." "Whoa, is this the legendary brutal separation of lovebirds?" "Pudding, you're so interested in gossip today. I almost thought you were Little Bean." "Ha! I'm in a great mood to see you up and sound again." Pudding was in a rare high spirit. As everyone sat down, they saw Jack enter with Pudding, but Case was nowhere to be seen. "Huh? Where's Mr. Chase?" Max asked Jack. "He left." "He left?" Max was surprised. "Yeah, he said he had plans and couldn't stay for dinner." "Ha! I think he's afraid our old Blake will lose his temper again." Max laughed. Brenton's face was still dark, and people were not used to his solemn expression. By now, Zuri and Case were both gone. "Old Blake, do you think Zuri will go out and see Case behind your back? Are you trying to stir up trouble?" Avery pinched Max's arm, annoyed by his habit of messing around with other people's business. "Ugh! Don't pinch me. It hurts." "Now that they are out of my eyes, they are out of my mind. But they can't do it under my nose," said Brenton. "Okay, let's not talk about it and have dinner. It's good to see Jack back on his feet." Victoria changed the subject. Jack's parents arranged the dishes to be brought to the table. Then, they and Avery's father ate in a smaller dining room, giving the young people room to talk freely. "I'm grateful to you guys for your concern for us, and the good care you gave to Pudding and Little Bean when I was sick." Jack seldom talked to them so politely, and it made the others quite uncomfortable. "Brother-in-law, you talk as if we were outsiders. We're family." "Get out. Who's your family? Why are you so shameless?" Avery pinched Max's face. "Hey, Avery, you can't deny it. Your dad agreed to our marriage. If you don't believe me, we can go and ask him now." Max was good at lightening up the mood. "I propose a toast to thank all my friends." Jack was about to drink when Little Bean scolded him. "Dad, you can't drink. Grand." "Ahem," Pudding coughed to remind her. "The old man who came from abroad to operate on you said you are a patient and can't drink." "I can drink a little wine." Jack smiled. "No, you can't. Come on, I'll give you my glass. Behave." Little Bean ran over and handed her own glass to Jack. The liquid in it was also red, but it was blueberry juice. Holding the glass, Jack didn't know if he should laugh or cry. "Son, your future wife looks high-handed. Do you think she will make us all listen to her after you marry her?" Noah teased Ethan. "Dad, what are you talking about? Little Bean is super cute and adorable. She's not high-handed. Compared with her sister Pudding, she's very gentle." "Pudding is gentle too," Kenneth corrected. Hearing the two innocent boys defend their future wives, everyone laughed, and the atmosphere lightened instantly. Just earlier, they had almost lost their appetite due to the incident with Case and Zuri. "Dad, drink it. It's good." Standing before Jack, Little Bean looked at him without blinking. His daughter was earnestly trying to stop him from drinking liquor. "Okay, I'll try it." Resigned, Jack sipped at the blueberry juice. "Is it good?" Little Bean asked expectantly. "It's good." "Then drink it all." "Ha ha, Little Bean, your dad is a brave man, but now he's under your control." Noah burst into laughter. "Uncle Ace, you're wrong. This is not control, but concern." "Yeah, you're right. You look so good, so everything you say is right." Noah found his heart almost melt when he looked at Little Bean's adorable face. "So, Jack, do you still toast it or not?" Rick joked, which was rare for him. "The blueberry juice is good. I'll propose a toast to you with the blueberry juice to thank you all for everything you did." Seeing Jack's sincere look, the others all raised their glasses. During the dinner, Jack got a call and his expression changed a bit after he answered it. "You guys continue to enjoy the dinner. I'll go and see someone. I'll be back very soon." Then he stood up. "Brother-in-law, don't worry. I'll entertain them when you're not here." That said, Max gestured to the others. "Come on, guys, enjoy yourselves. Ha ha." "Mr. Cruz, you're cheeky. Do you really regard yourself as the host?" Justin teased him. "Yeah, I'll be a member of the Dawson family sooner or later." Max held Avery's hand and smiled. "If your mom heard that, she'd explode in fury, wouldn't she?" Justin laughed. "I don't care." Max was indifferent. Max's attitude had been firm in front of his mother's objection. He had been defending Avery from the very beginning, even though he had to disobey his mother. But he didn't think he was unfilial, because he knew his mother was too aggressive and bossy. It seems daughters are much more tender to their parents. "Cece, is your baby a boy or a girl? I heard the advanced technology abroad can tell you the gender of the baby at a very early stage, right?" Sarah asked. Victoria said, "Yeah. Many women from rich families or celebrities go to Hong Kong soon after being pregnant to see the gender of their babies. Some families abort girls because they want boys. That's a cruel practice." "They are stupid. If everyone has boys, then they will have to be gay when they grow up. They won't have wives then." Sarah was indignant. "Honey, be careful. We have kids at the table," Noah reminded her. "It's fine, Uncle Ace. We understand Aunt Sarah's words," Pudding said calmly. "So, Auntie Cece, is your baby a boy or a girl?" Little Bean cocked her head and asked Cece. Rick put his hand gently on Cece's shoulder and said, "We didn't check the gender." Cece smiled. "We don't care. No matter if they're a boy or a girl, we'll love them." "I wonder the baby in my mom's belly is a boy or a girl." Little Bean sighed as she thought of her mom again. "Little Bean, you're bringing it up again?" Pudding hurried to stop her. "I think Dr. Green must have a Nezha in her belly," Justin said suddenly. "Nezha?" Max froze, and the others were also surprised, not understanding what Justin meant. Ever since she got pregnant, troubles came to her one after another. I think the baby in her belly is an extraordinary figure, and he's passing tribulations with his mother, Justin said. Ha ha, passing tribulations? Mr. Cooper, you've read too many novels about immortal cultivation, right? Max teased him. This soup is very good. I'll get more for you guys. Obviously, Victoria didn't want to continue the topic on Chloe. Every time Chloe was mentioned, they felt sad. When she changed the topic, the others understood her meaning and didn't pursue it. When Jack entered his study, Chung immediately stood up from the sofa. President Dawson. Sit down, Chung. Okay. It had been a long time since Jack last saw Chung. He looked haggard in dark gray shorts and a white short-sleeved shirt. There were faint scars on his arms and thighs. During the years when he worked for Andrew, he had taken lots of big tasks and got many wounds during the process. When he worked for Andrew, he had a very cold temperament. After returning to normal life, he looked softer. President Dawson, are you okay now? I'm fine. Good, Chung nodded. How's the kid? Jack asked. Very good. He's been under monitor, but there are no signs of rejection. I asked several doctors to check him, and they all said the surgery was excellently done. Thank you. Chung, don't mention it. Do you know why I looked for you today? I do. President Dawson, Listen to me, Jack interrupted him. Please go ahead. If Andrew isn't dead, you'll be in danger. From what I know about him, even if he doesn't come back, he'll order people to kill you. After all, you betrayed him. I know, Chung nodded. So I've arranged to get you and your child out of here. Out of here? Chung was surprised. You and the child have no relatives here and can live anywhere. You can start anew in another place. Chung bit on his lip and fell silent. I know Justin went to you when I was in the hospital and you told him everything you know. I won't ask more questions. Just take this. What's this? Chung took the craft paper bag Jack handed to him. Open it. Chung opened it slowly and found an ownership certificate for a house and a check for $3 million. I bought an apartment in X city with your name on the ownership certificate. It's not big, about 100 square meters, but it's big enough for you and the child. Not knowing what brand of car you like, I didn't buy you a car. Take the money and you can cash them in any bank. In that middle-scaled city, $3 million is not a fortune, but enough to give you a comfortable life. After things came to this stage, you can't return to work for Andrew and can't work for me either. So start a new life as an ordinary person. President Dawson, I can't take it. I don't deserve it. Chung looked guilty and felt bad. In fact, he hadn't done many things for Jack other than giving him some information, some of which was even false. However, Jack had saved him from Andrew's men who tried to kill him. Take it. Anyway, you must leave this place and get out of this mess. Jack patted Chung on his shoulder. He got up and was about to leave when Chung called out from behind, President Dawson, wait. Jack paused, but his face was still calm, as if he had expected Chung had something to say. President Dawson, I have something to tell you. Chung's voice shook a bit. Jack didn't speak as he turned his head slowly. Although I don't know where Andrew's private island is, I know some pictures are locked in a drawer in his study. What pictures? Jack looked at Chung calmly. Pictures of an ocean island. But all the ocean islands in the world look alike. It's hard to recognize which one it is. Jack was a bit disappointed. Yes, when you take a picture on the beach of Bali, Maldives, Phuket, or Saipan, you'll find that they all look alike and that you can't tell one from another. But I noticed one picture was taken in a city with a recognizable landmark. I think it must be related to the island, since this picture was together with the pictures of the island. Which place? Jack raised his eyebrows. Sydney Opera House. Australia? Jack suppressed his elation and appeared calm. Chung nodded. But Andrew never took us with him when he went abroad. I think he has men over there, Chung added. I see, Jack nodded. I don't know if the information is useful or not. The searching area still looks big. Chung lowered his head in shame. No, you have told me enough. Thank you, Chung. No, President Dawson, the favors you did for me are... Chung looked uncomfortable. Don't mention it. It's all in the past. Take the bag and leave the place as soon as possible. Sooner or later, I'll solve the problems between Andrew and me. Okay, I hope you can find Miss Green. Oh, I mean, your wife, soon. Ah Chung had worked for Andrew for a long time and had always called Chloe Miss Green, but he realized it wasn't right to call Chloe Miss Green in front of Jack. Jack watched Chung as he left South Hill Manor. He knew Chung would never come back and get involved in the battle again. He had indeed used a special method with Chung. You may call it a trick or emotional influence. After all, Chung had worked for Andrew for years and couldn't know anything about his secrets. Jack had asked him, and Justin had asked him when Jack was in a coma, but Chung didn't say anything. Why? The reason was simple. After working for Andrew for a long time, Chung still had some feelings for his old master and didn't want to tell every secret about him. Andrew was one man, but his enemies were many. Jack was a formidable enemy, and now Justin was helping him. Once they found Andrew, they'd cut him into pieces. Not wanting his previous master to end in such a tragic fate, Chung had concealed the information about the island. But in front of Jack's gentle attack, he surrendered. For some people, you can't scare them with beating or torture. Chung was not a coward, so he must be dealt with a special method. He was almost fearless, but he was actually most afraid of other people being nice to him. Maybe it was because Jack discovered his weakness. He used this method on him. Sure enough, under the pressure of guilt after Jack showered him with so many favors, Chung spilled the beans. He knew with Jack's intelligence, he would find Chloe quickly, even if the description of the location was vague. After Chung left, Jack stood at the window and said in a low voice, "Australia? Andrew, we'll meet again very soon." At Case Chase's manor. Because of the incident with Brenton, Case didn't stay for the meal in Jack's house. After coming home, Case entrusted Tiani to Fanny and went to work in his company. It was a weekend, and there was no school. Tiani felt at home in Case's house, as if she was the mistress of the house. To tell the truth, Fanny didn't like this kid, thinking her personality was very weird. She had a sinister look in her eyes when she spoke. On the TV, the reporters were interviewing Zuri in her newly opened shop. Seeing her answer the reporter's question with high spirits, Tiani turned off the TV. Fanny. Yes, Miss Tiani? Who do you think is prettier, Zuri or my mom? Tiani suddenly asked with a cold face. Fanny didn't know how to answer. She had never seen Brenny before except the pictures on Tiani's cell phone. Come on, is it difficult to answer? Tiani was piqued. Your mom is prettier. Fanny knew if she said Zuri was prettier, the girl would throw a tantrum. Sure enough, Tiani said smugly. I think so too. Otherwise, Uncle Chase wouldn't have divorced Zuri and stayed with my mom and me. Don't you think so? Miss Tiani, I must correct you. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she must be moral and not break a household as the other woman. It's not right. Understand? Fanny thought this kid didn't have correct values about the world. That's nonsense. My mom isn't the mistress. You know nothing. Before Zuri, my mom had been in love with Uncle Chase for a long time. The despicable woman Zuri used some dirty tricks to take Uncle Chase from my mom, so it's Zuri who was the other woman. Miss Tiani, who told you this? Fanny was astonished. Tiani looked to be about 6 years old. How could she say such things? I don't need anyone to tell me. Even a blind person can see it. You're only a housemaid, a servant. You know nothing. Don't think you can lecture me just because you're older than me. In this home, I'm the mistress and you're a servant. You have no right to lecture me. Hearing Tiani's words, Fanny was speechless. She had never seen a kid acting like this. However, the girl always looked meek in front of Case and called him Uncle Chase sweetly. Mr. Chase was very good to her, but... My mom has a mental disease and may not be able to return home, but I'll never allow Zuri to enter this home too. Tiani sneered and then turned to walk upstairs. Fanny had been mopping the floor. She paused with the mop in her hand and had a bad taste in her mouth. The girl was so crafty at such a young age. What would she become when she grows up? On the deserted island. Chloe studied the old cell phone in her hands. She was regretful that she hadn't studied hacking skills. She had once hacked into Adam's phone and read the secret data in it, but she had done it with a smartphone. Now facing an outdated cell phone without any tools, she was clueless. She wished she had studied some top-level hacking skills. If Fiona was here, she would probably be able to hack into the cell phone within a minute. At this moment, faint roars came from the basement. Chloe stood up slowly. This time, Chloe didn't feel alarmed or afraid because she knew Hunter was locked up. No matter how fierce he was locked tight by the iron chains. With the flashlight in her hand, she climbed down the ladder cautiously. After picking up some food when she passed the storage room, she pushed open the door to the small room. "Batch, let me out, or I'll kill you." Hunter stared at Chloe viciously. "If I let you out, you'll kill me." Chloe looked calm. "Give me the key. Trust me, you'll die pathetically if you don't." Seeing gentle persuasion didn't work on Chloe, Hunter lost his patience and began to insult and curse her. "I indeed have the key, but do you think I'll give it to you? Batch. Go to hell." Hunter's eyes were as vicious as a wild animal, wanting to tear Chloe into pieces. At this moment, Chloe congratulated herself that she hadn't been persuaded by this sly guy, or she would have been dead by now. She now knew why Jack was locked in the underground cellar. Obviously, Andrew had felt his second personality couldn't be suppressed, so he locked himself before Hunter surfaced. He left the key in the cottage, or more accurately, he left it to Chloe because he knew Hunter was violent and would show no mercy to Chloe. It seemed even in the last critical moment, Andrew was thinking of Chloe's safety. He had at least given her a chance to live. For that, Chloe was grateful to him. "If you're done cursing, you can eat something. I don't want to starve you to death since I don't want to be alone on the island." Standing far away from Hunter, Chloe said. Seeing the ham and compressed biscuits that Chloe had tossed on the ground before him, Hunter was angry. "You let me eat this?" he complained. "What do you want to eat? Abalone and lobsters? I want them too, but unfortunately, I don't have those things," Chloe said indifferently. "Woman, can't you cook some porridge?" Hunter looked disdainfully at the food. "What? Porridge? Are you kidding? You damned want to kill me and you want me to make porridge for you? Do you think I'm unhinged or something? I'm a kind person, but I'm not Saint Teresa, thank you very much. You're a heartless man and should be thankful that I feed you. If you didn't share a body with Andrew, I'd never give you food." "I won't eat this garbage." "Then you can starve. Oh, here's the water. You can drink the water and pee in the empty bottle." That said, she rolled a bottle of water toward him on the ground and then left. "Wait! Don't go! Come back!" Hunter still tried to persuade her, but Chloe ignored him and continued walking. "Oh, my leg hurts. I have cramps in my leg. Chloe, you're a doctor. Please help me." With her hand on the door handle, Chloe paused in her steps. Then she looked back at him and said coolly, "You won't die of pain." Tossing the words at her shoulder, she pulled open the door and left. "Batch! Chloe, you won't end well. When I go out, I'll cut you into pieces." Hunter went violent again. Coming out of the basement, Chloe exhaled deeply. She wondered how long Hunter would remain in this state. On the other hand, if Andrew woke up, it wasn't a good thing for her either, because she couldn't leave the island anyway. The path from the basement to the cottage was covered in weeds. Suddenly, something caught her attention, and her eyes brightened immediately. In South Hill Manor. After the guests left, the house immediately felt empty. "Sir, you're not fully recovered yet. Go up and rest. I can handle this." Uncle George walked over. "I'm fine, Uncle George. I'm back on my feet already, so please don't treat me like a patient." "No, you just had surgery. Go up and rest, please." Jack nodded and went upstairs to his study. Sitting down, he conjured up a string of digits from his memory. He took out his cell phone and dialed the long number. 10 seconds later, a girl's image appeared in midair. "Hello, this is Fiona." "Where are you now?" "What? Even you are interested in my whereabouts?" Fiona smirked. "No, I'm not. I just want to see how far you are from the place I want to go." "I'm in the sky in my private plane." Lounging on the leather sofa in the inner cabin, Fiona stuck her tongue at him playfully. "Where are you flying to?" "Brazil. I'm going there to collect debts." "Collect debts?" Jack frowned slightly. "She's going there to collect some lives," Riker cut in. Get out! Don't interrupt me! Fiona glared at Riker. What on earth is happening? I found the whereabouts of an old enemy. Someone saw him in Brazil, so I'm going there to kill him, Fiona said airily, as if killing a man was as easy as killing a chicken. Don't go there. I have a more important thing for you to do. Go ahead. Hearing Jack's tone, Fiona knew it must be a big issue. The big issue in Jack's eyes was definitely related to her sister. I found some clues which might lead to your sister's location. Really? Fiona stood up, not able to suppress her elation. Chung said Sydney. It means they are somewhere around Australia. Check all the big and small private islands around that area. Find which island belongs to our country's man. No, Andrew is sly and must have used another name, not even a name. He probably uses a foreign name. Anyway, you check all the islands near Australia. Australia. It's indeed not far from here. Where did you get the information? Is it reliable? Fiona sounded doubtful. Don't ask me where I got it, but I'm sure it's correct. They are somewhere near Australia. Jack was sure that the last piece of information that Chung told him was absolutely true, not some nonsense he thought of randomly. It was just human nature. Okay, I'll go and check them, but I don't think it will be easy, said Fiona. You're right. He might have installed some devices to block electronic signals around the island, so you must find the locations of the islands in the ancient files. Pay special attention to the islands that have frequent visitors. I think you might find some records about it. There are many surveillance cameras in Australia, and I'm sure one of them has captured some of his movements. I don't believe Andrew is so careful that he doesn't leave any trace behind. Jack was sure Andrew had left some clues behind. Got it. If the information is correct and my sister is truly in Australia, I think I will find her in less than 3 days. Fiona sounded smug. 3 days is too long. I'll fly there tonight. We'll meet in Sydney, Jack said. In the evening, Chloe went down to the basement to see Andrew, or more accurately, Hunter. When she opened the door and entered, she saw that he was sitting there leaning on the wall. He didn't eat the food, but the water was gone. It seemed he was thirsty. Hearing her footsteps, he looked up slowly. Chloe, you're here. Hearing his tone, Chloe was a little surprised. Chloe, how long did I sleep? He asked in a hoarse voice. You don't know what happened? I do. Of course I do. Hunter came out to make trouble, right? I locked myself before he came out and put the key in the room. You saw the key, right? When did you wake up? Chloe looked at him calmly. 1 hour ago, he said faintly. Why didn't you call me? I knew you'd come. You delivered water and food to me, no, to Hunter, right? But he didn't eat. Chloe glanced at the intact food and said, No. Hunter is paranoid and wouldn't eat the food you gave him. He was afraid you'd put something in it. Then he can starve, Chloe said. Andrew smiled faintly. Chloe studied Andrew's face and found the fierce look in his eyes had indeed gone, but, Chloe, can you unlock me and let me out? I can't stay in the dark basement all the time. Do you think I'm so stupid as to let you out? But if you keep me here, when my men come to deliver provisions and see me missing, they won't let you go. You're smart and shouldn't do something so stupid. When will your men come? Chloe had always wanted to know when his men would come, so she could find a way to leave the island. Chloe, do you want to get the words out of me? Andrew smiled. Yes. Do you think I will tell you this secret? Very good. Then you can stay here. That said, Chloe turned to leave. Instantly, Andrew's eyes turned chilly. Oh, it seems you're thirsty. Here, this is for you. Chloe picked up a bottle and tossed it to him. Then, she left the room. Andrew didn't call her back, because he knew Chloe wouldn't release him so easily. Returning to the cottage, Chloe took out the medicine that she had found in Andrew's chest. It was the medicine to suppress his second personality. The bottle was empty. It seems he had run out of medicine, and the second personality, Hunter, got the chance to come out. Chloe studied the ingredients printed on the bottle. They were meaningless to a layman, but Chloe was a doctor and was sensitive to these ingredients. In the evening, Chloe only cooked some porridge and calculated the time as if she was waiting for something. In South Hill Manor, Jack finished his call with Fiona and walked out of his study. He bumped into Avery. "Big brother, are you going out?" "Yeah. Have the kids went to bed?" "Little Bean is asleep. Pudding seems to be playing with her cell phone," Avery said. "You can stay here for a few days now that Uncle is here, so you can help me take care of Pudding and Little Bean." "Are you going on a trip?" Avery guessed her brother was planning for a long-distance trip. "Yeah, I'll go to Australia." "So far?" Avery was a little surprised. "Yeah. When will you be back?" "I don't know yet." "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." Jack patted her head kindly. "Did you find information about my sister-in-law?" "Yes," Jack nodded. "Are you going alone? I don't want you to face Andrew by yourself." Avery knew her brother would engage in another fierce battle when he confronted Andrew again. "It will be fine. Andrew isn't that scary." "I'll tell Max to go with you. With him helping you, I'll feel better." Avery took out her cell phone to call Max. "Don't. Avery, to tell you the truth, this trip is dangerous and I didn't tell Justin, nor did I mention it to Max. But don't worry, I have help over there." "Really?" "Yes. How about Big Brother Rick? Isn't his family very powerful?" "Rick is not going with me. They don't know about my plans. After I'm gone, you tell them when they ask." "But—" Avery wanted to say more, but Jack didn't give her a chance. "It's almost time. I've got to go now, Avery." "Brother, won't you tell Pudding and Little Bean about it?" "You tell them for me that when I come back, I'll bring their mom home." Then, he hurried downstairs with a briefcase in his hand. The chauffeur drove him to the airport. All sorts of feelings surged up in Avery's heart since she knew her brother's deep love for her sister-in-law. Obviously, he was desperate to see her. On the top floor of a commercial skyscraper in a country in the Middle East. "Sir, Master Nalo is here," Legend's subordinate reported cautiously. "Here's my brother." Legend lifted his finger to his lip with a faint smile. Then a tall blonde man dressed in a black shirt walked in. He looked a bit like Legend, but his eyes were not as gloomy or creepy as Legend's. "Legend, where's Andrew?" "Kid, won't you greet your big brother first?" Legend smiled. "Stop the nonsense. Where on earth are you keeping him?" "What do you mean? I don't have him. I'm looking for him too. You should know that." "Don't play innocent. If you didn't corner him, he wouldn't have done this. I just don't like it that you target him when you can't find the professor and his daughter. In fact, the professor's other daughter has disappeared many years ago, and even the professor hasn't looked for her, but you want to find his elder daughter?" "Brother, you're wrong. I'm not only looking for her, I seem to have found out who she is." "You mean you found her?" Nalo narrowed his eyes as he looked at his elder brother. "Yes, I think I know her identity." "Where's she now?" Nalo didn't seem to have believed him. "Unfortunately, that woman was taken away by your Andrew. They vanished together." Legend wasn't stupid. In contrast, he was smart and crafty. Andrew had begged repeatedly for more time and then disappeared mysteriously. People said he had killed himself by jumping off a cliff, but Legend didn't buy it. After careful consideration, he could come to only one possibility, and that is, Andrew's beloved woman was very probably the professor's long-lost elder daughter that he had been looking for. Of course, he wouldn't know for certain until he caught the woman and tested her DNA. So where is Andrew? It seemed like Nalo wanted to know his whereabouts too. "How can I know? If I did, I wouldn't have been waiting here and doing nothing. I'd have caught them long ago." "Didn't you go to the country?" Nalo stared Legend in the eye. Obviously, he didn't believe Legend. "You're well informed," Legend sneered. Nalo didn't speak. He just stared at Legend. "But since you know about my trip to the country, you should know that the damned girl Fiona exploded my plane and almost killed me." "You're not dead. You're standing here quite alive." Nalo was expressionless. "My brother, your words are always so unique, and your face is always deadpan." Legend smiled. As Nalo remained silent, Legend continued. "If you came to me to find out that fellow's whereabouts, I'm sorry your trip is in vain because I don't know. I've been playing hide-and-seek with the girl Fiona and haven't had time to search for him yet. Since you have lots of time at hand, you can go and look for them. If you find them, you get Andrew and give his beloved woman to me. What do you think?" Do you think I will give her to you if I find them? Nalo sneered. Then we can only do our own things. Legend spread out his hands, looking resigned as if he had done his best to be a good brother. Nalo turned to leave. Hey, brother, I advise you to stop loving that fellow. I think you should have women instead of tricky creatures who are neither male nor female. Shut up. Damn it. If you say one more word, I'll tear your mouth into pieces. Nalo turned his head abruptly and railed at Legend. To his surprise, Legend wasn't angry, he just smiled. Then, Nalo left the building with his men. After he was gone, one of Legend's men walked up cautiously. Sir, shall we follow Mr. Nalo? Why? Legend slanted him a glance. Mr. Nalo was disrespectful to you. Do you want me to follow him and find a chance to? The man made a throat-slicing gesture with his hand. The moment he made the gesture, Legend slapped him hard across the face, making him dizzy. He's my brother. But Mr. Nalo claimed he'd kill you. He said it in the heat of the moment. Do you think he meant it? We share a mother. How can we kill each other? Yes, you're right, Master. I was mistaken. The man was terrified. He had tried to gain favor from Legend, but had angered him instead. He hadn't expected Legend, a bloodthirsty fellow, would have brotherly love. He scrambled to get up, but before he left, Legend stopped him. Wait. Yes, boss? Find a man of good skills to follow them. Don't let them find out. Yes, boss. Find a chance to kill 2 of Nalo's men. I'll give him a warning that I'm not someone that can be picked on, Legend said slowly. Okay, sir. Legend was infamous for his caprice and unpredictability. He always changed the decision he had made only a moment ago. For example, he had just bragged about his feelings for his brother 1 moment ago, but now he ordered his men to kill the people working for his brother to warn his brother. That was his typical style. On Fiona's private plane. Riker. Fiona sat down beside Riker with a smile on her face. What do you want? Riker looked at her warily. To warn his brother. That was his typical style. On Fiona's private plane. Riker. Fiona sat down beside Riker with a smile on her face. What do you want? Riker looked at her warily. I need you to do me a favor. Fiona continued her ingratiating smile. No. You refused me before I told you what I wanted. How can you do this to me? Fiona was angry. Save your breath. I can see from your ingratiating expression that you're up to no good. Riker continued to play the game on the tablet. How can you say that? I only want you to do me a small favor. Do you want me to do it? Get naked, take a shower, and lie on the bed. I'll satisfy you after playing this round. Damn you! Psycho Riker, you're shameless! Fiona almost exploded in fury. Riker spoke little and was low-keyed, but what he said was always classic. Fiona almost passed out in fury. Ahem. One of her subordinates coughed at the door. What are you doing standing at the door? Do you think you are a door god? I was wondering if I should wait until you finish your business, or report the newly received information right now. My business? Fiona was puzzled at the man's unusual behavior. Ahem, boss. You and young Master Riker are busy. Well, I'll come back later. Is 20 minutes enough for you? Then he turned to run. Damn it, come back! Fiona picked up a trash can and threw it out. Luckily, the man dodged it, otherwise his head would have been broken. Having worked for Fiona for a long time, he was used to her violent behavior. When the leaders of other mercenary legions mentioned Fiona, they didn't call her by the code name Second Miss, but rather Violent Lolita. Fiona was young with an exquisite little girl's face, but her temper was violent and would smash and kill at the slightest provocation. She could also make and detonate all kinds of bombs. Even Legend felt a headache when he saw her. Comparatively, Chloe was quieter. Haha, boss, it's fine. We're all adults and understand you. Damn your understanding. Move your A back or I'll break your legs, Fiona threatened. Calmly, Riker continued playing the parkour game on his tablet without looking up. He seemed used to the violent scenes. Please don't. Boss, I'll speak now. Speak. Fiona crossed her leg and glared at the man. Our spies in Brazil reported that the fellow Pears is swimming in the southern beach with a few young local Instagram models and a famous soccer player. Shall we do it now? No. Huh? Boss, we'll just let him go? Of course not. I just have a more important thing to do. The plane has changed the route. We're flying to Australia. Then we can order our men in Brazil to get rid of him. We don't need to do it ourselves. No. Fiona decided against it immediately. Boss, are you afraid those guys will fail and alert Piers? No. I want to kill Pears with my own hands and kick his head around like a soccer ball. Fiona got angry when she thought about Pears. Okay, boss, we'll do as you ordered. Tell the spies in Brazil to keep an eye on him. The BS probably won't leave Brazil anytime soon. After I get my sister out, I'll go and kill him. Okay, boss, I'll do it now. The man left immediately, not daring to waste Fiona's time. After he was gone, Fiona looked back with a fake smile and said, Young Master Riker, would you do me a small favor? No. Riker still rejected her emotionlessly. If you don't agree, this is over. Huh. Pilot, are we approaching Syria? Drop him off, Fiona said. Hearing that made Riker put the tablet down. That's against the rules, young madam. Are you a barbarian? Turning face the moment I reject your request? No, I'm even more ruthless than a barbarian, thank you. Fiona smiled shamelessly. Riker didn't know what to say. Riker, do you love me? Riker was silent. If I told you that I loved you, you would use that against me. If I told you that I didn't, you will throw me off the plane. Which one is worse? Riker contemplated. Haha, being funny is a first for you. I'm going to die laughing. I haven't seen you this happy in a really long time. It looks like you're confident about rescuing Chloe. Riker knew that Fiona was 100% confident about rescuing Chloe if she could laugh like that. That's right. I'll be able to see my sister very soon. I'm not going to get her home, though. Where are you going with her? Riker was confused. I'll take her around my turf. She rarely comes out. I have to treat her to try some cobra meat. Riker was speechless. Chloe is so quiet. Don't scare her, okay? Anyways, I have to treat her well. Let's save her first. We don't even know where she's hiding. Riker softly sighed. It would be great if she really is in Australia. I have connections with both the government and the mafia. Fiona was very confident. Then, she sat beside Riker, hugged his arm, and acted coyly. Riker, don't you want to help me out? Just a little favor? Riker lowered his head and glanced at the view below Fiona's shirt collar. If you're trying to seduce me, I'll think about it. Go away. Don't try to take advantage of me. Fiona bonked Riker's head. Okay, don't goof around. What do you want me to do? Riker couldn't say no to Fiona. Ha, so is that a yes? Just say it. Riker didn't want to beat around the bush any longer. Listen to me first, okay? Don't freak out. I know it's not something good when you sugarcoat it so much. Riker scanned Fiona's face. Heh, let me tell you. Afterward, Fiona told Riker about it. No, I won't do it. Riker's face went dark after he heard about it. Just once, okay? Fiona kept pestering. I won't do it, it's too embarrassing. Riker shook his head. What are you scared of? This isn't Russia. Not that many people know who you are. Why did you ask me out of everyone? Riker asked. Because you're the most attractive out of all of us. That's a joke. I'm not as attractive as you are. Why can't you go yourself? Riker said in a pissed tone. But that dude doesn't like women. He likes men. So you're willing to give up your man? Just as a bait. I'm not really letting you go, Fiona said. You're willing to do that to me? Riker's face was filled with anger. You need good bait to catch a big fish. Fiona looked innocent. Aren't you scared of losing the bait? Don't say unlucky stuff like that. I'm not going to lose the bait. You're very attractive. Riker didn't know what to say. Please, Riker, just this once? Fiona kept pestering him. Outside the cabin was Fiona's subordinates. What's going on in there? Our boss is actually playing coy with Mr. Ross? Someone asked. Does she want Riker to make her dumplings again? Of course not. I listened in. It seems like she wants Mr. Ross to seduce an old guy. That's so scary. It seems to be connected to her sister. The old guy is some important figure in Australia that is in charge of documenting all the islands. So that's what it is. Poor Mr. Ross. Is she really willing to do that? I think she's just using it as a cover. She's not asking him to really seduce the guy. Okay. We'll never understand their world. In the country, at South Hill Manor. Jack took the last flight out of the city to Australia. He couldn't wait any longer. In the middle of the night, Avery felt that it was too hot and couldn't fall asleep. She went downstairs, had a cup of coffee, and texted Max. Avery, why are you still up? I can't sleep. Haha, is it because you miss me? You're being shameless again. But I really miss you. When are you moving back? Did I agree that I'm moving back? Don't be like that. It really felt like home the few days that you lived with me. Don't kid me. I'm not a housekeeper. I don't know how to clean, do laundry, or cook. The most I can do is make you instant noodles, Avery laughed. Instant noodles made by you are the most delicious thing in the world. Your tongue is slick. I'm being serious. Come back. Don't move away after living together would be great. You're trying to take advantage of me again. Of course. Any man would have inappropriate thoughts when they see the woman they love. If you keep that up, I'm going to die from frustration. Then die. If I die, you'll be a widow. Don't joke around like that. When Avery sent that, she heard footsteps coming down the stairs. She put down her phone, looked up, and saw that it was Pudding. Pudding, look at the time. You should be sleeping. Avery was a little surprised. Auntie, where is my daddy? Your daddy? Avery didn't have the heart to tell her the truth. Jack was just released from the hospital and left right after. That might make the child feel very unsafe and abandoned. I just went to his room. There was no one inside. It's clean. His phone and razor are both missing. Where is my daddy? Did he go somewhere far away? Pudding calmly asked. The child really thought about everything. She discovered very small details. Pudding, come here. Auntie will tell you about it. Avery waved and called over Pudding. Pudding was in a white cotton nightgown. Her long hair fell behind her. She was young, but she was already stunningly beautiful. Your daddy did go far away. He said not to worry. When he comes back, he'll be with your mommy. I knew that he went to rescue mommy. Why aren't you sleeping? Look at the time. I asked Handsome Cooper to video chat. You what? It's too late. I need to talk to him about something, Pudding said in a serious tone. At that moment, Pudding's phone rang. It was a video chat invitation from Justin. Auntie, I gotta take this call. After, Pudding went upstairs with her phone. Kiddo, you're being mysterious all of a sudden. Avery smiled and kept on texting Max. Pudding went onto the hallway on the second floor, sat on the windowsill, and looked out into the night. South Hill Manor was carefully designed by Jack. Even though it was styled like an old manor, it wasn't scary at all. It was made like the ones in a fairy tale. Every night, the rainbow lights lit up outside along with musical fountains. It was really comforting. Handsome Cooper. Pudding picked up and leaned back onto the pillar. Wow, why is it so dark? Justin asked. I'm sitting on a windowsill. It's a bit dim here. Why don't you go back to your room? It's really windy at night, Justin asked caringly. Little Bean is asleep. I was planning on going downstairs, but I found that Auntie was texting Uncle Cruz. Okay. Shouldn't you put on a jacket? No, I'm not cold. Anyways, kiddo, what do you have to tell me this late at night? Handsome Cooper, are you at home? Yeah, can't you tell? It's the study behind me. Justin gave her a shot of the study, afraid that she would not believe him. Are you alone? Of course. Don't you know your Uncle Cooper? Justin asked while smiling. Even Max laughed at him for being forever single. All of his friends were in couples. Only Justin was always the lone wolf. Nothing. I was just asking. What I'm going to tell you next is a secret. I don't want other people to know. What is it? Why are you being so mysterious? Justin thought that whatever Pudding was thinking about must be big. She wasn't a glutton like Little Bean. Her mindset was very adult-like. She knew how to plan for her future. Did anyone take Andrew's company? Pudding asked. No. That's good. Pudding nodded in relief. Why, you want it? Justin was a little surprised. Pudding, why do you want that crappy company? It's an empty shell. Didn't you sell all the stocks like I told you to? Yes, I have a lot of cash right now. So? So I want to get a company to play with, she said in a serious tone. Kiddo, you're so young. Why do you want to deal with a company? You're not in need of money. Your family will never finish spending your dad's money, okay? Justin thought that Pudding was really just too bored and want to find something to do. It's different. Daddy's company is Daddy's. I want my own. I don't want to do much, just invest in stocks and such. Even though Andrew's company is bankrupt, it still has a foundation. I want to take over. Also, it belongs to the Green family. My mommy's last name is Green, so I don't want to see it fall into someone else's hands. Timothy wronged my grandma, so I want to take over. Seeing that Justin wouldn't support her, Pudding analyzed the pros and cons. Justin couldn't argue back. Pudding, even though Green Corporation is an empty shell, you still need a lot of money. Do you have that much? Justin asked. No. Pudding looked innocent. So? So I was planning on borrowing from you. Justin was speechless. Handsome Cooper, are you considering not lending to me? Pudding blinked her big, cute eyes rapidly. Ha! No way! I'll lend it to you. So I need you to compile the data for me. Okay, I'll get someone at the company to make you a detailed report. But, Justin paused. But what? Even though the Green Corporation is a mess right now, there are still a lot of people after it. I believe in your ability to take the Green Corporation for me. Pudding was very confident. True, but the name on the legal document, whose name are you planning on using? You're too young and your parents' names would catch the eyes of the media. I thought about it. I'm going to use my grandma's. Justin didn't say anything. Not a lot of people are familiar with her name. Furthermore, Timothy had wronged her all those years ago. Okay, you win. Justin didn't think that a child would think about everything. If so, it is done. I'll give you the report tomorrow and try to get it for you as soon as possible. Pudding nodded. You should go to sleep. Look at the time. Be careful of getting eye bags. Justin felt tired, but the little girl was still very active. Handsome Cooper. My daddy. He went to Australia overnight. Australia? Justin paused. He seems to have found where my mommy is. Damn, why didn't anyone tell me about it? Justin was a little surprised. You know my daddy, he didn't tell anyone. He just briefly asked my auntie to take care of stuff. I found out after he left. If I go now, will I get there in time? Justin was anxious. Don't go, Handsome Cooper. Watch the backlines for him. My daddy is scared of someone going after my sister and me. Who would dare? I'll skin them alive. I just wanted to tell you not to worry. I know that Mommy will be back safely very soon. Of course, your mommy is the mighty and dominant Dr. Green. Justin smiled gently. Of course, every time Chloe was mentioned, Justin felt like his heart was blooming. My daddy's trip to Australia must have been carefully planned. He'll have backup there. We just need to wait for Mommy's return. Justin nodded. Good night, Handsome Cooper. When the report is ready, get your secretary to send the digital copy to my email. I'll discuss it with you after. Okay. Our little entrepreneur, Justin teased. He could see Pudding's business capabilities. It looked like there would be someone to take care of Jack's legacy. Justin was suddenly very envious of Jack as a father. He even secretly imagined when he would have a child of his own. He wanted it to be a daughter. On the island. Seeing the time approach made Chloe go to the basement again. Chloe, what are you trying to do coming down here like this? Andrew smiled. Don't you feel off? Chloe tilted her head and asked. What do you mean? He frowned. I mean, Hunter, are you having fun pretending to be Andrew? Chloe softly smiled. Are you having fun pretending to be Andrew? Chloe softly smiled. Little sister Chloe, what do you mean by that? Hunter kept pretending. Do you really think you can fool me and make me let you go? Hunter, do you think I'm an idiot? Ha, good. Chloe, it looks like I underestimated you. Hunter sneered and slowly rose. The chains on him clanked against each other. It was very eerie coming from the basement. Did you think your acting was good? Yeah, I think my imitation of him was pretty good. I didn't think that you'd see through it right away. Look at this. Chloe pulled out an empty pill bottle. Hunter frowned slightly. I am a doctor. As to what this medicine does, I know better than you. Hunter was silent. If it weren't for Andrew's pills running out, you wouldn't have had a chance to escape, right? So isn't it funny that you're pretending to be him to my face? Okay, woman, you got the better of me. What do you want? I want to leave, Chloe said. Haha, that'll be easy. Let me go and I'll call my subordinates to let us go together, okay? Don't lie to me. If I let you go, I'll be a goner. Hunter, let's not beat around the bush. I am not going to let you go. Chloe had an idea of how dangerous Hunter was and wouldn't listen to his lies. He had called her all the names in the book over the past few days. Hunter had a very deep hatred towards Chloe. He wasn't Andrew. He had no mercy towards her. If you don't let me go, how are you going to leave? Hunter smiled. I want you to tell me how long until Andrew's men arrive. You want to use his men to leave? Correct. Impossible. They'll never let you go. They only listen to Andrew, or me. Hunter was beyond ecstatic. That's not your problem. I have my ways. You are only here to answer my questions. Why should I answer your questions? Who do you think you are? You're just a self-righteous, prude batch. Hunter looked at her cruelly as if he wanted to kill her. So you won't say? Good. Don't blame me then. After speaking, Chloe slowly sat down opposite of Hunter. Then, she took out a very small box from behind her. What is that? Hunter had a bad feeling. It really is a coincidence. Even though this island is in the middle of nowhere, it's home to a lot of snakes and insects. Like this pretty centipede, for example. It would be really interesting if it were to bite you. After hearing Chloe's words, Hunter's expression changed. Don't worry, it won't kill you, but it'll make you wish it did. This little guy's poison is top-notch. If it bites you, your flesh is going to slowly rot. You won't die right away. You'll die in pain when every inch of your body is rotten. Batch, you're cruel. Hunter cursed at Chloe. Cruel? No. Compared to murderers like you, I am an angel. I'm not Mother Teresa, and I will go against villains like you and Andrew. You are willing to do anything for your own benefit. People like you should have already met their fate. If I die, Andrew will die too, Hunter reminded Chloe. Do you think I'll have mercy on him? Chloe sneered. Chloe, how dare you? Hunter jumped and cursed at Chloe. Why wouldn't two? We're the only ones here in the middle of nowhere. Nobody will find you if you die here. When Andrew's men find out, they'll kill you. I won't let them. Hunter was silent. Chloe slowly opened the box and looked at what was inside with a smile on her face. Baby, don't be scared. Go, treat him well. Don't let him be bored in the basement alone. Chloe, you're too cruel. How could Andrew treat you so well? Well? Why would he kidnap me to the middle of nowhere if he was treating me well? Why would he keep me away from my husband and children? If you think he's treating me well, I'd rather he treat me differently. How could you be so heartless? If it weren't for Andrew, your baby would have been gone. Don't you think it's weird that your baby is fine after jumping from such a high cliff? Hunter yelled at Chloe. Chloe was silent. That was pretty strange. When she first jumped, her balance was immediately thrown off, and she was met with a lot of shocks. Chloe thought that it wasn't scientific that the baby was still alive. However, Andrew didn't say anything to her, so she thought that she got lucky. Listening to Hunter's tone, she realized that there might be something that she didn't know. It was because there was a shock-absorbing layer within the wedding dress he made for you. Andrew knew you were pregnant, but he still wanted to protect your child. Chloe, are you really heartless? How could you treat him like this if he treated you so well? Hunter seemed to know that Chloe was kind-hearted and wanted to move her. To be honest, he is pretty good to me. However, you are you and not him. Hunter, you forgot that you're not the same person. But we're using the same body. He'll suffer too if you use the poisonous centipede against me. Then it's not my fault. There is no justice in this world. Treat it as the survival of the fittest. Anyways, if you don't die, you're bound to suffer. I left you a way out alive, but you're not taking it. Don't blame me. Left me a way out? Hunter carefully thought about when Chloe said as such. Seeing him falter made Chloe keep going. I said that if you answer my questions, I'll feed you and make sure you don't die. Hunter stayed silent. If you don't, that's fine. Baby, go and feast." After speaking, Chloe pointed the box towards Hunter and was about to open it. Hunter's expression changed. "No, I'll answer your questions." Hunter gave in at the last moment. It was within Chloe's plan. When she heard that, Chloe carefully took back the box. "Say, when are Andrew's men arriving?" "Within 24 hours, Hunter said. "What's the name of their leader?" "Ryle." "I want more detailed information on him." "Ryle is a very smart Caucasian man. Andrew met him in Germany. Over the past few years, Andrew supported him with money and arms. He has quite a bit of power in Germany." Why would Andrew use someone like that as a delivery man? Chloe was in disbelief, thinking that Andrew was wasting talent. Of course not. Ryle is here to deliver medicine to Andrew. "Ha, I see. So that's why you wanted me to let you go before they landed." Chloe finally understood the reasoning behind Hunter's restlessness. "Okay, I told you what I know." "Good, thank you." Smiling, Chloe rose. "Haha, I thought you were a kind woman. With Jack and Justin risking their lives for you and also having Andrew infatuated with you, you're just like the others. When you're behind their backs, your true nature is vile and disgusting." "No, you're wrong. I was never kind. My kindness is only towards people I love. My husband knows what I am like. It's not your place to judge." After speaking, Chloe left the basement with the box. When she walked out, she slowly opened the box and smiled at a cute grasshopper sitting inside. "Little guy, thank you for your help." Afterward, the little grasshopper was released by Chloe. There wasn't really a poisonous centipede inside the box. That was psychological warfare to scare Hunter. In reality, Hunter was really scared. He was terrified. So he told Chloe what she wanted to know. That was what Chloe wanted. She suddenly felt that her days trapped on the island were almost at its end. Chloe joyously hummed a song and walked towards the cabin. Within 24 hours, Andrew's men will land. Then, everything will change. She will never, ever let herself spend the rest of her life on this abandoned island. Furthermore, she was carrying the fruit of her and Jack's love. She wondered how Pudding and Little Bean would feel about the child. She also wondered about her mother, Thomas, Victoria, Sarah, Cody, Violet, Rick, Cece. When she thought about how many friends she had, she felt warm on the inside. She didn't feel hopeless. This time, no matter what, she was leaving the island. Chloe was holding a glass bottle in her hand. It was half filled with a clear liquid. "This has been decided by fate. This time, no one can stop me from going home. No one," Chloe said in a low voice. "In the country, at the Chase Corporation. President Chase, young Matta, no, Miss Blake is here. Let her in." When he heard his secretary, Case put down his work. Looking at Zuri walking in made him a little nervous and excited. He had never felt that way before. "Big Brother Chase." "You're here," Case rose. Have you been busy?" "I'm fine." While he spoke, Case walked towards Zuri. Zuri was dressed casually today. She was wearing cropped jeans with a luxury brand white shirt. The casual getup made Zuri look like a young university student. Sit, Case politely said. At that moment, the female secretary knocked and brought in 2 cups of coffee. "It's too hot. Can I get it cold with ice?" Zuri smiled. "Of course. Just a moment, Miss Blake." "Thank you." Zuri nodded her thanks to the secretary. Case had never seen Zuri as quiet and gentle. He didn't know why Zuri changed from her old, irritable self. "Case, I got a lead on what you asked me to do. Take a look." While speaking, Zuri pulled out a stack of documents from her handbag. "Okay, I'll take a look." Case casually sat down beside Zuri. He didn't forcefully maintain a distance, so he was very close to her. Zuri could smell the familiar cologne scent on him. It was her favorite. It also was the only one Case liked over the years. It was just that for a while, Brenny forcefully changed his cologne to a strong luxury brand. Now, he changed it back. When she thought about that, Zuri's mood lightened up for no reason. She wanted to mention this information at Jack's family dinner. However, her brother was in a bad mood, so both Zuri and Case left. They arranged another time to meet in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Case, these schools are all very good. My friend's niece and another friend's nephew go to 2 of these schools. They really are good. You should check them out in person." Mm-hmm, Case nodded. But she's so young, are you sure you want to send her abroad? I'm sure. Oh, okay. Zuri didn't know what to say. Zuri didn't dare to comment too much on Case sending Tiani abroad. If she did, he might get suspicious of her having ulterior motives. After all, the news of her getting back with Case was all the heat at the moment. At that moment, if she was very enthusiastic about sending the child abroad, it would seem as if she wanted to get rid of the burden. However, that couldn't be further from the truth. It was Case's idea to send Tiani away. However, Case had been busy taking care of the Chase Corporation. He didn't have time to consider checking out foreign schools. So one day he posted, "Any recommendations for elementary schools in Singapore?" Zuri was still awake, so she replied. Coincidentally, Zuri had relatives or friends whose children were over there, so she knew more about it. Then, Case private messaged Zuri and asked her to do it. He didn't think that she would take care of it so quickly and so well. She even made many comparisons and gave a lot of detailed data. Tiani is so reliant on you. Aren't you scared of causing psychological trauma sending her away like this? Zuri worryingly asked. I'm sending her away for her own benefit. It's clear that staying here isn't suitable for her. There's always gossip in school. It won't be good for her if she grows up in such an environment. What her mother did was shameful. As long as someone brings it up, it'll harm her. She'll have none of these worries if she goes abroad and changes her name. You're doing it for her benefit, but does she know? Zuri asked in a low voice. When she grows up, she'll understand. Big Brother Chase, you're really good towards that child. Zuri licked her lips. She said that sentence with a complicated heart. Seeing Case treat Brenny's daughter that way made Zuri feel a little ticked off. Perhaps it was a slight feeling of jealousy. If you had a dog for long enough, you would have feelings towards it. It's the same for us. The fighting is between the adults. The child is innocent. Tiani has been suffering since her birth. Her birth parents were one of a kind. If I don't take care of her, the rest of her life will be ruined too. Big Brother Chase, I understand what you mean. You're a good person. Zuri stared at Case's face and said, No, I'm not a good person. If I was, I wouldn't have hurt you like that. After hearing that, Zuri seemed a little stunned. This seemed to be the first time Case brought up their past. Big Brother Chase, that's all I can help you with in terms of school. You need to decide for yourself which school you want to choose for the child. I need to get going now. I have something to do. Okay. Case nodded and saw her out. Thank you for helping me with the school. When I'm less busy, I'll treat you to dinner. You don't have to be so polite. I was just helping out with what I can, huh? Zuri wasn't used to Case's sudden kindness. When she was growing up, she got used to seeing Case's cold face. So she found an excuse and left the Chase Corporation. On the island, Chloe calculated the time, and when it was approaching, she couldn't fall asleep. She got ready and wandered by the shore where the boat could port. She knew that that was where Andrew's men were landing. At that moment, the sky was just lighting up. The sun slowly rose from the horizon far away. The first ray of sunlight illuminated the ocean. The painting-like scenery made Chloe fall into a trance. Maybe it was because she knew that she was almost off the island. She was in a great mood and began humming. Softly wake the sleeping soul. Slowly open your eyes. Look at the busy world. See if it's still spinning alone. The spring winds have awoken the youth's heart, letting memories dry yesterday's tears. It was an old song, but it was Chloe's favorite song when she was attending school. Every time she listened to it, she could calm down. Most importantly, it was filled with positive energy. In high school, Jack knew that she liked it and went out of his way to get her the collector's album. As long as she was still alive, she would have hope, right? After some time, she saw a white speedboat approaching from far away. Chloe couldn't hold back her excitement and shot up. She had already thought about how to deal with these people thousands of times. When the boat parked in shallow waters, a dozen tall men walked down. The leader was a buff white man with brown hair. He was wearing a white Armani t-shirt and black sunglasses. The dozen men following him were all foreigners. Chloe carefully approached them. Before she could get close, they pointed their guns at her. Who are you? Stop. he said in English and made Chloe stop about 5 meters away. You're Ryle, right? Chloe smiled at the leader. Why are you here? It looked like he knew full well who Chloe was. It looks like I am right. Chloe didn't reply to him. She simply spoke to herself. Where's my boss? Ryle looked around, and since he didn't see Andrew, he became on guard. You're talking about Andrew, right? It's a little complicated, Chloe replied in fluent English. Ryle's facial expression changed slightly. He took a gun from his men and walked in front of Chloe. He pushed the gun barrel against Chloe's head. Say it! Where is my boss? What did you do to him? Ryle looked extremely ruthless. It looked like he was hostile towards Chloe. What problem? Ryle asked. I can't explain it in a short period of time. Let's talk while walking, Chloe casually said. Ryle stared Chloe down, trying to see what she was playing at. You better put down your gun. I don't like being pointed at with one. You should know who I am, and since you know, you should understand that I'm not your boss's prisoner. He treats me way better than you do, Chloe said. When he heard that, Ryle slowly put down the gun. Boss, this woman is playing tricks. We need to be careful, a black man reminded. Don't worry. I'm just a lone woman against so many men with guns. Are you scared of me? Chloe smiled. Don't play tricks. Even if my boss likes you, I will still kill you. Ryle coldly scanned Chloe's face. Let's go. I'll bring you somewhere. I'll tell you what exactly happened on the way. After speaking, Chloe led the way with Ryle and his men following behind her. They headed towards the basement. You're here to bring him his meds, right? Chloe asked Ryle in a hushed voice. Ryle clearly heard Chloe as he shook a little. Don't give me that expression. I know his illness far better than you do. I've seen him when it was happening, Chloe said. What happened to my boss? He's not your boss now. He's in his alternate personality. Afterward, Chloe told Ryle about how it happened. As he listened, his face got more stormy. I know that you don't completely trust me, so I am going to let you see for yourself. Ryle looked at Chloe with doubt. Only you can go into the basement. Don't worry, I can't hurt you. You can bring your gun with you, because it's small. I'm afraid that any move would make Hunter go off. So come down with me and do what I tell you to do. Only then will you know the truth. Boss, let me go in your place. One of his subordinates seemed to really care about Ryle. No need, a woman isn't going to scare me. Wait for me here. I am going down. Ryle seemed to look down on Chloe. He knew that Chloe didn't have any weapons on her and didn't know how to fight. She was just a weak woman. Chloe pushed open the small door and shone the flashlight in. Hunter shot up. You goddamn woman, what do you want? Chloe's repeated entry made him lose patience. Good morning, Hunter. How did you sleep last night? Chloe chuckled. Don't give me that shit, Batch. Let me go right now. Are you regretting not choking me to death? Chloe smiled and asked. Yes. If I knew how hard it was to go against you, I should have killed you on the spot. You should thank me for my mercy. If I had a second chance, you would be nothing but dead, Hunter cruelly said. How tragic. If it was Andrew, he would have never treated me like this, Chloe emphasized. Only a dumbass like him would like you. I'm not him. I have no mercy for you. I swear, if I have the chance again, I'll make you die a gruesome death. Batch. After speaking, Hunter struggled like a manic monster, wanting to strangle Chloe on the spot. Chloe nodded in satisfaction, then yelled outside the door. Did you see that, Mr. Ryle? This person is definitely not your boss right now. Ryle opened the door and walked in slowly. He was a German and didn't speak Chloe's native language, but Chloe had told him to use the real-time translation software on his cell phone. With it, he had understood the words Hunter said to Chloe. Seeing Ryle walk in, Hunter's expression changed drastically, and he instantly took on another look. Ryle, hurry up and release me. Don't listen to the Batch. I'm your boss, Hunter ordered Ryle in standard English. That's ridiculous. At this moment, you even claim you're Andrew? That said, Chloe took out an empty bottle and said to Ryle, Andrew ran out of his medicine. I think he hadn't expected his illness would come so soon and didn't tell you to deliver the medicine sooner, which is why this psycho resurfaced. I think you know Hunter's personality. Now you're in charge since you have weapons and people. It's your call if you believe his words or my words. Chloe looked calm. She knew she'd achieve the opposite effect if she tried too hard to explain and looked too eager for Ryle to believe her. "Batch, you set me up?" Hunter finally realized that Chloe had made Ryle wait outside while she forced him to lose his temper. In this way, Ryle would know he was Hunter or Andrew. "Ryle, don't believe a word she says. Lock up this Batch. I'm your boss. Come on and unlock me." Eager to get out, Hunter placed all of his hope on Ryle. When Ryle just looked at him without speaking, Hunter said anxiously, "I'm truly your boss, Ryle. Do you remember we used to have steak and beer at the RG restaurant in Germany? I told you I dislike Legend and Nalo, and you told me that Legend killed your younger sister and you wanted to avenge her. Did you forget all these things?" Hunter tried to use Andrew's memory to make Ryle believe that he was the real Andrew, but Ryle looked unmoved. Hunter knew something was not right. At this moment, Chloe turned her head and said to Ryle with a smile, "I told you Hunter is a psycho with a high IQ. It's very creepy that he and Andrew share a memory. I was once tricked by him, but now that I know his tricks, I'm not afraid." "No, you're not my boss." Ryle looked at Hunter calmly. "Chloe, damned woman, what did you tell him?" Hunter turned his anger to Chloe again. "On the way here, I told Ryle your condition, including what you'd say and what tricks you'd use." Hunter was stunned by Chloe's strong logic and careful thinking. This woman was scary. "Are you surprised?" Chloe smiled. I'll kill you, Batch." Hunter struggled against the chains, but Ryle punched him in the stomach, and he slumped and slid down the wall slowly. "Be quiet, damned fellow." Ryle looked at Hunter angrily. "I think you can feed him the medicine you brought. After 24 hours, your real boss will come back." Ryle walked over and pried open Hunter's teeth before pushing the pills into his mouth. "Take them away! You wastrel! Get off of me! Don't touch me!" Hunter tried to resist, but Ryle finally forced the pills down. After Ryle fed Hunter the medicine, Hunter dropped to the ground, feeling too exhausted. "Ryle, you can't outplay this woman. If you're not careful and let her escape, watch how Andrew deals with you." As Ryle and Chloe walked out, Hunter was still cursing behind them. Chloe said with a smile, "Hunter seems to think that I, a fragile woman, can escape from a group of men with heavy weapons." Ryle glanced at Chloe but remained silent. When they came out, the sun was high in the sky. It was hot on the island, and the UV radiation was strong. After walking on the island for a little while, they were drenched in sweat. "When will he wake up?" "Your boss?" Chloe asked. "Yes. I told you he must sleep for 24 hours. Then you must observe if he really wakes up." Hearing her words, Ryle didn't speak. "When will you leave?" Chloe asked him. "I'll wait until my boss wakes up." "Don't worry, I won't kill your boss. If he dies, I can't live either," said Chloe. Ryle said to the men not far from him, "Move the stuff from the boat. We'll sleep on the island tonight." "Okay." Then, a dozen or so men carried the new provisions from the boat. There were groceries and beverages, including red wine, steaks, and even frozen seafood. Chloe knew Andrew didn't like eating seafood, so he had prepared it for her. Then, one man carried a big box over and put it at Chloe's feet. "The boss prepared this specifically for Miss Green," the man said in English. "Don't you want to open it and see what's inside?" Ryle asked Chloe. Chloe squatted down slowly. When she opened the box, warmth rose in her heart. It contained lots of infant clothes, including small socks, caps in both pink and blue colors. There were also milk bottles, formula milk, and even some healthcare products for pregnant women. "The boss specifically instructed me to bring these here. They were made in Germany and are the most expensive kinds," said Ryle. "I can see. So don't make plans to escape. Just stay here. After all, the boss is good to you." "Well, you mean I can't hate him? Instead, I must be grateful to him," Chloe sneered. "Of course you must be grateful to him. Everything you have now was given by him." Ryle seemed very respectful to Andrew and didn't like Chloe to say anything against him. Inhaling deeply, Chloe stood up slowly. She looked at Ryle and said, "A thief stole a chicken from the chicken's house during the midnight. After he escaped with the chicken house caught on fire, and the chicken found that if it wasn't stolen, it would have died in the fire, so it was grateful to the thief. In your logic, even though Andrew, your noble boss, kidnapped me and keeps me from my husband and my children, I must be grateful to him Because he let me live and gives me good food and good clothes, right? Ryle didn't answer. What's this logic? Tell me, don't you think it's a BS logic? Chloe asked. I can't allow you to speak of my boss in this way. Ryle looked angry. He's your boss, not mine. Then Chloe turned and walked toward the cottage in a huff. Entering the cottage, she stood at the window and watched the men anxiously. She wondered if her plan would succeed. The sun on the island got even hotter, and Chloe saw through the window that Ryle and his men were drenched in sweat. Boss, I'm thirsty. Let's go get some water. Wait, Ryle stopped him. What? Don't get water from the cottage. Boss, you don't trust that woman? Ryle didn't reply. Instead, he asked his men, Did we bring water this time? No, you only told us to bring Mr. Green's wine and some daily stuff such as formula milk. Okay, I got it. Boss, where should we get water then? I saw Boss had stored the bottled mineral water in the basement. You can take out 2 boxes. Okay. Wait, Ryle still looked worried. Don't take the top ones, get the boxes on the bottom, Ryle instructed. Got it. Boss, we'll go now. Then some of the men walked toward the basement. Standing in the cottage, Chloe relaxed as they entered her trap. Ryle was as cautious as Andrew, but she had tampered with both the water on the top and on the bottom. Sure enough, after drinking the water, they began to feel stomach aches in less than 1 hour. And then after that, tiny red spots appeared on their skin. Boss, we seem to have been poisoned. One man looked at the spots on his arms and said, Go and get the woman, Ryle said furiously. You don't have to catch me. I'm coming. With a smile, Chloe walked out of the cottage. Did you poison us? Yeah, Chloe remained smiling. Do you believe me if I say I'll shoot you now? Ryle picked up his pistol and aimed it at Chloe's head. I do, but if I die, no one will detoxify you guys. In 12 hours, you'll die of the toxin before you can leave the island and find a doctor. Woman, I've indeed underestimated you. Ryle finally remembered Hunter's words in the basement. The woman Chloe was a formidable enemy. So, are you going to wait to die or kill me and wait to die? Chloe asked. What do you want? Ryle knew Chloe did it for a purpose. Oh, can we do a deal now? Chloe asked. Ryle and his dozen or so subordinates held their stomachs and looked at her with pain on their faces and hatred in their eyes. Tell me what you want, Ryle glared at Chloe. I want to leave the island. In your dreams. The moment Chloe said it, Ryle refused. After all, he couldn't take the consequences of letting the woman leave the island. Soon his boss would wake up, and when he saw Chloe was gone, he'd cut Ryle into pieces. Is it so? Then we'll have to die together. Chloe looked indifferent. Don't think I don't dare to kill you. Don't make me. Ryle was getting desperate. He had never met such a woman before. He had the urge to shoot her on spot. As the poison spread in his body, his arms now felt numb. I don't think you don't dare to kill me. As Andrew's subordinate, you probably have killed countless people, but killing me will gain you less than you'll lose. Only I can detoxify you and your men. Anyway, I'll be satisfied that you all will die with me, so I won't end up dead on this deserted island all by myself. Hearing her words, Ryle and his men turned pale. How come there's such deadly poison on this island? Someone asked in puzzlement, but Ryle didn't know the answer. They had been on the island for a long time now. If the woman had poison on her, why didn't she poison Andrew? Why did she poison them when Andrew was ill? Chloe smiled but remained silent. It all started from a weed she had spotted when she returned to the cottage from the basement. The weed was insignificant to other people, but Chloe was a doctor and had read lots of books about herbal medicine, so she could recognize lots of valuable medicinal herbs. The weed was a soul eater. It stood there quietly and insignificantly, but Chloe regarded it as a great treasure. On that day, Chloe mixed the herb with other stuff to dilute the toxin in the soul eater herb and made a toxic liquid. She made large quantities of the liquid and mixed it in the bottled water stored in the basement. Then, she just had to wait for the arrival of Ryle and his men, and it was why she had tried to get from Hunter the time these people would arrive at the island. Since the island was hot, they couldn't go without water, but they would be on guard and wouldn't take water from the cottage where Chloe lived. So the key lay in the water in the basement. Sure enough, They got poisoned, which gave Chloe the confidence that she would be able to leave the island. After all, no one would stay loyal when their lives were in danger. Ryle would certainly give in. It was just a matter of time. "Boss, we don't want to die here." "Yeah, boss, let's release this woman. We can catch her again later." "The boss will kill us," Ryle said, "but we'll die without him killing us. This poison makes me hurt all over." "Don't worry. You'll rot slowly." Chloe struck more fear into their hearts. "You are such an evil woman." Ryle stared at Chloe, looking as if he wanted to skin her alive. "I don't care what you say. At this moment, it's your call if we live or die." Chloe looked at the guys who got poisoned. "Boss, please agree to her condition. We really don't want to die here." "Yeah, boss. Once the toxin enters our hearts, no one can save us. Boss, help us." The men behind him were screaming in pain and despair. Before death, even a strong man would become a coward. Chloe had expected this reaction. "When the boss wakes up, we'll ask him." In the end, Ryle didn't dare to offend Andrew and release Chloe. "I'm sorry, but the toxin will kill you before your boss wakes up," Chloe reminded him. "You—" Ryle wanted to say something but stopped. "Don't call me a scheming woman. If I didn't do it, I wouldn't have a way to leave this island. Come on and make the decision. If you are angry with me, you can just shoot me. Even if we agree to let you go, you must detoxify us first. Otherwise, how could we drive the boat and take you from the island? Don't take me as a 3-year-old child. After you agree to my condition, I'll detoxify the guy who drives the boat and he can take us away from here. I'll give him the antidote for the rest of you when I'm safely on land." "You are—" Ryle hadn't expected Chloe would think so swiftly and consider all the details. "When we get to the shore, I'll need a passport and US dollars. I want to leave this damned place as soon as possible," Chloe added to her conditions. Details. "When we get to the shore, I'll need a passport and US dollars. I want to leave this damned place as soon as possible," Chloe added to her conditions. "Boss, agree to her conditions or we'll be finished." "Yeah, boss, let the woman go. We should focus on surviving first." "What's this poison? It's horrible. Things are beginning to pop out on my legs." Before Ryle could speak, his men had fallen apart. After all, it was human nature to avoid death. Finally, after being in a standoff with Chloe for a long while, Ryle decided to agree to her conditions. "Okay, I agree. Mr. Ryle, I knew you're a smart guy who wouldn't get yourself and your men killed just because of your stupid loyalty to your master. Now things are simpler. Who drove the boat here?" Chloe glanced around at their faces and asked softly. "I'll drive it. But you have to detoxify me first," Ryle said. "Not you," Chloe smiled. "Why not? I can drive a boat?" Ryle was a bit furious. "All of them can be the driver of the boat except for you because you're their leader. Choose a minion whom I can control, but I advise you not to waste my time. You must obey me until we leave the island. Otherwise, the poison would strike fast, and you'd still die even with the antidote." Chloe continued to frighten them. The men didn't know medicine and had no idea what poison she had used, so they had no choice but to obey her. "Boss, let's do as she says, okay?" "John, you drive the boat." Resentfully, Ryle looked at a skinny white guy. "Okay, boss." Meekly, the guy walked up from the rear of the group. When he walked past Ryle, Ryle whispered to him, "Be a smart guy and find a chance to get all of the antidotes, then tie the woman up." "Okay, boss." Ryle had something else planned. He wanted to get the antidote, and he also wasn't planning to release Chloe. Indeed, if Andrew woke up and found Chloe was gone, Ryle would end up no better than death. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the fragile Oriental woman. "Miss Green, I'll drive the boat. Give me the antidote." John extended his hand to Chloe. Chloe glanced at him and took out a small vial. "This is half of the antidote, which can restore some of your strength for you to drive the boat. But the toxin won't be completely removed. I'll give you the other half when I'm safe on land and free to go." This, John was stupefied and realized that the plan his boss told him was now in vain. "I do it because I'm afraid you'd go back on your words in the middle of the trip and harm me. I don't trust strangers," Chloe said slowly. Hearing her words, John sneaked a glance at Ryle. Everyone thought this woman was very crafty. With only half the antidote, John wouldn't dare to do anything to her because his life was still in her hands.
"What are you waiting for? You plan to stay here until the poison strikes?" Chloe sneered.
The boss has good taste in choosing his woman. Miss Green, you're good. Ryle admired the woman from the bottom of his heart. As a fragile woman, she faced more than 10 strong men with guns. They could kill her at any moment. However, Chloe showed no fear and thought of every detail and all the possibilities. Even a tough man like Ryle admired her intricate plans and bravery. "Mr. Ryle, thank you. I just want to protect myself. Now that we've reached an agreement, let's get on board." Chloe smiled. "Wait for a second, please," Ryle interrupted Chloe. "Anything else, Mr. Ryle?" Chloe frowned, since the longer they delayed, the more unpredictable the situation would become. "Before we leave, I must check up on our boss and leave him enough food and water, or he won't last." Then he walked toward the basement alone. Chloe narrowed her eyes with complicated feelings, but didn't stop him. Andrew was still out and couldn't recover so soon after taking the medicine. After all, it took time to suppress Hunter. She wasn't worried that Andrew would say something to him, but it proved that Ryle was very loyal to Andrew. He left Chloe with the dozen or so men, but they didn't dare to get close to the woman. At this moment, a black man cursed in English. "Guys, we're men and can't be controlled by this woman. We can tie her up and cut her to force her to hand out the antidote. What do you think of this idea? We will be dead if she refuses to give us the antidote when she gets to the land." Hearing his instigating words, some of the men looked tempted and stared at Chloe with menace in their eyes. "Our boss Ryle is loyal to Mr. Green, but we're not. We only want to live," the black man continued. "But when Mr. Green wakes up and finds out we hurt this woman, we'll die." "Ryle said we can't touch one hair of the woman," someone objected. "At this stage, we'll die soon. Who cares whose woman she is? Besides, she's a coward and will probably hand out the antidote before we cut her. What do you think? Do you have the guts to do it?" Suppressing the pain, the black guy suddenly stood up. The others looked tempted, but didn't dare to make a move yet because they knew Ryle would come back soon. Chloe glanced at the black guy and said, "I advise you not to do it." "What? Are you afraid?" "Batch, hand out the antidote if you're afraid." The black guy looked fierce. As a tall and big man, he felt ashamed that so many men were under the control of a tiny woman, so he tried to do something while Ryle was absent. "I can poison you easily. Do you think you can hurt me?" Chloe smiled. The black guy wasn't smart, judging by how he stood out now to make trouble for Chloe, and he didn't realize his mistake. "Woman, don't bluff. The boss is afraid of you and dares not to touch you, but I'm not. Hand over the antidote or I'll break your neck." Then he walked toward Chloe. "It's not wise of you to move close to me. It would be better to use a gun, right?" Chloe reminded him. "I don't need a gun to deal with you, a tiny ant." The black man looked confident, thinking it was a piece of cake to subdue her. The black guy moved closer to Chloe. Meanwhile, 2 silver needles suddenly appeared in her hand behind her back. These were weapons she had made to keep herself safe, and she hadn't expected they would be put into use so soon. Unfortunately, before the black guy could walk to her side, a gunshot sounded out. Then everyone was stupefied. "Boss!" The men saw Ryle standing not far behind Chloe with a pistol in his hand. The black guy had dropped to the ground with a big hole in his head. Seeing this sight, Chloe felt sick and almost threw up. Turning her head to one side, she held her chest and retched. "Are you okay?" Walking over, Ryle glanced at Chloe expressionlessly. Chloe shook her head but couldn't speak. "The rest of you guys listen up. If you dare to touch Miss Green, you'll end just like him." Pointing at the fallen black guy, Ryle said solemnly. Yes, he knew how important this woman was to their boss. "Boss, we didn't do it. It was him. He started it." "Okay, forget it and get onto the boat." Finally, Chloe followed the men onto the boat and watched as it drove away from the island. Chloe let out a deep breath in her heart. "I hope I won't see this damned place ever again," she murmured to herself. This place was heaven to Andrew, but was hell in her eyes. "Baby, Mom is taking you home to see your dad and sisters." Touching her belly, Chloe finally revealed the first satisfied smile in days. Meanwhile, Jack was on the transfer flight to Australia. President Dawson, these are the documents you asked for. Taking the thick pile of documents, Jack was surprised to find that there were so many islands around Australia. If he had to search it one by one, when could he finish? After a moment of consideration, he decided to contact Fiona again. Equipped with high-tech devices, Fiona could even make calls and have video chats on flights. The watches she and the professor wore were made by the professor and were communication devices with powerful functions. Before Jack could make the call, Fiona called him first. "Brother-in-law, where are you?" "I'm still on the flight." "Oh, I'm probably faster than you. I'll land in 1 hour." "I have the documents about the islands around Australia, but there are too many of them. I think it will take us lots of time to sort them through. Do you have a way to quicken the process?" "Oh, I have a way to do it. I don't need any documents. The moment I land, I'll go and meet an important person." "Who?" Jack was curious. "It's a secret." "Well, if we can finish the mission, don't thank me. You must thank Riker." Before she could finish, Riker grabbed over the watch and ended the video chat. "Damn it! Why didn't you let me finish the call?" Fiona looked innocent. "Are you a moron? Why did you tell your brother-in-law that?" "Don't worry. My brother-in-law won't laugh at you. After all, you are doing this just to save my sister." "Still, you can't tell him. Don't tell him, understand?" Riker was almost going crazy, wondering if Fiona had gone nuts to come up with such an idea. "We'll land in 1 hour, Psycho Riker. Do what you're good at. Haha." "I'm indeed good at something. Do you want to try it?" Riker suddenly leaned toward Fiona's face. She blushed instantly. "You are such a perv. Don't take advantage of me." Fiona pounded Riker with her fists. "I didn't even touch you. How can you call it taking advantage of you? Miss Fiona, do you have the persecutory delusional disorder?" Riker gave her a dirty look. "I don't have the persecutory delusional disorder, but I do have bipolar disorder. Do you want me to give you a beating?" Fiona laughed. "Okay, don't mess around. Dress up and do your task, okay?" "You seem eager to give out your own husband." Riker looked at her sulkily. "Haha, no, I'm just eager to see how that guy will react when he sees you." Riker looked at her speechlessly. This damned girl just did whatever came to her mind. 1 hour later, Fiona's private plane arrived in Sydney, Australia before Jack did. Due to her special identity, she pulled some strings and landed in a low-keyed way. Changing into fresh clothes, they drove to a commercial skyscraper. "Mr. Smith, this is my friend, Mr. Little Ross." Her subordinate standing behind them almost choked. It was weird to hear her call the arrogant and cool young Master Ross Little Ross. The white old man was stout and looked fierce with a mustache on his cheeks. His looks didn't match the suit he was wearing. "Miss Fiona's friend is very pretty." "Yes," he described Riker, a man with the word pretty. "Haha. I know Mr. Smith has a thing for our Oriental men. So, I brought a friend to keep you company." As she said it, Fiona cursed silently. "This damned guy. Just wait how I'll deal with you after it's done." "Miss Fiona, you're so kind. Do you want a favor from me?" The white guy with mustache gave them a creepy smile. "Yes, Mr. Smith. To be honest, my sister went missing lately, and according to our information, it seems she was kidnapped to an island near Australia. But you know, there are too many islands for me to check one by one. Even Australia is a big island." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that your sister is missing," the white old guy said cautiously. "I know you have all the information about the islands. Can you do us a favor and check the islands? It's hard for us to do it ourselves." "But I can't do it. They are secrets. Many islands have been sold to individuals, and I'm not allowed to reveal customers' information." The white old man refused firmly. Fiona gave him a cold smile. "That's why I came to you, Mr. Smith. I know your great abilities. Can you make an exception for me? I'm desperate to find my sister." Miss Fiona, you're making it difficult for me. I do want to help you, but I must do my job." The white old guy continued to give her the bureaucratic response. Not caring to say more, Fiona gestured at her subordinates. They immediately handed her a leather suitcase. Fiona placed the suitcase in front of the old guy and opened it. "This is $1 million US. Mr. Smith, when I find my sister, I'll give you another 2 million as a thank you. Seeing the money, the old guy had a new look in his eyes. Miss Fiona, I understand you're eager to find your sister, but I'm a government employee and can't do things against the law. At my age, I want to continue with my job until I retire. Little Ross, why don't you bring a cup of tea to Mr. Smith? Fiona coughed lightly. Me? Riker looked nonplussed and resentful, wondering why she wanted him to bring tea to this old guy. Fiona glanced at Riker, trying to pass him a look. Reluctantly, Riker stood up, poured a glass of warm water for the old guy, and placed it on the desk. As the white old guy reached out eagerly for the glass, he touched Riker's hand. Feeling sick, Riker almost took out a knife and stabbed the old guy. I'm very interested in your culture, especially the Tao of tea. Some local always give me gifts of top-quality pure tea leaves. I've heard that you like our country, Mr. Smith. Fiona forced out a smile. Yes, I especially like your people. Then he looked at Riker pointedly. Fiona's subordinates finally understood their boss's intention. It seems boss wants young Master Ross to seduce the gay foreigner with his good looks. How could young Master Ross agree to that? It's not his cool and reserved style. With our boss's temper, who dares to disobey her? It's weird. The boss always deals with people in a simple and violent way, killing or bombing them. How come she changed to a new method this time? It's said the old white guy's elder brother is a top figure in Australia. I guess the boss doesn't want to deal with the troubles following his death if she kills him. As the subordinates whispered to each other behind them, Riker clenched his fists to suppress his temper with a livid face. Fiona immediately walked over and threw an arm around his shoulders, whispering to him, Be patient, Psycho Riker. We need the old guy to help us find the information. Then, Fiona looked back at Smith, saying, Mr. Smith, I'm a straightforward person and always speak my mind. Why don't you take the money and my man and then give me the information? Thank you, Miss Fiona, but... Smith still played coy. Running out of patience, Fiona took Riker's hand and began to walk out. If that's the case, then never mind. Let's go. Hey, wait! Smith sounded frantic. Fiona paused her steps with a smug smile on her lips. Yes, Mr. Smith? Fiona turned her head and asked. I was thinking that you're after all recommended by my good friend. If I refuse to help you, it will reflect badly on me. Smith gave her some meaningless nonsense. So? Fiona raised her eyebrows. So I'll do as Miss Fiona said. I'll take the money and bring the guy with me. Soon I'll have the documents brought to you. But there's one thing. What thing? Fiona was not pleased that this damned old guy even had a condition. You can only read the documents here and can't take them out. After all, they are secret files, and if anyone gets their hands on them, I'll be dead, said Smith. Fiona knew the documents in Smith's hands contained the information on the secret fortunes of many rich people in the world. The rich people bought these islands at exorbitant prices, but they didn't want to catch unwanted attention. If the information was leaked out, many killers would find them and try to take their money or lives. I understand what you mean, Mr. Smith. I agree to your condition. Very good. I'll have the documents brought up here. Then, he put away the suitcase swiftly. Obviously, he loved money. When Smith was speaking on the phone, Fiona whispered to Riker, You must be careful. This guy is a perverted gay guy and probably will try to do some play with you. Hearing her words, Riker had the urge to strangle her. Fiona, you're really good. Riker was furious. Don't be afraid. I'll finish the documents very quickly and rescue you from this old fellow's home. You just take your time and play with him. Before he could reply, Fiona grabbed Riker's hand and walked to the old white man. Mr. Smith, then, I entrust my friend to you. Please entertain him well. Of course, I like friends from your country the best. The old guy looked very pleased. Good. My friend will entertain you well, too. Enjoy yourselves. Tossing the insinuating words at them, Fiona and her subordinates stood to one side and let them pass. At this moment, 2 female secretaries knocked on the door and then walked in with 2 big piles of documents. Mr. Smith, these are the documents you requested. Put them here. Yes, sir. Are all the documents I want here? You didn't miss anything? Fiona looked at the documents and asked. That's all. Don't worry. These documents contain information about all the islands around Australia. Good, thank you, Mr. Smith. Riker, come home with me. The old guy looked at Riker with lust in his eyes. Without a word, Riker walked out of the door, and the old guy followed him. After Riker was gone, one of Fiona's subordinates couldn't help asking, "Boss, did you really give young Master Ross to that old man?" "What else can I do? Shall I give you to him?" Fiona stared at him. No, I'm not as pretty as young Master Ross. Ha! Good. You know your limitations, Fiona said as she flipped through the documents quickly. But boss, will young Master Ross be in danger? Fiona's female subordinate asked worriedly. No, he won't. But I heard Smith is a perverted old psycho, and many students died in his home. Some just went missing. Despite the uproar of the parents, the cases all ended up unsolved because they involved people from 2 countries, and Smith has a huge force at his back. Don't worry, Riker isn't a university student, Fiona smiled. But Smith's house is heavily guarded, and he has many bodyguards. Young Master Ross is a good fighter, but he'd be helpless if he doesn't have weapons on him. What? You're worried about Riker's safety? Fiona slanted a glance at the woman. The woman blushed. No. I just feel that young Master Ross is good to you, and it's not right that you treat him like this. I've been with Riker for years and know him very well. You guys don't worry about him and help me with the documents. Sort through them and mark down any suspicious islands. Yes, boss. After Riker left with the old white guy, Fiona and her subordinates began reading through all the documents about the islands. Meanwhile, Chloe blackmailed the men to get aboard the boat with antidotes and left the island. On the boat, she didn't dare to fall asleep or eat food. She was even cautious when she used the washing room. After all, the men on the boat were not good law-abiding people. How long will it be before we reach the land? She asked Ryle. Soon. What's the name of the place we're heading? Chloe asked. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Tasmania. What, Tasmania? That means we're in Australia. Chloe was surprised. Good, you know a lot. Ryle glanced at her and said slowly, Australia wasn't a strange place for Chloe. She liked traveling and had studied many beautiful small towns all over the world. Tasmania was one of them. As a well-known town in Australia, it had a good location and beautiful sceneries. It was only 240 kilometers away from Victoria. Chloe had always thought she had been kidnapped to a distant island off Africa, but to her surprise and delight, she was in Australia, which meant she wasn't too far from home. Miss Green, sorry for my frankness, but I just don't understand why you dislike my boss. He's so good to you. Ryle hadn't met Chloe before, but he had heard about her a lot because she was the only woman Andrew had loved and longed for. What's your logic? Do you mean you must marry the girl who's good to you? Chloe chuckled. Love is the most unreasonable thing in the world. We can't explain it, but it must be reciprocal. Love itself is beautiful and miraculous, not a painful, forced relationship. As for your boss's obsession with me, I must say it stems from his unhappiness in his past, so he can't bear to see happiness in other people. Your boss can never be as good to me as my husband Jack. But don't you appreciate his persistence in love for so many years? So what then? Do you think I must marry him because of that? I don't love him. How can I live with him? But I heard you didn't love your ex-boyfriend either, but you still went out with him when you were in the university, Ryle said calmly. Well, you know a lot about me. She was surprised that Ryle knew about her ex-boyfriend Simon. It meant Andrew's subordinate had done a thorough investigation of her. What happened between me and Simon is quite simple. At that time, I had a misunderstanding with my husband and was separated from him for years. I felt I should live a normal life. Chloe didn't want to talk about this part of her life. Anyway, everything between her and Simon had ended. If no one brought it up, she wouldn't have even remembered him. It's not that Chloe was heartless, but that Simon left few traces in her life. He wasn't so deeply in love with Chloe as Jack, and he wasn't so noble as Justin, who loved Chloe for nothing in return. He wasn't as persistent in love with her as Andrew, so she had nothing to say about that guy. Okay, everyone says Miss Green has a high IQ. You're quite eloquent. Ryle smiled. Shut up. We're not friends. I don't have to chit-chat with you. Now that we're close to the land, give me money and a passport, Chloe demanded. I can give you money. You asked for 1,000, but I can even give you 10,000, said Ryle. Hearing his tone, Chloe knew there was a but, so she didn't reply. Sure enough, Ryle continued. But as for the passport, I really can't help you, not because I don't want to, but because I don't have your passport. How did I get here then? Chloe asked. You were still unconscious when you came. The boss pulled the strings and got you in. I guess he has a faked passport, but it's not in my hands. Without an ID, it will be quite troublesome for me, right? Chloe demanded. Indeed, Idaho checks were quite frequent here. A foreigner would be in trouble without any identifications. She'd not be able to travel in planes, trains, or leave the country. Ryle didn't speak. Chloe was clearly angry at herself for not thinking of this earlier. When we land, you give me half of the antidote, and I'll take you to my contacts to make an ID for you. No need, Chloe refused without hesitation. You don't trust me? Ryle chuckled. Of course not. You're Andrew's man. I don't want to return to that goddamn place. That said, Chloe walked to the stern and watched the turbulent waves disturbed by the engine with complicated feelings inside. She had to think about the problem of her ID. Fortunately, she knew English, or she'd not be able to survive in this place. The boat finally moved closer to the pier. Without anyone's help, Chloe was the first to leap onto the pier, looking like a tough woman. Miss Green, where's our antidote? Ryle extended out his hand. I'll take John with me. When I come to a place that I think is safe, I'll give your antidote to John. No, if you run, where do I get the antidote? One of them objected. I won't run since John will be with me. You don't trust him? Chloe asked. Ryle was silent as if he was considering Chloe's words. Boss, I won't disappoint you and will return with antidotes. I won't let the woman get away. With a gun in his hand, John promised. Boss, what do you think of the plan? Miss Green, now that you've left the island, the least you can do is giving part of the antidote to us, Ryle said. Mr. Ryle, don't bargain with me. Even though we're on land, I won't hesitate to die with you if you don't agree to my terms. Chloe was determined not to budge. Woman, how can you do this to us? One of them cursed her in English. You must listen to me since I have your antidote. Do you have the antidote or not? I hope you're not lying. When you left the island, you didn't take things with you, right? Where is the antidote? I just don't believe you, one young white guy asked. Hearing his words, everyone looked toward Chloe's bag, which was the only thing she had taken with her upon leaving the island. No one knew what was in it, because she had never opened it during the trip. She even brought it with her when she went to the washing room. Everyone was tempted. After all, if the antidote was in the bag, they could just grab it and take the antidote. Of course I have the antidote. I advise you not to have other ideas, or you'll take the consequences. Chloe glanced at Ryle mildly. I don't believe her. I think it's in the bag. No, we can't let her go. I want the antidote now. The young white guy lunged at her. Matthew, stop. Ryle didn't like Matthew's idea. During the time since he had met Chloe, he had found the woman was very smart and horribly attentive to details. She could easily outmaneuver these guys. So he didn't think she would do such an obvious thing as to put the antidote in her bag. But the white guy looked like a pot abuser on crack and didn't obey Ryle. He walked to Chloe and grabbed her bag from her shoulder rudely. To his surprise, Chloe didn't resist. When he opened the bag, he saw only some ordinary objects, such as a towel and a toothbrush. There was also a moderately sized wooden box. The antidote must be in here. Hearing the young white guy's words, the others perked up. I advise you not to touch my stuff, Chloe warned him with a dark expression. Despite Chloe's warning, the young white guy didn't stop. Pushing Chloe to one side, he grabbed the box and opened it eagerly. Ouch! Instantly, something bit on his finger. He immediately dropped the box. When they saw the little thing in the box, they paled in fear. Little baby, are you startled? Chloe squatted and picked up the small insect. It was a centipede as thick as a thumb. Its red body sent chills down their spines. Ah, boss, it hurts. The young guy dropped to the ground with a pale face and held his bitten finger, looking like he was in extreme pain. Ryle saw Matthew's whole arm had become dark. What bit him? Ryle looked at Chloe. Didn't you see it? It's a poisonous centipede. Chloe touched the centipede as the men retreated in fear. Boss, it hurts so much. Help me! Help me! The guy looked at Ryle and asked for help in despair, rolling on the ground. Miss Green. Ryle looked as if he wanted to ask Chloe for help. I can't help him. I told him not to touch my stuff, but he didn't listen, said Chloe. Give him the antidote for the poison. He didn't do it on purpose, said Ryle. Heh. He didn't do it on purpose? Besides, there's no antidote for centipede poison, so you guys must stay away from me. If my pet bites you by mistake, no one can save you. As she spoke, she brandished the centipede before Ryle, forcing him to retreat in fear. At this moment, the young white guy lying on the ground had foam around his mouth, dying. Someone moved forward to help him up, but Chloe warned coldly, You'd better not touch him. He's covered in poison. Go ahead and touch him if you want to die. Hearing her words, they all backed off, moving far from Matthew. Boss, what do we do? Someone asked Ryle. Looking at Matthew helplessly, Ryle took out his gun. Brother, I'll end your pain. With a bam, Ryle shot his head and red blood spilled out onto the ground. Why doesn't it bite you? Someone asked Chloe in English when he saw the deadly centipede lay in Chloe's palm like an obedient baby. Because it's my pet. You're a psycho. Ryle felt chilly inside as he looked at Chloe. I'm a psycho? Heh, thank you for your compliment. But I'm not 1/10 as psychotic as your boss, Andrew. I'm doing it to protect myself. What do you think of my proposal? If John goes with me, I'll give him the antidote. But if you continue the standoff with me, it's hard to say how long before the poison gets you. Chloe wasn't someone to be outmaneuvered by others, and she always surprised people at the critical moments. After the incident of the poisonous centipede, no one dared to get close to Chloe because they didn't know what other poisonous things she had. They were afraid she might pull a cobra out of her bag or something next. Fine, I agree. Finally, Ryle gave in again and agreed to Chloe's terms. Seeing Ryle give in, Chloe smiled. John. Yes, boss. Deliver Miss Green to a safe place and return with the antidotes. Yes, sir. Boss, will the woman run with the antidote? Still, many guys didn't trust Chloe. No, I trust Miss Green isn't a person who would kill more than 10 people without a good reason. You sound as if you know me well. Chloe smiled faintly. I'm sure the boss wouldn't love a sinister woman. But 2 of your guys died because of me, Chloe reminded him. On the island, Ryle had shot a guy who took things into his own hands, and just now, another guy tried to take the antidote from her by force, but got himself killed. They asked for it. It's not your fault, Miss Green, Ryle said mildly. It seemed Ryle was a man with good sense despite his solemn face and stiff ways. Good, then it's settled. Since Mr. Ryle trusts me, I won't disappoint you. I will give you the antidotes, but I must leave you guys first. I know. Money? Chloe extended her hand and asked for money from a man for the first time in her life, and this man was a man she had met not long ago. Ryle slowly took out his wallet from his pocket and pulled out a thick wad of US dollars. It's about 5,000, enough for you to live here for a few days. I know. Chloe took the money without a fuss. I can't give you the passport. If you want, I can help you get an ID. It's not necessary. But Miss Green, I must warn you. Go ahead. Putting the money into her bag, Chloe looked up at Ryle. It's Australia here, but it doesn't mean it's safe. You know, some people don't like your people. You're a fragile woman, so you must not go out after 6 p.m. The local people are nice, but you might be kidnapped by gangs. Be careful. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Ryle. I'll remember it. Chloe smiled. John, go with Miss Green, Ryle ordered. Yes, boss. Then let's part ways. I hope I'll never see you again, Mr. Ryle. That said, Chloe turned and left as the guy named John followed her closely. Looking at Chloe's back, Ryle's eyes became unreadable. Boss, shall we have someone follow them? No, Miss Green is very smart. If she finds that our people are following her, we'll achieve the opposite effects. Don't do things rashly before we get the antidotes. Oh, then we'll just let her leave? Of course not. After we get the antidote, I'll send some new guys to catch her. If she gets away, I can't explain it to the boss when he wakes up. Ryle originally had planned to deliver the medicine to Andrew and meet him. He had not expected such a turn of events with his boss still unconscious on the deserted island. When he wakes up and finds Chloe had gone missing, he'd get into a fury and probably kill them all. After walking for a while, Chloe felt tired and turned to look at John, asking, "Are you hungry?" "Huh?" John looked dumbfounded. "I asked if you're hungry," Chloe repeated. "Oh, I'm okay." John didn't know how to answer her question. "But I'm hungry. Take me to a diner and grab us a bite, okay?" "Okay. Do you want to eat at a restaurant?" John asked. "No, I don't want to catch attention. Just find a fast food shop and buy a hamburger." "No problem." They rode in a bus for a long while and got off. Entering a fast food restaurant, they sat down. "You may go and buy food. I want a hamburger, Coke, and fried chicken. Then buy something for yourself." Chloe handed a $100 bill to John. "Take the change and go back by cab." "Miss Green, how about our antidote?" "Don't worry, I'll give it to you after eating." "Okay." Taking the money, John got up and went to the queue to buy food. Since John was a white guy, Chloe's appearance in the restaurant didn't catch much attention. Only a few people glanced at the Oriental woman. While John was waiting in the line to get food, Chloe carefully took out a small vial from her sleeve. She got a bottle in the restaurant and diluted the water in the small vial with a big bottle of clear water. John looked back at her and was relieved when he saw Chloe was diluting the antidote. Aware that John was watching her, Chloe smiled and didn't speak. In fact, the content in the small vial was also water, and she just diluted it to make John think it was the antidote. The truth was that those guys who got the Soul Eater grass poison were not in critical danger. The symptoms would be gone in 1 week after the consumption of large amounts of water. But Chloe wouldn't tell them that, and they would never guess it. Chloe's style of doing things was quite similar to Fiona's, because they all had the guts to make an attempt, even though they were not certain of the results. Plus the ability to remain super calm before the crisis, most of the people would choose to believe them. Fiona could even fool Legend, which showed how strong her mentality was. John came back with food and placed the platter on the table. Chloe picked up the hamburger and Coke and began to eat without saying a word. "Miss Green." "Yes?" Why doesn't the centipede bite you?" John had been wondering about it all the way here. "Because it likes me." "Miss Huo, don't lie to me. I don't buy it." "Don't dwell on why it doesn't bite me. I have my ways, but if you dare to mess with me, I'll let it bite you. You've seen what happened to Matthew, right?" "No, I don't want to mess with you. I just want to go back safely with the antidote." "Here it is." Chloe pushed the water bottle to John. "How do we take it? Any instructions?" "Each of you drink a mouthful. Then, in the following week, drink 20 glasses of water and do 100 push-ups each day." We have to do push-ups to remove the toxin?" John looked surprised. "Yeah, exercises will help your body filter out the toxin faster." "Oh, I see. Thank you, Miss Green." John put away the bottle of water cautiously, afraid to lose it on his way back. Chloe had the urge to laugh. In fact, the guys were fine now. After all, she didn't put lots of toxin in the water, but the guys were frightened when they saw the symptoms on their skin. Drinking 20 glasses of water each day would indeed help them remove the toxin from their bodies faster, but 100 push-ups were just a joke on them. After all, Chloe had no sympathy for Andrew's men. "Miss Green, I'll leave then. What do you plan to do here? You're a woman from another country without a passport. Without an ID, it's hard to live here even if you have money. The cops here in Australia are very tough," John reminded Chloe. "I'll be fine. I can manage," Chloe said as she ate the hamburger. "Okay, good luck." After the meal, John left from the front door with the antidote, while Chloe disappeared into a small alley. When John returned, he saw everyone was waiting for him. "Where's the antidote?" Ryle asked. "Here it is, boss." "Where's Miss Green?" "She was still eating in the hamburger shop when I left." "Did you check the antidote? Are you sure it's real?" Ryle asked. "I think so. I saw Miss Green take out a small vial of medicine and mix it with water." "Did she tell you how to take it?" Ryle lifted the bottle of water and examined it. "Yes. She said we each take a drink of it, and then in the next week we must drink 20 glasses of water each day. Oh, we must do 100 push-ups each day too." Miss Green said the exercise will remove the toxin faster. Okay. Ryle opened the lid and took a big mouthful before handing the bottle to his men. This trip of provision deliverance cost them a lot, since this group of men was played by a young woman. Meanwhile, in a suburban villa in Sydney, Smith brought Riker back to his house and led him directly to his bedroom. "Riker, do you want to take a shower first?" the white old man asked suggestively. "You go ahead and take a shower, Mr. Smith. I'll wait here for you." "Okay, little baby, I'll come out soon." Before he entered the bathroom, he gave Riker a creepy look. Riker snorted. When he entered the house, the bodyguards at the gate had searched him with high-tech scanning devices because no weapons were allowed in the house. Knowing the rules of the house, Fiona hadn't let him bring his pistol and dagger. In less than 20 minutes, the old guy walked out of the bathroom, eagerly dressed in a loose white bathrobe with a black whip in his hand. There were some dark red stains on the whip, looking like dried blood. "Let's start from the basics, okay?" Smith asked with a smile. "Okay, I'm fine with it." Riker was calm. "Baby, take off your clothes and put on this." The old guy took out a leather dog leash with a heavy chain from a cupboard. Riker lowered his head and picked up the iron chain slowly, weighing it in his hand. "Take off your clothes," the old guy looked down at him and ordered. Riker sat on the sofa and didn't move. Losing patience, the old guy lashed the whip at Riker. Riker caught the whip with a tight grip. "You dare to disobey me?" the old guy asked. "Why should I obey you, an old pervert?" Riker asked in fluent English. "If you're obedient to me, I'll let you go after our play. If you don't obey me, I'll make you die a gruesome death. I can tell you I damaged quite a few Oriental men just like you each month, including students, models, and actors." The old guy smiled sinisterly. "Oh? Come on and try it on me." Riker's tone was still mild. "Fellow, it seems you want to take it the hard way. I'm not a patient man." Smith walked toward Riker. "Well, what a coincidence. I'm not a patient man either." Riker stood up slowly. The old guy lunged at him, but before he could touch Riker's collar, Riker caught his neck with a tight grip. What do you think you are doing?" "You can't see it?" Riker glanced at the old guy's face coldly. "I'm going to call in my bodyguards." Before he could finish his words, Riker put the dog leash, which he had been playing with, around the old guy's neck and then pulled hard. "Ah, ahem." Smith wanted to yell for help but couldn't get the sound out. "I won't kill you, I'll just hang you here," said Riker. He dragged Smith's big body into the wardrobe and pulled him up by grabbing the chain, hanging him on the rod. He couldn't die but felt extremely painful and couldn't make a sound. Instead of leaving, Riker dragged a chair over and sat in front of him. Then he took out a cell phone and began playing small games to kill the time. Smith had never expected he'd encounter such a terrifying and cold man after damaging so many Oriental boys. Riker dealt with him with neat movements without giving him any time to yell for help. Hearing no struggle in the room, the bodyguards outside the door didn't know anything unusual was going on. Smith looked like he was suffering. Meanwhile, Riker played the mobile card game Fight the Landlord calmly. 15 minutes later, someone sneaked into the room from the window. Young Master Ross. Fiona's female subordinate was a very slippery assassin. "Where's she?" "The boss is not here. She told me to come and help you out of here. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Let's go." "Should we kill him?" She seemed to hate this old guy very much after watching him flirt with Riker. "No. If we kill him, it will bring us lots of trouble." "Are we leaving just like this? Won't he die hanging here?" Not understanding Riker's plan, she looked a bit worried. "No, he won't. In half an hour, his bodyguards will come in and check up on him when they hear no sounds in here." "Okay, then let's go." Before he left, Riker walked to stand before Smith and said slowly, "In a while, your men will come in and help you down. But you must be smart, and don't come looking for trouble with us, or I'll raze your house to the ground. It's not an empty threat. I think you know how many bombs Fiona has, right?" Smith couldn't speak, but his eyes showed his fear. Then, Riker and Fiona's subordinate left Smith's house. "Where can we find her?" "The boss said you're tired. At her order, I made a reservation in a restaurant for you to have a good lunch." "What's she doing now?" Riker asked. "From the documents, the boss found 5 suspicious islands and has flown to them in a helicopter," Well, she's so impatient. Couldn't she wait for me? Riker was not pleased. The boss said you, are tired after doing the mission. She asked you to wait for her in Sydney. The boss left me here to protect you. I'll bring you to lunch first, young Master Ross, said the female subordinate. No, I'm not hungry. Do you want me to book a hotel for you to rest? No, I'll walk around by myself. You can go now. No, the boss ordered me to protect you. She was stubborn. You protect me? Was Fiona drunk? Riker was piqued. Fiona must be crazy to leave a female subordinate to tag along with him. Not far from them, a man wearing sunglasses sat in a black Toyota and watched them quietly. Shall we act now? The man wearing sunglasses picked up his cell phone and asked the person on the other end of the line. No, just watch them. Yes, boss. In Tasmania, Chloe settled down in an inconspicuous motel with the $5,000 that Ryle gave to her. Then, she went out and found a phone booth several streets from the motel to make a call. As she dialed Jack's familiar number, Chloe inhaled deeply and felt quite nervous. She'd soon hear Mr. Dawson's voice. He'd be ecstatic when he learns that she had escaped. After she finished dialing, there was a pause of 3 seconds before an automated voice said, "Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is powered off." Huh? Chloe was surprised because Jack rarely turned off his cell phone. Usually he kept it on 24/7. Did something happen to him? Did Jack think she was dead after she disappeared? No, they had 2 daughters back home. Uneasily, she dialed the number of their home, South Hill Manor. After about a dozen seconds, someone answered the call. Hello? Avery? Chloe recognized it was Avery's voice. Sister? Sister-in-law? Avery asked in disbelief. It's me. Chloe was a bit emotional. My goodness, how did you call me? Where are you? Do you know we almost went crazy searching for you? Avery tried to suppress her elation. I know. Is everyone okay at home? Chloe asked. Yeah, everyone is good. They are waiting for your safe return. Where's my husband? I called him, but his cell phone is powered off. Is he home or in the company? How can my brother go to work at such a time? After you were gone, he went into a coma due to the shock he received and stayed in the Army hospital for a long time. He woke up after surgery only a couple of days ago. Then he received some information about your whereabouts and left on a night flight. I guess he's now still in the air, which is why you couldn't get through to him. I see. Where is he going? Chloe asked cautiously. He said he was going to Australia. He really said he's going to Australia? Chloe was excited. It seemed Jack was very close to her. If she could leave here and contact Jack, they would meet in Sydney. Yes, he said you might be in Australia. Okay, I got it. When your brother turns on his cell phone, you can call him and tell him I'm also in Australia. You're also in Australia? My goodness, that's great. Where are you? Avery asked. Chloe was about to say her location when she heard some tiny noises on the line. She wondered if the phone in their home was bugged. Daring not to continue, she just said in a hurry, He will understand. I'll go and find him. I'll call him later. Okay, sis-in-law, you must take care. I will. Sis-in-law, is the baby okay? Yeah, the baby is fine. That's awesome! Avery was exhilarated. Avery, how about Pudding and Little Bean? Don't worry, they are fine, said Avery. Good, that's good. Do you want to talk to them? Not now. I'll talk to them when I'm home. Don't make the kids worry for me. Then Chloe hung up immediately. She checked the time and found she had been on the phone for more than 30 seconds. Uneasily, she left the telephone booth. It was almost dark. She had eaten a lot for lunch, but now she felt hungry again, probably because of her pregnancy. Chloe decided to buy some food at a convenience store and brought it back to the motel. When she turned into an alley, she felt someone was following her. Chloe glanced at the sky and found that it had darkened. The streets in the evening here were not as lively as those in the country, since there were no night markets full of crowds. Even Sydney was like this, not to mention a small town like Tasmania. She had heard from the news that it wasn't safe to walk around after dark in a foreign country, especially not in a zone full of unfamiliar residents. Chloe was a stranger to the town and didn't know which streets were safe. After ending the call, she had walked into a small alley. Now she berated herself for not choosing the main road, or a street with more people. But she couldn't retrace her steps now and had to quicken her steps. She walked swiftly, almost jogging. But she felt the person behind her also quickened steps, and the heavy footsteps told her that the follower was a guy. Not daring to look back, she began to run. Still, the follower grabbed her hair and pushed her against the wall. Chloe turned her head and paled when she saw the guy was a man of about 6 feet 2 inches. She couldn't see his age, but his eyes looked hungry like a predator. "Woman, you can't run away from me now," the guy said viciously in English. "Who sent you?" Chloe looked at him and asked, "Huh?" He looked puzzled at the question. "Did Ryle send you, or someone else?" Chloe asked again. "Who's Ryle? I don't know him." The guy didn't look he was lying. Chloe suddenly realized that he was just a thug from the streets. Thinking quickly, she took out a few bills. "If you want money, here you go. That's all I have." "I don't want it." Hearing his words, Chloe was struck by a sudden surge of fear. Hungrily, the man looked her up and down, asking, "Are you Korean?" Chloe didn't speak. "Japanese?" Chloe remained silent. "Chinese? Are you from Singapore, Hong Kong, or Taiwan?" He seemed curious as to where Chloe came from. Not knowing his intention of the questions, she didn't answer. "Forget it. If you don't speak, I'll do it now. Do you know how much I love Korean girl groups? Their figures are so tempting. I wonder how you Asians look so cute. You're God's perfect masterpieces. It seems that I finally get a chance to enjoy myself now. Please don't hurt me. Tell me what you want." Chloe begged this guy to let her go. "You want me to let you go?" "No. It's not every day that I can get someone like you. How can I let you go? After I'm done with you, I'll bring you back to my pals because they also like Asian women. You're as cute as a doll." The guy licked his lips as if he was about to taste her. "Don't do this to me. I'm 3 months pregnant. I have a baby in my belly. Don't hurt us." Chloe thought any person with the least conscience wouldn't hurt a pregnant woman, right? But she was mistaken. Hearing that she was pregnant, the guy looked excited. "Oh my goodness. I've never tried pregnant women before. I'm sure it will be a thrilling experience." Hearing that she was pregnant, the guy looked excited. "Oh my goodness. I've never tried pregnant women before. I'm sure it will be a thrilling experience." Hearing the man's words, Chloe's face turned cold. Some people were just heartless. She had told him that she was pregnant, and he still wanted to harm her. "Since you're conscienceless, I don't think I'll show any mercy on you," said Chloe coldly. Seeing the small bird in his control get angry, the guy was surprised and then smirked. "Ha ha, this is interesting. I'll see how you can escape from me. If you yell for help, no one will come and rescue you because this is our territory. Understand, ignorant woman?" He thought the woman would fall into despair and get frightened by his words and obey him. However, Chloe smiled, and the smile looked chilly in the dark night. "What are you smiling about? Don't you know what you're facing?" the guy asked her. "Of course I know it. I even know what you're facing." Then, the guy felt a sting on his wrist and subconsciously loosened his grip. Chloe took this opportunity to duck out from under his arm and ran to the side. The guy took some steps toward her, but found his feet were not in his control. "What? What did you do to me?" He was angry. "I told you that between us, you're the stupid one who doesn't know what he's facing." Chloe had a poisonous needle at her cuff. She had soaked the needle with poisonous grass, and it was put into use today. She sent a silent thank you to the poisonous grass and her precious poisonous centipede from the island. Ryle and John had been curious why the centipede didn't bite Chloe. It was because an herbal scent on Chloe would clam down the centipede and make it obedient. In this world, there was no absolute creature that feared nothing. Knowing centipedes feared a certain herb, Chloe had found the herb and used its juice to wash her body and face. The black guy found his arms and feet had turned numb, and crimson dots began to appear on his arms. "What did you do to me?" "You can just wait for your death." Chloe thought the guy deserved to die since he was so heartless as to use force on a fragile woman. "When I yell, all my pals will come and surround you. They will eat you alive." The guy was furious. "I only know that I won't give you the chance. Go, baby." Chloe released the small centipede, which moved very fast. Before the guy could yell, it bit his ankle. "Ah!" He felt another sting.
The new poison combined with the previous toxin in his body and made the black guy drop to the ground with spasm.
You asked for it. Chloe glanced at him coldly and left. She knew this guy would die. Including Matthew, he was the second guy she had killed. If it was in the past, she'd feel guilty and uneasy. After all, she was a doctor with the duty to save people instead of killing people, so it was hard not to feel guilty. But now, she felt differently. In her heart, she had only one thought, and that was to take out anyone who would try to stop her from going home, no matter who that person would be. In a hotel suite in a country in the Middle East. Master Legend, as we monitored the calls in Miss Green's home, we heard that she had escaped from Andrew. She said she is now in Australia. Oh? Legend raised his eyebrows in surprise. That woman escaped? Legend asked. I think so. There's still no sight of Andrew? Yes, he hasn't appeared. Haha, this is interesting. But Master, when we catch that woman, she'll tell us where Andrew is. Yes, now go and do the data analysis. Find the location from where she made the call. Yes, Master, I'll do it now. Yeah, the phone in Chloe's home was bugged. Legend was a formidable enemy and could find out Chloe's specific location by analyzing the data they had. It was very dangerous. In the motel, Chloe tossed and turned, not able to sleep. Whenever she thought that she would go home soon, she got excited. But she knew her way back home was full of obstacles. When she left the island, she had thought of using Riles or another guy's cell phone to call Jack, but she didn't because she didn't trust them and didn't want to leave Mr. Dawson's number in their phones. She knew Andrew's style of doing things. He must have done something to his subordinates' cell phones. If she called Mr. Dawson with their phones, it would put both herself and Mr. Dawson into danger. When she was on the phone talking to Avery, she had been elated to hear Avery's voice. But when Avery asked her the detailed address, Chloe hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't trust Avery, but that she was afraid the phone of South Hill Manor had been bugged. Only Mr. Dawson's cell phone had the anti-bug software, so she decided to only call Jack next time. Thinking of Mr. Dawson, her eyes turned soft. She placed her hand on her belly and murmured, "Baby, Dad will come and take us home. Be a good boy and listen to Mom." Chloe knew Jack would immediately come and find her when he turned on his cell phone and heard Avery's voice message. As she thought, she finally sank into a fitful sleep. At 2:00 in the morning, footsteps woke her up. She got up quietly. She had slept in her clothes just in case of emergencies. Getting up immediately, she hid behind the door. Soon, she heard the footsteps of walking upstairs. "Madam, are you in here?" "Who is it?" Chloe asked warily. "I'm the receptionist on the first floor. Some guys are here looking for a woman with the surname Green. They said her family is here to take her home." "Family?" Chloe was surprised. "Yes, they came in good cars. Your family looks rich." Chloe glanced at the window of the room. The room was on the 3rd floor, and it was impossible for her, a pregnant woman, to jump out of the window. She had to go out and see who these guys were. Hiding the poisonous needles and the centipede, she opened the door and walked down cautiously. She knew she could use these weapons to deal with one guy, but it was impossible when she faced about 20 guys with guns. At this thought, Chloe calmed down and considered the situation carefully before going downstairs. Sure enough, many tall guys dressed in suits stood on the 1st floor, and she saw no one familiar. They were definitely not the guys under Ryle. "Madam, you're indeed here," the leader, a foreign man, said to Chloe with a smile. "Who are you?" "I'm Kevin. Mr. Dawson sent me to take you home." "Mr. Dawson?" Chloe narrowed her eyes and asked suspiciously. "Yeah, your husband. President Dawson, Mr. Jack Dawson." "How did he know that I'm here?" Chloe remembered clearly that she hadn't told Avery her detailed address, not to mention Jack. "I can explain, madam. Didn't you call home? Miss Dawson answered it, and then contacted Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson had us find out your position according to the conversation you had with Miss Dawson. We found the telephone booth you used and knew you'd not be far, so we asked about you in the nearby hotels and motels." "I see. Then why didn't my husband call me?" Chloe asked. "His situation is a bit tricky since someone is following him, and it's not convenient for him to come. To ensure your safety, He arranged for us to take you to a safe place to meet him."
"Oh, I see." Chloe still looked hesitant.
"Madam, if you don't believe me, I have a recording of our conversation with Mr. Dawson. You can listen to it." The man named Kevin took out his cell phone and walked to stand before Chloe. He pulled out a number in his recent calls, and sure enough, it was Jack's cell phone number. Then, Kevin played the audio clip. Chloe came closer and listened. "You guys go get her. We'll meet later." It was a simple sentence, but the voice indeed was Jack's. "Can I give him a call right now?" Chloe looked at Kevin and asked. He looked surprised at Chloe's request. "But President Dawson is now on a plane again and has turned off his cell phone. Maybe you can call him when he lands?" "Okay," Chloe nodded. "But you can't stay here. Madam, you must go with us because Andrew's men are looking for you. This place isn't safe." Okay. Then come and get in the car." "Where are we going? Did my husband tell you where we'll meet?" "We're waiting for further instructions from President Dawson. We must take you to a safe place to protect you for the time being." Kevin smiled to show his friendliness. Looking at Kevin and the dozen or so black-clothed, brawny foreign men, Chloe nodded and decided not to ask more questions. Kevin opened the door of the black Bentley for Chloe. After she got into the car, Kevin showed a smug smile. After the car drove for about 10 minutes, Chloe found they were leaving this town. She got uneasy instantly. When they were passing a supermarket, Chloe suddenly held her belly with a painful expression on her face. "It hurts. My belly hurts so much." "What's wrong, madam?" "I feel like I'm about to have a miscarriage." "Miscarriage? Are you pregnant?" Kevin looked very surprised. "Yeah. Didn't my husband tell you that?" "President Dawson didn't have the time to tell us the details," Kevin explained. "It hurts so much. Can you drive me to a hospital?" "The hospitals in this place are not well equipped. I'll take you to our place where we have private doctors and good medical devices." Kevin seemed reluctant to let Chloe out of the car in the middle of their journey. "Then find me a washroom first. My belly hurts very much, and I need to go to the washroom. I can't do it in the car, right?" Chloe frowned. After a moment of consideration, Kevin glanced at the chauffeur. "Pull up the car. We'll walk madam to the washroom," Kevin ordered. The car pulled up slowly near the front door of the superstore. "I can go in alone. You don't have to trouble yourselves and go in with me," said Chloe. "No, we must protect you as President Dawson told us." Kevin got out of the car after Chloe with 4 of his men. Seeing these guys insisted on following her to the washing room, Chloe was convinced of her suspicions. She was surprised that these guys could even get Jack's voice recording. They must have gotten a voice recording of Jack when he talked in a meeting and edited it. There were professionals behind these guys, otherwise the plan wouldn't be so impeccable. But the biggest loophole was that they didn't dare to let Chloe talk to Jack on the phone. Having known Jack for years, Chloe knew him well. He'd have called Chloe even if he was in a hurry to catch a flight. So Chloe was trying to delay the confrontation when she agreed to go with them. In the motel, if she refused to go with them, they would start acting rough with her and might hurt the baby. Chloe walked slowly and looked around her carefully, trying to find a chance to escape. The guys followed her closely, afraid that she'd run. Chloe had to fight the battle by herself in this remote town in Australia. She didn't dare to trust anyone unless she could see Jack in person. She didn't believe anyone who claimed to come to pick her up or help her. When she was little, she used to hear the old people say that there were 2 things in the world you couldn't look at directly, and they were the sun and the human heart. After seeing so many evil people, she didn't dare to trust anyone blindly. Finally, she came to the door of the washing room. Fortunately, it was a supermarket open for 24 hours. There were many people in the store at this hour, which gave Chloe a glimmer of hope to escape. "Okay, madam, you go in there and we'll wait here to guard you." Kevin and his men stood at the entrance. "Okay." Chloe nodded and walked in slowly. Entering the door, she didn't walk further. Instead, she put her ear on the wall to hear their conversation. Sure enough, one of Kevin's men couldn't remain silent. "Mr. Kevin, are you sure we're not making a mistake? I think we shouldn't have allowed her to enter the washroom. We should take her away directly." "It'll be fine. This is the only exit and there are no windows in there. Where can she go?
Besides, if we went tough on her, she would yell and cause us trouble. Don't you remember what Master told us? Yes. Mr. Kevin, it's your call. The others didn't dare to voice objections anymore. Chloe heard every word of their conversation. She was puzzled over the key figure they mentioned. Master? Who was this master? It wasn't Andrew's subordinates called him. They always called him boss. Who else would want to catch her? Then she walked further into the washroom calmly. She had chosen to go into a washing room in a supermarket because there were lots of people here and no one would notice her. Miss Green, are you okay? As she didn't come out after a long while, Kevin became impatient and called out to the women's washroom. I'm fine. I have the runs and need some more time, Chloe answered in fluent English. Standing in the innermost booth, she raked her brain for an idea to escape them. If she couldn't find a way to get away and return to the car with them, she'd never had another opportunity to escape. Suddenly, an idea dawned on her. Remember how Liam took her twin daughters? Although Liam wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, his plan was actually quite well planned out. With this thought in mind, Chloe began wondering when the janitor would come in. Just then, a female janitor wearing a mask walked in, carrying a bucket and a mop. Hello, Auntie. Could I ask you for a favor? Chloe walked over. What do you need, ma'am? There is a group of bad people out there. They want to take my kids so they can ask my husband for ransom money. I'm currently 3 months pregnant, and I have to get out of here now and lose them. So, can you please lend me your clothes and your things? But this is my job. I don't know if I can... The auntie looked unwilling. Chloe took out a couple of American bills from her purse and passed them over. Please help me. I'm pregnant. I don't want my child to land in their hands. The auntie's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. Everyone knew how powerful American bills were. Even if she couldn't spend them, she could exchange them at the bank. Unable to refuse the temptation of money, she nodded in agreement, accepting to exchange clothes with Chloe. 2 minutes later, the unkempt janitor walked out of the washroom with water stains on her clothes. She carried a bucket and a mop, slow in her strides. When she came out, Kevin and his men backed away from her subconsciously, their faces colored with disgust. She was the janitor for the washrooms, after all. It wasn't exactly a respectable career to snobs like these guys. Of course, that was the effect Chloe was going for. Back then, it was this exact tactic that allowed Liam to grab the twins from the washroom without notice. So, at this moment, Chloe really wanted to thank Liam for giving her this escape plan at such a critical time. Chloe left through the back door of the mall, not wanting to catch the attention of the people waiting at the front. About 5 minutes after her departure, Kevin looked at his watch, growing impatient. Their designated plan wasn't going to wait for long. After all, with Legend's status as a terrorist, they had to be careful in every single country. Miss, are you done? It's been a while, Kevin yelled. This time there was no reply. Mrs. Dawson, are you done? Please reply, Kevin asked again. Boss, something not right. One of Kevin's minions furrowed his brows. You, go in and check. Check every single stall and bring her back here. Kevin was beyond annoyed. He was done being nice. Of course, when the minion entered the washroom, he found nothing. After a detailed search of the female washroom, he discovered the shivering janitor hiding in the storage room. She was wearing Chloe's clothes, but she didn't have Chloe's face. So one of Kevin's minions pulled her up by her collars, dragging her to Kevin. Boss, that woman's gone. Only this woman is left. Where is she? Kevin directly clamped his hand on the woman's neck. I don't know. I don't know anything. The auntie shook her head in fear. Then why are you dressed in her clothes? Kevin questioned viciously. She said that there were bad people after her, and that she's pregnant. So I gave her my clothes. Damn it, boss, that janitor we saw was Miss Green. What do we do now? Kevin's men panicked. How could they lose such a sure thing? If Legend found out, they'd probably lose their heads. Now you're asking me? Chase her down, a bunch of idiots. The news of Chloe's escape enraged Kevin. He was about to open fire on everyone. If they failed Legend, he really didn't know what would happen to them. He cursed at himself for not hog-tying the woman up back at the motel. He should have tied her up and stuffed her into the car, simple and direct. He couldn't believe that such a young and quiet woman could be so cunning. He thought back to Legend's orders, telling him to grab her without the use of brute force, that he needed to be gentle, and that he needed to coax. She seemed quite important to Legend. After weighing his options, Kevin had decided to go easy on Chloe, but much to his surprise, she managed to escape from right under his nose. With Kevin's orders, his minions all scattered to search for Chloe. Because there weren't many Asian faces in the small town, finding the woman shouldn't be too difficult. After Chloe left the mall, she dove straight into crowds. It was early in the morning, however, and crowds were hard to come by. Australians had a very different way of life. They weren't into busy night markets and nightlives. She dodged left and right, learning from her past mistake of walking in small alleyways. Luckily, she ran into a town bus that was sent by companies to accommodate overnight employees. As she got on the bus, she pulled out a large American bill and handed it to the driver, making the latter's jaws drop. Before the driver could give her a response, a kind beauty stepped in and put in some coins for Chloe. "You're a tourist, aren't you?" she asked. Yes. I'm new here. I don't really understand. Thank you." Chloe thanked the young girl over and over again. "No problem. Don't worry too much. Everything will get better. God will protect you, girl." "Okay." The young girl was probably a Christian since she referred to God, but she was also genuinely kind. So, as thanks, Chloe gave the young girl a large stash of American dollars, but the girl wouldn't accept it no matter what. The bus began to move. Chloe, having a smaller frame, was nicely hidden amongst the tall and broad Australians. The sky was getting light. She had been running since the wee hours of the previous morning, and yet she was still in the small town. She didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. She didn't even know where the bus was heading. The bus was far gone by the time Kevin's men arrived. They searched and searched the premises, but couldn't find even a trace of Chloe. Kevin clenched his fist in rage. "You guys keep looking. We have to find her, otherwise we're all dead." "Yes, sir." With that, Kevin's minions spread out once more. Inside a motel. "How's it going? Did you find anything?" Ryle asked. "I learned that Miss Green entered a motel in the ghetto. She also killed a man who tried to assault her." "Where is she now? Still in the motel?" "No, someone took her." "Who took her away?" "Not sure of their identities yet." "Shit. Go, all of you. Find a way to stop those people. We can't let Miss Green leave Tasmania, because our boss is waking up soon." "Even if boss is awake, there's nobody on the island. He's still chained up. Should we send some people to help him?" "John, come here." Ryle gestured at John. "Boss, what do you need?" "Bring a couple of guys with you and return to the island on the speedboat. Release the boss once he wakes up." "But we don't have keys. Miss Green didn't give us keys." "Are you stupid? You can open the lock with your gun," John yelled at another man. "Oh, that'll work?" The man scratched his head. "Boss, should we go now?" "Yes," Ryle nodded. "How do we know if the boss is himself? What if his second personality is still there? If his second personality is still there, won't he kill us all?" John was one of the smarter ones out of Ryle's men. He was more thorough with his considerations. "That's impossible. I've already fed him the appropriate medicine. His second personality won't appear." "All right, then. We'll go over there now." "All right. The boss will probably leave the island with you guys to search for Miss Green." "Got it." After he finished delegating tasks, Ryle followed his minions in their search for Chloe. After Chloe got off the bus, she searched around for a place to stay. Her previous experience with the motel in the ghetto made her wary of small hotels. Chloe began to consider staying on a bus or subway station. Maybe she could spend the night there? After some pondering, however, Chloe wondered if a bus or subway station was even less safe than a small hotel. Soon after, she was pleasantly surprised by the discovery of a 24-hours convenience store. What surprised her the most, however, was the letters in the store name. The owner was probably from her country, too. Without much thought, Chloe went inside. "What are you looking for?" The female store owner had in her hand a calculator and was currently balancing her accounts. I'm hungry. Can I have a cup of noodles? Do you have hot water?" Sure." Chloe's request took the store owner by surprise. Why would anyone ask for noodles at a time like this? Are you a tourist? The store owner asked Chloe in her mother tongue. Yes, Chloe nodded. Then why are you out there walking? Don't you know that it's very dangerous at night? I've run into a little bit of trouble. I had to, Chloe explained vaguely. Oh, I see. Sure, I'll make you a cup of noodles. The owner was quite friendly. She immediately felt pity for the poor girl. Auntie, I have a foreign boyfriend, but he's a psycho. He's beat me many times before, but I'm pregnant now, and I was too afraid of another beating, so I ran out. He and his friends are looking for me everywhere. Can you please help me? Chloe was running out of options. She had to give it a shot. There had to be at least one good person, right? She was especially hopeful since the store owner was from same country. They were from the same place, so the chance of the latter pitying her was higher. Right? Sure enough, hearing Chloe's words, the store owner looked shocked. You're not a tourist? No, I'm not. I followed my boyfriend to this place, but he turned into a completely different person. He beats me up whenever he likes. I regret coming here. I want to go home. Chloe explained with tears in her eyes. Don't cry, honey. Why don't you come in first? Auntie, could you please close your store? I'm afraid that they'll cause trouble for you if they come in later. I'll reimburse you for any money you lose. Chloe looked out the window anxiously, afraid that she was being followed. Oh, no problem. I'll close the doors now. You don't need to pay me anything. The auntie seemed to have trusted Chloe fully. She immediately shut off the lights and locked the doors. Chloe finally calmed down. Follow me into the room. Did you say you were pregnant? The auntie looked slightly unconvinced. Yes. If you don't believe me, give me a pregnancy test. I can prove it to you, Chloe explained. No, honey, that's not what I mean. What I wanted to say was, if you're really pregnant and your boyfriend's still hitting you, he must really be a BS. Yes, I think so too, Chloe nodded. Come sit here, don't stress yourself out. Thank you, Auntie. You don't need to thank me. We're all from the same country. I'll definitely help you. How far along are you? Almost 3 months. Wow, I can't even tell. You're very ski. A lot of things happened recently. I'm not feeling so well, Chloe said slowly. Pregnant women cannot survive off of instant noodles. It's garbage food, no nutrients. Wait, I'll make you something. Don't, Auntie. I already can't thank you enough for your generosity. I really don't want to bother you further. Noodles are fine for me. Chloe really didn't want to keep bothering the auntie. The latter looked so kind. She also didn't want to drag her into all of this mess. So, she didn't tell the auntie the truth for 2 reasons. 1, she was worried that the auntie would sell her out. And 2, the less the auntie knew, the less trouble she would be in. As a way out, Chloe made up the story of domestic abuse, just to hide the truth. No trouble. Don't worry about it. I'm a pretty good cook. A bowl of lettuce soup noodle is a piece of cake for me. Wait a minute. The auntie was a good host, and no matter how hard Chloe tried to stop her, she still entered the kitchen. Chloe sat inside the small room, looking around the grocery store. It wasn't big, but it was well stocked, filled with all things Asians like to eat. There were even packaged pickled veggies, fermented tofu, spicy sauce, and other specialties. Seeing such familiar foods in a foreign land, Chloe felt her heart fill up. Soon after, the auntie brought out a bowl of hot noodle soup, placing it on the small table beside Chloe. Honey, eat it while it's hot. Don't let your baby get hungry. Really, Auntie, I don't even know how to thank you. Don't be so polite. Here, eat as much as you can. I'll bring over the pickled veggies. The auntie got up and searched the grocery store shelves for a bag of pickled veggies. In a dark night like this, Chloe was more than satisfied eating the hot bowl of noodles. Honey, I don't mean to pry. There's a bad social phenomenon happening in our country right now. Many girls idolize foreign cultures. They think that foreigners are rich, and as if marrying a foreigner would bring them status and prosperity. But the truth isn't so simple. Many girls marry foreigners in the heat of the moment. They can't communicate with each other, and they experience culture shock. Those relationships are doomed to fail. In the end, it's almost never a good ending. I've been in Australia for quite some years now, and I've seen countless stories. I really don't recommend the trend of marrying foreigners. Foreign countries are not as great as they think, and these countries are not necessarily paradise. Auntie, I know what you mean. Chloe nodded, feeling guilty. It pains me to see you like this. Actually, there was a girl who came from our country that helped out in the store a while back. She was here to make some money. I mean, why not go home and get married once you save up enough, right? No, she chose something else. She found some guy, thinking that he was rich. They were eventually detained at the airport when traveling, and the police found a ton of heroin from their bags. What could she do? She was completely played for a fool. Isn't that tragic? You young girls. I don't even know what to say. Honey, you look pretty young. What do you do? The auntie chatted. Chloe hesitated. I'm actually an intern doctor. Oh? A doctor? You're in medicine? Yes, Chloe nodded. That's incredible. Let me tell you, this country is lacking doctors like you. You should open up your own clinic. It's very difficult to see a doctor over here. It's different in this country. And you, why are you in such a state with such a great background? Why don't you abort your child and leave your boyfriend? I'll introduce you to someone. I have a good friend. Her son is very successful. He works in Sydney as a financial analyst. He earns tens of thousands of dollars each month, and he has a car and a house. He already has Australian citizenship too. Do you know what's great here? Because of the low population, the government gives you money for having children. The more you have, the more money you get. Isn't that great? Ugh, Chloe didn't know what to say. What do you think about my suggestion? Auntie, thank you for your suggestion. But I can't abort my child. It's my child. I could never do that. We could work with that too. Why don't you give birth and then we'll look for a family to adopt your baby? Otherwise, it'll be hard to find a good man. I don't need someone else. I've never even thought about that. What are you saying? You're still so young. I'm not that young. I'm 27, almost 30, Chloe corrected. That's still young, silly girl. You should plan for your future while you're still young. Chloe felt so guilty for lying. No wonder the old proverbs advised people not to lie. Once a lie was told, 100 more lies must be weaved to cover the first lie. She really wanted to tell the auntie that, not only was she old, she already had 2 adorable daughters. However, after some thought, she decided to keep chatting with the auntie. It didn't matter anyway. Honey, you should really listen to my advice. Auntie, how did you end up in Australia? You sound like you're from Province? Yes. How did you know? The auntie was taken aback. Because I've been there before. The people there are very down-to-earth and very friendly. It's a very famous place, Chloe nodded. I came here around 7 or 8 years ago. At first, my daughter was finishing up her PhD. Later, she got her citizenship and married an Australian. They later had a kid, so I came here to help. Now that the kid's in school, I have nothing to do, so my daughter opened up a small shop for me to pass time. Is your husband also here? Chloe asked. My husband died 15 years ago. Car accident. Oh, my apologies, Auntie. I didn't know. It's all right. Let's keep talking about you. If you want, I'll tell my friend tomorrow. Both she and her son are in Sydney. What do you think? Auntie, I'm done. I'll go do the dishes. Let me. You're pregnant right now and shouldn't be doing these things. The elderly woman took away Chloe's bowl. She really was kind-hearted. Auntie, I'm a little tired. I'm going to sleep here for a little while. I can't let you do that. Go upstairs to my bedroom. It's clean there. It's too dirty and cold here. It's really okay. I'll leave in the morning. You're leaving in the morning? Why are you in such a hurry? Where are you heading to? I'm heading back home. Back to my family, said Chloe. Before the auntie could reply, they heard busy footsteps from outside of the house. The cameras show that she disappeared around here. Search every house. We have to find her. The voice of a foreign man sounded from the outside. Alarmed, Chloe stood up immediately. My God, are these people all here to get you? The auntie was frazzled by the sight. Yes, Chloe nodded. Hurry, hide in the upstairs closet of my room. Don't let them find you. The auntie thought of a place for Chloe to hide, but Chloe couldn't, in good conscience, hide in the auntie's home. No, Auntie, I can't. They'll ransack your home. I have to leave. But it's still dark out. Where are you going to go? It's okay. I can go anywhere, but I can't drag you into this mess. Auntie, does this place have a back door? I should leave from there. Why don't you hide in the basement? Do you have to leave? You don't know their ways, Auntie. They will do anything and everything to find me. We've just met, and you've already been such a big help. You even made me food. Auntie, I'll remember everything you've done for me. Please take this money. Chloe took out a stack of money. Oh my goodness, honey. This is not the time to think about money. I don't want it. If you insist, go from the back door. The auntie refused to take the money. Then, if I don't die, I'll definitely pay you back. Thank you, Auntie. Chloe was very sincere, bowing deeply in front of the auntie. This lady was probably the only kind person she met throughout her escape. Don't do this, honey. You're pregnant. Don't hurt yourself. The auntie didn't know how to react. After that, the auntie guided Chloe to the store's back door. There was already a glimmer of light in the sky, a wash of white appearing in the far distance. Honey, how about this? Find a place to hide for the rest of the night. Once it gets light and everyone's gone to work, go to the consulate and seek protection. They'll send you home and won't let your boyfriend harm you. Okay, Chloe nodded without much explanation. Then, I'll leave. Auntie, if they come in, tell them you don't know anything. They shouldn't cause you too much trouble. Don't worry about me. I've been here for years now. I know how to handle them. With that, Chloe thanked the auntie one last time and left the store. Chloe didn't know where she was headed. She was in an unfamiliar place, so all she could do was take it one step at a time. Even so, she knew that she had to run. If she was caught again, they'd never let her get away. That much she knew. Sydney, Australia. Riker received Fiona's phone call and the two met up in a hotel. When Fiona came in through the door, her face was written with worry. How's it going? Did you find her? Riker stood up. No, shit. I searched everything, but none of them matched. Fiona cursed. That's impossible. If Jack located Sister Chloe in Australia, she has to be in Australia. How could we not find her? Riker trusted that the information from Jack was accurate. I've looked through all the databases. What do you mean? Riker seemed to have caught on. The thing is, though, there's information not included in the database. Australia's so strange. The government sold the islands, and after a couple of resales, they're impossible to investigate. Then what should we do? Riker walked over to Fiona, wanting to comfort her. What should we do? I don't know either. Anyway, I'll find my sister, no matter what. Didn't you say that Jack's here too? When are we meeting him? Riker asked. I don't know yet. I've sent him all the relevant information. With his personality, he should contact me as soon as he lands in Sydney. Fiona looked at her watch again. He should be here already, unless... Fiona's voice trailed off. We can't wait any longer. I'm running out of patience anyways. I need to go to Smith's place again. I think that the old pervert's still hiding something from us. I'll go with you. Riker got up. Aren't you traumatized? Fiona teased, laughing. He's the one that's traumatized, Riker retorted. Huh? Where's Amy? Fiona looked around and realized that her female subordinate was nowhere to be found. I dismissed her, Riker said. Why did you chase her away? I left her here to protect you, idiot, Fiona said. I don't need baggage, thank you very much. With that, Riker left the room first. His characteristic coldness left Fiona shaking her head. Just like that, before Jack contacted her, the impatient Fiona left for Smith's place with Riker. She was going to use force to get the information of the island out of the old man's mouth. The South Hill Manor. There was a 2-hour difference between their country and Australia. It was 4 a.m. in the morning in Australia, so it was 2 a.m. in the morning in the country. Inside one of the upper-leveled rooms of the South Hill Manor, Pudding was in the middle of a bad dream. In her dream, she and her little sister were celebrating their birthdays when their mommy suddenly returned. Their mommy was covered in blood, and before she could speak, her mommy fell on the ground, her blood everywhere. She began to scream her mommy's name, over and over again, but her mommy simply wouldn't wake up. Pudding immediately sat up, her forehead drenched in sweat. She gasped for breath, almost wheezing for air. Mommy, no. Little Bean, who was next to Pudding, also woke up from a dream. Pudding instinctively held her little sister tightly. "Little Bean, wake up!" "Sis, I'm so scared. I'm so scared." Little Bean tried not to cry. "What's wrong? Did you have a bad dream again?" Pudding asked quietly. "Yeah, I dreamt that Mommy fell off the cliff and was washed away by the sea. Wah, I miss Mommy." Little Bean began to cry. The funny thing was that Pudding also had a bad dream. This twin thing really did exist. "Don't cry, silly. Listen to me. Dreams always happen opposite to real life. Your dream means that Mommy's coming home soon." "Really? Don't lie to me." Little Bean stopped crying, clinging onto Pudding even tighter. "Yes, I'm not lying, really. I really want Mommy back soon. I really, really miss her. Sis, when Mommy comes back, let's be good and stop causing her trouble, okay?" "Okay, we'll listen to her and not make her mad anymore." Pudding nodded with difficulty. Tasmania. Chloe staggered all the way down to the bottom of an abandoned bridge. She realized that walking on the surface was too noticeable. The roads were empty, and if she kept walking, they'd grab her right away. After she reached the bottom of the bridge, a shadow lunged at her, grabbing her tightly. Just as she was about to scream, a whiff of the familiar scent from the shadow's neck stopped her in her tracks. Her heart almost stopped. "Chloe, I'm here to take you home." Jack's voice was incredibly quiet. It was as if he was afraid to scare Chloe. At the sound of Jack's voice, Chloe finally relented, breaking into tears from everything she had been through. She quickly turned around and held tightly onto Jack's neck, afraid to let go. It was as if he would disappear if she released her hands. She laid against Jack's chest, sobbing quietly. Although she wasn't wailing or crying her heart out, Jack knew how difficult it must have been for Chloe. "Don't cry, baby. My heart will break." Jack wiped away Chloe's tears carefully. "Honey, I'm good. Our child is good too." After the tears, Chloe immediately reported her current situation, afraid that Jack was too worried. I know. Jack cupped Chloe's face with both of his hands, leaving soft kisses on her forehead, cheeks, and nose. Finally, his lips landed on hers, those cold and enticing petals. This kiss was long overdue. Chloe felt as if she hadn't seen Jack for an eternity. She was overwhelmed with emotions. Surprise, fear, excitement, indignation, all of it mixed in her tears. "It's too cold here. Let's get in the car." With that, Jack lifted Chloe up and began walking out from the bottom of the bridge, stepping on the muddy, gravelly grounds. "Sir, your injury." One of his subordinates spoke up, worried about Jack's wounds from his recent surgery. Before the man could finish his sentence, however, Jack sent him a sharp look, scaring the man into silence. He had already told his men to keep mum about his surgery in front of Chloe. He would tell her after she was healthy enough to handle it. He didn't want her to worry. "Honey, what's wrong?" Chloe asked at the sight of the man's hesitation. Jack smiled gently and kissed the corner of Chloe's lips again. "It's nothing. I didn't really sleep because I wanted to catch the plane on time. He's scared that I'll fall asleep and drop you. Ha ha." Master Dawson's cold jokes were not well received at a time like this. On the way, Chloe clung onto Jack like a koala on a tree. "Honey, am I heavy?" "Yes, not light." "Ha, that's because of the added weight of our little baby." "Ha ha, the baby says that it's not his fault. Our baby's not born yet," Jack retorted with a straight face. "Ha ha, honey, can you stop joking around? Are you trying to kill me with laughter so that you can take over my platinum account in King of Glory?" Jack kept teasing Chloe to try and relax her mood. It was their long-awaited reunion, and Jack didn't want to make it a sad one filled with tears. After all, excessive crying wasn't good for Chloe or their baby. So Jack was giving his all to be funny. The normally stoic man suddenly turned into a comedian, acting like Max and Justin. Inside the black Mercedes-Benz, Jack sat in the back seat with Chloe in his arms. "Sir, what should we do with the people that are after Madame?" one of Jack's men asked carefully. Jack's right hand made a throat-slicing gesture across his neck, gesturing to his subordinate. The latter received the message loud and clear. "Honey, how did you find me here?" Chloe laid her head on his shoulders lovingly. Chloe found it incredible that Jack had found her. Jack actually managed to find her in Tasmania, and he knew that she was hiding underneath a bridge. Was he using some sort of satellite technology? It was truly too accurate to believe, because our hearts are connected. Psh, I don't believe you. Hurry up and tell me, I'm so curious. At this moment, Chloe didn't care about her doctor image or her genius image. The only thing she wanted to do right now was to stay in Master Dawson's arms. Avery gave me a call and told me about the call you made home. I traced the number and triangulated your position, discovering that you were in Tasmania. So you came here directly? Yes, I was going to go to Sydney, but after I got your position, I flew here. But Tasmania is still very big. How did you find me so quickly? Chloe was still in disbelief. I first went to the small motel you called from. Realizing that you weren't there and the fact that 2 groups of people were after you, I panicked. So, I called a special friend for help. A special friend? Chloe was even more confused. Button here, boy, Jack whistled. A large black army dog ran over to them immediately, stopping before Jack's car. It had its tongue out, and it was gorgeous. An army dog? Yes. My friend found this dog for me and flew him over from Sydney. Apparently his nose is incredible. All he needs is a sniff of a person's old piece of clothing and he will find them. So what did you give him to sniff? Chloe was even more curious. Jack carefully pulled out a piece of clothing from his bag and showed it to Chloe. The latter almost cried at the sight of it. It was her white lab coat from Southside. It hadn't been washed, so her scent and the smell of disinfectants were still present. Wow, you really are amazing. Chloe admired her husband's impeccable mind. It was especially useful in a time like this. Oh yeah, honey, Andrew's still on the island. I don't know what it's called, and I don't know where it is. All I know is that a man named Ryle works for him. Ryle's German, and he's been working for Andrew for a very long time. He should be in this town right now. If you find him, you'll find Andrew's island. Yes, I know. I've already made arrangements for that. Also, Andrew's second personality came out. That's what gave me the chance to... Chloe wanted to tell Jack everything, but Jack held out his hand and covered her mouth. Chloe, don't talk so much. You need to rest right now. Get some sleep and let me handle everything, okay? Jack's gentle voice was like a lullaby, ridding Chloe of all of her anxiety and worry. At this moment, she was completely relaxed. Yeah, I really haven't been sleeping much. So tired. Haha, Chloe laughed. Jack placed her head on his lap. It was good that the car was big enough. Honey, how are the kids? Chloe's voice was already laced with sleepiness. They're good. What about Mom and Dad? And my mom and Thomas? They're good too. What about Justin and the others? They're good too. What about Sarah and Victoria? Everyone's doing well, Jack answered every question patiently. Once I get home, I want to go back to work at Southside. I miss Violet, and my co-workers, and Director Richard. After a little while, sleep finally took over Chloe. Jack took out his cell phone and dialed Fiona's number. Brother-in-law, how are you? You're not here in Sydney. Did you find another lead? Fiona was beyond worried. Look who's here! Jack pointed his cell phone camera towards the sleeping Chloe. Fiona looked through the phone and saw Chloe's sleeping face. Her eyes lit up immediately. Sis, she called out warmly. When did you find her? Fiona was overjoyed. Just now. Is she hurt? No, both she and the baby are fine. My God. Oh my God, I'm so happy. Wait, send me your location. I'll fly over there now. Don't worry. I still have some things to handle. Once I'm done, I'll bring her to Sydney to see you. Then, can I talk to her? Fiona bit her lips, feeling giddy and excited as if she was a young girl. She's exhausted from all the running and hiding. She just fell asleep, Jack explained. Riker walked over to Fiona, reaching out his hand and placing them on top of her shoulders. Fiona, Chloe's probably drained. Let her rest. Didn't Jack say that he'll bring her to Sydney later? But I don't think I can wait. Fiona seemed a little disappointed. I promise that all of this will blow over soon. I'm not going to call the professor. I don't know how secure the lines are in Tasmania. I don't want it to be traced or tapped and bring him trouble. Could you tell him that your sister's fine? Tell him not to worry. All right, I'll contact my dad. Fiona nodded. That's it then. I'll see you guys later. All right. Fiona hung up the phone unwillingly. She then turned around and hugged Riker's neck. Holy crap! Psycho Riker, my sister was found. She's fine. Both she and her kid are fine. I know. I heard everything. Riker smiled. This girl. She acted like a mafia boss when she was domineering and a child when she was being cute. How polarizing. Riker loved Fiona for who she was. Straightforward and uncalculating, never manipulative of anyone. Sis is almost in Sydney. What do you think I should wear when I see her? Oh yeah, what should I treat her to? Western or Chinese? Should I bring her to the opera house to take some pictures? I don't think she's ever been to Australia. Oh, and should I give her a koala bear for a present? Is a koala better, or is a kangaroo better? If the airlines refuse to let her bring it on, I can send them back home in my private jet. My nieces would love them too, right? Why are you looking at me like that? Give me some suggestions. Fiona couldn't contain her excitement. Riker couldn't even keep up. My lovely Miss Fiona, could you slow down, please? It's great that your sister is fine. Be happy that the four of us can get together for a meal and a chat. Forget about the koalas and the kangaroos. If the Australian government finds out, we'd be in trouble. You think I'd be scared of them? What a joke! I will blow them up. Fiona was absolutely unstoppable. Her underlings all laughed. If it were anyone else, they would have thought that she was joking. However, when it came to Fiona, nothing was impossible. Her fastest time of making a bomb was under 30 seconds. At her headquarters, she also had an unlimited amount of explosives, each more powerful than the last. Even legend was afraid to come near her. She really lived up to her status as the professor's daughter. They didn't call her bomb genius for nothing. Okay, I trust you. You're the best. Riker laughed along. Seeing Fiona's happy smile, he knew that it was all worth it. Psycho Riker, you were an integral part of the plan to seduce Smith. Tell me, what reward would you like? Fiona suddenly thought of this joke. Are you going to give me any reward I ask for? Of course, as long as it is within my reach. Money, women, expensive cars, weapons, even bombs. Whatever you want. The news of Chloe's safety made Fiona incredibly happy. She was willing to give Riker anything he wanted. It is definitely within your reach, but I'm not sure if you'll give it to me. Nonsense, I've always been true to my words. How could I go against what I've just said? Who do you think you're speaking to? Fiona was furious. Well then, I won't hold back. Riker touched the tip of his nose, his eyes glancing around. Go ahead. Fiona gestured for him to speak, cavalier as could be. The underlings behind Fiona began to whisper. Hey, what do you guys think? What does Mr. Ross want? Maybe a powerful weapon? Not necessarily. He's not that into weapons. Money's definitely not it either. The Ross family has all the money in the world. Money doesn't mean anything to Mr. Ross. Then, what about Boss's private plane? Or the limited edition Bugatti Veyron she won from the Florida race? I don't think so. Young Master Ross doesn't look very interested in cars. He's a very sophisticated man, too hard to read with our mortal eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted as long as he has with Boss. Anyway, let's just see what he wants. It'll definitely be something amazing. Psycho Riker, hurry up, you know how impatient I am. Fiona was very impatient. Give me a baby. After 5 seconds of silence, Riker delivered a serious request. Holy crap! Besides Amy, all of Fiona's underlings burst into laughter. And Fiona? Well, she was completely speechless. As the leader of mercenaries, you wouldn't go back on your word, right? Riker began to set his trap. It's all right if you take back your promise. I wasn't expecting you to keep it anyway, Riker provoked her. Screw you. When have I ever gone back on my word? So, when are we having a baby? Riker asked with a straight face. Fiona was a girl, after all, and no matter how bossy she was still shy about a topic like this. Her face was red as an apple. Whoa, look, Boss's face is getting red. Of course, Boss likes young Master Ross, and they already quarrel like an old couple anyway. Haha, if Boss gets married, all the mercenaries in the world would come to her wedding. Could you imagine that? I get excited just thinking about it. You guys are too much. Who knows what's going to happen? Amy suddenly interjected. What's wrong with you, Amy? Why are you such a party pooper? Someone snapped back. I'm not just being realistic. I mean, Boss has been incurring a lot of enemies in the past years. Once she gets married and gets pregnant, she'll be less agile, and all of her enemies will target her. Why would she do something like that? So, I think giving Riker a child is basically impossible. Fiona began to stutter. I knew it. Riker walked away with a cold expression. Hey, Psycho Riker, don't leave, listen to me. Fiona chased after him. Are we having a baby or not? Riker forced back a laugh and put on a serious expression. I'll do it. Fiona nodded, clenching her jaw. When? Riker wasn't going to let it go so easily. Are we having a baby or not? Riker forced back a laugh and put on a serious expression. I'll do it. Fiona nodded, clenching her jaw. When? Riker wasn't going to let it go so easily. Damn it, let's go then, and get naked. Looking determined, Fiona dragged Riker toward the suite of the hotel. Ha ha, do you think our boss is serious this time? Who knows? Maybe our boss has been wanting young Master Ross for a long time. Fiona's subordinates were trying to cheer to the cause. But Amy had a dark expression because she didn't understand why young Master Ross, a handsome young guy from a big family, would like a wild woman such as Fiona. In the town of Tasmania, the sky had brightened. The convenience shop was smashed into a total mess. The shop owner was pushed to kneel on the floor, shivering in fear. A group of people locked the shop from inside and began interrogating the female shop owner. You still don't want to tell me? Kevin grabbed her hair viciously and asked. I really don't know. That girl stayed here for a while and left after eating a bowl of noodles. Don't play innocent. If she didn't know you, why would she come into your shop? I really don't know her. I just saw she's just like me, so I did her a favor. Besides, you're a scumbag for beating your pregnant girlfriend. Are you still a human? The shop owner was indignant. She thought Kevin was the scumbag that Chloe mentioned who had beaten her. Girlfriend? What the heck are you talking about? Kevin looked nonplussed. The shop owner continued. I must tell you, the girl came so far from home to Australia because she loved you. But if you don't want to take responsibility, you shouldn't have promised her. Now you took her away from her family and even beat her. God will judge and punish you. Woman, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you nuts? Kevin was piqued. I'm just indignant for the girl who's also from our country. I think the woman lied to you. Kevin began to understand. Impossible. She's indeed pregnant, and it showed. I saw it. The woman was convinced that Chloe was pregnant. I must tell you that everything she told you is a lie. She's not my girlfriend. Her identity is very special, and my boss wants to find her. If you don't tell me where she is, I'll send you to your God. Kevin put the muzzle of his pistol against the shop owner's head. Her body turned into jelly instantly. This was Australia, and the gun was not a toy. Death was staring her in the eye. You can't do this to me. I tell you, my daughter and son-in-law are not ordinary people. They know a very famous lawyer. You smashed my shop and threatened my life. You'll face the consequences. Boss, the woman is babbling nonsense. We are better off just killing her, one of the men suggested. Kevin seemed to have lost his patience too and didn't want to listen to the woman's lecture. I'll ask you one last time. Where is the woman? In which direction did she go? When did she go? You'd better tell me everything. The shop owner suddenly realized that it wasn't as simple as a quarrel between a couple. These men didn't look like ordinary gangsters either. Did that girl really lie to her? If she said she didn't know anything about it, she'd be killed by the fellow instantly, right? But she really knew nothing. That girl left through the back door and disappeared. No answer? Very good. You leave me with no choice, Kevin said as he pulled the trigger slowly. Cold sweat popped out on her skin. She closed her eyes and knew she was done in. At this moment, the door of the convenience shop was kicked open. A group of black-clothed men barged in with masks covering half of their faces. With neat and professional moves, they immediately opened fire at Kevin and his men. Pushing the shop owner away forcefully, Kevin turned and ran. His men shot back, and a fierce shootout began. Instantly, the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The shop owner hid under a desk with trembling legs. In less than 3 minutes, the gunshot stopped. A man walked toward the shop owner with a submachine gun in his hands. "Please don't kill me. I really know nothing. I don't know where the girl went." She almost wet her pants in fear, regretting getting involved in the trouble. "Don't be afraid. You can come out now," the man said. The shop owner stood up slowly on her shaky legs. "They are gone now." The shop owner didn't dare to speak. "Our boss sent us here to thank you for taking in our young madam." "Your young madam?" The shop owner was confused. "Yes, our young madam has a special identity. Our boss loves her very much, and she was kidnapped by malicious people to blackmail our boss, which was why she was in such a state. Thank you for taking in our young madam last night and cooking noodles for her." "Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry, we'll deal with these guys and won't let them harass you." "Okay." The shop owner finally snapped back to her senses and nodded. "Our boss wants you to take this." The man handed her a piece of paper. With shaky hands, she took it and saw it was a check of $1 million US. "You can exchange it into cash in any international bank." "My goodness, no, I can't take it. It's too much." The middle-aged woman was frightened. After all, her small shop wasn't worth much. "Take it. Our boss is very rich, and this is nothing to him. The most important thing for him is that our young madam is fine." "That girl is your young madam." She recalled that that young woman indeed carried the young elegance of a wealthy family young madam. She wasn't a great beauty, but oozed an extraordinary presence. The shop owner had thought she was a daughter of a great family with a business in medicine, but it turned out she was a young madam from a rich and powerful family. It seemed she had had quite an exciting adventure. How can I take it?" "Take it. I'm sorry for the mess in the shop, and I'm afraid you have to clean it up yourself. Goodbye." Then Jack's men left. With the $1 million US check in her hand, the shop owner felt as if she was in a dream. She recalled her conversation with the young girl last night. Well, it seemed even the rich people couldn't live peacefully. It was a pity that she was still hunted down by people when she was pregnant. Finally, the shop owner put away the check with a sigh and then began to clean up the mess in her shop. Kevin was cornered in a remote alley in the town, and all his men had been killed. "Who are you guys?" Kevin asked. 2 in the front and 2 behind him, 4 masked men pointed guns at him and didn't answer his question. "Do you know who our boss is? Mess with us and you'll die pathetically," Kevin threatened, trying to scare off the men with Legend's name. Without a word, the masked men walked closer to Kevin. "Our boss Legend isn't someone you lame rookies can afford to mess with. Do you hear me?" Kevin raised his voice to keep up his courage. The leader of the masked men said, "Our boss said our targets are Legend's men." Then he lifted his gun and blew open Kevin's head. Kevin was still looking at the guys in disbelief when a hole appeared in his forehead and blood gushed out. Having worked for Legend for many years, he could always scare off his opponents when he said Legend's name. But this time, his opponent brushed off his threat so easily and killed him. In the Benz Sprinter, Chloe dozed off and had a dream. In her dream, she had just come home from school. Her mother was cooking while Thomas was playing basketball in the yard in a jersey, sweating profusely. She put down her school bag and took out the hairpin that Jack gave to her, feeling pleased and shy. This beautiful dream of her girlhood made her lips curve up in sleep. Jack lowered his head gently and held her shoulders, knowing she was having a sweet dream, or she wouldn't smile so sweetly. "Jack, humph, what a miser you are. Do you think you can win my heart with a hairpin?" Chloe murmured in her sleep. Jack found her super cute and immediately captured this funny and cozy moment with the camera on his cell phone. The car slowly drove to a clearing out of the city. Due to the bumpy road, Chloe woke up drowsily. "Honey, where are we?" "Out of the city," Jack answered gently. "I just had a dream." Chloe sat up slowly and rubbed her eyes. Jack helped her sit up carefully. Then he opened the lid of a bottle of water and handed it to her. "I know." "How did you know?" Chloe was surprised. Jack smiled but didn't reply. "Then do you know what I dreamed about?" "I do." "I don't believe you. You can't read my mind." Chloe pouted. "If I'm right, will you kiss me?" "What if you are wrong?" Chloe crossed her arms before her chest, looking confident. Then I'll kiss you. Ha ha, then I'll never win, right? Chloe understood his game. Of course you'll win. Honey, your husband is so handsome. A kiss from him is very valuable. Honey, I was away from you for a few days and you've grown flighty. Chloe couldn't help laughing. Not a few days. It's been almost 20 days now. Chloe, we were separated for a long time. Mr. Dawson spoke with great melancholy. Chloe also felt a lump in her throat. Yeah, ever since their separation of 4 years, Jack couldn't bear to be away from her for long. Whenever he worked late, he'd call her. Chloe placed her hand in Jack's warm hand and held it tightly. From now on, we'll never separate. Jack was about to speak when his cell phone rang. Hello? Jack answered the phone. Hearing the caller's words, his expression changed a bit. When he hung up, a helicopter landed before them. Honey, you take the helicopter and leave here. Fiona will pick you up in Sydney. Fiona's in Sydney? Chloe was surprised. Yeah, like me, she's been searching for you. When you get there, she'll take care of you. You two haven't seen each other for a long time, and you can take the opportunity to enjoy your time together. What about you? Chloe asked in concern. I have some things to take care of. Are you going to find Andrew? Chloe was smart and could easily guess her husband's thoughts. Yeah. Jack didn't try to conceal it from her. You're going to that island? Yeah. Did you catch Ryle? No, Ryle is sly and got away, but we caught one of his men, John. You caught John? Chloe was surprised. Do you know him? Kind of. He's one of Andrew's men. Yeah. So you go to Sydney and wait for me. When I finish this business, I'll go to Sydney and join you. No, I want to go with you. Chloe held Jack's arm and wouldn't let go. You better not go with me. I'm sure you don't have a good impression of that island. I'm afraid you'd... Chloe interrupted him. Yeah, I don't like that nightmarish island and would never want to go back in my life, but I don't want you to go there alone. I'm not alone. I have many men with me and can handle Andrew with ease. Jack smiled and reached out to touch her face. No, I don't like it. Andrew is crafty. I can't let you take the risk by yourself. Chloe, don't try to dissuade me. I'll be with you wherever you are and never part from you. Chloe was determined. Having just reunited with her husband after a long separation, she hadn't fully enjoyed her time with him yet. Besides, she was worried when he said he'd go and deal with Andrew. Andrew was extremely familiar with the island. How could Jack deal with him with ease? What if something were to happen to Jack? Chloe was troubled by her thoughts and decided to go with Jack no matter what. Fine, come with me then. Seeing her determination, Jack gave in and helped her out of the car lovingly. Let's go and get into the helicopter. Good. The trip will be fast in a helicopter. Chloe smiled. Where's the guy named John? Bring him out and let him lead the way. Yes, President Dawson. Then John was brought out. He had been about to take the boat with another guy to the island and take care of Andrew. But before he could leave the town, he was caught by Jack's men. Other than Ryle, who had fled, the others all died in the shootout. John was a smart man and told Jack the location of the island and Andrew's current condition. Miss Green. Seeing Chloe, John greeted her. John, lead the way and don't play tricks or we'll show no mercy on you. I got it. Miss Green, I'll help President Dawson find Andrew, said John. Get in the helicopter now. Jack helped Chloe get into one helicopter while John was brought to another one. There were altogether 7 helicopters. It was a grand sight. A hotel suite in a Middle Eastern country. Dressed in a bathrobe, Legend was holding a wine glass containing sticky and smelly crimson liquid. On the huge soft bed, an Asian woman lay in the bed with wide eyes, dying. Blood was still oozing from the wound in her neck. It was a terrifying sight. Vietnamese women don't taste good. Don't bring them to me next time, Legend said as he walked over to dump the wine glass into a trash can. Boss, urgent report. Speak. Boss Kevin and his men. What about Kevin? We can't reach them. I don't know what happened to them. Hearing his words, Legend paused in the middle of untying his bathrobe. You can't reach them? What do you mean? Legend looked up coldly. We can't reach them. We think. The man looked afraid to voice his guess. Think what? Legend looked up impatiently. We think Kevin and his men are dead. Dead? Did that girl Fiona do it? Legend wasn't surprised. After all, lots of his men had died in the past years. I don't think so. Fiona is still in Sydney. Then Fiona's subordinates did it? It's not Fiona's style. If she did it, she'd tell us gloatingly. But this time, our men just vanished without a trace. Heh, this is interesting. Legend lounged on the sofa and tapped on the tea table with his fingers. He seemed to be making plans. Boss, what do we do now? Shall we send more people to Tasmania? His subordinate asked cautiously. Legend glanced at him and asked, If you kill a man, will you stay there and wait for people to catch you? The man didn't dare to speak. Get out, all of you. You're useless. Yes, boss. Wait. Legend seemed to have thought of something. Yes, sir. Any news from my good brother Nalo? Not yet. Mr. Nalo seems to be searching for Andrew, too. Oh, I see. It seems Andrew is quite popular. Continue following Nalo's men. If you find any clues, you must bring the little B.S. Andrew to me at all costs. I'll chop a piece of flesh from him to vent my anger. Yes, boss. Go. Legend waved his hand and sent his men out of the room. He had a grudge against Andrew for being played by him. He had played people all his life, but now he found someone had played him. It was a very bad feeling. He had always thought Andrew was in his control, but to his surprise, Andrew betrayed him without a warning. It showed this fellow was very capable and determined. Now that he had a new target, Legend wasn't in a hurry to catch Fiona, because the girl he had seen in the hospital seemed to be an easier target. If she was really the professor's daughter, then everything would be easy. 7 helicopters landed on the island slowly. Held captive by Jack's men, John led the way. Jack helped Chloe out of the helicopter. You've lived here for so many days? Jack glanced around the desolate-looking island with a lump in his throat. Yes, Chloe nodded. You suffered a lot. Jack tightened his grip on his wife's hand. It wasn't so bad. Except that I miss you so much. I received no mistreatment. I had food and water but felt suffocated inside. For a few times I was on the verge of jumping into the ocean and killing myself, Chloe said jokingly. But Jack felt as if a knife was slicing through his heart. But he didn't show his pain to Chloe. Instead, he held her shoulders and walked toward the cottage with her. Andrew is in the basement, Chloe reminded him. We'll see if we can find any clues here. I don't want that fellow to hide any more cards up his sleeves. At his order, Jack's men dug through the things in the cottage to search for anything suspicious or any secret passage. A box was opened and lots of infant clothes spilled out. Jack and Chloe both glanced at the clothes. Chloe walked over, squatted down, and picked up the clothes carefully. He bought these to make me happy, but I didn't accept because I knew I wouldn't stay here for long. If you like them, you can take them. No, we don't need these. Chloe stood up with a smile and returned to Jack's side. President Dawson, we checked the whole place and found nothing suspicious or any secret passages. Okay. Shall we go to the basement? Then, John led Jack and his men toward the direction of the basement. Honey, do you know that this small and desolate island has lots of precious herbs and poisonous insects? Without them, I wouldn't have been able to escape and see you. Chloe seemed to be in a good mood and told Jack her discoveries. You're pregnant and should be careful. What if you were bitten by poisonous insects? Nah, that won't happen. I read in the medicine books that wherever there are poisonous insects, you can always find the herbs that these insects fear nearby. I use the juice of the herbs to wash my face and hands, and these poisonous insects won't bite me because of the scent I carry. You're as willful as a child. Jack pinched her nose lovingly, but couldn't bear to scold her. President Dawson, Andrew is in this basement. John pointed at the entrance. Yeah, that's right. I've been here several times. Chloe nodded to confirm John's words. Chloe, you wait here for me while I go down and see him. No, I want to be with you. Chloe was determined to go with Jack, afraid he would be in danger. But the air in the basement is not fresh and you're pregnant. I'm afraid. It'll be fine. I used to go down there and there's no biogas. I'm not so fragile. Finally, Jack couldn't resist her begging and took her and some subordinates down the ladder. John waited at the entrance under the guard of the other subordinates. The moment they got down, they saw the place was full of stock. One of the subordinates was thirsty and reached out for a bottle of water. Chloe stopped him. "Don't touch these things." "But I'm thirsty, madam," the man said innocently. "I put the toxin of the soul-eater grass in the water. If you're thirsty, drink the water in the helicopter." Okay. Due to the limited amount of the toxin, Chloe had only put it in the water on the top and bottom boxes. But now that the water bottles had been disturbed, she didn't know which were poisoned and which were good, which was why she didn't want their people to drink it. Hearing her words, no one dared to touch the things here. Jack and Chloe pushed open the small door and walked in slowly. To their surprise, despite the dampness, there wasn't a stinky smell. It seemed Andrew hadn't eaten much and so didn't produce any waste. Sitting in the corner, Andrew watched them walk in, looking unsurprised. He looked up at Chloe and smiled. "You're back, little sister Chloe. I knew you'd come back. You wouldn't have the heart to leave me." "At this moment, you're still in the mood to say these words? Andrew, are you really crazy or just pretending?" Chloe was a bit angry. Jack looked at Andrew without a word. "What then? Do you want to kill me? Come on, kill me now." Andrew smiled as if he didn't care. "Very good. You've prepared this uninhabited island plan for years." Jack looked around and said slowly, "Yeah, being with my sister Chloe is my biggest dream. I realized it." "But you failed again," Jack said. "No, I didn't. I'd have succeeded so long as I stayed with her alone on the island for even one single day. In contrast, you're the one who failed. Jack, look at you. You claim you love her, but what happened? 7 years ago, you went abroad without a word after that accident happened, leaving her to take the blame for her stepfather's death for 7 years. She had excellent grades and could have been accepted by the top universities without needing to attend the college entrance examination. But due to that accident, she took the blame and had to conceal her talent. Now you've graduated from a world-famous university, but Chloe's just a student of a third-class medical school and is mocked by people even now. You say you love her, but I don't believe it. Heh, I really don't believe it's love you feel. Do you deserve her? Jack, you don't deserve Chloe, such a good girl." Andrew's words stunned Jack. "Andrew, shut up. That's between the two of us and we don't need your comments." Chloe was angry. She knew Jack was still feeling guilty towards her and their children, and these words would put more pressure on his conscience. Andrew shook the iron chain on his wrists with ear-grating clanking sounds. "Chloe, don't be silly. Jack doesn't love you. The person he loves was always himself. When I set the trap using Bella and got him into prison, you took the blame for him. What did he do to you? He didn't die, but made everybody believe he had died. He tricked me and everyone else. He turtled in the US for 4 years and wouldn't return to see you. When you gave birth to the babies, where was he? On your birthdays, where was he? When your children had their first birthday party, where was he? After Justin arranged everything, he came back to enjoy the results. Jack, are you still a man? Even Justin is better than you. Really, I despise you from the bottom of my heart." "Andrew, stop it. Don't try to brainwash us. Your logic and sense of right and wrong are totally mistaken. Don't try to change what we think about you. No matter what Jack did, he had never harmed people without a good reason. How about you? How many people have you killed for your own interests? You're a killer. Why didn't you talk about this? You didn't even show mercy on Joyce, who was pregnant. You don't have the right to talk about human nature or love." Chloe was a determined person and had never changed her thinking just because of other people's persuasions and opinions. But Jack was different because he'd been feeling guilty towards Chloe and their children due to his absence in those 4 years. Seeing his weakness, Andrew tried to use those things to provoke Jack and make him fall apart mentally. Indeed, Andrew's words had made some subtle changes in Jack. He began to feel he was indeed a scumbag and didn't deserve to have Chloe. But hearing Chloe's fierce retort, Jack recovered. "Andrew, you're despicable. In the past years, you separated me and my children from my husband. Now seeing his weakness, you even want to brainwash him and make him collapse mentally. You're heartless. I tell you, so long as I'm here, I'll never let anyone hurt Jack. Never. Chloe held Jack's hand tightly, feeling lucky that she was beside him, so Andrew couldn't brainwash him and make him collapse psychologically. Tisk, tisk, my sister Chloe is indeed a genius. Andrew smiled, looking indifferent. Chloe gave him a dirty look, feeling indignant for what he had done. Jack, you must be grateful that you have a good wife. Everyone says you bring glory to Chloe, but in my eyes, your title of the company president, your family background, your education, and your knowledge are all worthless. It's my little sister Chloe who makes Jack an excellent man, so you must remember that you'll always owe her. Then, Andrew sat down, slowly leaning on the cold wall. Obviously, he was weak. Having been locked in the basement for so long, he had become very weak after taking no food and only some water. Where's Legend? Calming down, Jack asked. Whoa, you're brave and dare to go after Legend. Do you know who he is? Cut the BS, where is he? Do you think I'll tell you? Andrew raised his eyebrows. No, but I think you are not loyal to him, or you wouldn't have betrayed him. Do you know his men are also searching for you? Really? He misses me very much. Andrew smiled with unreadable eyes. Besides, his brother is also searching for you. You seem to have a close relationship with his brother. Hearing Jack's words, Andrew's expression changed instantly. Andrew seldom mentioned Nalo. Even when others brought him up, Andrew showed no interest in the topic. According to the rumors, their relationship was unusually intimate, but it was never confirmed by Andrew. Jack, the winner takes all. Now that I'm in your hands, I have nothing to say. If you want, just come and kill me. Do you really think you're a martyr? A sharp dagger appeared in Jack's right hand. If I was afraid of death, I'd never have done these things. Go ahead. I don't care. I thought it would be very difficult to catch you. I'm surprised at how easy it was. Jack looked at Andrew and said expressionlessly, Don't be surprised. It was because Hunter, my alternate personality, came out to make trouble, and I was afraid he'd hurt Chloe. Otherwise, do you think you can stand here and talk to me? So you think of yourself as a great man? Jack smiled mockingly. I was never great, but... Then Andrew looked at Chloe standing beside Jack. I'm truly in love with Chloe. I always have been. A bit fearful of Andrew acting in this way, Chloe hid behind Jack. Chloe, you go out first. No, I want to stay here with you. Chloe was truly afraid Andrew would brainwash Jack. The fellow had seen Jack's weakness and kept saying words to provoke him. I'll be fine. He won't be able to brainwash me. I'm not that stupid. Jack understood her concern and touched her head lovingly. Honey, I'm worried. I'll be fine. Give me 5 minutes and I'll join you. This place is too damp for the baby. Well, okay. I'll wait for you on the ground. Come out soon, Chloe instructed again. Okay. When Chloe turned and opened the door, Andrew suddenly yelled, Chloe, I love you. Hearing his words, Chloe paused briefly in her tracks. Then opening the door, she walked out without looking back. She didn't know how Jack would deal with him, but she would have no objections no matter what Jack did. Andrew wasn't evil, but was a problem to them if he lived. After Chloe was gone, Jack walked closer to Andrew with the dagger in his right hand. What? You want to cut me into pieces? Your dagger is too small. Do you want to use a bigger one? Andrew's lips curved up with a sinister smile. Jack didn't speak a word. Instead, he slowly walked towards Andrew. I dare you to unchain me so we can have a fair and square fight. Do you think you're in the position to negotiate with me? Jack calmly looked him in the eyes. Ha, so the great Jack can be scared too. Looks like you're afraid of me. Jack didn't respond. He looked down and used a tissue to carefully wipe his dagger. Say, why did Chloe fall in love with such a coward like you? So odd, isn't it? Jack still didn't utter a word. Tell me, what else do you know other than hiding and running? Don't you have Justin as your friend even though he's your rival in love? Aren't you afraid that Chloe will cheat on you? Jack still didn't say a word. If it were me, I would have defeated Justin a long time ago. I would have destroyed his reputation. He's just another rich playboy, not some honorable son of some great family. All he thinks about is how to have sex with Chloe. He says he's honest and generous, but he's just a shameless BS at his core. Jack still didn't respond. Wow. When did your temper become so good? Did I hurt you 4 years ago when I wounded your leg? Is Chloe's baby a test tube baby? After all, you two are great doctors, but I feel sorry for Chloe if that's the case. She's living life as if she were a widow. She'd have a much better time with me. I can give her what you can't. Andrew smiled arrogantly. All you want is to get on my nerves, right? Jack looked up and uttered each word slowly. It was Andrew's turn to be silent. You're scared that I'll make your life a living hell. That's why you're trying to infuriate me, so I'll just kill you. What about it? Aren't you going to kill me? Andrew licked his lips. Jack didn't respond. Andrew continued to speak. Don't tell me that you're going to feed me well. I'm not used to that. After all, I was the man that stole your wife away from you. Right after Andrew said that, Jack stabbed Andrew's stomach. His aim was fast and accurate, and he purposely avoided Andrew's vital organs. Oh, feels great, Andrew groaned. The sudden pain was debilitating, but he would never admit it. Feels great, eh? Then I'll make you feel even better. Jack held onto the dagger and slowly twisted it in his body. Andrew felt excruciating pain. Even if he wouldn't admit it, everyone could tell he was in pain as cold sweat dripped off his forehead. Great. Superb. Jack, since you're so awesome, why don't you finish it off? You want to die? Do you think I'll let you die so easily? You won't be able to atone for what you did to Chloe and I all these years. Not even shooting you 100 times would be enough to pay you back for what you did. So you should kill me even more. With each second I live, it would be one more second of me yearning to take Chloe away from you. Blood was dripping off the corner of Andrew's mouth, but he was still grinning evilly. Even so, I plan to slowly kill you so you'd suffer enough. Death to you is too benevolent. If I don't die, Legend and Nalo will come and save me. Think carefully, Jack, Andrew reminded. Legend, eh? Heh, Jack scoffed. Are you terrified? Andrew asked. No shit, are you not? You hid with Chloe at a stranded island in the middle of nowhere because you were scared of Legend. You're the coward here. I'm nowhere close to your cowardice. Jack, what's the point of arguing with me here? Arguing? No. I just wanted to tell you I'm not scared of the person you're terrified of. I will extinguish anyone who wants to harm Chloe. Unlike you, I will not hide. What am I doing here? I'm just trying to savor my moment. Jack violently pulled out the dagger. Before Andrew could breathe again, he stabbed it in his body again. Andrew's face turned twisted from the pain. A person like you, who have killed many, deserves to die 1,000,000 times. Even then, your crimes will not be atoned. So kill me. Andrew spat out blood and sank to the ground. You need to live. I need to use you as bait to fight Legend. Jack pulled out the dagger again. Andrew lost too much blood and he fainted. Someone, come over. President Dawson? One of his subordinates heard his orders and immediately ran in. Stop his bleeding and save him, then take him away via heli. You want to take him away, President Dawson? Yeah. Isn't it more convenient to kill him? His subordinate asked confusedly. Jack's wife, who was pregnant, was kidnapped by Andrew. Jack's subordinates would think that Jack hated Andrew to his core. In fact, Jack did want to kill Andrew. However, without Andrew in his hands, Jack would be too passive when facing Legend, which would put him in greater danger. Jack needed Andrew to lure the psychopathic brothers out. That way, he would be able to better control the situation. This time, he was playing a huge risky game because he knew that if he didn't extinguish these people, he and Chloe would not be able to live a peaceful life. For his beloved family, Jack was willing to risk his life and fight to the death. Honey? Chloe rushed over to hug Jack when he came out. I'm fine. Jack smiled gently. He was a drastically different person compared to how he was when he was in the basement. I smell blood on you. Chloe intelligently smelled Jack's sleeve. Yeah. Is he dead? Chloe asked. No, I just wounded him a bit. Jack smiled and responded. Wounding him is nothing compared to what he had done. He separated us for so long. I wanted to kill him, Chloe said angrily. Yeah, I'll spare his life for now, but when the timing is right, we'll send him to heaven. He'd never be able to go to heaven. He should go to hell. Chloe corrected. Yes, to hell. Honey, you're so beautiful that whatever you say is right. You just know how to flatter me. Chloe slightly blushed. However, Chloe would never actually be able to kill Andrew, because although he was evil, he never mistreated her. That was why she was just saying those things, because she was angry. Even in the middle of nowhere, Andrew took very good care of her. Chloe knew that, so she would pretend to be hard on Andrew in front of her husband, as being nice to Andrew would not be fair to Jack. Chloe was mentally prepared to support her husband, even if he killed Andrew. Jack and his group left the island in the middle of nowhere and headed for Sydney. In one of the hotels in Sydney, one of Fiona's subordinates reported, "Boss, Madam is coming." Fiona was playing with her phone before, but once she heard the news, she jumped up on the sofa like an excited child. "Psycho Riker, hurry and bring me my lipstick. I'm going to touch up my makeup," Fiona commanded Riker. "You're just seeing your sister and not some outsider. Do you really need to do all that?" Riker was speechless. "Of course. I want to let my sister see the best of me." Fiona was as excited as a little child when she mentioned her sister. Riker understood that even though Fiona often fought and was violent, she valued family a lot. Even though they did not grow up together or share a lot of memories together, Fiona was willing to fight for her sister. Riker was deeply attracted to how childish and energetic Fiona was. "Why are you standing there like a mummy? Didn't you hear what I just said? I want my lipstick. Lipstick." "Where is it?" Riker was speechless. "It's in my makeup pouch in the drawer, you stupid." Riker reluctantly opened the makeup pouch. His mind was about to explode when he opened it. "So, my princess, which one do you want me to bring you? There are so many lipsticks in here." Riker rarely touched women's stuff, and Fiona rarely put on makeup. She would only put on makeup when she needed to put on a disguise. That was why when he opened Fiona's makeup pouch for the first time to see tens of lipsticks from the same brand with the same looks, he was shocked. "Look at the color, you dummy! I want that orangey red one. It looks good on me." "I give up, princess. I can't tell the colors apart." Fine, I'll do it myself. Such a waste of time. Move back." Fiona shoved Riker back and went through her pouch herself. When Chloe and Jack arrived at the lobby, Riker and Fiona stepped out of the elevator. The timing was perfect. Even though Fiona was a hyper person, her work was with quality and speed. "Fiona?" Chloe was a bit excited when she saw Fiona. She almost cried. The sisters were finally able to reunite with each other, which was a beautiful thing. However, it looked as if they had been through some life and death treachery and would hug each other tightly and cry till morning. This may be because their identities were a bit special. "Sis," Fiona was about to cry when she saw Chloe. She quickly ran over and gave Chloe a big, tight hug. "Sis, are you all right?" Fiona whispered by Chloe's ears. "I'm fine. How's the baby?" "The baby's fine too." Chloe smiled gently. Fiona was able to carry Chloe up easily with her explosive force. This was something many men could not even do. "Ah, what are you doing? Let me down." Chloe was happy and annoyed at the same time. "I'm trying to see how much you weigh now to see how much my nephew weighs." "What nephew? We don't know the gender yet. It might be a girl." Chloe smiled shyly. "A girl would be great too. If she was a girl, let her stay with me and I'll teach her how to fight, how to use a gun, how to make bombs. Bombs are my specialty." "You little girl." Chloe poked Fiona's forehead and looked at her with tenderness. The two sisters reunited in a foreign land. Even the two men were touched by the scene. "Whenever Fiona sees Chloe, she turns into a child," Riker said with a gentle smile. "Chloe, too." "Is everything over with the deserted island situation?" Riker asked. "Yeah." "What about Andrew?" Riker asked calmly. "He's with me." "You didn't kill him?" Riker looked at Jack with surprise. "No." "Brother-in-law, are you planning to use this bait to catch a bigger fish?" Riker immediately understood what Jack was up to. "Yeah, that's the plan." "But are you sure you want to go against them?" "It's not that I want to go against them. It's that they're a threat to my family, so I need to act first." Riker was slightly shocked when he heard Jack's words. However, very quickly, he gave Jack a thumbs up without further explanation. Jack and Riker's personalities were alike. Riker, however, was sometimes more energetic. Jack was the calmer type. Their similarity, though, was that both spoke few words. After the happy reunion with her sister, Fiona confidently walked over to Jack. "Brother-in-law, how can you not tell me that my sister was in Tasmania? I was worried that they would have more supporters, so I wanted you to stop them." "Fine. If it's like that, I'll forgive you. By the way, where's that BS, Andrew?" Before Jack could respond, Fiona continued to say, "I want to skin him alive." "He's with me." "Bring him over. I want to see him," Fiona said domineeringly. "Fiona, you can't kill him yet. Jack still needs him for something." Riker tried to pacify her. "I know. I'm not going to kill him. I was thinking that I haven't been practicing my boxing skills for a while, so I want to use him as a human punch bag," Fiona said. "Don't. Your boxing would kill him with one punch," Riker immediately said. "Shut up or I'll beat you up too." Fiona glared at him. Okay. Girls shouldn't hold grudges so much. Also, Riker is your boyfriend." Chloe couldn't help but soothe Fiona with a gentle smile. "I don't think you can practice your boxing skills," Jack said slowly. "Why? You're not willing to let me?" Fiona pouted. "No, he lost too much blood and is almost dead. Wait until his wounds are better." "Ha, Jack. I respect you very much." Fiona immediately knew what Jack meant and was very delighted. "Boss, dinner's ready," one of Fiona's subordinates reminded. "Okay." "Sis, I'll treat you to a good meal. Let's go." "It's all right. Let's just grab something simple." Chloe was sufficiently happy just seeing Fiona. "Sis, you don't need to care about her wallet. She has plenty of money," Riker said. "Shut your leeching mouth up." Fiona pinched Riker hard. Chloe was rather pleased and happy to see the couple playfully fight. Riker was young, but he was a good and reliable guy that would be by Fiona's side no matter what troubles she was going through. In the rotating restaurant in a 5-star hotel, Chloe was dumbfounded by the table full of seafood. "Did you go out to the sea or something?" No. I went to a fisherman's home and told them that I would buy everything they caught today. Look at the big lobster. Its body looks great, eh?" It was the first time Chloe heard someone talk about a lobster's body being great. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Sis, I know you like seafood. Eat more. I didn't get crabs since you're pregnant and you shouldn't eat those." "Okay," Chloe nodded. Everyone seemed to know that she loved seafood. "Brother-in-law, have a seat too. Let's eat." Fiona waved Jack over. She couldn't hide her great mood. "Boss, there's a bunch of suspicious people downstairs. Look," one of Fiona's subordinate whispered. "Can't you see I'm eating? F off." Fiona wanted to enjoy dinner with her sister, and she was in no mood to deal with anything else. "Boss, what should we do with them? Should we observe or should we directly—" Her subordinate risked being yelled at and asked for more orders. "Go eat first. Everyone should be hungry by now." "But boss—" Her subordinate seemed to want to say something, but he stopped when Fiona glared at him. He was still scared when walking out. "How was it? What did the boss say?" "Boss told us to go eat since we're all probably hungry." "Huh? What's happening?" "Those people are in the lobby now and will come up at any moment. They're obviously after us." "Yeah, I told the boss that." "Boss didn't command us to kill them?" "No." "The F. What should we do now?" "Let's follow the boss's orders and go eat." Just like that, Fiona's subordinates, who originally thought it was showtime, were disappointed because Fiona didn't agree to let them fight. Beneath the rotating restaurant on the top floor was a private room for Fiona's subordinates. She had gotten them the same big table of seafood. However, her subordinates were all worried about the people after them downstairs. "Who do you think they are coming for? Could it be Boss's sis?" Amy suddenly asked. "Hard to tell. There are enemies everywhere with our boss, so they might just be after us." "That's illogical, though. We've been here for a while, but as soon as her sister came, the killers arrived right after." "Amy, what are you trying to say?" One of the male subordinates glanced at Amy and said, "I think Boss and Mr. Ross are in danger. Why don't you guys continue eating and I'll go protect them?" Amy said as she stood up. "Take a break. With your fighting skills, 10 of you can't even match Boss. How would you protect them? Also, Boss told us to eat. I'm sure she has a plan, so you don't need to meddle with it." "I'm afraid that if—" Amy was still worried. "Amy, why are you trying to suck up to Boss so much lately? Did you fall in love with Boss?" Lesbians aren't popular. A chubby male smiled at her and said, "Shut up. Stop arguing. We'll follow boss's orders. Sit down and eat. We'll see what happens." An older subordinate who normally didn't speak much was getting agitated. Amy was unhappy that she was being shunned. She was very worried and barely ate. Everyone else in the private room seemed to be enjoying themselves. Fiona peeled off the shrimp shell for Chloe and put the peeled shrimp on her plate. She said, "Sis, eat some shrimps. I heard shrimps are good for the baby because they're high in calcium." "Honey, that's the shrimp skin you're talking about. You should probably do your homework before trying to show off in front of Chloe. She's a doctor and knows more than you." "I want to. What can you do about it? Sis, eat. You don't need to mind him." Fiona smiled like a child in front of Chloe. "Yeah, you too. Bro-in-law, our Fiona seems to be doing everything you should be doing." Riker smiled. "That's all right. They're close sisters." Jack was happy because he thought it was rare to see Fiona behave so adorably. Suddenly, Jack's phone rang. He quietly picked it up. "Okay, I understand." Fiona's subordinates downstairs saw the men in black come in. The men in black walked with crisp, light footsteps with no wasted movements. They probably were killers. Jack was about to stand up and deal with this situation. Fiona suddenly stood up and said, "You guys eat first. I'm going to go to the washroom." "Fiona, there's one in the private room." Chloe was slightly surprised and called out, "I like the one outside. It's bigger." Fiona smiled and turned and walked away. Riker and Jack looked at each other, and it was as if they were communicating that they knew what she was up to. What's wrong with Fiona?" Chloe was thinking rather simplistically, and was the most clueless of all of them, as she actually believed Fiona was going to the washroom. "She's like that, sis-in-law. Don't worry, let's eat first." "Riker, you haven't gone home for a long time, right?" Chloe suddenly remembered. Riker abandoned his family to be with Fiona. He was even being hunted down by his family. "Yeah, I'm never going back unless my old man allows me to marry Fiona," Riker said calmly, as he picked up a piece of salmon sashimi and stuffed it into his mouth. The older generation is like that. They're just firm in their speech, but soft in the heart. Maybe sooner or later your father would allow you, so don't worry too much. "Chloe, I'm not worried. I know how my old pops is." "It's important to keep it harmonious and peaceful. Don't sacrifice family for love. I think Fiona doesn't feel great that you had to give up family for her." "Okay," Riker nodded. He listened to Chloe as he knew she was a kind and gentle doctor that saved lives. Girls like Chloe existed in their world because they had never been through what Fiona and he had. They were eating on the top floor, the 78th floor. Fiona didn't go to the washroom, but rather took the stairs to the 74th floor. She hid behind a door, quietly waiting for something. Very soon, she heard footsteps coming up. The killers had taken the elevator up to the 70th floor. In order not to alert their target, they got off the elevator before reaching the top floors and took the stairs instead, thinking they could finish their mission without anyone knowing. However, Fiona was one step ahead of them. The first person who pushed open the door was caught off guard. Fiona caught him from the back and covered his mouth before the first killer could see the hallway. She directly slit his throat with a knife. From start to finish, he was not able to utter a sound. Fiona dragged him aside and left him there. The people behind could tell something was wrong, so they pulled out their guns, but were still one step behind Fiona. The staircase was a narrow space where guns could not be used to their full potential. In such a space, the one who was most agile wins. Fiona was able to consecutively slit 2 killers' throats. There were 3 killers left, and they all dashed forward. There was one killer some distance from Fiona. He was able to fire with his gun, but he suddenly felt that his wrists went numb. He looked and realized that there was a needle on it. On the needle was anesthetics. That killer fainted straight to the ground. There were 2 other killers who were attacking with their bare hands. They used the sandwich tactic, with Fiona in the middle. However, Fiona jumped high up and kicked both simultaneously. Her kick aimed for their throats. Then she clasped her feet together and did a handstand in front of a wall. The two killers fell to the ground as Fiona had hit them with knives without them knowing. In the 74th floor staircase, blood was everywhere. You could smell the iron in the air. However, the whole process took less than 3 minutes. One of the killers who had weak breath left laid flat on the ground. Fiona glanced coldly at him. Then, she took out a white handkerchief from her pocket and wiped her hands before leaving. "Boss, are you going out?" One of Fiona's subordinates saw her when she was going back up to the top floor. "Go clean up on the 74th floor. I left one alive. He's drugged with anesthetics. Remember to record the evidence." Boss, so you finished everything up?" The subordinate was amazed. "If I didn't finish them up, should I leave them for you guys to deal with for the new year?" Fiona said. Then she headed back to the private room. When Fiona sat down, Chloe frowned as she noticed something. Since Chloe was a doctor, she was very sensitive to blood. She said, "Fiona, why is there the smell of blood on you?" "Really?" Fiona had a guilty conscience and didn't dare to look at Chloe, so she looked down. Riker and Jack looked at each other again, confirming their guess from before with each other. "I'm a doctor. I'm very sensitive to these things." Chloe was certain she was right. "Fine. If that's the case, I'll tell you the truth, sis." Chloe turned around to look at Fiona. Chloe looked worried, as she was very concerned about Fiona's safety. "I'm actually using a special perfume that smells like blood. Isn't it very unique?" Fiona joked. "Perfume?" Chloe asked skeptically. "Yeah, perfume. It's still in the testing phase, but when I finish perfecting it, I'll give you a bottle." "No, thank you. I don't like that strange smell." Chloe shook her head. Riker touched his nose. He almost couldn't help laughing out loud after hearing Fiona's words. She had just killed people, but said the blood smell was a perfume with complete confidence. However, Chloe was innocent enough to believe Fiona's lie. "Let's eat. Sis, you should eat more." Fiona didn't want to continue this conversation, so she changed the subject. Luckily for her, Chloe didn't keep asking. The two sisters had lived a vastly different life, and Fiona knew this very well. After dinner, Chloe was tired. After all, she was 3 months pregnant, so she easily got tired. Even though Fiona wanted to spend more time with her sister, she couldn't bear to see her so tired. "Sis, I got you a sweet. You guys should get some rest. We're just around the corner. I booked the whole floor, so don't worry and get some rest." "Thanks," Chloe nodded. They returned to their individual rooms after dinner. When Riker and Fiona were walking towards their room, he asked, "Why didn't you just get your subordinates to get rid of those weaklings but went yourself?" "Do you think I wanted to? I was afraid that those idiots would fight too loud and scare my sister. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to walk down a few floors and kill them." "So? How many minutes did you take to finish them?" Riker raised a brow. "Probably less than 3 minutes." "1 in 3 minutes? You're regressing, my dear," Riker said with a slight surprise. Fiona didn't say anything. Instead, she signaled 6 with her hand. Then she opened the door and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Riker shrugged his shoulders. Fiona wasn't fun to play with. 1 against 6 in less than 3 minutes was incredible. Also, the 6 were professional killers with guns. Fiona was afraid that the gun sounds would scare Chloe, so she didn't even give the killers the opportunity to fire. She had killed all but one. One of her subordinates knocked on their door soon after Fiona finished her shower. Riker was playing on his phone. He didn't interfere with Fiona's business, and Fiona didn't take any precautions against him. She would let him listen in on all her conversations. "Boss? Did that person wake up yet?" "Yeah, but he won't say anything." "Won't say anything?" "Yeah, we're taking turns beating him up. He fainted a few times and his organs are internally bleeding, but he still won't confess who sent them." "Such dignity," Fiona smiled. "From what I can tell, they're Legends people for sure. We should just kill him." "No, I have a feeling they're not Legends people." Fiona had fought against Legend for many years and understood how he operated. Sending 6 assassins and going straight for the top floor, it didn't seem like Legend's style. Most importantly, Fiona couldn't tell if these killers were after her or Chloe. "Are there other people that are after us?" her subordinate asked. "Where is he now?" Fiona asked as she dried her hair with a towel. "Next door in our room. We locked him up in the bathroom. Amy's pressing his head in the water to see if he'll confess. I'll go take a look, Fiona said, and walked out. When she was at the door, she turned around and said to Riker, Hey, Psycho Riker, don't you want to watch a show? What fun is it watching you guys torture someone to force them to confess? Riker didn't seem interested. Fiona didn't ask any further. She turned around and left with her subordinate. In the bathroom next to her room, Fiona saw Amy shove the man's head in the bathtub filled with water when she went in. Even then, the man was unwilling to speak. His arms and legs were tied up. His mouth was not taped as it allowed him to throw up. Stop. Bring him over. Fiona sat on the European leather sofa in the living room. She was in a white bathrobe. Her hair was let down and still slightly wet. She looked incredibly beautiful. Who would have thought that such a beautiful woman was the closest to Satan? Amy violently dragged the man over and made him kneel on the floor. Asian? Fiona was slightly surprised when she saw the man's appearance. The man would not talk and glared viciously at Fiona. Who sent you? Are you sure you don't want to speak? Fiona asked. The man did not speak. Boss, he might be Vietnamese by the looks of it. He probably doesn't understand. No, he understands. Fiona was almost certain. She walked over to the man and stepped on his shoulder. Then she reached out and pulled the pendant hanging around his neck. Give it back, the man shouted, struggling to get up. Then Amy stomped his back and locked him onto the ground. See? I told you that he knows Chinese, Fiona said proudly. Boss, you're so smart. How did you know? Her subordinates were very impressed. There's Chinese on the pendant. Fiona held it up and showed it. Then she read the word on it. Zhen. A Vietnamese that fell in love with a Chinese woman. Her name is Jen, right? Fiona conjectured. The man was slightly surprised as he didn't know how Fiona found out. If that's the case, then you should live your life peacefully. Why did you become a killer? Worse off, why did you become a killer that follows orders? Shut up and just kill me, the man said in Chinese. Even though he could speak Chinese, you could tell he was not from China. Who sent you? How much are they paying? How about this? If you tell me, I'll pay you double that. No, triple. Fiona chuckled. The man glared at her and didn't respond. He didn't seem interested in money. What? So you're not interested in money, eh? Why not we do a trade? If you tell me who sent you, I'll spare your beloved lady's life. Otherwise, I'm going to fracture that woman called Jen's neck. Haha, you're hilarious. There are so many women in China called Jen. Can you find her and kill her? Fiona, you're crazy. The man laughed at Fiona's naivety. Good, you know my name. That makes things even simpler. Fiona smiled mysteriously. Fiona, don't you dare threaten me. Maybe other people are scared of you, but I'm not. If you want to kill me, then just do it. This man was mentally prepared to be killed as soon as their mission failed. In the beginning, there were 6 of them. They were confident that they would succeed, but before they could even reach their final destination, Fiona had defeated them all. Now that he was the only one left of the 6, this man knew the fate that awaited him was not bright. Give me a computer, Fiona said, putting out her hand. One of her subordinates immediately handed over an ultra-thin laptop to Fiona. Fiona put the laptop on her lap and swiftly tapped on the keyboard. She was still in her bathrobe. Very soon, she got the results. She turned the laptop over so the male killer could see the screen. She read slowly, Hu Baoming, male. Originally from Nha Trang, Vietnam, 34 years old. You moved to China 20 years ago to live with your Chinese relatives. You've been living in a harbor city amongst the China and Vietnam border. You repair cars. Your wife's name is Wang Shuzhen. She's from Yunnan, China, 28 years old. You two have 1 son and 1 daughter. You and she are only a common-law couple as you've never officially gotten married. Therefore, your children still have no official identity. You hid your identity as a killer while you repaired cars. You were poor, but lived peacefully. Why would you take on the dirty work again? What would your wife and children do if you died? The man was dumbfounded by what he just heard. He never expected Fiona to find out his whole background with just 1 laptop. To his surprise, she even dug out his days back in Nha Trang. Your daughter is the elder child. She's 8 years old. Her name is Huyan Hong. Your son is Huyan Jun, 5 years old. Don't touch my family. The man was no longer able to keep his composure as Fiona was able to figure out details of his family, including his child's name. So are you still sure you won't tell me who your boss is? Fiona asked patiently. The man slowly responded after some hesitation. If I told you, my children and wife will die. Oh, so someone is taking your family hostage, Fiona chuckled. You got married and had kids. You shouldn't take on your old job again. If you really want to be a killer, you shouldn't have gotten married. You sure are stupid to put yourself in such a position. Fiona sighed. Miss Fiona, I know you're almighty. I did this myself. It has nothing to do with my family. I'll apologize to you with my life, the man said. Then he was about to bite his tongue and commit suicide. No, if I can't find out my answers, then I'll be sad. When I'm sad, I kill. If you're so unwilling to cooperate, then my only choice would be to send your children and wife down to hell to see you. The man paused. He no longer had the courage to bite his tongue. Fiona saw his hesitation, so she added, If you tell me, then I'll promise your wife and children safety. I'll also make sure they live with material abundance for the rest of their lives. What do you think? Do you mean it? The man's eyes sparkled with hope. Of course. Okay, then I'll tell you. I was recruited by one of my old colleagues. He told me that this was a big job that was worth $10 million US. There were 6 of us, so each of us would have over $1 million. With that money, I thought I could take my wife and children to the city and live a better life. My children would be able to go to a good school. But, get to the point. Who was so generous to pay $10 million? Fiona looked down and asked. He is... The man seemed scared of even speaking the person's name. Fiona smiled as she slowly walked over to the killer. Be careful, boss, one of her subordinates warned. Fiona didn't care about the warning. She walked over to the male killer and put her ear in front of his lips. When Fiona heard the name, she smiled. Then, she threw a fruit knife over to the man. Good, you can die now, Fiona said. What about my family? The man seemed worried. Don't worry, I keep my promises. Okay. Then the man picked up the fruit knife in front of him and stabbed it into his heart. Clean up. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Yes, boss. Sister Fiona, Amy called. Fiona looked back. Did he tell you who sent them? Yeah, I have an idea of what's going on now. Oh. Amy saw that Fiona wasn't going to tell them, so she didn't continue asking as she was afraid that they would become suspicious of her. In the other big suite, Chloe and Jack had just finished showering and were now in bed. Chloe laid peacefully on Jack's chest. It seemed like it had been a long time since she felt his warmth. Although they had only been away from each other for approximately 20 days, they felt like it had been a century. Chloe? Yeah? What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about Fiona. About what? Jack asked softly as he stroked Chloe's hair. I'm thinking about how she went to the washroom during dinner. Yeah, Jack nodded. When she came back, I smelled blood on her. So? I think it's not just perfume. I think that girl killed someone again, Chloe said worriedly. Honey, Fiona is a world-class killer. She has her own army. That's how the game goes. If you tell her not to kill people, it might be harder than telling her not to eat. Sometimes, Fiona might not want to kill people, but she's been in that world for so many years. She has many enemies that want her dead. Do you think she can do nothing about that? Jack tried to explain Fiona's job to Chloe. I know that, but I don't want her to be a killer. She's still young. I don't think she should live so violently. Fiona probably has a lot of money stored up, right? Not just a lot. She's extremely rich. Even Hollywood stars aren't as rich as her, Jack said with a smile. Yeah, so she should retire from that world and live the rest of her life peacefully. Honey, it's not as simple. She's in that world. There are things that aren't up to her. Yes, I know, but this is how I think. I'm planning for her so when she and Riker get married and have their own kids, she needs to take another path. Yes, my wife sure is smart. No one can hide anything from you, Jack said. Then, he gently kissed her forehead. Probably not anything, but I'm not stupid. I could sense it during dinner. You and Riker probably knew what was happening from your looks. It was like I was the only one kept in the dark there. No, we just think that now that you're pregnant, there are things you don't need to know. I know, Chloe sighed and nodded. Then, Jack's hands started wandering into her bathrobe. What do you think you were doing? Guess. Jack smiled deviously. Chloe's face blushed as the dirty thought jumped into her mind. Honey, no. Why not? Jack teased. I'm pregnant. We can't do that 3 months before giving birth. Do what? Jack continued to ask, playing dumb. You know what I mean. Don't act dumb, okay, President Dawson? Dr. Green, I missed you too much that I turned stupid. If you don't tell me, I won't know what you're saying. BS. You know what I mean. Anyways, we can't do that. What should we do? I'm a normal man. Honey, look at how much pain I'm in by abstaining. Jack pretended to be in pain. Wait a bit longer. 1 more month, okay? Just wait 1 more month, Chloe said mysteriously as she put her finger against Jack's lips. No, 1 month is too long. Jack sucked on her finger. The flirtatious movement made Chloe blush. Then what do we do? Chloe felt bad. What should we do, honey? Jack laid his head gently on Chloe's stomach, but made sure not to apply pressure. Why not I buy you an inflatable doll? Jack almost laughed so hard that he choked when he heard that. Who in the world would suggest buying an inflatable doll for her husband? Before Jack rejected, Chloe continued to say, Which celebrity's face do you want? Chloe was a doctor, so her sexual knowledge was abundant. She had frequently chatted with her coworkers about sexual health. There were many single males who were addicted to inflatable dolls nowadays. They would like ones with pretty celebrity faces. I don't like those. Then which do you like? I'll make one for you. Sure, then make one that's the same size as you and looks exactly like you, but the breasts could be bigger. That'll be perfect, Jack said with a stern face. Chloe now realized that Jack was joking. She punched his back. Ha ha, President Dawson, you're playing me. Who dares to do that? Dr. Green? Wait, no. Director Green? Okay, stop, okay. I'm laughing so hard that I'm scared I'll hurt our baby. Don't worry. It's our child, so it can withstand that little blow. Good point. Honey, do you know why our child was all right, even though I jumped off a cliff? Chloe suddenly recalled and asked. Andrew probably did something in advance to protect you, Jack guessed. Smart. Andrew did something to that wedding dress, so it'll reduce the impact. The funny part is that Hunter told me this. That psycho. Every time I see him, he scares me to death. If Andrew is a psychopath, then Hunter is 100 times sicker. Why would his second personality be so evil? Chloe held onto Jack's neck and sighed. I actually do hope to meet Hunter once, Jack said slowly. Huh? Why? Chloe said with confusion, as she didn't understand what Jack was thinking. Hunter will be more useful than Andrew if I want to deal with Legend, Jack said slowly. You want to deal with Legend? Chloe was surprised at her husband's crazy idea. Yes. My goodness, honey, we can't afford to mess with him. Chloe couldn't imagine how her husband would deal with a man whom even Fiona couldn't handle. Legend wasn't an ordinary criminal, but a terrorist who was capable of committing any evil act without a bottom line. He wouldn't feel the least bit of guilt, no matter how many people died. Chloe thought he was no longer a human being, but a special evil existence that was a result of genetic mutation. Don't worry, Legend is only a human, not a god, so he's not as scary as you think. As I said, no matter who he is, I'll fight him with my life if he's a threat to you. Hearing Mr. Dawson's words, Chloe felt warm inside. Honey, do you feel tired in loving me? It seems, ever since high school, you've been helping me handle all kinds of things just because you love me. I suddenly feel I'm a burden to you. If you married a girl from a rich family and had kids with her, you'd live an ordinary life and feel more comfortable. She suddenly felt guilty for her special identity, which caused Legend to scheme against her. Now Jack had to fight Legend for her. Silly girl, don't say that. How can a girl from an ordinary rich family be as excellent as our Dr. Green? Jack placed Chloe on his lap gently while he leaned on the headboard of the big bed. Lying in his arms, Chloe felt safe and happy. "We've known each other for so many years. Please don't say this." Jack kissed her lips. "But I feel guilty to be your burden. If you didn't love me, you'd feel much less pain. Andrew did those things because of me, and you're the innocent party." The more she said, the sadder she felt. Probably because of the extra estrogen in her body due to her pregnancy, she became more sensitive. "Without you, I'd feel no happiness." "Silly girl, stop saying that. Marrying you is the best thing I've done in my life. With you, my life is complete. With you, I can have a future." Mr. Dawson wasn't a man of words, and so seldom had love talks with her. But whenever he did it, the simple but loving words warmed her heart. With tears in her eyes, Chloe held his neck and clung to his chest. "Honey, you're so good to me. How can I repay you?" "You can repay me by being with me in our next lifetime." "Okay," Chloe nodded. "And in the lifetime after the next," said Jack. "Okay, we'll always be together. When we pass the bridge of forgetfulness after death, I'll knock Madame Meng unconscious so we can slip past her with our memories intact. That way, we'll still be together in the next lifetime." "Good idea." Jack touched her head lovingly, giving her a thumbs up for her smartness. "If we stay together lifetime after lifetime, won't you become tired of me?" Chloe asked with a pout. "I will, definitely," Jack said to tease her. Chloe was about to protest when he continued. "So, you must wear some sexy underwear for me occasionally, and you'd better perform a pole dance for me too. I would also like you in a maid costume, bunny costume, etc. In this way, I won't get tired of you." "Do you want a whip with spicy oil?" Chloe pinched his cheeks with both hands and asked with a smirk. "Whoa, Dr. Green, you're a woman with a kinky taste." "Haha, honey, can we have a nice chat? Please don't tease me, okay?" Chloe couldn't stop laughing. "It's you who mentioned the whip with spicy oil, right?" Mr. Dawson looked innocent. "That's great. We can move from proclamations of love to the bridge of forgetfulness and Madame Meng, then to sexy underwear and a whip with spicy oil. I'm quite dizzied by our jumpy thoughts. No one can catch up with us. We don't need others to catch up with us. Haha, honey, I think I'll call you Sharp-Tongue Dawson." "Hello, wife of Sharp-Tongue Dawson." Mr. Dawson was quite witty. Finally, Chloe admitted defeat in her verbal battle with Mr. Dawson. After a long day and a good dinner, she soon became sleepy. Snuggling in Jack's arms, she sank into a deep sleep and even snored slightly. She looked adorable. But Jack couldn't sleep. In the days after Chloe disappeared, he hadn't had a full night of sleep. After doing the surgery on him, the professor had warned him not to take that drug again, not even when he couldn't sleep. He held Chloe tightly in his arms, as if he was afraid that she'd disappear the moment he loosened his arms. He knew it was a sickness to love Chloe in this obsessive way. To put it nicely, it was a bone-deep love. To put it not so nicely, he felt he wasn't any different from Andrew. He knew he couldn't go on like this and must change. Meanwhile, he didn't want Chloe to know about it. So before he left, he had told everyone not to tell Chloe about his psychological problem because he didn't want her to worry about him. Meanwhile, in another suite, Fiona was in a good mood and had emptied 3 bottles of red wine in less than 3 hours. Riker wasn't a fan of alcohol. Seeing Fiona drink so heavily, he became even more alert in case of danger. They'd both be dead if he wasn't careful. "Psycho Riker, you don't want even a small glass of it?" "No, it's expensive. In our family, 1 money squanderer is enough for us," Riker said with a straight face. "Ha! Nonsense! I'm loaded. Even if you drink Louis XIV every day, I can afford you for the rest of your life. If you can't drink it all, you can use it for bathing." Fiona was a bit tipsy, looking quite happy. "Forget it. I don't want to waste money on baths with Louis XIV. I know you're in a good mood, but you've had enough of the wine. It's not good for your health if you get drunk." "What? Not good for my health? Do you think I'm afraid of that? I live in the present and enjoy myself whenever I can." She cocked her head with the glass of red wine in her hand. Then she drained the remaining half of wine in the glass in a very hearty way. Then she just fell asleep with her head leaning on one side. "Do you want a bath later? Shall I draw it for you now?" Riker asked. Receiving no response from her, Riker put down his cell phone and saw Fiona was asleep. Exasperated, Riker shook his head. Standing up, he walked over with a blanket and tucked it around her. At this moment, the doorbell rang. "Who is it?" "Young Master Riker. It's me, Amy." A woman's voice came. "Oh, do you want to talk to us?" "Yes." Riker was a very cold guy and was indifferent to everyone except for Fiona. He kept minimum contact with Fiona's subordinates, no matter if they were men or women. Hearing Amy needed to talk to them, he had no choice but to open the door. Opening the door, he saw Amy standing at the entrance dressed in a black dress with a low neckline. She had exquisite makeup on her face. "What's up?" Riker was as cool as usual. "Where's Sister Fiona?" "She's asleep." "Oh, let me keep watch for her. Young Master Riker, you can go and sleep now." Fiona's subordinates all knew that Fiona and Riker were not sleeping together yet, so they had separate rooms, which was why Amy made the offer. "No, I can do it." "Aren't you tired?" Amy looked at him affectionately. "No. Anything else?" Riker didn't want to chit-chat with this woman. "Oh, I wanted to tell boss that guy's body has been gotten rid of." "Okay, I'll tell her." Riker was about to close the door. "Oh, wait, young Master Ross. Speak. Did the boss tell you the identity of the person trying to get us this time? We're worried, but the boss didn't say anything about it." "I don't know. She didn't tell me." "Really? She didn't even tell you?" Amy obviously didn't believe him. "What? You seem very interested in it." Riker glanced at the woman mildly and asked, "No, I'm just worried about our boss." "Don't worry. Your boss is very tough." "Young Master Ross, are you hungry? I'll make some night snacks and bring them to you. I can make dumplings. I heard you like pork and fennel dumplings. I'm not hungry." Before Amy could finish, Riker closed the door in her face. Amy had a sense of failure. She knew she didn't have bad looks, even though she wasn't as beautiful as Fiona. Dressed in such a seductive way, she wondered why Riker had rejected her. Riker sat down on a chair and continued playing with his cell phone as if nothing had happened. Fiona's curly eyelashes moved slightly. On the next morning, Chloe got up and saw it was almost 7 o'clock. It was bright outside. "You're up?" "Yeah," she said groggily, her eyes not opened fully yet. "Did you have a good sleep?" Jack asked as he handled some business on his laptop. "Yeah, very good. How about you?" Pausing for 3 seconds, Jack smiled. "Very good." "I haven't slept so well in days. Oh, I'm starving." "Then get out of bed. We'll go and have breakfast." "Okay, wait a minute. I'll go wash up." "Take your time." Jack waited for her patiently. When Chloe walked out after her morning routine, she found a shopping bag on the bed. "What's this?" "A new dress." "Whoa, I'm touched by your thoughtfulness." "Dr. Green is always on the top of my thoughts." "Thank you, Mr. Dawson." Playfully, she kissed his cheek. Taking out the clothes from the bag, she found it was a silk dress that was the clean color of beige. The style was elegant. The low-profile dress fitted Chloe's graceful style, just the kind she liked. "Do I look good in it?" Changing into the new dress, Chloe twirled in front of Jack. "Yeah, stunning." Jack nodded. Hand in hand, they walked toward the cafeteria on the top floor. On their way, Jack's men greeted them. "Good morning, President Dawson, Mrs. Dawson." Chloe nodded at them with a smile, and then asked Jack with her arm looped around his arm intimately, "Honey, do you think our Fiona can get up so early in the morning?" "Honey, I might have a piece of not-so-good news for you." Hearing his words, Chloe's smile vanished as her heart lurched. "What news?" "Fiona already left Sydney." "What?" It was a big blow for Chloe. "She left at 4 a.m. this morning." "Something happened?" Chloe looked worried. "No. She just didn't want to say goodbye to your face, probably because she was afraid that she'd cry and make you cry too. After all, you're pregnant and it's not good for you to cry so much." Fiona hadn't wanted to tell them when she left, but Jack was sleepless, and when he heard Fiona talk to his subordinates at the door, he walked out and found she was leaving. After all, with her identity, she couldn't stay in one place for long for fear of drawing her enemies to her. After careful consideration, she decided to leave despite her reluctance. She didn't want to tell Chloe until she was gone. Hearing the news that Fiona had left, Chloe's spirits plummeted instantly. She was so melancholic that she wanted to cry. "Honey, are you okay?" Jack held her shoulders and soothed her gently. "I'm fine. Be a good girl and don't cry. It's not like you'll never see her again." "But how could she do this to me? She can leave after having breakfast with me," Chloe pouted. "She won't be able to have breakfast with us, but she already paid for it. Doesn't that show her sincerity?" Jack tried to make her laugh. Then, holding her hand, he led her to the restaurant which had been booked to provide services only to them. Jack called out to his subordinates and asked them to have breakfast with them. Over a dozen chefs worked exclusively for them. "Miss Green, this is a nutritious congee specifically cooked for you to give more nutrients to your baby. Please try it. If you don't like it, we can make some improvements on it." A chef handed her a stew bowl carefully. Chloe tried it and found it very fresh. Instantly, her mood was lifted. "What did you put in it to make it so fresh and delicious?" Chloe asked. "We brewed it with fresh lobster shells for 3 hours to make the flavors blend into it. We made steamed dumplings with the lobster meat." "Thank you." "Don't mention it. Your sister cares for you very much and left detailed instructions for us to take care of you. Miss Green, please tell us what you want to eat. We'll try our best to satisfy you so long as we can find the materials." "Okay." The head chef was very nice to her, which told Chloe that Fiona had paid him a lot of money. "Now I have good news and better news. Which do you want to hear first?" Jack whispered at her ear. "The good news first. The good news is that I'll take you out and do some sightseeing after breakfast." "Sightseeing?" Chloe was puzzled. "This is your first time in Australia, right? Don't you want to see some famous sights such as the Sydney Opera House, koalas and kangaroos, etc.? "Well, now I feel as if I wasn't kidnapped here but had come here for a 7-day tour in Australia." Chloe chuckled. "We can't have a 7-day tour. The 2 kids are waiting eagerly for you at home. We'll stay 1 more day here before going home." "Okay, I'm eager to see Pudding and Little Bean. So, honey, what's the better news?" "Fiona made a video recording for you before she left." Jack took out a mini DV recorder before her. "Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Chloe was thrilled at the surprise. Happily, she dropped her spoon with a clank and picked up the DV recorder lovingly. On the screen was Fiona's unbelievably exquisite face. "Hello, sis. I'm Fiona, the #1 badass and beautiful genius girl who has a big fortune, great figure, excellent abilities, marksmanship, and melee combat skills." Seeing the extremely arrogant self-introduction, Chloe smiled, feeling lighthearted. "You must be smiling when you hear this, right? Laughing is good for pregnant women. I heard if you eat more chocolates, the baby will love laughing when it comes out." Chloe didn't speak. It was a recording, so she just listened quietly. "I planned to say goodbye to you, but considering we'll both cry at parting, I decided not to do it. It's why I didn't say goodbye to you. I told the restaurant to prepare good food for the pregnant woman in our family. Tell them whatever you want to eat, and they'll do their best to make it for you. I'm now heading to Brazil to settle accounts with one of my enemies. Then I'll find time to go back to the country and see you. I miss Pudding and Little Bean. Oh, by the way, Dad called and actually wasn't surprised when he heard you're fine. It seems he knew you'd be fine. Don't you think it's miraculous? Dad is old now, and even told me that he'd retire after the last project and then go to your home to take care of Pudding and Little Bean. Haha, isn't it a happy prospect? But you'd better not be fooled by his promise. He told me 5 years ago that he'd retire and go to Tibet with me to see the moon and become a shepherd in Inner Mongolia. But in the end, he is still crazily doing research in the lab. I even suspect we're not his biological daughters, but gifts to him after he bought some prepaid phone cards. No. If I was a gift for buying prepaid phone cards, you'd be a gift for buying an electric rice cooker, which is even worse." Hearing her joke, Chloe giggled. "Okay, I must stop babbling. Anyway, sis, you must take good care of yourself and the baby. I'll miss you." Then the recording ended. It was a funny clip, but Chloe still shed tears. "What's wrong, honey?" Jack immediately handed her a tissue. "I just feel that Fiona lives a hard life running around all over the world," Chloe said with a choking voice. "After Legend dies, we'll have peace. Not only we, but Fiona and the professor will feel much freer." I know, Chloe nodded. Eat the congee now. It's getting cold. Okay. Wiping off her tears, she lowered head and ate the lobster dumplings and seafood congee with gusto. She felt happy after watching Fiona's recording and enjoying breakfast with her husband on such a beautiful morning. What else could she ask for? On the private plane. Boss, it's time to eat. What do you want to eat? We'll get it for you. Now we have steak, caviar, foie gras, noodles with gravy, vegetable salad, and sushi. I don't want to eat. You guys go ahead with the meal. When you're hungry, just call out to us. Her subordinate walked out of the inner cabin and closed the door behind him. Riker put down an English book he was reading and glanced at Fiona. You are not in a good mood today. Yeah. Are you missing Sister Chloe? You know the answer. Okay, forget it. Then Riker lowered his head to continue reading. Hey, little BS, you started the topic and then stopped. Fiona was not pleased. The problem is that I can't do anything for you when you miss her. I can't grab her and bring her to you anyway. Riker, you've left your family for a long time now. Do you miss home? Fiona asked earnestly. Why did you ask me such an awkward question? Riker glanced at Fiona. It's not awkward. I just wanted to ask. What can we do even if I miss home? Will you go back to Russia with me? Okay, I'll retire in Russia with you, eating big bread loaves and drinking hardcore alcohol. Ha ha. Yeah, dreams are beautiful and reality is harsh. Riker lowered his head to continue playing on his cell phone. It's not so harsh. Are you worried about the BS Nan Ross? I'll handle him for you. Forget it. Don't you think we have enough enemies? Riker reminded her. Ha! We have so many enemies, so it doesn't matter we have one more. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. Get some rest. You'll get busy when we arrive in Brazil. Psycho Riker, what do you think of my subordinate Amy? Fiona suddenly asked him in a mysterious way. Good. Very seductive with big breasts and ass. Very curvy. Do you dare to say that again? Fiona was piqued. Your question is sly. Can't I return the favor? Riker looked cold. I just asked you a question. You sound as if you've swallowed a bullet and tried to anger me. Fiona knew Riker didn't mean what he had said. If you don't trust me and ask me such a stupid question, what do you expect me to say? How could I reply to it nicely? Forget it. She had wanted to talk about Amy with him, but seeing his disinterest, she decided not to bring it up. The private plane flew directly to South America. Fiona's spirits were low due to her parting with her sister, making the life of her subordinates very hard. Meanwhile, Chloe enjoyed herself very much. To make her happy, Jack took her on a one-day tour in Sydney after breakfast. Jack drove a Porsche race car and took her to see the views along the road by the seashore. They took photos at the gates of the scenery resorts and then watched koalas and kangaroos. It was a busy day. As she fed a koala, Chloe said, Honey, hurry and take a picture of me with this little thing, okay? She looked back and didn't see Jack. Huh? Where's my husband? Madam, I'll take the picture for you, one of the bodyguards offered. Where's my husband? Chloe was puzzled. President Dawson got a phone call. It's probably business. Oh, I see. Chloe nodded and didn't say more. She turned back to feed the koala. On the other side, Jack was talking to one of his subordinates in a low voice. President Dawson, those guys haven't made a move. They're probably afraid of our force. No, they're just afraid of Fiona. Maybe they don't know that Fiona has left, Jack said. Legend is quiet. It doesn't feel right. It's nothing unusual. Legend is a sly guy. Now that the men he sent out were all killed, it's natural that he doesn't want to move rashly. President Dawson, what do we do then? We'll go back to the country. Now? How about Andrew? Do we lock him somewhere, or... I won't be able to rest well if we lock him in another place. I must take him back with us. Okay, we'll do as you say. After the talk, Jack returned and smiled gently as he saw Chloe was still feeding the koala with great interest. Honey, we leave tonight and we'll be home in the morning. Excellent. Hearing that they'd go home, she was as happy as a child. Do you want to call home and tell the news to the kids? Jack asked. No, I want to give them a surprise, Chloe chuckled. You're a big girl now, but you still like to play like a child. Jack gently pinched her cheek lovingly. "We must create surprises whenever we can," Chloe said cheekily. Since they brought Andrew with them, Jack used his private plane so he could do things with convenience. Most of the time, Jack and Chloe stayed in the inner cabin where there was a big, soft double bed. When Jack handled business, he stayed close with Chloe so that she would feel safe. Since she had reunited with Jack, Chloe had slept soundly. Soon after she got aboard, she fell asleep and woke up at midnight. Groggily, she saw Jack was still working on his laptop. "Honey, you're awake?" Jack looked back. "I'm thirsty." "Wait for a second. I'll get you a glass of warm water." "Can you give me a glass of iced Coke?" "I don't want warm water," Chloe suggested wistfully. "Please, Mrs. Dawson, you're pregnant. If you don't care about yourself, think about the baby, okay?" "The baby wants the iced Coke." Chloe used the baby as her excuse. Jack laughed in exasperation. "Honey, please, iced Coke, only one glass," Chloe begged. Ultimately, Jack gave in to her little antics. Despite his concern for her stomach, he still poured her a glass of Coke and put a few ice cubes in it. "Thank you, honey." Satisfied, Chloe was in a good mood and got up to look out of the window. She could see nothing but stars. "What time is it now?" "A little past 12 a.m. When will we be home?" "About 10 in the morning." "Oh, there are still some long hours ahead of us." "Are you getting impatient?" Jack smiled at her. "Yeah, I can't wait to be home." Chloe sipped at the Coke and smiled. At this moment, a knock came at the door. "President Dawson, urgent report." "Come in." "President Dawson, there's an issue with Andrew." The man looked anxious. "What is it?" Jack looked up. Chloe put down the Coke and listened attentively. "Andrew's wounds recovered a bit, but he hasn't taken any food or water in the past few days." "He wants to play a hunger strike with me?" Jack frowned as he hadn't thought of this possibility before. No one could understand what was on Andrew's mind. He was a weird guy. "He has a message for you." The man stopped. "What is it?" "He said he wants to see Mrs. Dawson, or he'll refuse to eat or drink until death." "The BS? He dares to threaten me?" Jack slammed his hand on the table, looking furious. "He wants to see me?" Chloe was surprised. "Yeah, he said he wants to see you alone." "Tell him it's impossible. If he doesn't eat or drink, just inject glucose into him. He can live like a vegetative person." He had reached the end of his patience with the evil guy who had taken his wife away for days. "Honey, I'll go and see him." Chloe stood up slowly. "No, Chloe, I won't let you see him." Jack was determined. "I'll be fine. Honey, despite his craftiness, he's now a viper without teeth and can't harm us. Since it costs us nothing to satisfy his request, I want to see what he's up to." "But," Jack looked worried, "honey, trust me. I'll never, ever put myself in danger again." "I'll wait for you at the door. Call out to me if you need me," Jack instructed her. "Okay." Chloe nodded and stood up. Jack picked up his suit jacket and draped it around her shoulders. "Honey, I'm not cold." "The temperature is low here on the plane. Don't get cold." Jack wanted to be with her all the time. Andrew was locked in the small storage cabin at the end of the plane, with his hands and feet cuffed. It was impossible to get out of here. When Jack's man opened the door and Chloe walked in, Andrew looked up and smiled. Chloe glanced at him with complicated feelings in her heart. Only a few days passed, and he was almost skinny. Due to the blood loss from his serious wounds and the lack of food and water, he didn't look like he had many days left to live. "Chloe, you finally came to see me." Andrew's voice was hoarse and small, looking very weak. "You can talk now." Chloe stood far from him with a frown. "Chloe, walk closer to me. I want to look at you." "What tricks are you trying to play again?" "In my state, what tricks can I play? I'm not Hunter. Don't be afraid. I'll never hurt you." Hearing his words, Chloe moved a few steps forward. Andrew looked at her elegant face, which was the same as she had looked during her school days. In the past years, her figure didn't change. She wasn't a great beauty, but had elegant features. Chloe had a face that made people feel soothed and comfortable when looking at her. Her features were not stunning, but one never got tired of looking at her. Andrew had felt that no matter how unhappy he was, he'd feel better when he saw Chloe. It was why he had been obsessed with her and couldn't forget about her. "Chloe, It would have been great if Timothy had let you return to the Green family, and you and I could have grown up together under the same roof. Then I'd have more memories with you. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in life, Chloe answered crisply. If at that time you had known what that old woman Lily did to me, would you have helped me? Andrew asked softly. I wasn't old enough to help you. One must know one's limitations and do things within one's abilities, Chloe answered sensibly. Heh, this is indeed your style. Did you request to see me just to say this nonsense? Chloe, you know why Jack didn't kill me, right? Of course. If I cooperate with you, you'll have better odds of defeating Legend and Nalo, right? Are you going to be nice enough to do that? Chloe was suspicious. I have a proposal, Andrew smiled. We'll never let you go. So, wake up from your dreams. Chloe thought Andrew wanted to use this opportunity to barter for his freedom. Don't worry, I won't ask you to let me go. Even if you agreed, Jack would never let me go. What's your proposal? Chloe glanced at his face and asked coolly. I want you to visit me once each month as long as I live. You? Chloe was speechless, and she didn't know how to reply. Chloe, I won't live for much longer. Can't you agree to this small request? Andrew, do you really think it's necessary? What is the use of seeing me? I'll be imprisoned before my death. Seeing you is the only hope that sustains me. Hearing his words, Chloe felt a lump in her throat. Why? You're not me, and don't need to know why. If you agree, I'll promise to cooperate with you and give you some information about Legend. In the past years, I've collected lots of the brothers' secrets and criminal acts. I heard about the relation between you and Nalo. It's all in the past. Andrew didn't like the topic of Nalo. When Chloe brought it up, he turned his head and didn't continue. Chloe, in your eyes, it's probably a stain in my life or just a joke. But you must remember a man has no choice in certain situations. So long as I could live, I didn't care what they did to me. So long as I'm still alive, I can still hope. Okay, you have great fortitude. Do you agree to my request? I'll think about it. But how can I trust you? During your monthly visits to me, I'll leak some information to you. It's a win-win for both of us, isn't it? Okay, I see. Then she turned to leave. Chloe, if you can't love me, I'd be satisfied that you hate me, so long as you don't forget about me. Chloe paused her steps for a moment and left without looking back. Andrew was a total jerk, but how come she felt so sad when she heard his words? She dared not tell Jack what Andrew had told her, because Andrew had dealt deadly blows and great damage to Jack. She wouldn't hurt her husband because of an outsider. How did it go? Are you okay? The moment Chloe walked out, Jack took her hand. I'm fine. What did he say? He has a proposal. Then she told him her conversation with Andrew. Of course, she only told him the proposal, not Andrew's affectionate words for her. Honey, what do you think? I don't need you to do it for me. Honey, I'll investigate Legend. If I need you to help me with this thing, then I'm truly a useless husband. I know. It's why I didn't agree with his proposal. Chloe had known Jack wouldn't agree to it. However thoughtful, he was still a man with great self-esteem. How could he let his wife visit another man every month? Since he dared to challenge Legend, he'd never ask a woman to help him. Good job. From now on, don't see Andrew again. Jack held her in his arms and said feelingly. Okay. Chloe nodded obediently because she knew what her husband was worried about. No one could predict what Andrew would do. He had separated her from her husband twice, so she fully understood how Jack felt. At midnight, she took some sweets and drinks with Mr. Dawson and went back to bed. When she woke up again, the plane had landed. Honey, will we go home directly? Chloe looked at the familiar city and almost jumped in excitement. No, we'll go to Green Tea Restaurant. Why are we going there? Chloe was surprised. Justin has taken Pudding and Little Bean there to have sweets, Jack said with a smile. We'll give them a huge surprise. Chloe took Jack's arm and skipped in happiness. Dr. Green, please be careful. You're pregnant. Mr. Dawson's face paled in fright. I'm fine. I'm really tough. Chloe smiled guiltily. When the black Bentley Continental arrived at the gate of the airport, Jack helped Chloe into the car. Their bodyguards all climbed into the two Benz MPVs behind them. In this way, Jack and Chloe finally returned to the country safely. "Honey, what did you do with Andrew?" Chloe asked. "I handed him to Noah, who has put him into a small individual cell in secret. We can't allow him to be in contact with other people." "Okay." Chloe nodded and didn't ask more questions. Leaning her head on Jack's shoulder, she looked at the familiar landscape, feeling as if she had been away for a long time. At Green Tea Restaurant. "Handsome Cooper, you're not busy today?" Pudding asked. "It's okay, the same as usual." Justin lowered his head to eat some ice cream. "Handsome Cooper, did my dad call you? He hasn't called us after he went to Australia." "No, but I heard he called your aunt, so I think he's fine." "He didn't even mention my mom. We're so worried. When our old Dawson gets willful, he's out of control. If I were my mom, I'd have chosen you. Handsome Cooper, you are handsome, rich, and most importantly, obedient," Little Bean said. You would have chosen me because I'm obedient?" Justin didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. "Yeah, I like men who listen to me, not those willful ones. My dad is willful," Little Bean complained. Justin nodded his agreement and concluded, "Yeah, Big Brother Jack is vicious but silent." "It's not right for you two to badmouth Dad behind his back." Pudding glanced at them. "It's okay. Dad can't hear us anyway. Haha." Since Justin treated them to ice cream, Little Bean flattered him and insulted her dad in the process. But they didn't realize that a surprise would pop out when they least expected it. "Little Bean, is it fun to insult your dad this way?" Not far from them, a magnetic voice asked from behind. Instantly, Justin and the two kids looked back. When they saw Jack standing there alone, they all looked a little disappointed. But then Jack moved one step to the left, revealing Chloe dressed in a cream-colored dress. With her shoulder-length hair and thin bangs, she looked like a high school student. "Whoa, I hope my eyes are not playing tricks on me. Is she our mom?" Little Bean exclaimed. "I think so. I almost thought it was an illusion." Pudding got up and couldn't remain calm. Of the three of them, Justin's reaction was the most violent. He stared at Chloe without blinking like a moron, as if time had stopped. "Hi, my babies." Chloe waved at them with a sweet smile. Mom is back." "Mom, I missed you so much." The twins dashed toward her at top speed. Chloe squatted down and hugged the two cute girls. "Mommy, why didn't you call us?" I'm dying of happiness." The twins lost control of their emotions at the delightful surprise. Fortunately, Jack had cleared out the whole area since he didn't want people to witness this scene. "I just wanted to give you a surprise." "Mommy, you're bad. You caught me off guard." Little Bean cried uncontrollably and complained that her mom didn't give her a warning and made her shed tears of happiness. Pudding also shed tears, but as usual, she didn't say as much as Little Bean did. "Mom, it's wonderful that you came home safe. Thank God." Pudding held her hands together as if she was sending thanks to God. Watching the two little kids, Chloe's heart almost melted. "Come and let Mommy kiss you." Not caring for her image, she held her daughters and kissed them repeatedly as if she couldn't get enough. "Mommy, is the baby okay?" A thought dawned on Pudding and she asked solemnly. "It's fine, don't worry." "Yeah, awesome. Seeing your mom, you just ignore your dad, right?" Jack crossed his arms before his chest, playing cool with them. "Of course not. We love you as much as we love Mom." Little Bean immediately said the words to please her dad. "Really? But who just badmouthed me behind my back?" It must have been Handsome Cooper." Little Bean immediately placed the blame on Justin. Chloe stood up with a chuckle and looked at Justin. She had thought he'd retort after the kids jokingly made him the scapegoat. After all, it was Justin's high-profile style, but she was mistaken. She glanced around and saw Justin standing alone at the table with his back to them, seeming to be wiping away tears secretly. The sight brought a lump in her throat. "Babies, go to your dad. I'll say hello to Uncle Cooper." Chloe stood up and asked the two kids to go to Jack. The twins went to their dad obediently. Chloe walked to stand behind Justin. "Justin." "Huh?" Justin answered but didn't look back. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm fine." "Then turn around and let me see you." "Well, we're old friends and you know how I look. Haha, you don't have to see me." "No, turn around," Chloe demanded forcefully. Resigned, Justin turned around. The others saw his eyes were red-rimmed. Obviously, he had cried. There were still tears on both sides of his nose. "Whoa, Handsome Cooper cried," Little Bean said. "They are tears of happiness, right?" Pudding guessed. Jack didn't speak, but understood Justin's feelings. After all, his feelings for Chloe were and had always been different from others. "You cried?" Chloe's heart ached for him because she had never seen Justin like this. "No, I tell you we can't eat sashimi at this restaurant because the wasabi is too damn spicy. I just couldn't bear it. Ha ha." Justin tried desperately to conceal his emotions. Chloe glanced at the table and saw only steak, spaghetti, and ice cream. There was no sashimi. Obviously, he was using this awkward excuse to conceal his loss of composure. Chloe didn't expose his lie. Instead, she pulled out a tissue from the nearby box and handed it to him. "I'm fine. The baby is fine too. Everyone is fine." "That's great," Justin said with a smile. "Justin." "Huh?" "Don't worry about me. I'm back safe and standing before you alive," Chloe said solemnly. Hearing her comforting words, Justin burst into tears again. "Safe and standing before you alive," Chloe said solemnly. Hearing her comforting words, Justin burst into tears again. "My goodness! Handsome Cooper cried again. He's really good at crying. Is he a crybaby?" Little Bean said. "Handsome Cooper cries because he's happy to see Mom back. He's super happy," said Pudding. "It looks like a dam has broken. So many tears. In the 3+ years since I came into this world, I've never seen Handsome Cooper cry his eyes out." "Me neither," Pudding agreed. The sisters reached an agreement, which was unusual for them. Jack didn't know if he should cry or laugh as he wondered if the two little devils were really his daughters. "Stop crying, you're not a child. Shame on you." Chloe couldn't bear it anymore. If Justin continued crying, she'd cry too. Pulling out more tissue, she wiped at his face roughly. "Damn it! What are you doing? You'll ruin my makeup." "Makeup? You're a man. You put on makeup?" Chloe almost spewed out blood. "I had an interview at the TV station this morning. The damned makeup girl patted flour all over my face," Justin complained. Chloe laughed. "It was powder foundation." "I don't know what it was. It felt sticky. If you ruined it, my face would be a mess." "It's a mess right now." "Ah, really? I'll go to the washroom and wash my face." Then he rushed into the washroom. Chloe returned to her husband and daughters. "Honey, now that we're here, shall we have lunch here?" "Good, good. Mom, you must try the ice cream in this restaurant. It's delicious," Little Bean recommended. "Okay, we'll return home after lunch. No one else knows we're back yet," Jack said. Rushing into the washroom, Justin splashed water onto his face repeatedly. After a long while, the cold water finally woke up his stunned brain, and he could fully process the fact that Chloe was back. She had come back safe. She didn't die or get wounded. She didn't vanish. She just appeared before him with her elegant face and a faint smile. Remembering this sight, Justin still had the urge to cry. Calming down his emotions, he finally regained his composure. Looking at his image in the mirror, he murmured to himself, "It's great she's back. It's great she's back." When he came out, he saw the family of 4 sitting at the table. "Handsome Cooper, come here." Little Bean beckoned at him warmly. "Chloe's return is something to be celebrated. We can't eat here. Let's go. I'll arrange something fancy," Justin suggested. "It's not necessary. This is good for me. Sit down and eat with us," Chloe invited him with a smile. "Come, Handsome Cooper. You must sit between me and my sister. If you sit by my mom, my dad would be jealous. If you sat by my dad, my mom would be jealous. If you sat by my sister, I'd be jealous. So you must sit between us." Little Bean was an eloquent speaker. Hearing her words, everyone laughed. Without further ado, Justin took the seat between the twins. Jack picked up the menu and ordered more dishes. The 5 of them chatted over the meal. Jack told the whole thing to Justin briefly, but due to the presence of the kids, he omitted many bloody scenes. "Then, where's that BS Andrew?" Justin asked. "He's already under my control." "Why didn't you cut him into 8 pieces and dump them into a wolfhound's kennel?" Justin hated Andrew's guts. "Handsome Cooper, are you crazy? Killing people is against the law. Little Bean cut in. Haha, you're right, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. As the kids were with them, Justin didn't dare to say more about the issue about Andrew and decided to ask Jack about the details later in private. During the meal, he took a picture of Chloe without her notice. In the photo, she was drinking a glass of lemonade and showed only half of her face, but the general look was still obvious. He then posted it to his Moments with the comment, "I'm having lunch in a restaurant and found this woman looks quite like Dr. Green." In less than 1 minute after his post, comments flooded in. Max, F, she indeed looks like my sister-in-law, but even younger. Where did you see her? Avery, I think she is my sister-in-law. Max replied to Avery, Baby, I understand how you feel. Right now, you would take anyone as your sister-in-law. Avery replied to Max, F off. Sarah, this woman, tisk, tisk. She looks like our Chloe so much. Justin, where did you see her? Give me the address. Noah, someone is up to something. Don't be so smug. Noah knew the truth, but he had to keep the secret to handle Andrew, so he hadn't even told Sarah yet. Brenton, Mr. Cooper, the makeup girls at your company are awesome and can do face transformations now. Tell me, which makeup girl did that? Victoria, Chloe is back? I want the address too. Thomas, Big brother Justin, she is my sister, right? Where did you see her? Did she talk to you? Did something happen to her and she lost her memory and doesn't remember us? I'm so worried. My mom has almost gone crazy from anxiety. Hurry up and bring her to our home. Cody, President Cooper, don't mess around. She's my sister. Where's she? Is she back? Where's my brother-in-law? Violet, I also think she's our sister Chloe. President Cooper, where are you guys? Seeing the comments, Justin didn't reply. Instead, he chuckled. What are you laughing about? Chloe asked. He's up to no good, otherwise he wouldn't chuckle so sinisterly, said Little Bean. Hey, little girl, you dare to say I'm sinister. Sinister is a positive word. I used it to compliment your intelligence, handsome Cooper. Little Bean smirked. Damn it. Come on. Tell me when the word sinister became a positive word. Don't kid me. Do you think I only graduated from elementary school? Justin was in a good mood and bickered with Little Bean. Meanwhile, many people sent Justin private messages and his cell phone beeped again and again. Ha ha! These guys are so eager! Justin didn't give any replies. He didn't even answer Noah's call. Jack lowered his head to glance at his Snap status circle and immediately saw what was happening. He handed the cell phone to show it to Chloe. She said with a chuckle, Mr. Cooper, are you up to no good again? I'm trying to piss them off on purpose, huh? It's not good. Are you sure they won't beat you up when they find out about the truth? Chloe asked. I will enjoy the moment first and don't care what they will do. Justin was having a good time. Finally, Jack took pity on the guys and replied to all the comments under Justin's post. Chloe is fine. Don't worry. I invite all of you to South Hill Manor for dinner tomorrow. Please be on time. Seeing his reply, the guys went wilder. Avery was the first one who called Jack's cell phone. Hello? Big brother, you guys are back? Avery was thrilled. Yeah, a man of few words, Jack answered her with one word. Oh, then why didn't you tell me? I was worried. We're back now. When will you come home? Uncle and Auntie are both worried sick. My dad will come home after lunch. How can you have lunch at this moment? Come home immediately. We want to see sister-in-law. Avery was impatient. Jack hung up without answering. My brother is infuriating. He just hung up on me. They are really back? Max asked. Yeah, they are back and said they are having lunch. Damn it. They must be with young Master Cooper. No, we've got to find him. Max laughed. Young Master Cooper wouldn't tell us. From the secretive way that Justin posted the picture, Avery knew he didn't want to leak the information. I can still find him without him telling us the address. Picking up his cell phone, Max opened his Snap and called out in one of the chat groups. Bros, any of you see young Master Cooper's car today? Anyone? Instantly, replies came. After all, the people in the group were idle kids from rich families and their main business each day was eating and drinking. Huh, I seem to have seen it around Juan Road. Yeah, I seem to have seen it too. Right, it's young Master Cooper's Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. Juan Road? There are many restaurants there. Anyone knows where he's having lunch? Max asked again. Someone popped up and said, "He must be having Western food. I saw him with President Dawson's twins." Got it. Thank you, guys. Max put away his cell phone with a sly smile. Did you find the address? Avery cocked her head and looked at him. Certainly. Young Master Cooper took the twins out. Even thinking with my butt, I know they are in Green Tea Restaurant. Little Bean likes to eat the ice cream and pineapple buns in that restaurant. You're good, Max. You can even do deductions now? Avery gave him a little punch. Now you see how smart your husband is. Max was smug. Yeah, you're so smart that you are balding, so be careful. Avery teased him. Being the typical little speaker, Max broadcasted the news to everyone. After he guessed the address, Max sent a message to everyone in the group secretively, telling them the address of the restaurant where Jack, Chloe, and Justin were having lunch. In half an hour, a miraculous sight came when all kinds of luxurious cars drove to the Green Tea Restaurant one by one and parked before it. The cars included Noah's Jaguar and Sarah's fancy orange Audi TT. Brenton's chauffeur drove him here from his company in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Victoria came with their son from home, driving a white Maserati. Cody and his wife drove a low-key black A8. Probably influenced by Chloe, he had taken a liking to the Audi brand. Max was high-key today and drove his new black Ferrari with Avery sitting in the passenger seat. Rick and Cece came in a comfortable extended Lincoln limo. After Cece became pregnant, Rick had seldom driven race cars. Thomas and Stella came too, with Thomas driving a silver Porsche. The media reporters thought a celebrity was having a party in here and waited at the entrance for entertainment stories. When Justin saw the large group of people, his brain blanked out. What's happening? He was dumbfounded. You see what's happening, Max laughed. How did you guys find out we're here? Justin remembered he only posted a picture in his moments and didn't reveal his whereabouts. Our city is not big. It's not difficult to find you, especially when your Sesto Elemento is so fancy and eye-catching. Max wriggled his eyebrows. While Max and Justin bickered with each other, the others got emotional as they saw Chloe. My Chloe, you're finally back. You scared me so much. My eyes almost went blind from crying. Sarah began to weep again. In the past days, the moment she closed her eyes, she saw Chloe's face in her mind. She remembered the many things Chloe had done for her. In high school, she was bullied, and Chloe stood by her side and helped her. Later, when she had a scumbag boyfriend, Chloe helped her get rid of him. Then Noah proposed to her, and she got married and had a son. In the past years, Chloe had become her indispensable friend. Whenever she thought that Chloe was dead, Sarah felt as if she was suffocating. She refused to accept the fact that she'd never see her bosom friend Chloe. So when she saw Chloe stand before her safe and alive, she couldn't help herself from crying again. Everyone got emotional when Sarah burst into tears. I'm relieved that you're back. Victoria wiped her tears. Mom, don't cry. Auntie Chloe is back and safe. Kenneth pulled out a tissue and handed it to his mom thoughtfully. Sis, you lost weight. Cody choked out the words. Growing up without family love, Cody had regarded Chloe as his elder sister and was quite emotional to see Chloe back. Seeing her face had gotten smaller than before, he felt hurt inside. Director. Violet began to weep and couldn't continue. Sis. Thomas walked in after parking his car. Seeing everyone standing around Chloe, he squeezed through the crowd. Seeing Chloe, he was so excited that he ran over and picked Chloe up, lifting her into the air. Ah, Thomas, what are you doing? Let me down. Chloe was terrified of heights. Uncle, are you nuts? Put my mom down. She's got a baby in her belly. Little Bean tugged at Thomas's clothes and said, Right. I was too excited and forgot that you're pregnant. Immediately, Thomas put her down. Sis, Mom and I missed you so much. We thought you were... Thomas's eyes turned red-rimmed as he said the words. Hey, what are you guys doing? I'm back. Don't weep like this as if you were attending my funeral, Chloe said with a chuckle. Pooh! Don't spout this nonsense. Don't jinx yourself. Are you nuts? Justin gave Chloe a hard look. Chloe stuck out her tongue as she realized she had misspoken and hid behind Thomas's broad shoulders. Yeah, we are obviously happy now that Chloe is back. Let's celebrate it. Waiter, Get us beers, as much as you have. We're celebrating today, Sarah yelled. Then, a lunch of 5 became a group banquet. Fortunately, Mr. Dawson had been wise and booked the whole restaurant. Rick sat down beside Jack and asked in a low voice, "How was your trip in Australia?" "It was not bad." "Did you catch him?" Rick didn't say the name, but Jack knew who he was talking about. "Yeah." "Dead?" "No, I brought him back." "You want to use him as bait to get a bigger fish?" Rick seemed to know Jack's intention. "Yes." "Good idea, but it's not easy. They are much more difficult to deal with than Andrew," Rick reminded him. "I know." "Well, bro, I hope everything goes well with you. I'm ready to join hands with you anytime. Just give me a call when you need me." Rick lifted his beer. He seldom showed any emotions on his face, but at this moment, he was smiling. Surrounded by a group of people, Chloe felt almost overwhelmed. "Sister Chloe, do you feel any discomfort? I always feel sleepy," said Cece. "Pregnant women are always like this. Don't worry." "Are you taking folic acid?" Chloe asked in concern. "Yeah, we can buy everything in the US. Rick bought me folic acid and calcium tablets, etc." "Good. Can you send some of this stuff to me through the post when you go back? Things are good quality and reasonably priced over there," Chloe said with a smile. "No problem." "Cece, I think you can be a purchasing agent in the US. It's a good way to make money," Sarah suggested in high spirits. Cece looked a bit awkward. "Sarah, don't be silly. Her fiancé is loaded and you tell her to be a purchasing agent? What are you thinking about?" Victoria laughed at her. "Ahem. It's always best to have more money. Everyone likes more money. Some of my clients love luxurious bags but can barely find any new products here. So, Cece, you can buy some for me when you go back, and I'll pay you. Okay?" "Okay, I'll go shopping when I have time." Cece chuckled. "Sister Chloe, when will you return to the hospital? Lately, everything is in a mess in the hospital," Violet told her in a low voice. "What happened?" Chloe was surprised. "We have a new female doctor in the OBU0026 GYN department. It said she's a niece of a high-level official in the city government. With poor medical skills, she's quite arrogant and likes to make trouble. Everyone dislikes her but can't do much about it." "Really?" Chloe was surprised. "Yeah, she's not young but not married. An old maid, very tough." "Well, when I go back, I'll see her." Chloe knew she wasn't good at confrontations, but she couldn't allow such a thing to continue in the Southside Recuperation Center. Previously in the first hospital, Chloe had even reformed Lisa, who was Director Richard's niece. Now here came a niece of a high-level official in the city government. She'd have a task on hand. As she returned to her normal life, Chloe found it was fulfilling and happy. "Sister Chloe, the company had recently expanded to many new areas. Thomas and I talked about it and decided to make a few trips to Taiwan and sign agreements with some big clients over there." Excitedly, Stella reported the new developments in the company to Chloe. "That's wonderful news. I think it's all due to your hard work, Stella. I know my brother's abilities." No. This time it's really Vice President Thomas that worked very hard and did a great job. He's outstanding now," Stella praised him. Thomas scratched his head shyly. "So, when are you two going to get engaged?" Chloe asked very straightforwardly. "Yeah, Thomas, you've been with Stella for a long time now. You've reached the age for marriage. Just do it," Sarah cheered them on. "Ha, we're still young and focusing on our careers." Thomas was still shy. How time flies. Even Thomas is going to get married. When we were in high school, he was only a wimpy kid and always got in fights with his classmates, Noah exclaimed. Jack nodded. "Time shows mercy on no one. With our kids growing up, we're getting old." "Great President Dawson, do you feel sad when you imagine the scenes of your twins getting married?" Noah teased him. Jack's face fell. To tell the truth, he really didn't want to see his daughters get married. Even though they were only a little bit over 3 years, he sometimes imagined the scenario of them growing up, falling in love, and even getting married. He knew he'd feel lost and reluctant to see them leave home. He was sure he'd cry when that happens. "Don't tease him." Rick glanced at Noah. "Ha, I'm happy. When Little Bean marries my son, I'll have a daughter-in-law in our home. The same with our home. Brenton joined the fun. Mr. Dawson's face looked darker. If you continue bullying my husband, I'll show no mercy on you guys, Chloe cut in with a chuckle. What? Mrs. Dawson, do you want to separate the lovebirds? Victoria laughed. Of course not. I'm not so heartless as to break up the lovebirds. But I can have live-in sons-in-law. Even Max agreed to live in our home. By that time, we won't lose daughters, but you'll lose your sons. Do you have plans to have another baby? Chloe teased them. Jack, your wife is crafty. She's your good student, right? Noah gave her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, I'm the innocent party who got shot in a battle, right? Max didn't know if he should cry or laugh. But she's right. Do you want to go back on your words now? It's not too late, though. After all, there are lots of beautiful girls from rich families around here, and you can take your pick. Those women are eager to be your wife, Avery said. No, I only want you. Avery, please don't dump me. With a puppy look on his face, Max massaged her leg. Fellow, you look so shameless when you try to gain favor from your woman. I despise you, Brenton teased him. You're no better than me. When you pursued Sister Victoria, you were basically putting her on the altar and worshipping her, Max retorted. Sitting beside them, Justin lifted his glass and said with a chuckle, Go on. I like watching dog fights. Now that you mention dogs, we do have a single dog here, Max said. Justin, Young Master Cooper, it doesn't feel good to be single, does it? I noticed a new device was invented lately just for guys like you. They are better than sex dolls. I'll buy you one for your birthday. You're welcome. Trust me, I can kick your private parts so hard that you won't be able to have any sex for the rest of your life. Stop it. We have children here. Mind your language, Brenton reminded them. Uncle Cooper, please go on. I love these jokes. They are super fun, Ethan said in a northern dialect. Everyone laughed at his words. Chief Ace, your son is not as innocent as before. Chloe glanced at Noah and said, You have no right to accuse me because it was your little bean that changed him. Our Ethan was such an innocent kid. Noah looked wronged. Birds of a feather flock together. Uncle Ace, my dad said it's not that I influenced Ethan, but that he already had the potential to act like this, Little Bean retorted in her clear voice. Little Bean is right. With an ice cream cone in his hand, Ethan replied earnestly. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. Look at you, son. You're not married yet, but already you work against your dad. Do you think it's right? Sarah didn't know if she should cry or laugh. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of you and Dad even after I'm married, Ethan said. Seeing these kids, I don't want to have sons. They are ungrateful. I think I'd better have a daughter just like Little Bean. She'll go and lure a boy from another family, said Max. Ha! Stop it, okay? Avery chortled. Uncle Cruz, you mocked me again. Little Bean glanced at Max. Be a good girl and call me Uncle. I'll buy you candies. Do I need candies from you? I won't call you Uncle. After all, you're not married to my aunt yet. I'll call you Uncle after you officially become a member of our family. Whoa, unbelievable. Your Dawson family is so aggressive. Even a 3-year-old kid lectured me, Max complained. So will you marry into our Dawson family or not? Avery asked with a smile. I will, Max submitted spinelessly. Pudding, what are you busy doing? You didn't speak a word. Victoria found the super smart Pudding didn't talk much today. She was doing something on her cell phone. Oh, I'm handling some trivial matters, Pudding looked up and answered. Our Pudding is awesome. You'll be surprised, Justin said in a mysterious way. What's it? You're making Pudding a child star? An award-winning actress? Brenton guessed. Of course not. Our Pudding will never enter the entertainment circle. Anyway, you just wait and see. Then Justin and Pudding exchanged a smile as if they had a secret between them. Other than Chloe and Cece, who were pregnant, and the children, everyone else had taken quite a lot of beer. What was a simple lunch extended all the way into the evening. At 6:30 p.m., Jack checked his watch and thought it was almost time to end the meal. Guys, let's continue tomorrow. I'll hold a dinner party at South Hill Manor, and we can have more wine together, Jack said. Good. I'll try my best to bankrupt you by drinking your most expensive liquor, Noah joked. No problem. Thomas, where's Mom? Did you send her back? Chloe looked at Thomas. Yeah, I arranged a driver to send her to South Hill Manor. You'll see her when you get home. Okay? Chloe nodded and felt happy that she would see the senior members of the family soon. Young Master Cooper, tell Auntie and Uncle Cooper that I'm back and we'll visit them soon. Okay. Grandpa Cooper doesn't know about this incident, right? Chloe asked. No, he's been in an international meeting in Capital City and I didn't tell him on the phone. Good. Grandpa is old and I don't want him to worry about us. Chloe was satisfied. Handsome Cooper, you drank a lot today and can't drive. I'll get a designated driver for you, Pudding said. It's not necessary. Anne is outside waiting for me. We'll go home directly. Thomas, you come with us to South Hill Manor. Chloe glanced at Thomas. Okay. Stella, you come with us too, Chloe added. Stella nodded, feeling a bit shy. When they walked out, Noah pulled Jack to one side, wanting to talk to him in private. I've made the arrangements to lock up Andrew. Okay. I've put my trusted men to guard him. If the people from the upper levels investigate it, I have the evidence of Andrew's murders that you gave me. Even the public security department in the province won't hold me to it. I'm guessing they won't get a chance to learn about it, because some people will come and rescue him soon. You mean Andrew's partners in crime? Noah was surprised. Kind of. This whole thing is complicated and I'll explain it to you later. But you can't let Andrew get in contact with other inmates. His personality is not stable. Remember to put the drug I gave you into his food each day. To release Andrew's alternate personality, Jack had made careful plans. Don't worry, I've made the arrangements. We put the drug in all the food he eats, but the doses are not so big that he can notice it. We got him unless he wants to starve. Good job. What award are you going to give me for my efforts? Noah joked. He was wondering if he should ask for Jack's Maybach from the underground garage and drive it for a while. To his surprise, Mr. Dawson said with a straight face, Of course. Isn't your Ethan going to marry into my family? Damn it, does that count? You must thank me for that, Jack teased him. F off. Sarah and I worked so hard to raise my son, and then you just lured him away. You're indeed a shameless capitalist. As they left the restaurant, the luxurious cars drove away in different directions. Justin had drunk a lot and brought an intense smell of liquor into the car. How much did you drink? Anne complained in a low voice. Lounging on the passenger seat, Justin hummed a popular English song in a good mood. President Cooper, shall we go back to your house or the old manor? Anne asked. My house. Okay. Anne started the car and drove slowly to the road. And Chloe's back. She's fine, Justin said happily. Okay. Can't you give me a better response? Justin turned to look at Anne. I guessed it when I saw your post on my Moments. Damn it, you're heartless. You don't show any pleasure. He had thought Anne would be thrilled, but to his surprise, Anne was quite calm. I might be thrilled when you bring back a big-breasted girl for the night, Anne said. F off. When did you get so dirty? Justin nudged Anne's head with his fist. I'm just worried about you. For what? Since you don't have a girlfriend, people are saying that I'm your gay pet. I feel frustrated, Anne complained bitterly. F, who said that? I'll go and kill him. It's just rumors and gossip. You can kill one, but there are thousands of them out there. So, as I said, you must hurry up and find yourself a girlfriend, so I don't have to take the blame for you. And didn't care about the gossip, but he was indeed worried about his boss. Young Master Cooper was a fine man and had no reason to remain single. He was no longer young and must start planning ahead. And was just worried. Where can I find a girlfriend? Do you think it's as easy as buying a head of cabbage? You can go and get one for me from the streets. President Cooper, if you want, I'll really do it. If I yell on the street that young Master Cooper is looking for a bride, do you think it will cause an earthquake? Anne chuckled. Brat, I dare you. Ha, I was just kidding. Of course I wouldn't dare. But anyway, I think Miss Kira is good. Miss Kira? Which Miss Kira? President Cooper, don't play dumb, okay? I meant Miss Kira Nee, the #1 actress of our Imperial Star. Kira Nee? Yeah. Don't you think she's a good girl? She's not like other pretentious women. She's indeed different. Kira is a good girl, Cece's elder sister. Right. So I think you should give yourself a chance. Although your mother doesn't like a woman from the entertainment circle becoming her daughter-in-law, she'd be satisfied if the other option is you remaining single. How much money did you take from Kira? You speak for her so boldly. Justin chuckled. I didn't take a penny from her. If you don't believe me, you can investigate it. Anne turned his head back in a huff. Tisk, tisk. Look at you. You are angry. You lobbied for her so much, and I'm not angry with you yet. Lobbying is useless with President Cooper. He only loves Miss Green. He has loved her and will always love her. This is more like it. Justin nodded. Soon, the car stopped at the gate of Justin's house. Entering the door, he took a shower and went to bed. Too excited to sleep, he logged onto Weibo to see if Chloe had posted any updates. To his disappointment, Chloe hadn't updated her Weibo for a long time. He then entered the moments, but saw no updates from her. With her personality, she rarely posted on the moments. In contrast, the actresses in his company knew Justin had their accounts on Snap, so they kept posting all kinds of selfies, including food and sceneries. It looked as if they would post naked pictures on their moments if he showed the least bit of interest. But Justin blocked all of their posts. Among them, Kira was the most normal one. She would occasionally post some fun stuff of the cast or promotions about her new movies. He opened Chloe's Snap and wanted to say something, maybe just a wish of a good night. But he was afraid he'd make things difficult for Chloe. After all, she was with Jack, who might get wrong ideas. He dwelled on it for 5 minutes, writing and deleting again and again. In the end, he didn't say anything. At South Hill Manor, the whole family got emotional at Chloe's safe return. Sandra held her daughter and cried, "My poor child, why did you have to suffer so much? James, that dead guy, hasn't protected you from the afterlife. But anyway, you're back. Otherwise, how could Thomas and I live without you?" "Mom, I'm fine. Don't cry. Your heart is weak." "Chloe, is the baby okay?" Sandra hadn't known about Chloe's pregnancy until later. "It's fine. The little baby is very naughty and is moving inside already like a small fish. It rolls around inside. It's super fun." Chloe chuckled. "Mom, did my sister and I do the same thing when we were inside you?" Little Bean asked curiously. "Yeah, you two were even naughtier. When you kicked, I shivered in fright." Chloe laughed. "It's great that she's back. In-law, don't cry. The children are fine and it's something we should feel happy about." Jack's father comforted Chloe's mother. "Yeah, you're right, in-law. I'm happy that the children are back." Sandra wiped her tears. "Mom, I want you to cook spring pancakes and stir-fried potato slices for me." Chloe held her mother's arm and begged. "No problem. I'll make any food you want." Sandra patted her daughter's hand and said, "Sis, at this moment, even if you wanted to eat the stars in the sky, Mom would go and pluck them for you," Thomas said with a chuckle. "Go, little boy. Don't be so rude," Sandra scolded her son. "Grandma, Mom always makes you worry, right?" Little Bean sat in her grandmother's arms. "Right, your mom always makes me worry." "But I heard all the geniuses are like this. Uncle doesn't cause you trouble, but he's not smart." Little Bean smirked. "Hey, little girl, you dare to mock your uncle." Thomas flicked Little Bean on her head. "Supper is ready. Come and eat." "Huh? We have to eat again? I'm so full." Little Bean touched her round belly. They had stayed in Green Tea Restaurant the whole afternoon and ate lots of fruits and desserts with the other kids, including Ethan and Kenneth. Hearing their grandmother call them to supper, Little Bean almost threw up. "You should have restrained yourself. You ate too much," Pudding said. "I just can't control my mouth," Little Bean said as if it was a good reason. "Then don't complain about your fat body." "I didn't. Ethan likes me fat. You're thin, but he doesn't like you." "I don't want him to like me," Pudding retorted. "Mom, look, Pudding is scolding me," Little Bean told on her sister. "Little Bean, you can't handle your elder sister. When the baby comes out, are you going to be bullied by him?" Thomas teased her. "Humph, that's impossible. When the baby comes out, we'll join hands and bully him," Little Bean said. "Okay, you two stop arguing. I'll get a headache," Chloe immediately intervened. "Chloe, you're pregnant and must rest well," Jack's uncle instructed her. "Okay, Uncle, I'll be careful." "I plan to ask Jack to take you to the U.S. and live there for a while since I need him to help me handle some business. After Avery fell in love, she's always staying here, making my life quite busy. But now that you're pregnant, he can't leave your side." "It will be fine, Uncle. If you need him, I'll tell him to go and help you," Chloe offered. "No, the last time when you were pregnant, Jack wasn't with you. This time, he must stay with you for the whole time until the baby is born." Hearing his words, Chloe felt warm inside. In fact, every one of the Dawson family was thoughtful. "When the baby is born, I'll give you a house in Los Angeles as a gift. The child can live in it when he goes to the U.S. for education." "Ha ha! Dad, you think so far ahead. The baby is not born yet, and you are planning for him to go to school in the U.S. Avery laughed. "Don't worry. The houses there are well built, and many of them are more than 100 years old. It will be at least 18 years before the child is old enough to go to college in the U.S., Chloe. I'll give a house with a garden in Los Angeles to the child as my gift." "No, that gift is too valuable, Uncle." Chloe immediately declined. "Sister-in-law, take it. My dad is very rich," said Avery. "You damned girl are trying to make your dad bankrupt, right?" Avery's father glanced at her. "Dad, if my sister-in-law gives birth to a boy, don't you think your gift of a house a bit small?" Avery teased him. "If Chloe gives birth to a boy for our Dawson family, I'll give him 20% of my shares besides the house." "Whoa, that's generous!" Avery exclaimed. "No, Uncle, I can't accept your shares. It's not easy for you to build your business." Chloe didn't dare to accept such a big gift. "Granduncle, you're not fair. You value boys more than girls, right? My sister and I have been so good to you and even shell pistachios for you. You're ungrateful." Immediately, Little Bean pointed at Jack's uncle in displeasure. "Ha ha! Whoa! Our Little Bean is rebellious!" Laughing, Jack's uncle held Little Bean with one arm. "I'm not rebellious. It's you who's not being fair to us. The baby isn't out yet, and you're already giving him so many good things. I leave things for you sisters, too." "Really?" Little Bean's eyes brightened. "Of course I never lie to you." Jack's uncle pinched her nose tip with love in his eyes. As people said, all the people, no matter how heartless and cold they were when they were young, would soften when they had grandchildren. So was Grandpa Cooper and Jack's uncle. That's more like it. "I knew my sister and I would be well rewarded for being so good to you, granduncle." "Little girl, you'll get all your granduncle's fortune sooner or later with your glib tongue." "When that happens, what can I live on?" Avery teased Little Bean. "That's impossible. Auntie, you sound as if Uncle Cruz is so poor." "Whoa, little kid, your glib tongue is astounding." With Chloe back, the family was happy and cozy. After supper, Chloe wanted her mother and Thomas to stay in the house for the night, since there were many guest rooms in here. But her mother insisted on going home. At last, Thomas drove Stella and his mother out of South Hill Manor. Before she left, Sandra held Chloe's hand and said, "Chloe, you're pregnant, so you must go to bed early. When you take a shower, be careful of the slippery floor." "Mom, I know. I'll be careful." Chloe nodded. Rest assured by her promise, the old lady finally left. Then, Chloe and Jack tucked the twins to beds. Since they had been separated from their mom for a long time, the kids were too excited to sleep. They asked Chloe to tell stories to them, and then asked for ice cream, keeping their parents busy. When they finally fell asleep, it was 11:30 deep into the night. Chloe and Jack returned to their bedroom, feeling fatigued. Returning to their bedroom after being away for many days, she was full of happiness. Since they had been medical students, their room was always impeccable, without any dust even in the darkest corner. When Chloe came out after a shower, Jack picked up a towel to dry her hair. "Are you tired?" Jack asked softly. "No, I'm happy to see family and friends." Chloe smiled. "Yeah, everyone is happy that you're back." "It means I'm quite important. I thought the earth would continue spinning without me," Chloe joked. "The earth would spin without you, but my world will stop without you," Jack said earnestly. Chloe's heart hurt because she knew Jack had felt the greatest pain after she disappeared. She had just returned and didn't ask the details, but during the lunch, she heard Sarah mention that Jack had spewed out blood and sank into a coma after Andrew dragged her down the cliff. Jack had told her just briefly that he had recovered after sleeping for a few days, but she knew things hadn't been so simple. Chloe knew Jack very well. He always downplayed things because he didn't want to make her worry. At this thought, Chloe turned around abruptly and held Jack's neck tightly. She held him so tightly that it was difficult for him to breathe. "What's wrong, honey?" Jack was nonplussed by her sudden movement. "Honey, I want to learn kung fu," said Chloe. Hearing her words, Jack laughed out loud. "Why are you laughing?" "I'm laughing at your sudden urge to learn kung fu. I feel I'm useless and become your burden whenever we're in danger. I wish I could be as good as Fiona, then no one would dare to kidnap me." "Honey, can you wake up from your dream?" Jack felt exasperated. It would take many years for one to become as badass as Fiona. Besides, Fiona was a genius in martial arts and had trained in an unbelievably strict system. "I'm serious. You don't need to learn it. I'll have people protect you." "No, I want to learn it." "Then you have to wait until the baby is born. How can a pregnant woman learn kung fu?" Looking at his wife's tender hands, he thought she'd better continue her career as a doctor and save people's lives. "Oh, I forgot about it." Chloe suddenly remembered she was pregnant. "Okay, your hair is dry now. Go to bed." Jack caressed her small head and put away the hairdryer. "Okay, let's go to bed together." Happily, she crawled under the covering and fell asleep in Jack's arms. However, Jack couldn't sleep. It seemed as if his insomnia had become even worse. He had depended on pills to sleep, but now he couldn't use the medicine. He knew he couldn't continue like this. He decided to call Fiona when he had the time and ask her to pass a message to the professor and see if he could find a solution. On the next morning, Chloe got up early to make breakfast for her family. Jack had hired some new maids to work in the house. Previously, Andrew had planted a spy among the servants in the house. Having learned the lesson, this time Jack had done background checking before hiring the maids, security guards, and gardeners working in South Hill Manor. Afraid his wife would tire herself, Jack helped her in the kitchen. "Master, please go out and rest with Madam. Tell us what you want to eat, and we'll handle everything," the new cook said. "I can help you make the dough. I want to make some egg pancakes for the kids. They are nutritious and delicious." Giving in to her insistence, the maids helped her make a bountiful breakfast. All the family sat around the table to have breakfast. It was a lively sight. "Mom, can you take us to the zoo today?" Little Bean asked. "Why? I thought you didn't have an interest in the zoo." Chloe was surprised. "We were not interested, but I heard they lately got 2 panda babies. My sister and I want to see them." "You want to go, not me. I don't want to go." Pudding seemed to have no interest in the zoo. "Sis, you can ask Kenneth to go with you. Yesterday during lunch, he mentioned that he wanted to see the pandas." "Then you can go with Kenneth." Pudding glanced at Little Bean. "Damn, how would it look if I went with him? Ethan won't be happy." "I don't care. Mom, I'm not going to kindergarten today because I have to go to Imperial Star to see Handsome Cooper." "I was wondering why you won't go to kindergarten. You want to see Handsome Cooper without me." "No, I must keep an eye on you. You can't keep Handsome Cooper to yourself." Little Bean looked at her elder sister. "I need to see Handsome Cooper for business. Don't mess around," Pudding said in resignation. "Okay, don't bicker, you two. Today your dad and I will take you to see Grandpa Cooper and Grandma Cooper. So, we all go to the House of Cooper," Chloe said. "Yeah, you guys should go and visit the Cooper family. They've helped us a lot." Jack's father nodded in approval. After breakfast, Jack drove Chloe and the kids to the Cooper family with lots of gifts. Only Mrs. Cooper was home. Justin was not there. Seeing Chloe, Mrs. Cooper was relieved. "It's so good to see you back. We were sick with worry." "I'm fine, Auntie Cooper." "Jack, come and take a seat. Don't stand there." Mrs. Cooper liked Jack very much. "Aunt, where's Uncle?" "Oh, he was waiting for you at home, but then the new leader of the city government sent for him to talk about a new project." "Oh, that's fine. I brought him a special supply pinewood teapot from North Korea." He placed the gift on the tea table before the sofa. "Oh, I told you your uncle and I need nothing. You shouldn't have wasted money on gifts." "Grandma Cooper, you're wrong. We have to waste some money because we're loaded with it," Little Bean said with a smirk. "Little girl, you are a sweet talker." Mrs. Cooper smiled gently. "Please take it, Aunt. It's not very expensive. Made with a top-quality wood, it's just hard to acquire. I think Uncle will like it." "Fine. I thank you on behalf of your uncle." The maid of the house brought out plates of fresh fruits as the twins played in the house as if they were in their own home. Jack and Chloe sat in the living room and chatted with Mrs. Cooper. "Auntie, you are probably bored from staying home all day long. Do you want me to find something for you to do?" "That's a good idea. To tell you the truth, I've been wanting to go out and do something. I feel suffocated staying at home. If not for my special identity and objection from your uncle, I would have done it long ago." Hearing Chloe would find something for her to do, Mrs. Cooper was as happy as a child. "Auntie, our hospital will soon build a children's rehabilitation center which specializes in the rehabilitation therapies for disabled children under 10 years old. We've got doctors and other staff, but since the center is established jointly with GK, it can't be managed by the Southside Rehabilitation Center. So, I want to invite you to be the director of the center. But it won't take much of your energy and time because we'll hire a vice director to do daily management. You will act as an image ambassador and visit the children when you feel bored. What do you think?" Chloe hadn't talked about her plan with Jack yet, but she felt he wouldn't object to it. They had been considering the cooperation project between GK, which was the investor, and the Southside Rehabilitation Center for a long time. The project was not established to make money because they were parents and could sympathize with the parents whose kids were ill. They created the Children's Rehabilitation Center as a charity program. The services were not free but affordable for ordinary people. Hearing Chloe's proposal, Mrs. Cooper was very happy. "Chloe, do you think I can do it?" She was so excited that she stammered. "Of course, you can do it if you want to." "I want to do it. I truly want to." Mrs. Cooper nodded repeatedly. "Mom, you got Grandma Cooper all worked up." Pudding glanced at Chloe coolly. "Honey, what do you think?" Chloe looked at Jack with a smile. "I'm fine with it. I'm just afraid that the work is beneath you. After all, you're a family member of a high-level official." "Oh, don't call me that. I'm not so lofty. I'm just an ordinary woman." Mrs. Cooper held Chloe's hand in excitement. "Chloe, you promise me you can't go back on your words." "Ha, don't worry, Auntie. I'll never go back my words. I'm just afraid you'd get tired." No. My body aches all over because of boredom. I'll treat the work as a form of physical exercise." "Auntie, will Justin agree to it?" "It's not his business. Don't mind him." Mrs. Cooper waved her hand dismissively. "Auntie, about the salary?" "It doesn't matter. I'd do it free. I'll just take it as volunteer work," Mrs. Cooper said happily. "No, we can't use your labor for free. Auntie, you're a postgraduate of a famous university. We plan to pay $30,000 per month if we employed someone else. It's not much, but it's what you deserve for your work. What do you think?" "I'll do it for $2,000. "Auntie, please don't argue with us on the salary. It's a fair salary for the director position. Please take it, or Chloe and I will feel bad," Jack said. Seeing their persistence, Mrs. Cooper had to give in. "Okay, that's settled then. When do I begin?" She was impatient. "Grandma Cooper, you feel like a prisoner who's finally got released, right?" Little Bean smirked. "Nonsense, what are you talking about?" Chloe scolded Little Bean for her impertinence. "It's fine. The kiddo is right. I do feel that I've just been released after getting a life sentence." Mrs. Cooper was in a good mood. "Auntie, you can go to the center in a couple of days and I'll tell the staff about it. In a few days, I'll return to work at Southside. Our workplaces are close and we can help each other. You may come to me if you have problems," Chloe said. "Excellent. I'll have lunch with you then." "The food in the cafeteria isn't very good," Chloe chuckled. "It will be fine. I love to eat the food prepared in large quantities in a cafeteria. It's better than staying at home alone and counting the minutes. To tell you the truth, I've been lonely these years despite the good food and beautiful house. The senior is usually not home, and my husband goes on business trips constantly. Justin joined the army at a young age and then opened his own company and moved out, coming back to see me only occasionally. In fact, the happiest days I've had in the past years were the time when you lived here and gave birth to Pudding and Little Bean." Mrs. Cooper's words brought a lump into Chloe's throat. Although she needed nothing since she was part of the family of a high-level official and a rich lady in the top circle, she had felt empty spiritually. Chloe now truly understood the meaning of the Zen words, "You win some, you lose some." It seemed she had done a good deed to find something to do for Auntie Cooper. Good. Auntie, it's settled then. Chloe, are you 3 months along now? Mrs. Cooper looked at Chloe's belly. Yeah, 3 months and 5 days. You're so thin and it doesn't show. You must eat more. I will. Is it a boy or a girl? Mrs. Cooper asked. I don't know yet. You're a doctor and can check it with a color ultrasonic machine. I heard your Southside Hospital has advanced devices to check the gender of the babies, Mrs. Cooper said with great interest. Yeah, but I don't want to check its gender. Why not? If you know its gender before birth, we can prepare clothes for the baby. You can buy blue if it's a boy and pink if it's a girl. I think any child we have is a special part of Jack and me. So, no matter if it's a boy or a girl, I'll be grateful as long as we have it. Chloe's words were sincere. She hadn't thought about gender when she was pregnant with the twins. For her, this baby was a precious life and their child, no matter if it was a boy or a girl. You have such an open mind. No wonder my Cooper likes. Realizing it was not proper to mention it before Jack, Mrs. Cooper coughed embarrassedly and immediately changed the subject. I'll go and let them prepare lunch. You must stay for lunch. Okay, I'll help you. Chloe got up and got busy with Mrs. Cooper. Pudding sat on the sofa and was engrossed in the financial books she had found in the house. Getting bored with playing, Little Bean climbed onto Jack's lap. Daddy? Yes? Were you angry or jealous when you heard Grandma Cooper's words? What words? Don't play dumb with me. You know what words I'm talking about. Little Bean smirked slyly. Kiddo, you're such a gossip. You even dare to gossip about your parents? Dad, I think your younger daughter has the potential to be a paparazzi. Pudding raised her head and said, Get out. I'm talking with Dad. Don't interrupt us. Little Bean gave her elder sister a dirty look. Your Grandma Cooper didn't mean to say those words. How can I get angry because of it? Do you think your dad is such a jealous guy? But Mom told us you used to be very jealous. Whenever you noticed a guy who took an interest in Mom, you'd get rid of him, without drawing attention to yourself. Did your mom tell you that? When was that? Jack looked at Little Bean with a smile. She said it was when you were in school. Oh, I was like that at that time. How about now? Are you angry that handsome Cooper likes Mom? Nope. Really? You're so generous? Little Bean obviously didn't believe him. He can like her, but your mom will never be with him, so nothing will come out of it. So, no matter who likes your mom, no one but I can be with your mom, Mr. Dawson concluded overbearingly. Dad, I find you're indeed deep and crafty. Little Bean was impressed. So you and your sister are just like me? Jack laughed. Yeah, since you put it this way, I'll have no objections. Little Bean laughed and threw her arms around Jack's neck. Justin had planned to have lunch with Chloe and her family when he knew that they went to his home. Then a client came to visit him unexpectedly, so he took his lunch in the company. Finishing the work in the afternoon, he went out for a drink with Max and his other buddies. When he got home, it was almost 10:30. Entering his dark bedroom, he flicked on the lights and shivered with a start, because he saw a woman in his big bed. She lay with her back to him, with her long black hair draping on the back, exposed by her revealing sleeping gown. Justin almost thought he had seen a ghost. It looked like a scene from a horror movie. Her draping on the back, exposed by her revealing sleeping gown. Justin almost thought he had seen a ghost. It looked like a scene from a horror movie. You're back? The woman turned around and looked at Justin, supporting her head with her right hand and looking like the mistress of the house. Justin was even more confused. Did he enter the wrong house? Impossible. This wasn't a townhouse, but a detached house on a land which was hundreds of meters in diameter. It was impossible for him to enter the wrong house. Are you a human or a ghost? Justin stood at the door, terrified. Damn it! Of course I'm human! The woman was piqued. Lady, this my home. How did you get in? You broke into a private house. If I call the police, you'll face years of imprisonment. If you don't want to end up in a cell, get out of here now. Justin was used to living alone and was nonplussed when a woman suddenly appeared in his home. If it was a man, he'd have walked up and given him a good beating. But he couldn't hit a woman, so he only issued an angry warning. Hey, How can you talk to me like this? Do you think I'd break into your home? I don't need your money. Anyway, you don't have any valuables to steal. You don't even have a painting worth more than $10 million? Damn it. How can you look down on me? I don't like famous paintings. Even one box of wine in my house is worth more than $10 million. Woman, did you come from the countryside? Or are you a crazy housemaid? Justin said. What? Do you have such expensive wine? It must be from a good year. I won't believe you until I show it to me. The woman licked her lips. Who do you think you are? You want me to show it to you? Get out of here now or take the consequences. Justin tried to kick her out. I won't get out. I'll live here as the madam from now on. I didn't say I'm selling the house, said Justin. I didn't say I wanted to buy this damned house. The woman smiled. Shut up. Get out now before I toss you out. Justin tried to suppress his fury. Haha, everyone says you've got a had temper, and now I know the rumors are true. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend even though you're over 30. What a foul temper. Hey, I say! Justin was enraged. At this moment, his cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller's number and hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello, Justin. Hi, Aunt. You're not in bed yet? No. Then are you home now? Yes. Did you see the gift I sent to you? Gift? Justin was stupefied as if he was struck by a lightning bolt. Hello? Are you there, Justin? Don't tell me the thing on the bed is your gift, Justin asked. The thing? She's a beautiful girl, right? How can you call her beautiful? I thought she was a ghost. Aunt, are you crazy? Justin yelled over the phone. Calm down, kid, and let me finish. Elsie is a good girl, the most elegant girl of all the daughters of the officials in the provincial government. She graduated from FN University with straight A's. With a major in financial management, she will be able to help you manage the company. I talked about it with your parents and your grandpa, and they have no objections. She told me she'd like to tour the city and didn't want to stay in a hotel, so I think she can stay in your place for a few days since you have many rooms. During her stay, you'll have the opportunity to get to know her better. What do you think, my nephew? Are you surprised? Are you pleased? When his aunt asked the questions playfully, Justin almost exploded in fury. Justin's Aunt Dania wasn't his aunt by blood. She was adopted by his grandpa from a relative but was also treated like a real daughter. Grandpa Cooper loved her very much and raised her as his own daughter. She had lived in the old manor of the Cooper family and was on good terms with Justin's parents. After Justin was born, she had taken care of him for years. After Justin joined the army, she married a man in the capital city of the province and had seldom returned. Due to Grandpa Cooper's connections, the man Justin's aunt married was now a top figure in the provincial government, while she was a high-level official in a bank. With their 2 kids in high school and the 9th grade respectively, they had been busy and seldom returned. A few months ago, Justin's mother called Dania and complained about Justin's single status. Trying to help, Dania found this girl for Justin, but the girl took things into her own hands by taking a key to Justin's house from his mother. Then, she entered the house and even went onto his bed. Aunt, I'm truly surprised. Indeed, I told your mom not to worry and you'd like her. Yeah, I like her very much and will entertain her well. Goodbye. He spat out the words through his clenched teeth and hung up the phone. Then, he tossed his cell phone onto the floor with a snap, startling Elsie. Furiously, Justin pulled at his tie, appearing to be extremely annoyed. See? I told you I didn't break in. Aunt asked me to come here, the girl said brazenly with support from Justin's aunt. I'll give you 10 seconds. For what? The girl was puzzled. Get out of my house, now, or I'll toss you out from the 4th floor. Do you believe me? 4th floor? Ha ha. I won't die if I fall from the 4th floor. The most I'll get is a broken leg. But if my leg is broken, no one will marry me. Then, Justin, you must keep me for the rest of my life. Do you know how shameless you are? Justin glared at her. I know how brazen you are. Seeing I'm scantily dressed, you keep staring at me. That's brazen of you, said Elsie with a smirk. Hearing her words, Justin's face paled in fury, and then he turned his face away from her. Ha ha! What? Are you shy? Don't worry, I'm generous and won't ask you for money for staring at me. Oh, by the way, tell me the Wi-Fi password. I've wasted lots of my data, and I'm hungry since there's nothing in your fridge. Can you order takeout for me? I want hamburgers, French fries, and iced coffee with no sugar. Thanks. Justin raised his head and took a deep breath to suppress his urge to kill her. Did heaven send this woman to torture him? What the heck? Are you Elsie? Justin suppressed his fury and asked her. No, my name is Elsie Rue. Rue means gentleness. You don't look old, but your hearing is poor. Do you have trouble hearing words in your left ear or your right ear? Aunt didn't tell me that. If you have a hearing problem, you must tell me now, so I can decide if I'll marry you or not. It might have an impact on our children. As the girl mumbled to herself, Justin almost went crazy. Shut up! If you say one more word, I'll kill you. Justin was desperate. You have hypomania? The woman pointed at him. Not able to bear it anymore, Justin picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Anne, come up. In less than 1 minute, Anne broke in. To protect Justin, Anne had moved to a bedroom on the first floor a few months ago. Getting his boss's call, Anne thought he was in danger. When he saw the woman dressed in a sexy sleeping gown on the bed, he was stupefied. What was happening? Did his boss call him up to have a 3-player mode? President Cooper, I'm not that kind of guy, Anne immediately refused. What are you talking about? Toss this woman out. The farther the better. Do it now. Justin, you can't do this to me. I'm your future wife, the woman who'll bear your children, Elsie roared at Justin indignantly. F off! I don't have such a stupid wife! Get out! Justin was enraged. He had returned home in the middle of the night, preparing to go to bed after a shower. But to his surprise, this crazy woman popped up in his bed. This young lady, please go by yourself. If you force me to help you, I'm afraid I might break your limbs, Anne said politely. You can't do this to me. I'm your future madam, Elsie said to Anne arrogantly. President Cooper, what's happening? Nothing. I don't know which psychiatric hospital she escaped from. Justin didn't care to explain. Not daring to delay, Anne picked up a bath towel to cover the woman before pushing her out of the house. Hey, Justin, you can't do this to me. I'll tell Aunt. The woman screamed. You can even tell Chairman and it won't do anything. This is my home and I can do anything I want here. After Anne brought the woman out, Justin pulled the sheets from the bed and tossed them onto the floor. Taking out a new set of sheets, covering, and pillowcase, he put them on. Then he went to bed after a shower. He understood why his family wanted to arrange a woman for him, but she was really not his type. She was the same type as Tracy, whom his grandpa's comrade in the army once brought to him. Without a word, Anne pushed Elsie out of the house and shut the door before locking it from inside. Elsie tried to unlock it with the key, but couldn't open it. Stomping her foot in fury, she had no choice but to walk away with her suitcase. With the bath towel still draping around her shoulders, she called Justin's aunt and complained to her while weeping. This scene was captured by some paparazzi. Justin's aunt immediately called him, but he didn't answer. Then, Justin's aunt called Mrs. Cooper, who then called her son, but he still didn't answer. Justin was angry and turned off his cell phone. On the next morning, a huge story blew up. A photo of Elsie standing at his door in a sleeping gown went viral on the internet. Although her face was blurry, her figure looked good. The photo had a title with it, Young Model Spent Night with Young Master Cooper in his house. Bodyguard escorted her out at midnight. The news about Justin's new girlfriend spread out quickly. When he got up at 7, he found he had 128 unanswered calls and almost 100 messages. He almost thought his cell phone got a virus. He was about to read these messages when Max's call came. Hello? Finally, you answered my call, young Master Cooper. What's up? Justin was oblivious to the situation. Who's the girl that spent the night at your house? Was she skillful? What's her background? How come you've never mentioned her before? Max bombarded him with questions. Where did you hear this gossip? Justin was exasperated. Huh? You don't know? Know what? Justin didn't understand what Max meant. Damn it, you indeed don't know it. Stop the nonsense, get to the point. I won't tell you, just read the news, haha. I'll come and meet you at your home. I'm going to work in a minute. Justin's face fell. Then I'll go and see you at Imperial Star, haha. Max's laugh sounded creepy, and he hung up before Justin could reply. Justin opened the news and was stupefied when he saw the headline. A young model spent the night with him? The bodyguard escorted her out? What BS was this? Justin decided to ignore the news. After all, many actresses in Imperial Star had used all kinds of methods to get him, including such clumsy, candid pictures. Gianna and Zoe had both played this trick on him. It was really no big deal. Taking a glance at it, Justin tossed his cell phone to one side and had breakfast with Anne. Anne was quite useful as he took on the duties of a housemaid. The breakfast he made had improved a lot. Justin spread butter and honey on his bread and forked up a roasted sausage, biting into it with gusto. He had a good appetite. President Cooper. Yes? Justin looked up at Anne. The woman last night. Who was she? How would I know? Justin looked innocent. But she had the key to the house. Our community is well guarded, and it's impossible for her to make a copy of the key. When I kicked the woman out, she yelled that she had a key and could enter any time. I was scared and locked the door from the inside. Smart. Justin pointed his fork at Anne to show his appreciation. But then I realized that she's not an ordinary person if she has a key to the house. Yeah, my aunt sent her to me, Justin said airily. Huh? Your aunt sent her to you? Anne had met Dania only a few times, but he knew she was a big figure in the province. She and her husband were both high-level officials. Yes. It seems your aunt is eager to see you married, Anne chuckled. But she can't send me such a woman. I'm not a keeper for homeless cats or dogs, Justin said mockingly. Ha! But I think that girl is quite interesting. She has a unique personality. Are you interested? You can have her. Justin glanced at Anne faintly. No, I don't want her. I can't manage such an unique girl. Only you can manage her. Don't flatter me. After breakfast, we need to get to the company early. I've lots of work to do today. By the way, remind me of the lunch appointment with Pudding. I'll take her to the stock exchange. Okay. They finished breakfast and went to the headquarters of Imperial Star, brushing off last night's incident as insignificant. But the whole thing changed suddenly when the woman in the news opened an account on Weibo with the name, The Female Protagonist That Spent the Night at Justin's House. She posted a comment. The ill-intentioned people can stop spreading rumors. The guy named Cooper isn't gay. His bedroom skills are quite good. Instantly, the post blew up on Weibo and became a trending hashtag. The topic remained hot. At South Hill Manor. Mom, is someone spreading rumors about handsome Cooper? Little Bean tugged at the hem of Chloe's dress and asked, Someone spread rumors about him? Why are you asking about this? Chloe didn't understand her daughter's question. You didn't see the news? I did. Don't you feel it's weird? Little Bean asked, looking like Sherlock Holmes, who was bent on cracking a case. No, your Uncle Cooper is an adult. It's natural for him to have a girlfriend. She's not his girlfriend. It's a one-night stand, Little Bean corrected her mom. Little Bean, you're still a child and can't say words like this. Chloe knew her daughters were unusually mature and knew lots of things, but she still felt weird when certain words popped out of their mouths. I told the truth. I don't care if it's a one-night stand, but according to what I know about handsome Cooper, I don't think he'd have such a high-profile woman. Look, Mom, this Baksh even opened an account on Weibo and posted such a shameless comment. Even I, a brazen girl, can't bear to read it out loud. Little Bean opened the Weibo app on her cell phone and found the woman's Weibo account to show it to Chloe. Interested, Chloe glanced at it. Is it a fake account? Chloe said. No, of course not. Mom, you're becoming dumb after you got pregnant. Look at the yellow V sign for verification. It means her identity has been verified by Weibo. Read the verification description. The woman who has spent a night in Justin's house. I think social media is so low that it even verified such a thing. It was obvious Little Bean had principles and was indignant about this whole incident. Ahem, you're still young and shouldn't read the worthless junk on Weibo, Chloe told Little Bean. I didn't want to read it. I wouldn't have minded it if it didn't involve my handsome Cooper. This woman seems to have a secret agenda. The moment she left his house, someone took her candid photos, and the next thing she did was go public on Weibo. I think she's a scheming batch. No, I must warn my handsome Cooper. Grabbing her cell phone from Chloe's hand, she ran off, leaving Chloe standing there speechless. In fact, Chloe didn't care about Justin's private life. As her friend, Chloe could have a girlfriend, or even just have a one-night stand. After all, he was a man over 30 years old and had a man's needs. If he always stayed away from women, it would seem abnormal. Little Bean reacted violently to the incident and babbled about it for the whole morning. She even called Chloe about it. In contrast, Pudding was calm and didn't speak much during breakfast. Then she went upstairs and changed into a little flax dress. "Pudding, are you going out?" "Yeah, I have an appointment with Handsome Cooper for lunch." You want to see him because of that thing?" "Which thing?" Pudding looked up at her mom innocently. "The thing on the news? Pudding, you're a kid and must stay out of the business of the adults. Uncle Cooper is a normal man, and it's natural for him to have a girlfriend. We're his friends and must be happy for him, right?" "We can't make trouble for him," Chloe said patiently. "Mom, what are you talking about?" I won't make trouble for him. I have an appointment with him for business. I won't interfere with his private life. Besides, the woman is a batch, definitely not Handsome Cooper's type. I won't be as paranoid as Little Bean." A typical calm girl, Pudding kept a clear head with the whole thing. "Sister-in-law! Big news! Ha ha! Justin spent a night with a woman." Avery, the late riser of the family, saw the news and ran downstairs in slippers, eager to tell on him. "Auntie, it's no longer news. All the people on Earth know about it." Pudding glanced at her aunt hopelessly. That's embarrassing. I thought you didn't know." "That's big news. Everyone knows it," Pudding said. "Ha, Max just called me about it. He was surprised and said he would go to Imperial Star to interrogate Justin and get to the bottom of it." Max is so nosy to dig into such a personal issue. With Justin's personality, he'd tell us if it was true. Chloe chuckled. "I'm just curious about what kind of woman could gain Justin's favor. No, I've got to see her Weibo." As Avery logged onto her Weibo, she saw Elsie had more than 100,000 follows. With as many as 60,000 comments under her post, she was as popular as an A-list movie star. It seemed Justin was an influential figure in the city and a target of gossip. At this moment, Elsie sat in a coffee house and was enjoying iced coffee mocha on this hot summer day. While watching a popcorn movie, she had verbal fights on Weibo. Justin's true fans couldn't stand her and flooded the screen with comments. "This woman is a batch, verified." Elsie replied, "If I'm a batch, then your entire family are batches." What's happening? Why would President Cooper like this insignificant internet celebrity? My goodness, who can tell me why? Elsie replied, "Your mom asked me to tell you that this girl is not an internet celebrity. You thought too much, kid." Shameless woman. You are just after clout. Disgusting. Elsie replied, "Sorry, I'm not so young as to crave fame. I only want money, not fame." You seduced Handsome Cooper shamelessly just for money, batch. Elsie replied, "Yeah, I'm shameless, but I got the money. I'm better than those shameless people who have no money. I don't deserve the name batch because I'm not as batchy as you are. I like the fact that you don't like me but can do nothing about it. Haha. If you can, come and hit me." Elsie was a girl with a strong mentality. She wasn't angry when people railed at her. Instead, she enjoyed bantering with them and found it fun and thrilling. "Waiter, bring me another coffee mocha with ice, thanks." Elsie was in a great mood. Among the cursing comments, some people remained neutral and sincere. "I think the girl is quite good. At least she helped Handsome Cooper clear his name of all those gay accusations." Elsie replied, "You're welcome. Ha ha, you're funny. No wonder Handsome Cooper likes you." Elsie replied, "You flatter me, but I'm not a boring girl. I intend to improve on my skills of being funny." "I'm surprised that President Cooper found new love so soon. I thought he still loved Dr. Green." Elsie replied, "It's not so soon. Justin had been lonely for a long time as a single dog." "Yeah, Dr. Green is an excellent woman and deserves to be young Master Cooper's true love. I can't accept that he fell in love with another woman." Elsie replied, "Nothing is worse than immorality. Dr. Green seems to have her own family, and I don't think you want Justin to be the third wheel, right? So kids, wake up. We're in modern society and can only have one wife or husband. Please abide by our country's laws. Haha, this woman is fun. I'm your fan now and will follow your updates. Keep it up. Elsie was about to reply to this comment when her cell phone rang. She picked it up and pressed on the answer button before putting on the earpiece. Auntie Cooper. Elsie, how are you doing? I'm okay. Where did you sleep after Justin kicked you out? Aunt Cooper was worried about the girl's safety. Oh, I stayed in a hotel. About the news this morning. Aunt Cooper stopped mid-sentence. Elsie explained hurriedly. Aunt Cooper, I didn't know how they took the photo, but the person on Weibo is me. I just want to take the opportunity to restore his reputation and stop the rumor that he's gay. Haha, it's a good idea. Justin's mother and I like it. Elsie, our Justin's temper. Yeah, I saw it. His temper is very foul as a rock in an outdoor toilet, totally not in harmony with his handsome face. He almost hit me last night. Elsie chuckled. His temper was worse before and has softened a bit after meeting Miss Green. Forget it. Anyway, Cooper is a good boy. You must work hard because he will be quite a challenge. But once you conquer him, you won't be disappointed. I know. Aunt Cooper, as the people say on the internet, anyone who wins Justin wins the world. But it's not easy to win the world, right? Haha, I like your sense of humor. You must take good care of yourself and don't make your parents worry about you. If you need anything, just call me. If I'm in a meeting and can't answer your call, you can call Justin's mother. I've asked her to take good care of you. Okay, I'll be fine, Aunt Cooper. It's not as if I'm in a foreign country. Nowadays, we have nothing to worry about so long as we have cell phones and wallets on us. Good. You keep working on your relationship with Justin. I'll go over after handling the things at hand and have a chat with Justin. Okay, Aunt, goodbye. Cheerfully, Elsie ended the call and continued bickering with the fans on the internet. At the headquarters of Imperial Star. President Cooper, you'd better spill the beans. We're old friends, so you don't have to conceal it from me. With a straw, Max sipped the yogurt that Justin had prepared for pudding, looking ridiculous. Get out. Don't mess with me. I'm very busy. Justin handled his work while dealing with Max's badgering. If you did nothing with her, then why did she get verified on Weibo? That's strange. How would I know? Justin looked innocent. But to be honest, her figure on the candid photo was quite gorgeous, although her face is blurry. What does she look like? You can bring her out and meet us, Max continued to harass him. I'll say it again. I don't know her. I don't know that crazy woman. My aunt sent her to me. Justin felt he'd never get people to believe him. In the dressing room for the A-list actresses in Imperial Star, Kira took a glass of water from an assistant during a break after a session of photo shooting. Hey, did you hear that President Cooper has a girlfriend? Some staff members were gossiping. Kira's hand shook slightly and spilled water on her white dress. Miss Nee, are you okay? Her assistant immediately tended to her. I'm fine. Look, your dress is soaked. I'll get you a new one. It's not necessary. Go and tell the photographer that's all for today. Kira waved her hand tiredly. Huh? That's all for today? But it's for the promotion of your new movie. I can't do it now. I feel dizzy and not well. Okay, I'll tell them to end the shooting and then I'll drive you to the hospital. Wait here for a minute. When the assistant came back, she found Kira was gone. Huh? Where's Miss Kira Nee? The assistant was confused. Miss Kira left. She didn't look good, one of the staff said. Without taking her assistant, or even washing off the makeup and changing clothes, Kira went down to the garage and drove back home in her white Maserati. After she became famous, she had bought a big ski-floor apartment of over 200 square meters in downtown. To protect her privacy, she didn't even hire a housemaid. When she was not home, her assistant and agent would hire the home service to do the cleaning. Right now, Cece was living with her. Since their parents were traveling abroad, she felt bored and moved to her elder sister's place, while Rick and his men stayed in a leased apartment nearby. Sis, you're early today. Cece was happy to see her back. Yeah? Sis, what's wrong? You look pale. Cece studied her sister and found her expression was strange. I'm fine. I'm just tired due to the big load of work lately, Kira said. Don't work so hard. Money is never enough, but our time in life is limited. Sis. Cece held her sister's shoulders and tried to persuade her. Yeah, I know. There's so much work in the company lately. I'll tell Sister Chloe and ask her to talk to President Cooper, so he won't give you so much work. No, don't do that. It's not President Cooper's fault. I took the workload myself. Look at you. You still defend him so eagerly. I guess you still can't get over him, right? Cece guessed. Kira felt frustrated. Sis, did you see the news? Cece suddenly remembered the news she had read on her cell phone. Kira was silent. Sis, you must accept reality. President Cooper is a man from a rich family and a target of many women. It's a small deal that he's got a girlfriend. In fact, we shouldn't get surprised if he gets a new woman each day. I know. But you still feel bad about it, right? Do you have any unrealistic expectations from him? No, I just don't understand why he can't give me a chance if he can play with those young models. Kira sounded self-doubting. You're different from them. Sis, it's because he thinks you are a good girl that he doesn't want to play with you. You know the women on the news can never be his wife. With his identity, he can't marry any of those women. Still, it's better than never being close to him. Kira said the words desolately, choking on her tears. Sis, you can't think like this. I just like Justin. What's wrong with that? Kira retorted, suddenly getting a bit emotional. Cece froze because she had never seen her quiet and obedient sister so worked up before. I'm sorry, Cece. I didn't mean to yell at you. I know. Sis, we grew up together. I know you well. I'm just in a bit of a mess. I know. Sis, let's not talk about it. I'll go out with you and do some shopping. You're rich but have no chance to spend the money. I'll buy some new clothes for myself and my baby. No problem. I'll buy clothes for you. And for my Rick, Cece chuckled. Really? Your man is very rich, right? You want me to pay for his clothes? But you're my sister. I have the privilege to get you to pay for things for us. Okay. Your Majesty, let's go shopping. They left the apartment. In fact, Cece didn't want her sister to buy her stuff. She just wanted to distract her sister from the news about Justin's new girlfriend. Obviously, it was a big blow to her. Max badgered Justin for a whole morning but couldn't get anything out of him. Justin just had nothing to tell him, except that the woman was called something Elsie and his aunt sent her to his house. He couldn't even remember the girl's looks. At noon, Pudding walked in, escorted by Jack's chauffeur and bodyguards. Little Bean had gone to Southside with Chloe. Whoa, Pudding is here to interrogate you, Max gloated. Do you think our Pudding is as nosy as you are? Justin gave him a dirty look. Humph, your Pudding? Don't flatter yourself. Pudding belongs to my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. When she grows up, she'll become old Blake's daughter-in-law. Get out of here. Don't stand here and hurt my feelings. Justin looked at him in disgust. As Pudding walked in, Max said slyly, Pudding, interrogate your handsome Cooper. Without a word, Pudding walked to stand before Justin. President Cooper, can we go and have lunch now? Let's go, kiddo. What do you want to eat? Teppanyaki, said Pudding. No problem, we'll have teppanyaki. Justin stood up and glanced at Max. Do you want to come with us? No, I have a date with Avery to eat salty fish and pancakes in a farmhouse restaurant. Okay, go and have your fish. Pudding and I must go now. Okay, let's go down together. Coming out of the building, Max drove away while Pudding and Justin drove to a well-known teppanyaki restaurant in the city. The restaurant looked classy with Japanese-style decorations. In a private room, Justin poured a glass of water for Pudding. Do you also want to ask me about that thing? No. Whoa, that's not like you. Justin chuckled. I'm not as nosy as Little Bean. Very good. Our Pudding is a sensible girl. Handsome Cooper, the procedures for the company transfer are completed, right? Yeah, I've stored the documents in my company. If you want them, I'll have them delivered to you. No, you keep them for me. Don't you want to tell your dad and mom about it? They will know when the time is right. Having taken over such a big company, what do you want to do with it? After all, there are many employees in the company, and you must do some business to feed them, Justin asked. I thought about it and decided to invest in films and television while speculating on the stock market. Oh? You want to invest in films and television? Justin looked interested. Yeah, I want to work with your company. I noticed a new actress in your company. She's not very pretty but has awesome acting skills. I've followed her updates for a long time and watched 2 web series of hers. I noticed she has been working on a comedy with a senior comedian and is looking for investors. You are interested? Justin was surprised that Pudding knew about this information. Yeah, I'm quite interested in it. I checked and found it doesn't need a big investment since the actors are not well known. Including the production, I think $30 million is enough to cover all the costs. They are looking for funds. I think we can split the cost. What do you think? $15 million for each of us isn't much. But Pudding, you must realize that the box office is not guaranteed. Not to mention her, even Kira, an A-class star, can't guarantee a high box office with each of her movies, so it's a risky business. Every business venture has certain risks. If I was afraid of the risks, I'd just put the money in the bank and earn interest. Before Justin could reply, she continued, But I'm afraid the interest rate can't even catch up with the inflation rate. Kiddo, you know much more than an adult, but you're right. What do you think of the plan? Pudding asked Justin earnestly. I think $15 million is too much for your first investment in the film and television industry. How about this? I'll put in $25 million and you invest $5 million. We'll split the profits equally. No. We are talking about business, and I don't want you to take care of me. After all, I'll face the world alone sooner or later. Captain Cooper, you can't take care of me all my life, right? Pudding's words stunned and convinced Justin. Okay, you win. Great, it's settled then. I'll transfer the money from my company account to your company. You take care of all the operations, but I have one request. What is it? Justin thought the girl would ask him to help increase the screen share or do promotion for this movie to make sure that she could make money. But he was wrong. Little Bean and I want to play small roles in it. Huh? You want to play roles in it? Justin was even more surprised. Yeah, I read the script. In the story, a pair of kids are snatched and sold. Then the heroine rescues the kids and falls in love with the cop who cracks the case. Little Bean and I want to play the kids. But your mom won't like it. Justin had heard Chloe mention that she didn't want her children to be exposed to the public view, not to mention entering the entertainment circle. I can persuade my mom and dad. You just need to give your consent. After all, Justin was Imperial Star's boss and could handle this small issue with ease. Well, okay, but don't upset your mom. She's now pregnant, Justin instructed her. Handsome Cooper, you're being unfair. You're favoring my mom even when you're talking with me. I'm not... Justin felt a bit awkward. My dad will be jealous if he knows about this. Get a hold of yourself. That's not what I meant. I was just saying that we should try our best not to upset your mom since she's pregnant. After all, protecting pregnant women is our priority. Fine. You don't have to explain. I understand you. You understand nothing, little kiddo. Justin smiled in resignation. Then, the waitress brought in their dishes, and they enjoyed their lunch. As low-profiled as Jack, Pudding seldom posted updates on her status. But Little Bean was different, and would post everything, even a thing as small as eating ice cream. At the end of the meal, Pudding suddenly asked, About the girl who spent the night in your house? Who is she? You said you'd not ask, but you can't control your curiosity, right? Justin smiled vaguely. No, I'm just curious what kind of woman would go to your house and spend a night there. She didn't spend a night at my house. I kicked her out at midnight, Justin explained immediately. So, is she a hooker you paid? Pudding asked earnestly. Justin almost spewed out blood and died on the spot. What the heck are you thinking in your little brain? Don't be shy, Handsome Cooper. You're a man after all, so of course you have your needs. But if you call delivery, you'd better be careful. Justin was speechless. What Pudding said was beyond her years, which made Justin not know how to respond. Whatever. Even after I tell you, you guys won't understand me. Then we have a deal? Fine, little boss Dawson, we'll cooperate. Justin wasn't sure how to feel about it. Here, Pudding was eating teppanyaki with Justin while a lot was going on with Chloe and Little Bean in the Southside Recuperation Center. Deputy Director, you are back? Deputy Director, good afternoon. I haven't seen you in a while. Deputy Director, your baby is already 4 or 5 months old, right? Is this your older one or the younger one? So cute. After Chloe came back, the doctors and nurses all came over to say hi to her and her daughter. Little Bean didn't really like being surrounded and watched like an animal in the zoo. They all didn't know the truth, but just assumed Chloe was on leave due to her pregnancy. After all, the first 3 months were critical. I haven't been back for a long time. Is everyone all right? Chloe smiled. We all miss you so much, Deputy Director. We're not used to you not being here. Director Richard came back a few times, but it still didn't feel the same as when you were still here. You guys go back to work first. I need to go to my office to grab some documents. I'll be back to talk later. Okay, Deputy Director. If you need anything, let us know. Then everyone started leaving. Chloe held Little Bean's hand and walked upstairs. Mommy, they seem to respect you a lot. Yes, but do you know why? Asked Chloe. Because you are the leader? Not just because of that. Then it's because you are rich and they look up to you? Asked Little Bean. Also not right. So, it's because they think Mommy has a good relationship with everyone and is also nice-looking? It's not related to appearance. Why would the appearance matter? Then I don't really know, said Little Bean with her lips pursed. In fact, the reason why everyone respects Mommy is that Mommy has professional ethics and will focus on saving people's lives first. Okay, that's why. Little Bean seemed to understand a bit, but not totally. Chloe's contributions to Southside over the past few years were widely recognized. A lot of patients who were sent in as an emergency were still alive now thanks to Chloe's prompt decisions. There was even one time, after being operated on after a car accident, a man was healed but left the hospital without paying the outstanding balance. Chloe took out her own money to cover the expenses. Everyone else felt bad for her and wanted to distribute a share as well, but Chloe said that since she was the leader, she had the most responsibility. All those things, no matter big or small, were the reasons that everyone respected her. Little Bean, remember what Mommy said? In your lifetime, you don't have to be a goddess or a noble. You don't have to leave a good reputation or be a famous philanthropist that goes down in history. But you have to be a kind person. I know that, Mommy. As the first line of 3-character canon goes, man on earth, good at birth, the same nature, varies on nurture, isn't it? Little Bean recited very quickly. Yes, exactly. Mommy doesn't expect you and your sister to grow up to make huge achievements or contribute to society with great ideas. I just hope you two can be good people and stay safe and sound. No matter what you do, you should do it with peace in your heart and not harm anyone. Wow, it sounds so complicated. Although I don't really understand, everything Mommy just said is correct, and I will definitely listen to Mommy. Little Bean nodded understandingly. Director, you are back for work already? Violet was surprised but also excited to see Chloe in front of the office. Oh no, I'm just coming back for a prenatal checkup, Chloe smiled and said. Ah, look at my memory. I almost forgot about your prenatal checkup. Let's go arrange it for you. Thanks. Chloe nodded and continued walking with Little Bean. Little Bean, do you want to eat something? No thanks, Auntie. I just ate with Mommy at the pizza shop, said Little Bean in a nice tone. Then how about Auntie gets you a cup of water? Okay, thank you, Auntie. Whenever Little Bean went out, she always had good manners, which made Chloe quite content. After entering, Little Bean sat down on the couch and started playing on her cell phone. Chloe sat in front of her office computer and browsed through some recent data related to the hospital. It wasn't long before Violet came back and said, Chief, everything's all set. The OB/GYN department said you can go over there now. Okay. Chief, do you want to know the gender afterward? Violet had a mysterious grin. I don't think it's a good idea. Chloe knew that there were strict rules that prohibited her from knowing the gender, for fear that some families would abort the unborn baby after learning that it was a girl due to their strong preference for a boy. So many innocent lives lost their chance to come to this world because of this. No big deal. We're really just looking at the gender. No matter if it's a boy or a girl, we won't abort it, then it can't count as against the rule, whispered Violet. At this moment, Chloe was a little bit tempted. Then she nodded and followed Violet, together with Little Bean, to the OB/GYN department. She started with a urine test and blood work, then got a blood pressure test, and last was the ultrasound. Chloe lied down on the examination bed carefully. "Deputy Director, it will be a little cold. Please hold on a bit," the female ultrasound physician gently reminded. "Don't worry, just go ahead." The physician carefully rolled up her dress and put some ultrasound gel on her. Then she started moving the ultrasound probe around on her belly. It was a miraculous feeling. Maybe the baby was scared. It suddenly moved like a little fish inside Chloe's belly. "Ha! I think it was startled," the female physician chuckled and said. "Yeah, it might be a little confused and not know what's going on." Chloe was also laughing on the bed. "Auntie, what is Mommy doing?" Not far away, Little Bean was standing there and looking at her mom doing prenatal checkups on the other side of the glass with a confused look. "Mommy is getting some checkups for the little baby." "Even now? Isn't it not even born yet?" Little Bean was confused. "Even inside the belly you can see the baby's health condition." "Wow, that's magical, and so cool. I want to be a doctor too when I grow up," Little Bean said seriously. She still remembered that last time when Grandpa visited. He taught her a lot of interesting things. At that time, Grandpa complimented her, saying, "Our Little Bean really has the talent to become a doctor." And now, even Little Bean started to feel that being a doctor was a really noble job, especially after saving a lot of patients. On seeing patients reuniting with their families, wouldn't you feel accomplished? After entering Mommy's office, Little Bean saw lots of pennants in her Mommy's office. These must be given by the patients because, judging from her mom's personality, she would never hire someone to write those things. "Auntie, my Mommy is a really good doctor, right?" "Of course! Your Mommy is really famous at our Southside Recuperation Center. Lots of patients who don't really belong to our hospital, after hearing about your Mommy somewhere, would request her to perform the surgery for them. A lot of them even tried to gift your mom a lot of things. Some even offered gold bricks. But she didn't accept any." "That's for sure. Just those gold bricks, who cares? Our family is really rich, okay?" said Little Bean proudly. "Ha ha, but this is not the emphasis. What's more important here is that our deputy director is really honest, okay?" "Yes, my Mommy said that a noble man earns his wealth in a proper way, so if that money doesn't belong to you, you can't accept it," said Little Bean. On the other side, the female physician looked at Chloe with a meaningful look and smiled. "Deputy Director, I saw the gender of your baby." To be honest, even though Chloe was really calm before, after hearing her ask, she started to feel nervous. "Ah, so is it a boy or a girl?" Because of the separation of the glass, Violet couldn't hear what the female physician told Chloe. Once Chloe came out, Violet immediately walked up and asked, "So is it a boy or a girl?" "Take a guess?" Chloe smiled mischievously. "Eh?" After the checkup and everything seemed fine, Chloe took some reports of the checkup and left with Little Bean. "Mommy, so are you going home now?" "Not yet. Why don't we go to the company to look for Daddy?" "Yay, sure. I'm not ready to go home for my nap yet. Why don't we get Sister here too? I just called her. She was with Handsome Cooper and they just finished lunch too." "Sure, then let's have and drop off Pudding here." Chloe seemed to be in a good mood and directly hopped onto the Mercedes RV after walking out of the hospital. Ever since she became pregnant, Jack wasn't a fan of her driving by herself. One time, Chloe couldn't hold it anymore and said to Jack, "Honey, I'm fine driving by myself. I'm not dumb." "No, I'm worried about other dumbos on the street messing with you." Just this one sentence made Chloe not know what to say. Later on, she just gave up the idea of driving by herself. No matter where she went, she was accompanied by bodyguards and drivers. At some secret prison in the city, Andrew was locked up in here all alone. He was eating alone, even when he came out for some sunlight occasionally. He was alone too. He started to realize that this place was a special facility to imprison him. "Report, sir!" "What happened?" A prison guard walked over and took a peek at Andrew, who was wearing the prison uniform with both handcuffs and shackles on. "I want to make a phone call." "You can't." "But even criminals sentenced to death have the right to make a phone call to their family. Why am I not allowed? This is the order from above. I'm not really sure. Then just tell your upper level that I need to make a phone call. Who's your upper boss? Noah, right? Andrew seemed to have guessed it too. Don't waste your effort. Just stay here and repent. It seemed like the prison guard didn't really want to deal with Andrew because when he was first transferred over here, his boss had told him that this was a special criminal and he needed to avoid him as much as possible, avoid talking to him, and most importantly, not agree to any of his demands. Fine, I guess no matter what I say, you're all going to ignore me. Andrew smiled. Those who didn't know him would probably think he was a good-tempered man. The prison guard didn't pay any attention to him and walked back. Suddenly, Andrew crawled down on the ground and dug up a little stick that was easy to miss from the grass. He definitely wouldn't be able to kill himself with it. However, he poked this little stick directly to his left ear. Then, a loud scream happened behind the prison guard's back. Upon hearing it, the prison guard immediately ran over to check and was also freaked out when he saw that Andrew's left ear was bleeding nonstop. Calling control, this is Zone 29. Prisoner 001 started self-mutilating. Please send an ambulance immediately. GK Headquarters. Young Madam Dawson? Wow, I haven't seen you for a long time. Seeing Chloe here, Mark couldn't help himself from becoming excited. After the incident happened to Mark, he took a break at home for several months, and after that, a lot had happened. When Mark returned, Chloe had been kidnapped by Andrew for a long time. Where is my husband? President Dawson is inside having a board meeting. Let me go in and let him know. Oh, no need. Let him finish what he's doing. It's fine. I'll just take a seat with Little Bean in the waiting room and wait for a bit. Hi, Uncle Mark, Little Bean greeted. Chloe's cell phone immediately started ringing once she sat down. Chloe, can you come over to the first hospital right now? It was Noah on the other end. What happened? Andrew hurt himself and threatened that he wouldn't accept surgery unless he sees you. Noah sounded utterly exhausted. After hearing that, Chloe fell into deep thought. When did it happen? Just now. Where's the wound? His eardrum. It was poked through by something like a stick, said Noah. After hearing it, Chloe took a deep breath. But I don't really know about eardrums. I can't do the operation. Chloe panicked too. You don't need to perform the surgery. It was just that the jerk demanded to see you. If you don't come, he'll decline the surgery. He wasn't cooperative at all. Sigh. And you also know that due to his sensitive identity, Jack and I can only imprison him temporarily, so he can't die, but also can't be known by my superiors. After all, this is complicated. Noah already knew that it wouldn't be easy taking over the troublesome Andrew. But he had been best buddies with Jack for years. If he didn't help him, who else would? Now that this happened, it really was frustrating, but he also couldn't just die this easily. First hospital, right? I'll go over right now. Okay, we will wait for you here. Please be fast, Chloe. Got it. After hanging up the call, Chloe called Mark over. Young madam. Mark, please look after Little Bean for me. When President Dawson comes out, have him take over watching the kid. I have something urgent to take care of. I will come back to pick her up later. Okay, want me to call a car for you? No need, thanks. I brought a chauffeur and bodyguard with me. Little Bean. Chloe knelt down and patted Little Bean's head. I know. Mommy, you go take care of your work. I will be here following Uncle Mark and waiting for Daddy to come out. Okay, Mommy will come to pick you up later. Be good. Yes. Little Bean knew to judge the situation. Seeing her mommy being in such a rush, she nodded tamely. 15 minutes after Chloe left, Jack came out from the meeting. Once he saw Little Bean, who was sitting outside playing phone games, his eyes got a softer look. Little Bean, why are you here? Daddy, you are out? Little Bean immediately put down her phone and got picked up lovingly by Jack. President Dawson, young madam came over before. Then where is she? Jack looked around but didn't see Chloe. She saw that you were in a meeting, so she said she would wait outside for you. But then she picked up a phone call and it seemed like something urgent, so she left and asked me to look after Little Bean and hand her over to you once you were done with the meeting. She will come back and join you later. Oh, okay. After that, Jack carried Little Bean towards the office. President Dawson, regarding the proposal just now, I have 2 points that I would like to add. The marketing manager caught up from behind and said, "Tell me about it later," said Jack calmly. The marketing manager was confused. "You are so unobservant. Didn't you see Miss Littlebean here? Leave him alone and tell him later when he's free." Mark waved these people away. Jack carried Littlebean into his big office. "Wow, Daddy's office is so much better. Big and pretty. Also cool. Not like Mommy's little storage room." On this summer day, suddenly having access to cold air conditioning, Littlebean felt so happy. "What's wrong with your Mommy's office?" Jack intentionally teased her. "It's small. I don't understand because my Mommy is already a deputy director, and there are so many patients at Southside, they should be really rich. Why would they only give Mommy a little office like that?" "It's all because your Mommy has a bond with that office and refuses to move out." Jack had no way to change his wife's preference either. "If I were Mommy, I would definitely make a whole floor my office. The whole 100 square meters are all mine." "Then I don't think you are going to work but going to enjoy life instead," laughed Jack. "Oh, by the way, Daddy, give me 10,000. Littlebean reached out her hand. Jack was immediately speechless. "Why do you want so much money? If you want something, you can tell me, and I'll buy it for you." Jack loved his daughters, but didn't spoil them. Littlebean was so young, and he wondered why she wanted $10,000. "I don't want to buy anything. I just want $10,000. "You're being unreasonable," Jack chuckled. "I'm not being unreasonable. I just have some information to sell to you. The information is so important that even if I asked for 100,000 instead of 10,000, you'd give it to me. But I don't want so much money since I don't need it." Littlebean looked smug. "You look so confident, kiddo. What on earth is the information?" Jack found Littlebean super cute when she acted so secretively. "Give me money and I'll tell you the information." Littlebean walked to stand before her dad and extended her hand. "I can't put cash into your hand now. Even your little bag can't contain so much cash. I'll transfer the money to your account, okay?" Jack picked up Littlebean and placed her on his lap. "Okay, but you must transfer some more since the account will deduct the cash withdrawal fee from it." "You're a smart girl. Okay, I'll transfer $15,000. Jack was generous. "Dad, transfer $15,050 to me. She took the opportunity to get more money. You're too smart for your own good." Understanding his daughter's little trick. Jack picked up his cell phone and transferred money to Littlebean. Both Littlebean and Pudding had Snap aliases. Pudding was low-keyed and had the alias Big Pudding. However, Littlebean's alias was hard to remember. It was Ultimate Beautiful Girl Littlebean Loved by Everyone. But it was too long to fit in the space for the alias, so she took some painful cuts and changed it into Beautiful Girl Littlebean. Receiving the money, Littlebean threw her arms around Jack's neck cheerfully and then said secretively, "Dad, I accompanied Mom to have a prenatal examination at Southside today. I have a feeling that you tricked $15,000 from me." Jack didn't know he should cry or laugh. He thought, did he just pay his daughter for the information that she went with her mom to do a prenatal examination? "Old Dawson, can you be patient and wait until I finish?" Littlebean gave her dad a dirty look, looking displeased. "Little Dawson, please go on." Jack pinched her nose and continued to listen. "I was with her during the examination. I heard Aunt Violet say that the devices at Southside are very advanced and can see the gender of the baby in Mom's belly." "Whoa, that's interesting. So is the baby a boy or a girl?" Jack finally understood what his daughter was trying to explain. If it was about the gender of the baby, the price of $10,000 wasn't too high. "I don't know. Mom went in to get the check by herself while Aunt Violet and I waited outside. She didn't tell us the gender of the baby when she came out." "So you're just teasing your dad?" Jack felt as if his heart had gone through a roller coaster. "I'm not. I haven't finished yet. Old Dawson, you must be more patient." Littlebean patted him on the shoulder feelingly. "Okay, Little Dawson, please continue." Jack almost wept at his daughter's antics. No one had called him impatient before. Littlebean, can you be any naughtier?" Jack almost wept at his daughter's antics. No one had called him impatient before. Littlebean, can you be any naughtier?" Although Mom didn't tell me and Aunt Violet didn't ask her in front of me, I can still guess the result from my mom's behavior. Your mom's behavior? Jack asked with a smile. We were supposed to go home after the prenatal examination, but Mom suddenly said she'd come to the company to see you. Isn't it a sign of her excitement? Little Bean analyzed reasonably. Very good. Continue with your analysis, Little Dawson. I think Mom must know the gender of the baby. Since she wanted to come and see you, I'm sure the baby is a little brother. How can you be so sure? What if it's a little sister? That's impossible. Even though you all say you don't care it's a boy or a girl, we don't need girls now since you have me and my sister. So, if Mom gives birth to a boy, everyone will be happy. I overheard Grandpa and Grandma say that they wish this baby is a boy, so our Dawson family will have an heir. Hearing her words, Jack couldn't smile. He felt a lump in his throat. He kissed Little Bean on the forehead lovingly. Little Bean, Dad and Mom love you and your sister very much. No matter if your mom gives birth to a boy or a girl, I'll always love you and your sister as much as before. Of course, I know that. They say daughters were their father's lovers in their last lifetime. So, old Dawson, you don't have to explain to me because I trust you won't dump your lovers from your previous lives. Little Bean comforted Jack. The words sounded ridiculous, but Jack felt warm inside. Little Bean wasn't as thoughtful as Pudding, and she was also a babbler and an eating machine, but no one could resist her when she got serious. Fortunately, Mr. Dawson was strong enough or he'd burst into tears when he heard these words. Yeah, we'll be a family forever. Dad and Mom love each of you with the same love. Okay, old Dawson, you don't have to be so sentimental with me. I think it's a good thing that Mom has a boy this time. After all, someone needs to inherit the great fortune of our family. My sister is capable, but she's still a girl. When she marries, she'll bring our money to another family, right? If that happens, then Uncle Blake's family will be richer than us. So, if Mom gives birth to a boy, we'll have someone to manage the company. When my sister and I get bullied, we'll have someone to protect us. When you and Mom are old, our brother will help me and my sister to take care of you guys. In conclusion, I think it's a good thing to have a brother to share the burden and take blame. Little Bean's logic was impeccable. Jack had never listened to her so earnestly. He actually found that she made perfect sense. Little Bean, you're right. I'm proud of you. Since you like what I said, old Dawson, can you order a box of egg tarts for me? Didn't you eat something with your mom? Egg tarts are a snack, not the main meal. Fine. Jack admitted total defeat to his daughter. By the way, don't tell Mom. She doesn't like me eating sweet stuff, Little Bean said guiltily. As she mentioned Chloe, Jack suddenly realized that he hadn't heard from her for a long time. He wondered what she was busy with. Picking up his cell phone, he called Chloe. The subscriber you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Hearing the mechanical female voice, Jack was alarmed, afraid his pregnant wife got into trouble again. He called Chloe's chauffeur. Hello, President Dawson. Where's my wife? She let us escort her to the first hospital. She's now in the hospital and we're waiting for her at the entrance. First hospital? Jack frowned, wondering why Chloe went there. Yes. How long has she been in there? Less than 20 minutes. Don't worry, President Dawson. The bodyguards went in there with her. She is fine. Okay, I got it. Hearing that the bodyguards were with her, Jack relaxed a bit. Noah was busy sending Andrew to the emergency room in the first hospital and forgot to call Jack. Dressed in scrubs, Chloe walked into the OR with the help of a young nurse. Vice Director, please walk slowly. It's a bit slippery here. I'm fine. Besides doctors and nurses, Noah's subordinates were also in the OR, just in case Andrew played some tricks in here. Chloe walked over slowly and saw Andrew, who had changed clothes, but still refused to do the surgery. You're finally here. Seeing Chloe, Andrew revealed a rare, childlike smile. What are you doing? Chloe was angry, but had other unnamed feelings inside at the same time. I wanted to see you. I know. You won't agree with my terms because you love Jack and don't want to displease him. I know you won't come to see me once a month. Receiving no response from Chloe, he had guessed she wouldn't agree to his proposal. What then? Jack's my husband. Of course, I love him and care for his feelings. Andrew, who do you think you are? You have no right to say this to me. You're a nobody to me. Why should I make you happy? Chloe rarely lost her temper. Every time she lost her control, it was because of Andrew. I don't blame you, Chloe. No matter what you do to me, I've never blamed you. What right do you have to blame me? All these years, you've been hurting me and my family? Chloe said angrily. Vice Director, we need to do surgery on the patient now. We can't delay anymore, the doctor reminded Chloe. Chloe suppressed her anger. For a moment, she thought selfishly that it would be better for Andrew to die here, so he would never make trouble for her. But she knew Jack kept him alive for a purpose. She inhaled deeply and walked over, looking at him coldly. I'm here. Can you have the surgery now? Chloe, can you stay here until the end of the surgery? Andrew, you're asking too much, Chloe frowned. It's a small request. I know. I'll be locked up after the surgery and you won't come to see me. We'll talk about it after the surgery. Please don't go. This is my only request. Chloe, please. As more blood oozed out from his ear, Chloe began to feel sick. She turned her head and retched. Probably due to her pregnancy, she couldn't bear to see this sight. Vice Director, are you okay? Do you want to go out and rest for a while? The young nurse immediately handed her a glass of water. No. Chloe waved her hand with difficulty. She didn't want to stay here, but still hoped Andrew could have the surgery. Seeing Chloe had no intention of leaving, Andrew finally agreed to have the operation. The surgery was finished in 2 hours. Since he wasn't under a general anesthetic, Andrew was conscious throughout the operation. Before he was pushed out of the OR, he said to Chloe, Chloe, I'm very happy that you decided to stay with me. Chloe didn't know what to say to him because he had a distorted personality, no matter if it was himself or Hunter. No one had multiple personality disorder for no reason. They usually experienced an unpleasant childhood, which forced another personality to form. The two personalities were totally different. For example, a person with a stutter and a cowardly character might have an alternate personality which made him into a psychopathic killer. A person who loved fun and joking might become a cruel demon. Andrew wouldn't have formed the alternate personality Jack for no reason. Chloe began to feel that other than his adopted mother's mistreatment in his childhood, he had gone through some very unpleasant things when he studied in Germany. After Andrew was pushed out of the OR, Chloe walked out of the room with help and saw Noah was waiting for her outside of the door. How was his surgery, Chloe? He's out of danger. He'll be fine, except that the wounded ear will have hearing problems. You guys must be more careful with him. Yeah. We were careless this time and didn't expect that he could use a small stick on the lawn to hurt himself. Anyway, Andrew truly doesn't care if he lives or not. He went to the extreme. He's always like this. Anyway, you must be more careful. Okay, we will. Does my husband know about it? Oh, I forgot to tell him while I was busy handling Andrew's emergency. It's fine. I'll tell him later since I'll be going to GK headquarters in a moment. Okay, you tell him about it. I'll go back to the bureau. Lots of things are waiting for me to handle. I'll call him tonight. Okay. Saying goodbye to Noah in the first hospital, she went back to GK under the escort of her bodyguards and chauffeur. After telling Anne to drive Pudding home, Justin returned to his office and logged on to Weibo to send a PM to Elsie.Justin. Come out. Elsie. What's up? Justin. You don't have to go to this degree even if you want clout, right? You even dare to call yourself the woman that spent the night with Justin? Shame on you. Elsie. I don't care about my reputation. Why do you care so much? Elsie. I found you're quite strange. You're in the entertainment business and must have seen lots of women hyping themselves, right? If you are not happy, you can sue me and ask your public relations team to send me a lawyer's letter. As the president of a company, you lower yourself to send me a PM. Do you think it's fun? Justin. Get out of the city now. If you continue the drama, I'll deal with you, even though my aunt sent you. Elsie. Whoa, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you are not happy with what I did, why don't you come and sleep with me? Elsie's unusual responses always infuriated Justin. He just didn't understand how such an outrageous woman could exist in the world. Justin. What on earth do you want? Elsie. You'll give me whatever I want? Justin. Name your price. You just want money, right? Take the money and get out of here. Justin knew she must come from an influential family since she was selected by his aunt. She was just a girl who wanted to marry above her. The best way to deal with such women was by giving them money, and they would get out of his life. Elsie. You're wrong, Great President Cooper. I do have a motive and purpose, but it's not money. Money is indeed good, but my family isn't in shortage of it. My purpose is you. You want me to leave? That's easy. Just get naked and have sex with me, and I'll get out of here with my suitcase. Justin. You're a woman. How can you be so shameless? How can you say such things? Elsie. Haha, you seem to have straight man cancer. In this modern society, women can do anything they want. What? You mean only men can keep mistresses and women can't find a pretty young man to satisfy her needs? You're so narrow-minded. Justin. Don't pull that shit on me. Name your price. Elsie. I told you. Just have sex with me. If you don't want to do it at your home to keep your reputation, we can do it in a hotel. It's just sex. How difficult can it be? Justin. Then we have nothing to talk about. Just wait, damned woman. I'll show you. He was furious. The woman kept talking about having sex as if he was a novice in it. He logged out of Weibo in a fury. Sitting before the computer, Elsie burst out into laughter. Ha, Justin is a little shy guy. Very interesting. I think it's getting more and more fun. Crunching on potato chips, she continued to reply to the trashing comments from trolls on the internet, feeling like she had never had such fun in all her 20-plus years of life. She should have listened to Aunt Cooper and come to the city earlier. Justin was fun. So were the people in this place. Everyone was fun. When Chloe returned to GK, Jack was assigning work to some high-level executives of the company. Fatigued with her playing, Little Bean was asleep on the sofa. Jack had tucked a blanket around her. Even in sleep, she clutched a bag of potato chips in her fist. On the table before the desk were yogurt, soft drinks, and some sweets, showing how Mr. Dawson spoiled his younger daughter. When she walked in, all the high-level executives stood up and greeted her warmly. Young madam. Some of them still called her President Green. Please sit down, guys. Go on with your business. Please don't mind me. Chloe smiled at them. She walked to the tea table and began to put away the leftover snacks. Young madam, let me do it. You're pregnant. Mark hurried over to help her. He hadn't put them away because he didn't know if Little Bean would want to eat them after she woke up. I'm fine. I'm just pregnant, not sick. I'm not so fragile, Chloe said. Let's stop here. Give me a call if you have questions, Jack said. Okay, President Dawson, see you later. Jack nodded. Then the executives said goodbye to Chloe and left the office. Chloe turned to Jack and scolded, Honey, look at this. How can you give her these snacks? I told you. Before she could finish, Jack took her into his arms and covered her lips with his. Washroom, here I come. Embarrassed, Mark found an excuse and ran out. Honey, Chloe wanted to say something, but Jack didn't give her a chance. He just kissed her without warning. What was he doing? After a long while, when Chloe felt that she was out of breath, Jack lifted his head reluctantly, but he still held her tightly to him. Honey, what happened? Did you have alcohol? Chloe looked confused. Honey, did you have a nightmare when you napped? Chloe had a vivid imagination. Oh, I know it now. You must have done something bad and are afraid that I'll scold you, so you want to soften me with a kiss. Humph, it must be the case. Tell me, did you buy the snacks for her? Have you forgotten what I told you? You can't let the kids eat this stuff, especially the sweetened soft drinks which are full of edible pigments, their immune system. Chloe was in the middle of a long lecture when Mr. Dawson asked suddenly, Honey, is our baby a boy? Where did you hear that? Answer me first. Jack looked at his wife's eyes with a solemn expression. I know it's not right to do such a thing. As a leader of the hospital, it's wrong for me to take a peek of the baby's gender. But I just did it to satisfy my curiosity. Ha! After all, no matter it's a boy or a girl, it's our child. Answer me. Jack was exasperated as Chloe circled around and wouldn't get to the point. Yes. Finally, Chloe mumbled out 2 words. Immediately, Jack's eyes softened. He reached out and caressed her elegant cheek. So, we'll have both daughters and a son this time, right? Jack looked almost in a bit of disbelief. Ha! Don't depend on it. If the machine was wrong and it turned out to be a girl... Chloe didn't dare to get his hopes up since the baby was still tiny. I know, it doesn't matter really so long as she comes. But he knew Chloe was just being careful. After all, the devices at Southside couldn't make such a mistake. So he believed the baby in her belly was indeed a boy. In fact, he wasn't partial to boys, and he'd love all the babies so long as they were Chloe's children. But at the thought that his son would carry on the family name and help him manage the company, he felt full of pride. Everyone said that one son and one daughter made the perfect family. Mr. Dawson thought he was so fortunate that he'd have a son after 2 daughters. He had never imagined that one day he'd be so happy. Driven by the excitement, he behaved differently today. Carrying Chloe in his arms, he walked to the glass window. "Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. This is the office. Someone might see us." "Honey, thank you. You gave me pudding and little bean, and now you are giving me a son. Don't look so smug. What if it's not a boy?" "I don't care so long as it's our baby. I'll be happy even if you give me 10 daughters. Jack lowered his head and kissed her forehead lovingly. "Are you crazy? I'm not a pig. I won't have 10 children. This is our last baby," Chloe protested. "Fine, it's your decision. Oh, honey, I must confess something to you." Thinking of the incident with Andrew, Chloe felt guilty. "Go ahead." "You must promise me that you won't be angry." "This again?" Jack smiled in resignation. "Promise me or I won't tell you." Chloe had used this antic on Jack many times and had never failed. "Okay, I promise I won't be angry. Don't scold me." "When have I ever scolded you?" Jack raised his eyebrows. "You can't give me the silent treatment." "No, I won't. Don't overthink and don't misunderstand me. You must talk to me about any concern you have on your mind." "Okay." "Then I'm going to tell you now." Chloe didn't dare to look at Jack's eyes. "Go ahead." "I went to the first hospital this afternoon." "Yeah, I heard it from the chauffeur." "Andrew had an operation there." "What happened to him?" Jack wasn't surprised that Andrew had an operation. He knew Andrew was capable of anything. "He pierced his eardrum with a small stick in the prison." "Oh? What happened later?" Jack still looked calm. "Then Noah's men sent him to the hospital, but he refused to have the surgery unless he could see me." Chloe's voice turned smaller since she felt guilty. "So, you went to the hospital because of this?" "Yeah, I stayed in the OR until it finished." Chloe told him everything. "How is he now?" "He's out of danger, but his hearing will be impacted in the future." "Okay." Jack nodded but didn't say more. "Honey, are you mad?" "Why would I be mad?" "Because I helped him. He's our enemy, and I shouldn't have softened my heart," Chloe repented. "No, you did the right thing. He's not supposed to die right now." "I know he did many things to harm our family, especially you. His psychotic obsession with me must be a thorn in your heart. I know I shouldn't have done that, but... Honey, my feelings are complicated when I face Andrew. Despite his many horrendous crimes, I don't want him to die like this." Chloe couldn't explain what she felt and was frustrated about it. "I understand. Honey, we've been together for many years. I know all the thoughts on your mind." Jack looked down on her with an easy smile. "Really? You don't want to lecture me?" "Why would I do that? Lecture me for being Saint Teresa, hypocritical, pretentious, and disgusting. The people who don't like me just use these words to describe me, right?" Chloe pouted. "I don't agree with them." "What do you think of me then?" Chloe looked up at Jack's gorgeous face curiously. "I think my wife is always right no matter what she does." "Ha ha, Mr. Dawson, you're shameless," Chloe laughed. "I won't lower myself and be mad with a mentally diseased man. You must trust your husband on this point. I don't want you to see Andrew not because I'm jealous of him, but that he's a dangerous man. You're pregnant and I'm concerned for your safety," explained Jack. "I know. Honey, you're so awesome. I truly think no one can understand another's unsaid words, but you can understand my hesitation before I can say anything." "Because I'm your husband." Jack smiled. While they expressed their love for each other in the office, Justin had just returned home. The moment he got out of his car, he was stupefied because he saw a military green tent had actually been erected right in front of his house. "What the heck?" Justin had never seen anyone who would be so bold as to erect a tent in front of his house. The person was playing with fire. Without a word, Justin strode over and unzipped the tent. Before he could say anything, he turned his head since he didn't dare to look inside. Why? Because Elsie was wearing only a bra and panties, black ones. Without a cover, she lay on her belly playing on her cell phone. The tempting sight would draw blood from any man's nose. Justin was, after all, a man, and was embarrassed by the sight. "Oh, you're back?" Seeing Justin, she sat up. "What on earth do you want?" "I want to keep your company. I have no relatives here, and Auntie Cooper allowed me to live in your house, which is why she gave me the key. But you're so heartless and won't let me in. So, I have to live in a tent. I wonder if I'll die from mosquito bites tonight." "Don't pull this shit on me. Elsie, you're a daughter of a high-level provincial official. Don't you think your behavior is shameless?" "No, I think it's fun." Elsie smiled with her hands supporting her chin. "Don't worry. Since you don't want me to live in your house, I'll just live out here." "No, get out of here. I don't want to see you." He disliked this woman intensely. He ordered her out without mercy. "I can't live outside. Justin, you're so mean." Elsie looked sulky. "Am I mean?" "Elsie, are you really that unreasonable? As an unmarried young woman, you come to a male stranger's house dressed like this and even hyped yourself on the media. You are shameless. No man likes people who act like this. Don't you think you are being pretentious and disgusting?" "Really? Great. Do you know that my dream is to become a person who can make others sick with disgust? It seems my dream has come true." "I don't want to waste my breath on you. If you don't leave, I'll get a trencher and dig you out of here." Tossing the thread at her, he turned and entered the house. "Great. You'd better get a helicopter and hook me out of here, okay?" Elsie retorted. After Justin entered the house, she got up to put on a white long dress and smoothed back her hair. In fact, she had good features and was the rare type that looked good without makeup. She was young, and her face was tender and soft. Getting dressed, she picked up her cell phone and opened a streaming software. "Come and look! Ha! Don't miss this great show. I'm in front of the house of young Master Cooper, the prince of the Cooper family. It's said the houses in this community are as expensive as $80,000 per square meter, and his house is at least 500 square meters with a swimming pool and multiple gardens. I must say it's a luxurious property with high-end decoration inside. I told you I didn't bluff. But it seems Justin doesn't like me and refused to let me enter his house. So, I erected a tent here and plan to live out here. I, Elsie, am definitely a woman of her words." By now, about 50,000 people were watching her live stream. It wasn't a big number, but not a small one either. This woman wasn't a professional streamer, nor was she doing it for money. She did it to satisfy the curiosity of Justin's fans, and she enjoyed the process very much. "What's she doing out there?" In his room, Justin murmured to himself as he watched Elsie talk to her cell phone. Puzzled, Justin called Anne. "President Cooper. You drove the client home?" "Yeah." "Then why the F are you not back yet?" Justin suddenly felt a bit lonely when Anne wasn't here helping him. "I was on my way back when your mother called me and had me go to the old manor." "Why did she call you?" Justin was surprised. "She said your grandpa's old subordinates brought back some lychees from the south and they are very delicious. She told me to bring some to you." "I'm not a child and don't need fruits. Hurry up and move your ass back." "Okay, President Cooper." "Hey, wait. How many lychees do you have? Pack a few boxes and deliver them to South Hill Manor," Justin instructed. "Don't worry. Your mother had delivered some lychees to them. Boss, do you think it's right to think of Dr. Green so much?" Anne reminded him in a friendly manner. "Nonsense! I was thinking of my pudding and little bean." Justin didn't want to admit that Anne was right. "Fine, you win, President Cooper." Chuckling, Anne hung up. Watching the madwoman dance and jump while she did the live stream in front of his house, Justin was at the end of his patience. He decided to get Anne to toss her out when he came back. He didn't want this mad woman to stay in front of his house. Elsie looked back and saw Justin was watching her from the window. She waved at him and said to the camera on her cell phone, "Would you like to have a street dance with me? Come and dance with me. Let's have some fun." Speechless, Justin directly shut the curtains. The fans watching the live stream went wild as the girls flooded the screen with comments. "Ah, my young Master Cooper is so shy, he even closed the curtains. Ha ha, he's adorable." Whoa, I've never looked at Mr. Cooper at such a close range. He's indeed handsome and shy, too. Thank you, Elsie, for giving us the opportunity to see him. A fan tipped her a virtual Porsche. A fan tipped her a virtual plane. Instantly, virtual gifts flooded the screen. Ha! Don't tip me. I'm not doing the live stream to make money from you. I'm doing a good deed and showing you guys the daily life of the godlike rich man Justin, Elsie said with a chuckle. At this moment, Anne came back in Justin's black Audi A8. Getting out of the car, he took out boxes of lychee from the trunk. There were altogether 4 small, exquisite-looking boxes. "Anne, you're back," Elsie greeted him as if she was his friend. Hello," Anne nodded. "What's in your arms?" "They are lychees that President Cooper's mother gave to him." "Wow, lychees, my favorite fruit." Would you like to try some?" Anne felt he was obliged to be polite since the girl had asked. Besides, he knew girls were all shy and she wouldn't take his offer. But he was in for a surprise. Okay, give me 2 boxes. Anne had altogether 4 boxes, and the girl asked for 2 of them. It was really... "What? You don't want to give them to me?" Elsie looked at Anne. "No, not at all. Here you go." "Thank you. You're so kind. I'll treat you spicy hot pot in the future." Then she took 2 boxes of lychees from Anne. Feeling awkward, Anne walked in with the remaining 2 boxes. The moment he entered the house, Justin asked him with a faint smile, "Very good. You used my stuff to gain favor from a girl. Nicely done." Startled, Anne shivered and almost dropped the boxes onto the floor. "President Cooper, I didn't—" "You didn't?" Justin glanced at him. The girl asked herself, and I couldn't refuse. How could I, right? "Well, you gave her the lychees and try to act innocent. My mom told me these are the top quality lychees with a price as high as $500 a pound. With 5 pounds in each box, it costs only $2,500. Without my permission, you gave that shameless woman 2 boxes, so I'll deduct $5,000 from your next month's salary. Good, problem solved." Hearing his words, Anne almost wept. "Please don't. I don't have much, and you'll deduct money from my salary. Never mind. I'll ask her to return the lychees." Anne turned to walk toward the door. "Come back. Are you really going to do it?" "Yeah," Anne said with a sulky face. "How can you ask them back after giving them to her?" Justin asked with a chuckle. "It's better than losing $5,000. After all, I don't know her. Why should I pay for the lychees for her?" "Forget it. Since it's done, I won't take the money from you, but don't do it again." "Okay." Anne had known Justin wouldn't bear to deduct his pay. "But you must think of a way to kick her out. I can't let her stay here and camp in front of my house. That's just ridiculous. If the word gets out, how can I face other people?" "What can we do? Shall we call the police?" "Nope. Do you know who her father is?" "No." Anne shook his head. "Her father is a big official at the provincial government. Chief Rue, the new chief of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, is her uncle." "Oh, what the F? She's got such a big background. Then why is such a girl doing such a shameless thing here?" "I'm puzzled, too." Justin was frustrated. He had planned to get Elsie out of his sight, even if he had to get her kidnapped. But he was shocked when he found out about her background. His aunt only mentioned that she was the daughter of a high-level official and didn't tell him which official. Justin had thought she was a daughter of a chief of the State Taxation Bureau, the Local Taxation Bureau, the Water Resource Bureau, or something along those lines. But now he learned that her father was a figure who could sit with the provincial governor in meetings. Her uncle was the new chief of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, and the Rue family was quite well known in the capital of the province with a good reputation. Since Justin's aunt and uncle were on good terms with the Rue family, it was natural for them to try to improve their relationship with marriage. Finding out her background, Justin was helpless since the local police wouldn't dare to touch her. Even Noah had to be polite to the girl due to her connections. Since he couldn't get her out with force, he found the situation a bit tricky. Huh? You go. Go where? Anne was puzzled. You go and get the woman out of here. President Cooper, you are overestimating me. How can I manage the task that even you can't achieve? You can try seducing her," and trembled as if he was struck by a thunderbolt. He almost dropped to his knees before Justin. "President Cooper, please have mercy on me for the sake of the services I've done for you over so many years." "You're useless. I just asked you to handle a woman." Justin felt resigned. "President Cooper, you're still single at your age. I think you should do a good deed and take her. It will be a win-win solution," Anne tried to persuade him in a low voice. Justin was about to retort when a knock came at the door. "Justin, open the door! Open the door!" Elsie yelled. "What do you want?" Justin was at the end of his patience. "I want to use the washroom." "Open the door. I might have eaten something bad and need to use the toilet." Anne looked at Justin as if asking for his opinion. "Open the door," Justin said through his clenched teeth. And immediately opened the door. Elsie raced upstairs like the wind. "Come back! There's a washroom on the first floor," Justin called out. "The view upstairs is better," Elsie yelled without looking back. Justin was exasperated. The woman was so pretentious that she had to go to a washroom with good views. "President Cooper, you told me to open the door. It's not my fault," Anne said hurriedly, afraid that he would have to shoulder the blame. Annoyed, Justin picked up his cell phone and dialed his aunt's number. "Nephew, I'm surprised that you called me." Dania was happy when she answered the call. "Aunt, please take the sticky plaster out of here." "Sticky plaster? Who is it? The guy named Anne? I always thought it's not a good idea for a chauffeur to stay with you in the house. He'd be the third wheel between you and Elsie." "Aunt, be serious, okay? I meant Elsie." "Ha ha! Elsie is super cute, right? I tell you, she's been naughty since she was little. Her mom told me many funny anecdotes about her, and I thought she was quite like my Justin when he was little." "Aunt, she's not my type. Can you stay out of my love affair? Are you trying to kill me with frustration?" Justin couldn't remain calm. "You must get to know each other little by little. Don't be so impatient, okay?" "I'm afraid I'll die if I get to know her better." "Ha ha, don't exaggerate. Elsie's personality is in fact very good. You'll find out after you get to know her better." "I don't care. You must get her out of here, as soon as possible." "You? Hello? Hello? I'm listening." "Hello? What's wrong with the phone? No signal? Okay, I'll talk to you later." Before Justin could reply, his aunt hung up. No signal? What era was this? Who was she trying to fool? Justin knew that his aunt did it on purpose. Even if she was doing it for his sake, it was too much. Without consulting with him, she had just sent him such an unthinkable woman. Tossing his cell phone onto the sofa, Justin leaned back with a heavy sigh. "President Cooper, do you want an instant cardio reliever pill?" Anne asked. "You should just deliver me to the crematorium." Justin snorted, and almost burst into laughter since he had never seen his boss so frustrated about someone. About half an hour later, Elsie walked down slowly from upstairs. "Justin, I have a suggestion for you." Justin turned his head and ignored her. "I suggest you block the Wi-Fi in your washrooms. My legs went to sleep after playing a few rounds of King of Glory while sitting on the toilet seat," said Elsie. "Puh!" and couldn't suppress his laughter. Justin glanced at her gloomily. "So you just criticize me after using my washroom?" "No, I'd feel better if I won, but I lost several rounds in a row. I got a conclusion that I can't play King of Glory when I sit on the toilet seat because the place is stinky," Elsie said with a straight face. "Ha ha! Miss Rue, you're funny!" And had never met such a funny girl before. "I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight." Justin was furious. "Don't work yourself up, okay? I'll get out this minute." Elsie mumbled to herself as she walked out. "Such a miser. I only used his washroom." Justin was burning with fury, but could do nothing about her. "Who was home when you went to get the lychees?" "Your mother and the housemaid," Anne answered. "Where's my dad?" "He's supposed to come back tonight. What's up? Do you want to move to your mother's home?" Anne knew that his boss intended to leave. "Among my other residences, where else can I live now?" "You can live in any of them, but most of your stuff is either in the old manor or here. If you move to any of the other residences now, you'll find it inconvenient to have none of your stuff at hand." "That fellow Max's house is fine. I'll go and stay the night at his place." "I don't think it's a good idea. I heard Miss Avery is living there." But I thought Avery went back to South Hill Manor. South Hill Manor is crowded right now. It said they hired a few maids specializing in the care of pregnant women. Besides, Avery's father hasn't left yet. So, Mr. Cruz used this excuse to get Miss Dawson to move to his place. Lucky BS. With his hands on his hips, Justin wondered where he should stay for the night. President Cooper, I think it's useless to move. Miss Rue will follow you anywhere you go, so it doesn't matter where you live, right? Anne speculated. You have a point. Justin stroked his chin and analyzed the situation sensibly. So, you'd better just stay in here. Miss Rue is outside and can't come in and do anything to you, right? Get out of here. Don't mess with me. I'm not in the mood. Finally, Justin stopped talking with him. He seldom ate supper at home. In the evening, he usually took a few cans of beer and some prepared food from the fridge and ate while watching ball games. Today was no exception. However, Elsie had other ideas. She ordered pizza, fried chicken, and beer with her cell phone and spread the food all over the picnic blanket. She even had a fruit salad. Justin, she yelled at the gate. Go and see what the crazy woman wants. If she wants to use the washroom, just open the door for her. Justin didn't care to talk to the woman. Following his instruction, Anne walked over to open the door. Miss Rue? I ordered some takeout. Ask Justin if he wants to have some beer and fried chicken. Okay, wait a moment. Anne trotted to Justin. President Cooper, Miss Rue said she ordered takeout of beer and fried chicken and asked if you want to have any? No, Justin refused without hesitation. Miss Rue, President Cooper said he's not hungry, Anne declined Elsie politely. It doesn't matter. You can eat with me. Huh? Let's go. I ordered lots of food, Elsie invited him warmly. No. How can I eat your food? Why not? Didn't you give me 2 boxes of lychees? Before he could reply, Elsie dragged him over like a bandit. Anne was startled. Justin watched TV for a while and found that there was no sound behind him. He yelled, Anne? Anne? When no one answered, he stood up and walked to the French window by the front door. Whoa, what a scene! Elsie and Anne were enjoying themselves with a fried drumstick in one hand and a can of beer in the other hand. And are you betraying me now for some fried chicken? Justin opened the door and walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at Elsie and then at Anne. Ahem, it's not what you think, President Cooper. And almost choked on the drumstick when he scrambled to stand up. Justin, what are you doing? I invited you to join me and you refused. Now you even forbid him to eat with me. Are you jealous? Elsie was indignant. I'm jealous? Ridiculous. Do you think I'd eat this junk food? Justin pointed at the fried chicken and beer and said with dignity, President Cooper, don't you always eat such food with pudding and little bean? How come it's junk food now? And looked like he was wronged. Shut up. I'll deal with you later. Justin glared at Anne for exposing his lie. I thought young Master Cooper was just bad-tempered. Now I know he's also narrow-minded. Yeah, I'm narrow-minded. Then why are you still staying here like a piece of chewed gum? Why don't you get your ass out of here? Justin tried to kick her out. Why should I go? I'm not done playing yet. I'm here traveling and camping. Do you have a problem with that? You can camp anywhere. Why are you camping in front of my house? Like a child, Justin bickered with Elsie. I like Anne, okay? Puh! Please leave me out of it. Anne's face paled in fright. Knowing Elsie's extraordinary background, Anne knew she was more than he could handle, so he had never imagined having a relationship with her. Besides, he knew Elsie had her eye on Justin. Good. If you marry our Anne, I'll give you 10 Lamborghinis as a wedding gift, Justin said generously. Who wants your Lamborghinis? Pooh. You think only your Cooper family is rich? Look at your arrogant face. I don't want to talk to you. And let's continue with our drinking. I can't. President Cooper, would you sit with us and drink beer? Anne felt the atmosphere was weird. I don't eat junk food, thank you. Go on with your drinking. Then, Justin turned and entered the house. Miss Rue, my boss seems angry. I've got to go and check on him. He's fine, don't worry. Elsie sounded as if she knew Justin well. In less than 5 minutes, Justin had changed his clothes and came out again. He opened the garage and drove his car out. President Cooper, where are you going? Let me drive, okay? Anne stood up slowly. Without replying, Justin stepped hard on the gas and the car surged out, leaving Elsie and Anne coughing in the exhaust. Ha ha! Justin is so fun! Is he angry? Elsie laughed wildly, looking nothing like a lady. I don't know if he's angry or not, but I know I'm in trouble, and pursed his lips. Hey, don't be afraid. I got your back. Aunt Cooper, who's Justin's aunt, likes me very much. Justin won't be too harsh with you. Miss Rue, you're an excellent woman, but why do you have to badger President Cooper like this? He's pretty upset about it, to be honest. And thought this woman was indeed acting a bit out of line. Anne, now that Justin's not here, I can tell you something. What is it? And was surprised when he noticed the hidden meaning of her words. I heard that he's loved a woman for years, right? Elsie suddenly asked in a lowered voice. Miss Rue, and didn't seem to want to talk about Justin's private affairs. Don't worry. I already know everything I want to know about your boss. He's loved the woman for years in a high-profiled way. Everyone knows about it. It's easy to get the information if I want to find it. But I want to know the true and complete Justin in your eyes, not the perfect Justin shown on the media and in the eyes of the senior members of his family. I don't believe a person can be so perfect, so don't worry, just tell me the truth. Miss Rue, you want to know about our President Cooper so much, you must have some intentions for him, right? Of course. If I didn't, why did I come here to bicker with him and get insulted by him? Elsie chuckled. Miss Rue, do you like him because of his family background, just like the other girls from rich families? Anne asked tentatively. No. The Cooper family is indeed powerful, but my Rue family isn't far off. In fact, our ancestors were aristocrats. My great-grandfather's generation was in the noble class during the dynasty. All through the years, my family has never been short of money, even during wartime. So, I think you're being ridiculous when you asked if I like him because of his family background. Then why are you interested in President Cooper, Miss Rue? And was not only Justin's bodyguard and assistant, but his pal as well. Seeing the sudden appearance of the woman and her special attention to Justin, he was afraid it was a conspiracy, or it was just another scheming batch. After all, the memories about Gianna and Zoe were still fresh on his mind. Once, Justin got drunk and chatted with Anne. When they talked about the topic of the girls from rich families, Anne said, President Cooper, even though you don't like them, it's not such a bad thing that they like you. After all, it felt good to flirt with them. At least it was something a rich second-generation heir normally enjoyed. But Justin had told him earnestly that he had no interest in those women. If he showed any interest in any of them, she'd get her hopes up and think she'd soon be the young madam of the Cooper family. Sometimes he didn't care about their hyping, but he was worried that they'd make trouble for Chloe. Sudden understanding dawned on Anne. Zoe and Gianna didn't bring harm to Justin, but they held deep hostility toward Chloe because he loved Chloe deeply. To avoid making the scheming batches Chloe's enemies, Justin had stopped having affairs with any women. Anne felt his boss was truly a besotted and loyal man. While Anne wasn't sure about Elsie's intention, he wouldn't believe her words so easily. Where should I begin? And you might not believe me if I tell you why I came to pursue Justin. Elsie smiled and then took a swig of her beer, and didn't speak but listened quietly. I liked a boy when I was in university. He was the most popular guy in our school, and he happened to be in my class. Handsome, a student with straight A's and good at basketball, he was the target of love for many girls. I felt he was a man of depth who wouldn't like the common and vulgar girls. What happened? Anne was interested in her story. I wrote love letters to him. Ever since I was little, I've been acting like a bandit, as my mom says. Elsie chuckled. Did that popular guy agree to be your boyfriend? Well, he didn't agree but didn't refuse me either. I didn't understand it at that time, but I knew it was an ambiguous state, which was a relationship between friends and lovers. Elsie laughed self-mockingly. Did you break up later? And could see she was a bit sad, and knew it was probably not a beautiful memory for her. We didn't even officially go out, so how could there be a breakup? At that time, he was good to me even though we didn't go out like a formal couple. Sometimes we'd go out to have snacks and walk in the night markets. I watched his matches and even bought him a pair of limited edition sneakers, which was the same style as those worn by Jordan. I felt happy and thought I'd marry after graduation, just like all the lucky girls, and didn't speak. He just drank beer silently and listened to her story. He didn't know why Elsie told him this story since he was a stranger to her, but sometimes one could only tell certain things to strangers. Due to my special background, I remained low-profiled at school, and my dad had bodyguards protect me in secret. Not to draw attention, I always took a taxi to go home after school and never let our chauffeur drive me. So the guy I liked thought I was only a daughter of a working family. When we were about to graduate and everyone was busy looking for work, he said to me one day that he wanted to continue his education in a university abroad. Elsie glanced at Anne with unreadable eyes. She was still smiling, but her smile looked sad. When he told me that, I was very happy. I was about to tell him that I'd go to any country he wanted to go and wanted to always stay with him. But I didn't have a chance to say it because he told me, "I'm sorry, Elsie, but it's not easy for me to come to this stage and I want to go farther. I can't waste my youth in this small city." "What happened then?" Anne asked in a soft voice. "Then he left. I thought he left me because he wanted to go and study abroad. When I returned to my dorm, my good friend told me that he had actually hooked up with a girl from another major. That girl looked ordinary and wasn't brilliant, but her family was rich with her father running a chain of superstores. He went out with the girl, and then her father paid for them to study in the US together. Why didn't you tell him your background?" And felt any man would be stunned by her family background. It would be meaningless. If I told him and he stayed because of it, it wouldn't be love, Elsie said sulkily. "So you broke up just like this?" "Yeah. The funny thing is that when he came back, the girl's family went broke. He broke up with her and immediately married a doctor working in an army hospital. Then his father-in-law arranged for him to be a prosecutor in the procuratorate. Well, this man climbed up by stepping on women. Anne felt he wouldn't do such a despicable thing, even though he was only a bodyguard. Then a more ridiculous thing happened. Last year on my father's birthday, many people came to our home to celebrate it. He was introduced to my father, and then came to the party with a top-quality tea set, hoping my dad would promote him. When he saw me, his face was, ha-ha. He was stunned, right? Not stunned, he looked very stupid. Elsie took another swig of beer and said, "He must regret that he broke up with you." "Yeah. Anyway," he said, "Elsie, I didn't know your father is Governor Rue," Elsie said. "Do you think he loved you?" "I don't know. It was years ago, and I don't want to dwell on it. It's just a story about how a guy betrayed the love of a silly woman," Elsie said nonchalantly. "So, does your story have anything to do with your interest in President Cooper?" Anne drew the topic back to the issue they had been talking about. After that experience, I no longer believed in love, until I heard about Justin's story from Auntie Cooper. "The story about our President Cooper?" Anne was speechless. "Yeah, the story about young Master Cooper's unrequited love for a female doctor that has spanned years." And finally understood what she was trying to say. "To tell you the truth, I've heard tons of rumors about Justin, including those circulating in our circle, the posts on the internet, and the gossip circulating among his fans on Weibo. But I trust Auntie Cooper wouldn't exaggerate such a thing. I was stunned when she told me that he had once pointed a gun at his own head to protect Chloe." "That was true. It wasn't a rumor," said Anne. "I know. That's why I was stunned. Compared with the guy who had dumped his girlfriends just for his future, Justin risking his life for a girl who doesn't love him seemed stupid to me at first, but then I know he isn't a stupid guy. It made me believe one saying." "What is it?" "Every encounter in this world is a reunion after a long separation. Maybe Justin had a love affair with her in their last lifetime, and that's why he acts like this in this lifetime. President Cooper has a bone-deep love for Dr. Green, but he's never tried to break up her family. He's good friends with Dr. Green and her husband, and hurried to explain for his boss. I know. When I heard of the story, I wanted to meet this legendary besotted man. President Cooper is not kind to women he doesn't like. You'll know it when you get to know him, and it doesn't feel good when you see he is nice to no one but Dr. Green. So, I advise you to retreat from the challenge no matter if you like him for his family background or his personality. I don't think he's your type. You look dumb, but you make good sense when you talk. Elsie bit on her lip and smiled. I said it for your own good. Miss Rue, you're young and good-looking and come from a powerful family. You can get any man you want, so you'd better not waste your time on President Cooper. How do you know I'm wasting my time? How do you know Justin won't fall in love with me? Elsie said with a smile. From what I know about him after so many years of working for him, I think he won't like another woman, no matter if Dr. Green is alive or dead. I'm not exaggerating. So it turns out that Justin is such a single-minded man, Elsie exclaimed. Yeah. In the past couple of years, many rich girls, award-winning actresses, young models, TV hostesses, and internet celebrities have tried all kinds of ways to get close to him, but they all failed. The few scheming batches all ended pathetically, so I advise you to stop while you can. But I like a challenge. Hearing your words, I've become even more interested in Justin. Okay, I wish you good luck. And sighed and didn't say more about it. He didn't know Elsie and couldn't say she was good or not. It would take some time to determine her personality. But would President Cooper like such a woman? Justin had planned to go and drink with Max or Brenton, but it turned out neither of them was available. Brenton had a family gathering while Max had driven to the neighboring city to see the Lantern Festival with Avery. Justin was frustrated. He was about to get some rich kids in the chat group to drink with him when he got a call from Case. Young Master Cooper, do you have time to come out and have a drink with me? Case sounded a bit blue. Yeah, just wait for me in a booth on the top floor of Primeval Bar. Justin told him about the meeting place and drove to the bar. As he grew older, he has been going to nightclubs less and less often. When he went out with Brenton or his other friends, they'd go to a hot pot restaurant or a tea house. Tonight, he wanted to have a drink and chose the low-keyed Primeval Bar. After he sat down and ordered the liquor, Case arrived. Dressed in a white shirt as Justin did, they looked different from others in the dark night. How come you're in the mood to drink with me today? Justin asked with a smile. My mood is just a bit low. You feel low because of Zuri? Let's not talk about it. Come, let's drink. Case lifted his glass and began drinking with Justin. As they talked, Justin found that Case had sent Brenny's daughter abroad. Isn't it a good thing? That kid isn't likable, and it's good that she's living abroad. After all, you're a single young man, and it wouldn't be appropriate to just live with a child. Case nodded. You're right, but I feel it's selfish of me to send her away. I thought she'd cry and throw a tantrum before she went, but surprisingly, she was calm and didn't say a word or shed a tear. The kid has a personality, Justin said with a chuckle. She must be mad at me. After she left, she never called me. When I called her, she sounded cold. Heh, she's a typical ungrateful child after you took care of her for so long. I don't regret taking care of her since I stayed with Brenny for some time, but Tiani's character is a bit twisted, and I don't want her to end up like her mom when she grows up. It's a horrible mode of thinking that everyone should be good to her, and that if not, they deserve to die. Yeah, it's just like the story circulating on status lately. I give you one candy and give another guy two, and then you hate me for that, not knowing that the other guy once gave me candy before, but you gave nothing to me. So it's hard to get along with people who don't know gratitude. Yeah, but she's still a child. I hope she can learn to be a good person when she's in school abroad. Is she staying in a boarding school? She has someone to take care of her? Yeah, Zuri found the school for me. She even got one of her friends there to be the child's guardian, so we don't have to worry about her safety. Zuri is very gracious. If it was me, I'd never help Brenny's daughter. Yeah, Zuri seems to have changed into a new person now. Sometimes I feel a lifetime has passed when I see her. Do you regret divorcing her? Justin asked nosily. I'd lie if I said I didn't regret it, but I have no right to regret. I must take the consequences for my mistake. It's no big deal. You sound pretty chill. Enough about me. How about you? I heard you've got a girlfriend and she even moved in with you? Even you read gossip? Justin glanced at Case with disdain. Everyone knows it. How can I not know it? I heard my employees talk about it during lunch at the cafeteria. Your employees are lame to talk about their boss's pal. Justin chuckled. No nonsense. Are you serious this time? Are you really ready to forget Chloe? Case asked him. What are you talking about? Of course it's not true, Justin denied without hesitation. I knew it. You've been single-minded for years and won't change all of a sudden, Case said with a smile. That crazy woman is not my type. I know. Then why did you ask? Justin chuckled. Let's drink. Young Master Chase had a lot on his mind tonight. He had wanted to talk about more things with Justin, but didn't know how to begin. Not knowing his own thoughts, he felt frustrated. In South Hill Manor. After work, Jack drove his wife and daughter back home with bodyguards protecting them in the front and back. Since Chloe returned, Jack had taken extra measures to protect her. He knew although Andrew was in his control, he faced people more horrible than Andrew. Those people were a greater threat to Chloe and their family. When they returned home, Jack's mother had prepared a bountiful supper. Whoa, it smells so good. What did you make, Grandma? Little Bean asked the moment she entered the house. Little girl, you have a keen sense of smell. Mrs. Dawson chuckled and pinched her small cheek. Tell me, Grandma, I'm starving. Dumplings, are you happy? Whoa, that's my dad's favorite food, especially those made by you. Grandma, you are showing favoritism to your son. Little kiddo, you sound as if you don't like them. I like them. I'm not picky and eat everything delicious. Ha ha. Then she skipped to the living room and threw herself into her grandpa's arms. You two, go wash your hands. Supper is ready. Mrs. Dawson glanced at her son and daughter-in-law. Mom, you made dumplings again. Yeah, I heard from the cook that you wanted to eat dumplings with pickled cabbage, Jack's mother said benignly. I just mentioned it in passing. Mom, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Chloe felt guilty. She didn't want to get others busy just because she was pregnant. Her mother-in-law was old, and it took her a long time to make the dough, filling, and the dumplings. They had maids, but the old lady always made the dumplings herself to guarantee the original flavor. Chloe felt guilty about it. Child, don't mention it. We're family, and you are my child just like Jack. I'll make whatever food you want to eat. Go and wash hands, the old lady urged them. Full of happiness, Chloe held Jack's hand and walked toward the washroom on the first floor. When they walked past Pudding, they saw she was doing something on her cell phone. Pudding, when did you come back home? In the afternoon. You stayed at Imperial Star for a whole day? Chloe was surprised. Yeah. I was in Handsome Cooper's office at noon and watched the company's actors rehearse in the afternoon. You had a busy day. What? Are you interested in making movies? Chloe asked Pudding casually with a smile. Mom, I'll talk to you about it later. Now you go and wash your hands. We'll have supper first. You sound as if it's a big deal. Chloe smiled and didn't take it seriously. During the supper, Little Bean couldn't control her mouth. Grandpa, Grandma, I have good news. What good news? Senior Mrs. Dawson looked puzzled. You and Grandpa must each give me $1,000. Sis, you're rich and must give me $10,000 or I won't tell you, Little Bean said with a smug smile. I won't give you money. I'm not interested in your news. Pudding refused her without hesitation. Huh? Dad, look at your eldest daughter. She's so mean. Little Bean was displeased. Ha ha. It's difficult to blackmail your sister. Chloe chuckled. Forget it. Grandpa, Grandma, you give me money and I'll tell you the news secretly. Little Bean looked at her grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, don't give her money. She won't be able to keep the secret long even if you don't give her money, Pudding interrupted. Dina, you're so mean. You won't give me money and even instigated our grandparents against me. Are you still my sister? You shouldn't ask for money from your sister in the first place. Grandpa and Grandma are so good to you, and you still want them to buy your news? Shame on you, Pudding retorted. Huh, you. Little Bean didn't know how to answer her sister's retort. Ha ha, fine. Stop arguing or I'll have a headache. Now each of you take a step back. $1,000 from each of us is a bit high. I'll give you $500 and you tell us the good news, okay? Jack's father dug out 5 $100 bills from his shirt pocket and placed them on the table. $500? That's not enough for a few boxes of Haagen-Dazs, Little Bean pouted. Take the money. You should thank Grandpa for giving you $500, or else you'll have nothing. While she spoke, Pudding reached out for the money. Little Bean snatched it from the table. Dina, don't think of taking my money. Pudding didn't want to take the money. She did it just to mess with Little Bean, and she succeeded. Now you've taken Grandpa's money, tell us what good news you have. Mrs. Dawson picked up a dumpling with her chopsticks and put it into Chloe's bowl. Moved by the gesture, Chloe glanced at her mother-in-law gratefully. The good news is I accompanied Mom to have a prenatal check today, and the auntie operating the ultrasound machine said Mom is pregnant with a boy. Huh? Really? Chloe, did the kid tell the truth? Mrs. Dawson was thrilled. Yeah. Chloe, did Little Bean tell the truth? Jack's father was also excited. Ahem. Little Bean, what nonsense are you talking about? Chloe was a bit shy. She had intended to tell the news to only Jack. After all, if she told everyone and it turned out that it was a girl, she'd feel embarrassed. But to her surprise, Little Bean spilled the beans so soon. Chloe was puzzled because she remembered she didn't tell Little Bean or Violet about the result. Where did the little girl get the news? It's not nonsense. It's true. Who told you that? Chloe looked at her daughter in puzzlement. I don't need anyone to tell me. After you finished the check, you were supposed to come home, but you suddenly decided to go to see Dad. I could see you had good news by looking at your smiling face. So, I guessed you must have a boy in your belly. You're going to give birth to a prince for our family, Little Bean speculated. Chloe didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. Good. Our Little Bean is smart, Jack praised her proudly. Mom, is what Little Bean said true? Pudding cocked her head and asked Chloe calmly. In fact, I'm not sure. It was only a prenatal check. My colleague probably said it to make me happy. So don't take it seriously, Chloe said embarrassedly. That's impossible. The devices at Southside have always been good. Chloe, don't be shy. Jack's father was thrilled since he had not dared to hope that he'd be able to have a grandson. Yeah, Chloe, just tell us the truth, so we don't have to guess. Jack's mother was beyond excitement. Mom, according to the initial checkup at the hospital, we think it's a boy. But it's not 100% accurate, so please don't get your hopes up just yet. Chloe didn't want to get their hopes up. If Little Bean didn't announce the news, she wouldn't have told anyone. She was a low-profiled person, and it wasn't her style to tell everyone she met that she'd give birth to a boy. Despite her warning that the result wasn't 100% accurate, Jack's parents were elated. Whoa, that's excellent! Our Dawson family will have an heir. Yeah, I've never dared to hope that I'd get a grandson. I'm happy with the twins, but the heavens are kind to our Dawson family. Jack's parents couldn't contain their excitement. Looking embarrassed, Chloe leaned her head on Jack's shoulder. Honey, I'm embarrassed. Dad and Mom are so excited about the news. Calm down. At their age, it's natural for them to be happy about the news, Jack comforted her. Mom, does it mean that we'll have a little brother? Pudding asked. Yeah, but don't worry, Pudding. Even if you have a brother, your dad and I will love you and your sister as much as before. Chloe comforted her, afraid she'd feel neglected. Mom, don't worry. I'm happy to hear the news. I think it will be good for my sister and I that we'll have a sibling to be the scapegoat in the future. Haha, sis, you're right. I think so too. I even thought of a nickname for little brother. Let's call him Little Scapegoat, okay? Wouldn't Little Goat sound better? Pudding said. No, it's not cute enough. I think Little Goaty sounds more adorable, right? As the sisters talked about the nickname for their little brother, Jack and Chloe didn't know whether they should cry or laugh. Honey, I have a bad feeling, Chloe whispered into Jack's ear. What is it? I feel our little baby will have a hard time dealing with his 2 elder sisters. Don't worry. I trust our son with our genes can defend himself. You're right, Chloe nodded her agreement. So just let the 3 of them deal with each other. Jack looked calm. Ha ha, you're bad, Mr. Dawson. In the happy atmosphere, The family ate the dumplings made by Mrs. Dawson. Chloe had a good appetite and ate 15 dumplings, feeling stuffed. Jack put his arm around her waist and helped her upstairs carefully. Little Bean stayed in the living room and watched TV with her grandpa. Silently, Pudding followed her parents upstairs. Entering the bedroom with Chloe, Jack turned to close the door when he saw Pudding standing at the entrance. "Pudding, what are you doing here?" "Dad, I need to consult with you and Mom about something." "You look so serious." With a chuckle, Jack squatted and took his daughter into his arms. Compared to Little Bean, Pudding acted more maturely most of the time, but no matter how smart and mature she was always a child in Jack's eyes. "Dad, I'm serious. It's something big." "How big is it?" Jack kissed his daughter's cheek lovingly. "Super big." Pudding used super to describe the thing she wanted to tell them. Jack finally decided to listen seriously to the big thing his daughter was going to tell him. "Honey, don't go into the bathroom. Our daughter needs to talk to us about something important," Jack said. "Oh, okay." Chloe was about to enter the bathroom with a towel. She turned back and sat on the bed, looking at the father and daughter at the entrance. Jack carried Pudding into the room and put her down on the sofa. Then he sat down beside her. "Dad, close the door. I don't want others to hear this." "Okay." Jack stood up and closed the door. Then the three of them sat across from each other as if they were at a shareholders' meeting. "Miss Dina, can you tell us now?" Chloe looked at her daughter, feeling like laughing. "I have many things to tell you, actually, but since I'm not a babbling girl, I'll get to the point. The first thing is that I started a company." "Ah? What did you say?" Chloe looked stunned and confused. Jack was calm. He glanced at Chloe and said, "Your daughter started a company." "Yeah, Dad is right," Pudding confirmed. "Are you kidding me?" Chloe couldn't believe it. After all, Pudding was too young for that. "Mom, I'm serious," said Pudding. "Okay, go on. What's your company doing? How much is the registered capital? Where did you register it?" "Mom, this is the second thing I want to tell you. I didn't start the company. I bought another person's company and integrated its resources." "Pudding, where did you get so much money? Do you know how much money you need to acquire a company?" Chloe was a little worked up. "Mom, this company indeed cost me lots of money, but I made a lot of money from stock speculation. I also put in the principal funds that you and Dad gave me and the red pocket money I received on New Year's Day over the last few years. It was still not enough, but Handsome Cooper loaned me the rest, and I told him that I'd pay him back." "You loaned money from Justin." Chloe felt that the whole thing was getting out of control. "Honey, calm down and let our daughter finish." Jack remained calm. "The money isn't important. The point is that the company is Andrew's company, the Broken Green Corporation," said Pudding. Chloe felt another big blow. "What? You bought the Green Corporation? Who let you do that?" Obviously, she wasn't pleased with her daughter's actions. "Mom, Andrew had transferred most of his funds to a Swiss bank account. Right now, the Green Corporation is just a shell with a group of employees he has dumped. After I take over the Green Corporation, I'll retain jobs for many employees. I'm doing a good deed, understand?" "Pudding, you're only a child. Can you handle such a big company? Didn't I tell you that one must do things according to one's abilities?" Agitated, Chloe stood up and said to her daughter in a loud voice, "Chloe, sit down. Don't scare our kid." Jack walked over immediately and held her shoulders. "Mom, I know what I can do. I'm sure I can bring the Green Corporation back to life. Please trust me." "How can I trust you?" "Pudding, don't be so headstrong. I'll ask your dad to get rid of the company for you." "No, I want it no matter what." Pudding was determined. Mother and daughter stared at each other in a standoff, and the atmosphere turned tense. "Pudding, you won't listen to your mom now?" Chloe felt hurt. "Dad, please help me." Pudding glanced at Jack, looking hurt. Jack turned his head and threw his arm around Chloe's shoulders. "Honey, listen to me. I already knew that Pudding bought a company." "You knew about it? And you didn't tell me?" Chloe looked piqued. "Calm down and listen to me. Andrew's company is indeed a shell. Pudding took it over for 3 reasons. One is that her acquisition will save jobs for many employees. The second is that she feels that since the Green Corporation bears your name, she is reluctant to see it go down. The third is that Pudding decided to put our mother as the legal representative of the company since Pudding is too young to be the legal representative. Our mother? Chloe frowned slightly. My mother-in-law, your mother. My mother? Why? Chloe didn't understand why Pudding did it. Pudding, tell your mom why you used Grandma's name. Jack glanced at his daughter meaningfully. Immediately, Pudding stood up and answered feelingly. I think the Green Corporation owes it to my grandma who had been let down by Timothy when she was young. I did it to do justice for my grandma. Chloe was truly happy to hear these words from Pudding. She was only 3 years old, but could consider so many things. Her IQ was obviously much higher than ordinary children. Pudding, I know your intentions are good, but you're still young. How can you manage the company by yourself? I'm not managing it by myself. Dad and Handsome Cooper can help me. Honey, we said we'd never force the children to learn anything and would support them to study whatever they like. Little Bean hasn't shown interest in anything yet, but our Pudding is interested in finance. She's been making money from investing and accumulated lots of funds with her unique eye for stocks. It's probably the so-called talent. If she likes it, why should we suppress her? But Chloe was still worried. Mom, I won't do bad things. Don't worry. I bought the company not only for making money. I truly like managing a company and want to test my abilities. Chloe, do you remember how obsessed you were with becoming a doctor? Jack asked her. Chloe lowered her head, convinced by the father and daughter. Pudding glanced at her dad gratefully and cupped her hands at him for helping her convince her mom. Then she continued, Now that the thing about the company is over, I'll tell you the second issue. Another issue? Chloe dreaded what was to come. She was afraid her daughter would say some wild things, such as making a rocket. She felt she couldn't manage the kid now. Dad. Pudding looked at Jack again for some help. Go ahead, I'm listening. Today I went to Imperial Star and talked about a cooperation project with Handsome Cooper, Pudding said cheerfully. What cooperation project? Jack asked. I want to invest in a new movie starring a new actress in Handsome Cooper's company. I watched her web series and found her acting skills are excellent. I think she'll become a star. Go on. Jack took out a packet of cigarettes. He was about to light one when he remembered that his wife was pregnant, so he put the cigarette back reluctantly. I'm fine. I won't be bothered by the smoke, Chloe said with a smile. Mom, don't flatter yourself. Dad's afraid the smoke will impact his son, not you. Pudding smirked. Ha ha! Honey, will you dump us now that you have a son? Pudding, which side are you on? Have you forgotten who spoke for you just now? Jack didn't know if he should cry or laugh. Dad, Mom, let's continue our talk. Handsome Cooper and I are investing in the movie together, each taking 50% of the cost. The funds are not a problem. Go on. Jack knew his daughter always left the most important part for last. My last point is to ask for your permission to act in this movie. What? Chloe became worked up again. You want to act in the movie? Jack also looked displeased. They knew how deep the waters of the entertainment circle was. Since they were rich, they would never allow their daughters to be actresses even if they liked acting. No, I won't agree, Chloe objected immediately. Me neither. This time, Jack stood on the side of his wife. You guys should hear me out. Little Bean and I will only play small roles in the movie to make the characters look real. It's the first movie I am investing in, and I have a feeling that it will be a success, so I want Little Bean and I to be part of it for the memories. Dad, I don't like acting and won't become an actress or enter the entertainment circle. Please rest assured on this point, Pudding promised solemnly. Still no. Do you want to attract more attention to yourselves? I don't want more people to notice you, said Chloe. Since the twins had been kidnapped twice, it had become Chloe's nightmare. How could she allow her daughters to expose to the public view? Your mom is right. You two must stay low-profiled, Jack agreed. Mom, I've promised the director. How can I go back on my words? Pudding, what else have you done without our permission? Chloe was obviously angry. That's the last one. I hope you can agree to my request. Justin agreed to all the things you've done? Chloe asked her. Yeah, Handsome Cooper knows all about it. You made the decision before consulting with us? Chloe demanded. No. I told Handsome Cooper that I'd come home and consult with my mom and dad. If you don't agree, I won't do it even though I want to do it very much. Pudding lowered her head, looking upset. She had known that her mom, who had always been strict with them, wouldn't agree to her request so easily. In her mom's eyes, she was just messing around. For a long while, Chloe didn't speak. She sighed lightly. Chloe, I know what you're going to say. You want to say, our daughter is excellent and won't do anything outrageous. As her parents, we must support her dreams. Chloe glanced at Jack. Yes, I know you think the same way as I do, despite your objections. Mom, please, I beg you. It was the first time that Pudding begged. She had never been so humble even when she did or said something wrong. It showed how much the child wanted to do these things. Okay, if you like, you can do it. Mom, you agreed? Pudding looked up and asked in elation. Yes, but I have one condition. You're still young and can't do anything you want. You must let your dad supervise the company for you. Okay, no problem. Pudding smiled radiantly. Okay, now you can go so we can have our private time. Jack chuckled. Thank you, Dad. I love you. Pudding kissed Jack on the cheek. Pulling open the door, she ran out. You spoil the daughters so much. Chloe looked at her husband admonishingly. Don't I spoil you? Jack asked. Suddenly, Chloe's expression changed and she yelled with her hands holding onto her belly. What's wrong, Chloe? Seeing the sudden change in Chloe's expression, Jack became scared. He just kicked me hard, Chloe stammered. Who? Jack didn't know what was going on initially. Your son. Understanding dawned on him after a long while, and then he laughed. When the fellow comes out, I'll give him a good lesson for kicking his mom. The baby is so naughty at such an early stage. I wonder what he will become. Chloe held her belly and chuckled. She remembered Little Bean and Pudding had not been so naughty. They showered and went to bed. At midnight, Chloe woke up due to the dryness in her mouth. Her mother-in-law's dumplings were delicious, but a bit salty. She wanted to get up to get a glass of water. When she opened her eyes, she saw groggily that Mr. Dawson was sitting on the sofa beside the window. Honey, you're awake? Jack looked back in surprise. I'm thirsty. Don't get up. I'll get you water. I want iced water. It's too cold. You're pregnant and the iced water will disturb your stomach. Drink some warm water, okay? Okay. Seeing his worry, Chloe gave in. Jack stood up and poured a glass of water from an insulated bottle and handed it to her. Honey, why didn't you sleep? Draining the water, Chloe put down the glass and asked Jack curiously. She had checked her cell phone and saw it was 1:30 a.m., but her husband was still sitting on the sofa beside the window. Oh, I'm not sleepy, so I just took the time to consider the business in the company. No matter how important the business is, your health is more important. Come to the bed and sleep. We have medical training, so you should know how unhealthy staying up late is to your body. It will hinder the liver from removing wastes. Yeah, I know, honey. Obediently, Jack returned to the bed and gathered Chloe into his arms. Sleepily, Chloe turned around and fell asleep again in his arms. However, Jack still couldn't sleep. After the surgery, he couldn't use the medicine to help him sleep. So the insomnia continued stubbornly. Although Chloe had returned safe, he still couldn't relax. Feeling he could lose her any moment, he was afraid and anxious. As the anxiety forced his brain to work continuously, he couldn't relax enough to fall asleep. In fact, he hadn't slept well in the past days and could only gain a moment's rest at dawn. Without enough sleep, his eyes felt dry and gritty. But Chloe knew nothing about it, since he told everyone not to tell Chloe about the cause of his previous illness. It was midnight. After his drink with Case, Justin didn't want to disturb Anne, so he hired a designated driver from the bar to drive him home. Parking the car in the garage, he went toward the gate of his house. When he passed the tent, Justin glanced at it curiously. Suddenly the tent opened. Elsie walked out with blood flowing from her nose. What the? Justin, drive me to the hospital. My nose is bleeding. She pinched her nose, but blood was still oozing out. Immediately, Justin became quite startled. Then what do we do? Justin looked beyond lost. How should I know? It's not like I can stop it with a pad. Elsie rolled her eyes. I'll call 911. Justin grabbed his phone. Are you dumb? What if I die before the ambulance gets here? Isn't your Lamborghini fast? Take me to the hospital. I don't want to die here. I haven't even made a will yet. Knock on wood, don't die here. How am I supposed to live in my mansion if you die here? I wouldn't even be able to sell it, Justin said. Wow, that's what you're worried about right now? Elsie was speechless. The woman really didn't look like she was pretending, so Justin wasted no time, sobering up almost instantly. He got his Lamborghini from the garage. Hearing the sound of its engine, Anne woke up too, running out of the mansion. President Cooper, what's wrong? This woman's on her period. What? Anne was dumbfounded. Well, no, I don't know how to explain it. Her nose is having a period. Basically, she's bleeding, and I need to get her to the hospital. I'll go with you, said Anne. Sure, take another car. Justin accepted Anne's offer as he sped off with Elsie in his car. Anne followed closely in a BMW Z4. Justin's home was actually closer to the first hospital, but for whatever reason, possibly Chloe, Justin decided to go to Southside emergency room. Justin paced anxiously. I hope she's fine. If something happens to her, I might have to take the blame, Justin mumbled. That shouldn't be. I just had a drink with her last night. She should be fine? Anne wasn't very confident either. 10 minutes later, the resident doctor came out of the room. Who is Elsie's family? Ugh, I'm her friend. Are you the boyfriend? The doctor didn't recognize Justin. I'm not. Before Justin could reply, the doctor asked, What kind of boyfriend are you? Not only did you let her drink a lot of alcohol, but you also let her have a lot of lychees too. Don't you know that it causes nosebleeds? Her nasal canal's already so sensitive. Then, will she be all right? Yes, she'll be fine. There's just a lot of heat in her nasal canal. She can go home tomorrow morning after she's finished the IV. I see, that's good then. Do you know how much lychees she ate? The doctor glared at Justin in anger. The latter shook his head. She said she ate an entire box, 6 pounds, said the doctor. Ugh. Justin was truly speechless. 6 pounds? Was she even human? Did she say that herself? Anne asked the doctor. That's what she said. I gave her a shot to induce vomiting and she puked out quite a lot. What kind of boyfriend are you? Even if she loves lychee, you can't get them by the box. Are you trying to kill her? I didn't think she'd eat so many. Justin looked so innocent. All right. Go in and see her. Young people nowadays, valuing food more than their life. Your girlfriend's like that girl who was so enticed by the food she fell into a pothole. The doctor sighed as he walked out the door, leaving behind 2 absolutely speechless men. President Cooper, go inside. I'll wait for you at the door. Justin nodded, pushing open the door to the IV room. Elsie lay there, quietly receiving her IV. The good thing was that her nose had stopped bleeding. You ate 6 pounds of lychees? Justin walked over to her, his face serious. No. The doctor told me everything. You dare to lie to me? Justin continued coldly. I'm not lying. The doctor doesn't know how to count. I didn't eat 6 pounds of lychee. I ate much more than that, thank you very much. Why aren't you dead yet? Justin scolded. Haha, if I die, you'll be in trouble. The headlines would be Elsie Rue dies in the private mansion of Justin Cooper. Reasons unknown. How's that for a title? Shut up, Justin was furious. Hey, I'm the patient. Can't you be a little nicer? Nice? Do you deserve my niceness? Let me ask you something. Were you starved in your past life? Have you never had lychee before? Are you from some rural village? 6 pounds all at once. Are you trying to get yourself killed? This was the first time Justin had met a woman like this, eating herself all the way into the hospital. Luckily, it was nothing serious. Otherwise, if she had really died, the 2 boxes of lychees he gave her would be the murder weapon. Ha, it really was delicious. I couldn't help myself. I've always loved the taste of lychee, but this was the first time I've tasted such delicious ones. Juicy, large, and round. Elsie licked her lips. Shut your mouth. Tomorrow, when you're released from the hospital, go back to your own home. Justin, can you not? What else can you do other than chase me away? Are you scared of me or something? Yes, I'm scared of you. Miss Elsie, Lady Rue, please spare me. As the daughter of the Secretary Head of State, you can find any man you want. Please leave me alone. Could you please stop grossing me out? Justin, I'm not trying to gross you out. I'm only... Elsie paused. Only what? Justin wanted to hear the rest of her sentence. I just wanted to say that you should treat me as a friend. I just want to stay with you for a while. I won't cause you any trouble. Actually, I just want to see how much you like Dr. Green. Elsie mumbled the last sentence quietly, inaudible to Justin. You leaving would be enough for me. Justin, I'm going to be straight with you. Really, let's just be friends. I won't ask to be your wife anymore, and I won't try to seduce you with spaghetti straps anymore. You don't have to treat me like a woman. Treat me like a brother. Just don't chase me away. I'll spend my own money and won't ask you to spend yours, okay? Just pretend you're leasing out a room, okay? Elsie continued to compromise, wanting to persuade Justin into letting her stay. Elsie, no matter what you're looking for, I'm not the one to give it to you. Justin was very frank. I don't want anything. I just want to be your friend. Don't get any ideas about me and don't bother Chloe. Really, I don't want any woman to cause her trouble because of me, Justin warned. Wow, you really are dedicated to her. Elsie was finally able to see Justin's love for Chloe. Even before meeting Chloe, Justin warned her not to cause the woman any trouble. However, the more he insisted, the more Elsie wanted to meet Chloe. Justin, I promise you that I won't cause any trouble for Chloe. I'm not a manipulative shrew or a pretentious batch. Of course, I'm also no Mother Teresa. I'm just a normal person with emotions. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Just pretend that I'm the maid, okay? I'll cook and clean for you, all right? Elsie seemed resolute in her decision to stay next to Justin. Her attitude completely shifted and she wasn't as stuck up as before. Why are you doing this? Justin watched her silently. Justin, I have an idea. Your mom and your aunt both want us together. They ship us as a couple. Plus, think about it. If you chase me away, your family will find other girls to bother you. Compared to that, why not have someone you're already familiar with next to you? Hehe, we can make a pact. I'll pretend to be your girlfriend. You can have your life, and I'll have mine. I'll talk on Snap, meet people over the internet, and you can't interfere. You can bring women home and eat with Dr. Green, and I won't ask any questions. I'll be your girlfriend only in name, and it'll save you a lot of trouble. How about that? Elsie's eyes lit up. Sounds good, for me. What about you? What are you after? Justin stared at Elsie. Honestly, my dad's been pestering me about marriage recently. He introduced many boyfriends to me, and all of them are such ass-kissers. Spoiled kids, high achievers who studied abroad, domestic rich men, diplomats' children. None of them appeal to me. I think we can use this cover to stay free for a couple more years. Isn't that nice? Elsie didn't look like she was faking, making Justin waver. Relax, I won't fall in love with you. You're too mean and not at all gentlemanly. Screaming and cursing at a woman. Completely not my type, Elsie added. Justin didn't know what to say. Did you watch TV? You know Cody, right? That's my type. Handsome and kind. Unfortunately, he's already married. I heard he married a nurse. Anyway, I'll keep an eye out on the artists under your company. Haha, I honestly want to find a celebrity boyfriend. All right. Justin thought that there was definitely something wrong with the girl's mind. Probably a brainless fangirl. Whatever the reason, Justin let out a sigh of relief. So, you won't stick to me like glue? Justin asked. No, we won't interfere with each other's lives and I won't spend a penny of your money. Money isn't important. I'll agree as long as you don't interfere with any of my business and leave my friends alone. Of course. And don't talk to the press. Haha, I'll delete my Weibo account immediately, Elsie promised. And don't cause Chloe any trouble. Geez, you're so annoying. Didn't you just say that? It's not like I'm deaf. Elsie was beyond annoyed. All right, remember what you said. So, you're agreeing? Elsie's heart pounded from joy. Yes, you can stay here temporarily. However, if you cause me any trouble, I'll kick you out immediately. All right, thank you, President Cooper, for accepting me. Elsie smiled. Elsie took advantage of her sudden hospital visit to get closer to Justin. At least the latter was willing to take her suggestion. After he left the room, Anne went up to him and asked, President Cooper, how's Miss Rue? You're worried about her? Why don't you ask her yourself? President Cooper, I actually think Miss Rue's not a bad person. She's not as evil as we think. While Anne was drinking with Elsie, he discovered that she was nothing more than a girl hurt by love. She really wasn't that manipulative. I didn't say she was evil, Justin corrected. Does that mean you're accepting her? And thought that his boss's heart was finally softening. Of course not! Seeing his boss's attitude, Anne didn't dare to utter another word. Ever since that day, Elsie and Justin's relationship did change quite a bit. At least they were no longer so explosive towards one another. Of course, their agreement was unbeknownst to Anne. With Justin's silent permission, Elsie moved out of the tent and into his mansion. She took the second-floor guest room. With Anne occupying the first floor and Justin the third, all floors of the mansion were occupied. Elsie kept her promise too, deleting all of her posts on Weibo. She deleted all of the fan comments and even stopped doing live streams. Her entire demeanor transformed. She was much more normal now, and would even cook snacks for Justin and Anne when she was in the mood. Justin rarely ate the snacks, but Anne would take a few bites here and there to not make things awkward. After her return, Chloe spent all of her days at home. She decided to head back to Southside after a couple more days of rest. Otherwise, with her due date still so far away, she was going to die from boredom. The twins were bored at home too, so Jack and Chloe reached an agreement to send them to an international elementary school. Although the twins completed the entire elementary school curriculum, and Pudding wanted to go directly to middle school, Chloe didn't want to send them straight to middle school, as the twins were still too young and innocent. Unable to object to their mommy's decision, Little Bean and Pudding began their elementary school journey. They would leave in the morning and return in the afternoon. With their weekends free, it wasn't too bad. Chloe decided to go to her mother's place for a day, bringing with her the driver and the bodyguard. Sandra couldn't contain her happiness, preparing an entire table of dishes just for Chloe. Let's wait until Thomas comes back, Chloe said. Why wait for him? Eat first if you're hungry. Sandra was worried about her pregnant daughter. It'll just be a little while. Mom, let's wait for him. Chloe held onto her mother's arm and pouted. Sandra was overjoyed to have her daughter back. After Chloe went missing, Sandra drowned in bad dreams. She spent many nights awake, afraid to dream of her daughter's death and afraid of waking up in tears. Now, with the pregnant Chloe in front of her, she felt like she was dreaming. Chloe. It took a lot to get to where you are today. You have to cherish your days with Jack. Mom, I've been trying very hard. I already gave him 2 kids and a third one's coming soon. Chloe chuckled. I know that you're still young, but what if something happens? What if something ruins what you have right now? Mom, what do you think will happen? Chloe trod lightly. Sandra placed her hand on top of her daughter's and sighed. Everyone says marriage is the grave to love. No matter how loving the couple is, after the 7-year itch, their marriage will feel like a pool of dead water. There will be no passion, and the husband and wife will lose their connection. So, you have to be careful. You have to watch for Jack's outside activities and control your own feelings. Jack won't. I won't either, Chloe promised. Chloe, Justin, haven't had a girlfriend for so long. Does it have something to do with you? Sandra asked. Mom, why are you talking about this all of a sudden? I'm sorry if it's not my place, but your mother-in-law brought it up with me during my last visit. I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, but still, you're pregnant right now and shouldn't get too close to Justin. You're a wife and a mother. You should learn to stay away from men. What if I introduce him to someone? What about Auntie Di's daughter, Aura? She's a flight attendant and is very pretty. Maybe Justin would like her, Sandra suggested to Chloe. Mom, why are you bringing this up again? Chloe was speechless. I'm saying this for your benefit. If Justin was married, people wouldn't gossip as much, but he's not dating anyone. He cares about you so much. Even Pudding and Little Bean are aware of it. This can't go on. Jack may be a man of few words, but he keeps a lot inside. You have to be careful. All right, Mom. I know. I've known Justin for how many years now? I know what kind of guy he is. And Jack and I? We've been together since high school. I know him too well. Stop believing and spreading all the gossip.
I don't know what to do with you.
Oh? Sis, you're back. Thomas returned to his mother and sister sitting in the living room. You're just in time. Your sister wouldn't eat before you came home. Sis loves me that much?
I've always loved you this much, Chloe laughed.
Moi. Thomas blew kisses towards his sister. In such a good mood, eh? Did something good happen? Chloe could tell that there was something different about her little brother. Oh, right. I forgot that our Dr. Green's a genius. I'm actually Vice Director Green now, Chloe corrected him. Haha, all right. Our Vice Director Green's intelligent and bright. Everyone loves her, and all flowers bloom in front of her.
Stop sucking up. Hurry up and tell me what happened.
I'll tell you later, Thomas said mysteriously. He took off his jacket as he hummed a tune. Seeing that the kids were back, Sandra brought out the dishes. Sis, where's Pudding and Little Bean? They're still at piano class. Oh, why are you back suddenly? You didn't even send me a message. What? I have to get your permission to come home now? Chloe laughed. That's not what I mean. I miss you. If I knew you were coming, I would have bought more fruit. Mom's really frugal normally. She doesn't buy expensive fruits even if I give her the money. She always buys me grapes that are on sale. You're lucky to have anything to eat. When I was a child, we didn't even have radishes to eat. Sandra chimed in. All right, let's stop here, haha. To prevent his mother from going on and on about her difficult childhood, Thomas decided to stop the topic there and then. All right, let's eat. Thomas washed his hands and sat down next to Chloe. Sis, eat more meat. Have a big chubby boy, haha. Did you coat your mouth with sugar today? Chloe looked at her little brother. I've always been sweet. Don't you think that I'm a big, warm-hearted man? I don't know about the warm-hearted part, but you're definitely big. You grew quite a lot, Chloe teased. Haha, sis, can you be serious? What good thing happened? Hurry up and tell us. We're waiting. Chloe wanted to know what Thomas was so happy about. Actually, she already had an idea of what it could be. Thomas was a simple man with a simple life. He had a couple of good friends, a good relationship with his co-workers, and a stable girlfriend. There were actually many girls interested in him in GK. After all, popularity was expected as he was the brother-in-law of the president. Thomas kept his love life simple, and Chloe really appreciated him for that. Mom, Sis, Stella, and we've discussed it. We want to get engaged soon. Engaged? Sandra was startled. Why engagement? Why not marriage? Thomas and Stella weren't getting any younger, so Chloe thought that it was only natural. Stella still thinks that I'm not mature enough, so we're still giving each other some time. I brought up the engagement many times before she finally agreed. The people at GK have been gossiping about our relationship for such a long time. I just think that it's time to give our relationship a proper title. Yes, not bad. I'm very happy that you're so thoughtful. You're really becoming more and more responsible. Chloe laughed. Son, did Stella's family give you any requirements? According to the local tradition, we should give them $88,000 for an engagement. Back when your sister got engaged, the Dawson family gave us a lot. We can't cheat Stella. Sandra had met Stella many times and was very satisfied with the girl. Although the latter was slightly older than her son, it was her mature attitude that guided Thomas into becoming a real man. Plus, even Chloe had nothing but great things to say about Stella, and that had to count for something. Stella was a seasoned employee at GK, and they were a match made in heaven. After they got together, Thomas and Stella would handle all sorts of things in and out of the company. When Jack and Chloe were out of town, they felt absolutely comfortable passing on the responsibilities to the young couple. Mom, Stella's not with me for the money. Can you not be so old-fashioned? Thomas laughed. This has nothing to do with being old-fashioned. This is a tradition here. Forget the fact that we're richer now. We can't cheat Stella even if we're poor. Her parents worked hard to raise her. Although you're not getting married yet, engagement means that she's willing to marry you. Wow, Mom, you're so reasonable now. Thomas squinted his eyes. Go away. Don't try to talk me up. Chloe, what do you think? Sandra turned to her daughter. I'm not opposed to it. Whatever makes them happy. What did Stella say? Did she say how she wanted it? Chloe asked. Stella wants it as low-key as possible. She doesn't want the world to know. That sounds like her style. So, sis, I want to have a simple ceremony in GK's hotel. I'll just invite some people from the company. That's good. Jack would agree, right? Thomas asked. Your brother-in-law has always been generous. It's just that, shouldn't we do more for Stella? Chloe said. Sis, I bought her a ring that's 1 carat. Although it's not big or fancy, I earned the money with my own hands. I didn't ask for money from you or Jack. Since I want to have a wife, I have to have the ability to take care of a family. Plus, you and Jack have helped me out too much throughout the years. I can't keep relying on you. Look at Cody. He's close to my age, but he's already capable of taking care of such a big family. I also have a lot of responsibilities at work. I can't act like a petulant, irresponsible child anymore. Oh? My little brother's all grown up. Not bad, Mr. Thomas. Chloe looked at her little brother appreciatively. Actually, I've always been living by the book. I've just never done anything too impressive. Honestly, I know that I wouldn't be able to get into GK without being your younger brother. After your incident, I reflected on a lot of things. I even thought about how I would take care of Mom, Little Bean, and Pudding if something really did happen to you. Don't say that. Sandra furrowed her brows. Mom, I'm only giving you an example. I learned only recently that Sis had taken care of me so much throughout the years. I can't let her carry all the weight anymore. I'm a man. I should get my career on track and get married. Then, I can help Sis and Jack even more. I'd be able to handle more work. Not bad. It's good that you've thought of these things. Have you chosen a date for the engagement? Chloe took a sip of the juice and looked at Thomas and asked, Haha, we don't really believe in selecting a lucky date. Next Sunday's pretty good. Next Sunday? Let me check. Chloe took out her phone and looked at her calendar. It was the 16th of the lunar calendar. Not a bad date. That works. Let's make it next Sunday then. I'll select the food at the hotel. Sis, it doesn't have to be fancy. It's just an engagement party. No way! My little brother's engagement party. We can't just eat whatever. Leave it to me. We have to have a good party even if we're only inviting our own people. Haha, all right then, thanks sis. Don't thank me, just work hard. I promise. Chloe was so happy about Thomas's engagement that she ate 2 bowls of rice. After the meal, she lay lazily across the sofa, watching a TV program. Her mother went to the kitchen to clean up, and Thomas cut up some fruits for Chloe, placing them atop the coffee table. Sis? How are you feeling? Is the little man behaving in your stomach? How do you know it's a boy? Chloe looked at Thomas as she pulled off a grape. Ha ha, Little Bean told me. I'm so happy. So you're also biased towards boys. Chloe rolled her eyes at Thomas. What? No, I'm not biased towards boys, okay? I love Pudding and Little Bean. It's just that you already have daughters, and 2 at that. Wouldn't it be great if this one's a son? Plus, once he grows up, I can teach him to play soccer, I can buy him video games, and I can teach him to chase after girls. Haha. So as his uncle, you're going to be a bad influence? All boys have to go through these things to grow up, haha. I saw a story recently. It made me believe in a lot of these things. What story? Chloe placed her head atop Thomas's shoulders and said sweetly. Suddenly, she was overcome with feelings of nostalgia. When she was in high school, Thomas was still just a stupid little kid. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was getting engaged. Time really waited for no one. It's a story about 2 men. A show gave them $2,000 each and had them go after women. Whoever successfully beds the women wins. The winner gets another $5,000 as a reward. What happened? The story piqued Chloe's interest. The first man went for a steady and honest route. He spent $1,500 to buy the girl a cell phone and used the remaining $500 to treat her to dinner. After their dinner, the girl took the phone, thanked him, and left. He failed. What about the second? Chloe asked. The second one was more strategic. He first spent $1,500 to rent a BMW. Out of the remaining $500, he used $320 to buy the girl a Chanel lipstick, telling her to wear it every time they go on a date, and the remaining $180 on a bowl of dumplings, saying it was his favorite food and how it reminded him of his mother's cooking. The girl naturally thought that the man was rich. He knew enough to buy her Chanel, which showcased his great taste. He also liked his mother's dumplings, which meant he was filial and kind. Without a second thought, she got into his car. They didn't even go to a hotel. They did it in the car. Obviously, he was successful. Wow, the second man's so clever. Chloe was a little shocked by the tactics of some people. Yeah, there's a popular saying nowadays that goes, "The longest road I've taken is the web you've weaved for me," said Thomas. "Ha, classic," Chloe laughed. Sis, if you met Justin and Jack at the same time, would you still have chosen Jack without a second thought? What's with you guys? You're all asking me about Justin? What? I'm just asking a random question. How is this random? There are no ifs in life and I'm not answering you, Chloe replied vaguely, refusing to delve deeper into the question. Fine. It's getting late, I'm going home. I'll drive you, sis. It's okay. I brought a driver and a bodyguard. Haha, sis. You are more important than the mayor now. Go away. Don't mock me. I'll get you a suit for the event. All right, Vice Director Green. I'll leave everything to you. Thomas looked at his older sister happily. Chloe smiled. She grabbed her bag, waved goodbye to her mother, and left the house. Justin's mansion. Elsie, get out here! Justin roared in front of the second-floor guest room. What? Elsie opened the door, still half asleep. Are these yours? Justin gestured at the pile of underwear in his hand, furious. Of course they're mine. I'm the only female in this house. What? Are you saying that they're yours? Who told you to leave your underwear on the balcony? Where else am I supposed to hang them? Don't you know that the sunlight kills germs? You know how many paparazzi are surrounding my house and you're still doing this? Don't you know how this looks to others? But we're pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Who cares about what they say? But you didn't have to do something this disgusting. I'm just drying my underwear. How is that disgusting? Do you wear your underwear directly after you wash them? Elsie clapped back. Or are you so rich that you never wash your underwear? Maybe you throw them away after you're done with them? 1 per day? You never need to wash them? What the hell are you talking about? What? That's the truth. I'm not bothering you anymore. Could you please stop bothering me? Seriously, if you weren't part of the Cooper family, you would have been beaten up a long time ago. Anne's even better than you. With that, Elsie slammed the door. Hey, this woman. Justin was just about to go off when Anne chimed in. President Cooper, we need to leave now. Otherwise, we'll be late. Oh, you're just in time. You're here to help that vile woman out, aren't you? Are you guys involved or something? Justin looked at Anne. Boss, what did I do? I know you lost an argument against her, but you can't take it out on me. Anne pouted. Huffing and puffing, Justin left his house and went directly into his car. Massive snakes so big, you won't believe they're real. 8 monsters who went from spine-chilling to downright silly. Wide hips, big secrets, what they really reveal about women. President Cooper, you're going to Miss Green's brother's engagement party, right? Engagement party? Whose? Justin was completely out of the loop. Chloe's little brother, Thomas's engagement party. Thomas is getting married? You didn't know? Anne looked at Justin, amazed. How am I supposed to know? I saw it on his Snap page. When did you get his Snap? Justin was dumbfounded. A long time ago. Let me see. Before Anne was done speaking, Justin grabbed his phone from his hand. Sure enough, under Thomas's page. Thomas's newest status was a picture of him and Stella, sweet as could be. The caption said, Our engagement party will be held next weekend at the GK Headquarters Hotel. Please join us and have a drink. Wow, that kid is so low-key. I thought you knew, Anne said. Chloe didn't tell me. That damned girl. Justin was suddenly mad at Chloe. Maybe she wasn't planning on inviting you, Anne teased his boss. Get out of here. Chloe wouldn't. Justin was confident in Chloe. President Cooper, how much are you planning to gift them? Money is so overrated. Thomas's doesn't look like he needs it anyway. Well, you can't go there empty-handed, right? Justin rested his hand on his chin and pondered for a while. What about my modified Ford Mustang? That was a race car Justin personally remodeled. Any car enthusiast would fall in love at first sight with it. Action-packed and beautiful, the car was a majestic sight to behold. Just like its name, it was reminiscent of a wild stallion. Are you thinking about giving him the Ford Mustang? What? Do you think it's too cheap? Justin asked. No, I think it's too fancy. I want to be Chloe's little brother too, Anne said quietly. Haha, when you get married, I'll gift you a Ferrari. Justin patted Anne's shoulder. After hearing the news of Thomas's engagement, Justin was completely unable to focus on anything else. So after the morning meeting, he immediately sent Chloe a message. I heard that Thomas is getting engaged? Oh? Well, aren't you well informed? Chloe replied. You didn't even tell me about it? I have to ask you myself? What, are you blaming me? I didn't get the chance to, all right? Yesterday, I went to bed right after getting home. I didn't even talk with my husband about this yet. Today morning, I was busy putting together the menu and ordering the outfits for the event. So the kid's really getting engaged to that employee? What? You're unsatisfied? Why would I be unsatisfied? It's not me who's getting engaged. Ha ha. You've been living it up recently, haven't you? Even hanging up underwear on the balcony? I didn't know you had that fetish. Get out of here. Don't believe everything you hear on the news. They have pictures to prove it, and you're telling me that they're making it up? Tell me, are the underwear yours or Anne's? Justin was speechless. Ha ha. All right, I'm teasing you. But if you really have a girlfriend, don't hide her from us. How long have we known each other? Bring her over and let us meet her. All right, I'll bring her to Thomas's engagement party. Justin agreed, without a second thought this time. Truthfully, Justin had his own agenda. Once he showed everyone his girlfriend, people would no longer question his relationship with Chloe when they meet each other. In turn, Chloe wouldn't get as much bad publicity. Although it wasn't the most honest thing to do, Justin couldn't help but feel this way. That's great. Keep your promise. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? All right, then come early on Sunday. Help me with the setup. All right. Brazil. After Fiona finished off her enemies, she didn't leave. Instead, she stayed in Brazil for a couple of days, having the time of her life and even getting a dark tan. Sometimes, when she was in a good mood, she'd get tipsy and perform a samba routine, making Riker completely speechless. Boss, when are we leaving Brazil? I heard that Legends men are already here. No hurry. I'm not done having fun yet. Fiona sat in the yacht, a glass of red wine in her hand as she was feeling the breeze, relaxed as could be. Amy. In your opinion, what's the only thing on earth a woman cannot share? Fiona suddenly posed a strange question to her only female follower. Amy's expression shifted ever so slightly. She looked up quietly and observed Fiona's face carefully. I'm sorry, I don't understand, Amy replied carefully as she looked down. Fiona turned around and gave her a meaningful look. I've heard before that there are two things in this world women cannot share. One, their toothbrush, and the other, their man. Oh, Amy nodded, pretending to be confused. But me? I'm pretty generous. If we're good friends, I don't mind sharing my toothbrush. But my man... Would you mind? Fiona asked Amy. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say. Don't be nervous. It's just a random question. Do you mind sharing your man? I've never dated before, so I don't know how to answer that question. It's just a made-up question. Don't be so serious. I don't think so. After all, love is selfish. Every woman wants their man to themselves. I don't think gender matters either. Anyone would mind, unless there's something wrong with them. That's absolutely right. Exactly my thought. I can give my friends all the time, money, and weapons in the world. But if you go behind my back and steal my man, sorry, I'll probably end you. Boss is right, Amy replied absent-mindedly. Have you made dinner arrangements? Yes, I've made dinner arrangements already. Do you want it delivered to your room, or do you want to go to the restaurant? I'll head over. With that, Fiona stood up. Go get Riker for me. I'll wait for him there. All right. Amy's eyes lit up at the mention of Riker's name. Then, not noticing Fiona's expression, Amy ran to the room next door. Fiona got up, changed into a simple dress, and headed towards the top-floor spinning restaurant. The Michelin star chef was serving only her. Fiona was both incredibly picky and incredibly not when it came to food. When she felt like it, she could figure out how long the fish had died with a single bite. When Fiona wasn't picky, any cooked sweet potato from a street vendor could satisfy her. Basically, her appetite was completely dependent on her mood. Young Master Ross. Amy knocked on Riker's door, her face a bit ruby. Yes? Boss asked for you to go to dinner on the top floor of the building. Where is she? She's already there. Got it. Riker began to make his way towards the restaurant. Amy walked behind him, carefully as could be. Ever since Riker met Fiona, he'd been living the good life. Any outsider would think that Fiona was his sugar mommy. Amy knew the truth, however. Riker came from an incredibly powerful family, and he had the highest status in that family. Ever since he started following Fiona, he'd been living an on-the-run kind of life. Every day was a new challenge from his enemies, a new danger where he had to risk his life. Many times it was Riker's presence that saved Fiona's life. People who admired Fiona didn't know Riker well enough. Everything about him was impressive. His marksmanship and martial arts skills were impeccable. Amy had witnessed his kills multiple times. Not only was he quick and precise, his every move was perfect and gentlemanly. His brutality came from the depth of his soul, the kind that chilled people to their bones. Someone like Riker shouldn't love someone like Fiona. As far as Amy was concerned, he was too good for Fiona. The latter always treated Riker like a servant. She didn't deserve his love. Young Master Ross, Amy suddenly spoke out. Riker stopped in his tracks. Inside the empty hallway, they were the only ones standing there. Riker didn't give Amy a response. He despised the woman. Young Master Ross, I got this lucky charm in the Anpei Qingming Temple back when I was in Japan for a mission. He's a world-renowned realm master, and this will protect you forever if you wear it. Amy took out an adorable lucky charm. It was a red, traditional Japanese lucky charm. Riker glanced at the object but didn't take it. Why are you giving me this? Riker asked calmly. I don't mean anything by it. Amy was startled. She indeed had never dated before and wasn't quite sure how to behave around men. Fiona forbade her followers from dating each other, so she always kept her distance from the men around her. That was, of course, until Riker appeared. His arrival made her heart skip a beat. So, did you give everyone a lucky charm? Asked Riker. No. Does Fiona have one? Riker asked directly. Boss, doesn't have one either, Amy replied honestly, biting her lips. Ha ha, then why are you doing this? Riker laughed coldly. Young Master Ross, I just simply want you to be safe. Amy, it stopped being simple the moment you decided to only give me this lucky charm. Why try to explain something you don't have the answer to? All right, that's enough. No good will come from further talk. I won't accept this, so don't try to give anything to me in the future. Seeing that you've followed Fiona for so many years, I'll pretend that this never happened. Remember, don't be the cause of your own demise. With that, Riker continued his way forward without looking back. Actually, he never even looked at Amy's face throughout their conversation. Riker was just that cold. If there were really types of men, he would probably belong to the same type as Jack and Rick. If there was a name for their type, it would probably be the cold type. So cold they could make you shiver on a hot summer day. Amy took back the lucky charm awkwardly. She knew that Riker wasn't an easily persuaded man, but she was still hopeful. She would even dream of him embracing her in her sleep. Inside the restaurant. When are we leaving Brazil? Riker asked. Why are you in such a hurry? Fiona continued to slice her beef, nonchalant as ever. It's hot and dirty here, Riker complained. The Antarctic's pretty cool. Do you want me to buy a ticket to that place? Fiona quipped. Will you die if you're not being sarcastic? Riker was speechless. Fiona wasn't your regular gentlewoman. I won't die, but I'll get bored. So, why not be sarcastic? I'm just weirded out that you're not running back home. I thought that you'd be missing your sister a lot. Don't tempt me with my sister. I'm just being honest. Riker laid his hands out. I still have a lot of things to do for the exact reason of giving my sister a better life. For example, Riker questioned as he looked at the delicate yet terrifying woman. Guess, Fiona smirked. You're not going to blow up another one of Legend's lairs, are you? Riker didn't think that it was possible for someone like Fiona to be so calm. No, you're wrong this time. So, what's your plan? My plan is... Just as Fiona was about to continue, she glanced at the row of her men standing behind her, her expression a bit complicated. Forget it. You won't understand even if I told you the plan. Fiona decided to stop explaining. Riker rolled his eyes, deciding to stop trying. The duo returned to their meal, slowly eating their steak and sipping their wine. The soup is ready. The chef brought out 2 bowls of soup. Please enjoy it while it's still hot. The chef spoke perfect English. Riker and Fiona each took one glance at the soup and then looked at one another meaningfully. Fiona smiled and turned around to look at the chef. Are you the head chef here? Yes. You made this soup? Fiona asked again. Yes, I promise it's delicious. Is that right? I never believe what others tell me. Why, don't you take a sip for me? Fiona smiled at the chef. At that, the chef looked absolutely terrified. Here, have some soup, and I'll give you a $10,000 tip. Fiona brought the bowl of soup to the chef, but the latter kept retreating. Just as he was about to run, 2 of Fiona's men grabbed his shoulders, stopping him right in his tracks. Why are you running? Isn't free soup a good thing? Fiona continued to smile. With that, Fiona pried open the man's mouth and began pouring. At the sight of Fiona's seriousness, the man stopped fighting and screamed in English, "The soup is poisonous. I'll die if I drink it." "Ha ha, really? If that's the case, why do you want us to drink it? I've never met you before, have I? We have no bad blood, right? I didn't murder your entire family, right?" Fiona pressed. "I'm just doing what I was told." The head chef had his head down, trembling in fear. "Oh? Why don't you tell me who's behind all of this?" Fiona smiled. "Boss, how did you know that the soup's poisonous? What about your steak? Was that safe?" One of Fiona's men thought that she had been poisoned. "That's what makes this so clever. If they had poisoned our food from the beginning, I would have been suspicious. They wanted to wait until I let my guard down." "Then how did you know about the poisonous soup?" "Are you dumb? Both my parents are world-renowned medical geniuses. I learned thousands of medical ingredients by the time I was 5 and know all the medicine in the world, from the east to the west, like the back of my hand. Although I didn't go into medicine in the end, I can still sniff out most ingredients. Someone put snake poison grass in this soup, and even mixed in some accelerants. It's covered up by the taste of the soup, but I can still catch its distinct smell. I ate a lot of snake guts when I was younger. Although my dad didn't teach me anything else, he definitely taught me this." Wow, that was close. The subordinates were covered in a cold sweat after hearing that. "Wait, boss, it makes sense that you smelled it, but why was Mr. Ross also so apprehensive?" Fiona's men didn't understand how Riker figured out that something was wrong. "I saw the chef's face when he brought us the soup. He looked unnatural and his pinky was shaking. So, I suspected something was up. And after I saw the look Fiona gave me, I understood what was going on." Riker couldn't be bothered to explain further. Not every one of Fiona's men was smart enough to understand. Fiona picked up the fork with which she used to eat steak and walked over to the head chef. "So, are you going to tell us who's behind all of this? Or should I poke 100 holes in your body with this?" Fiona asked. "Don't. I'll tell you everything." The man was scared beyond his wits. "Speak." Fiona's patience was running out, and her appetite was completely ruined. "A security guard below us made me do it. He threatened to shoot me if I didn't." "Shut your mouth. Do you expect us to believe a security guard's that powerful?" One of Fiona's men slapped the chef across his face, making him see stars. "He might not be lying. I mean, those people could fake their way in as security guards," Fiona said. "What's the guard's name? Which floor? Do you remember?" "I remember. He was white and very tall, more than 2 meters, and he has a scar at the corner of his eye. You, go check it out. Yes, boss. One of Fiona's men turned around and went downstairs. Boss, let me kill this BS for you. Amy pulled out a knife, wanting to end the head chef's life. No, he's still useful to me. Fiona stopped Amy. Amy was taken aback by Fiona's request, feeling a bit awkward. No one knew what Fiona had in mind. Other than Riker, no one really understood her. Inside Max's mansion. Baby, are you really leaving? Yeah. Then I'm going with you. Max hugged Avery's waist, clingy as could be. My dad only bought tickets for him and me. My father-in-law is so mean. No wonder people say that in-laws are natural enemies. It's definitely true. Avery sighed. What the hell are you saying? Don't blame my dad. I'm going back to resign and hand over my work to someone else, and my dad already allowed me to be with you. What else do you want? Then how long are you going for? Max rubbed the tip of his nose against Avery's nape, tickling her, making her giggle. Hey, don't! It's really ticklish. It'll be fast this time. I think I'll be back in around 10 days. What? 10 days? No, that's way too long, Max protested. Please, it's only 10 days. But I'll miss you to death in 10 days. We can video call. There's a time difference, all right? A night and day difference. We can't video call every day. Don't try to fool me. Ha ha, I'm not trying to fool you. I'm serious. That won't do. Since you're going away for so long this time, you have to give me a treat. What treat? Avery acted dumb. Are you acting dumb with me, little girl? With that, Max moved his hands from Avery's waist and slipped them into her t-shirt, feeling her up and down. Hey, little Max, stop it right now. Little Avery, you're about to leave me alone for 10 days. You're still not going to give me a consolation prize? You're so heartless. At the sight of the pitiful, pouting Max, Avery actually came up short. I should really eat you before you leave, so I don't end up suffering every night. With that, Max pushed Avery down onto the pile of clothes behind her. Ah! Before she could scream, the man in front of her crashed down on top of her, giving her endless kisses, clouding her inexperienced mind. Max, shh, don't talk. Go with your heart. Max effectively covered her mouth. Max's love for Avery was like puppy love, the kind of love between two kids. Immature? No, it was pure. No hidden agenda, no complexity. Both of their families were richer than nations, and Max had seen countless beauties in his lifetime. There were even prettier girls on his friend list, but he only wanted to love Avery. Maybe that was what true love really is. Courting Avery wasn't easy, but the more difficult the road, the more valuable the prize. Ever since their high-profile dating news came out, they had never really been apart. With Avery going back to resign, Max wanted more than anything to follow her. However, the realities of life didn't give him the chance. The Cruise Corporation had recently been restructuring as it listed one of its subsidiaries onto the public market. At the same time, the stress led Max's father to the hospital with a heart attack. So, with a bunch of things piled up, Max could no longer be the cavalier, irresponsible rich kid he used to be. His intentions toward Avery was a long time coming, but the timing was always slightly off. This time, he really couldn't control himself. His mind went blank, and he had no plan. A long time ago, he would imagine his first time with Avery as something of a romantic event. It would either be underneath the stars on top of a mountain, or beside the deep blue ocean, or maybe atop the Ferris wheel, where the rainbow would act as a backdrop. Or maybe during a snowy night, he would get down on one knee and propose to her his deep emotions, surrounded by prancing snowflakes. Well, plans are always made to be changed, as many things are unpredictable. Just like that, sudden as could be, what was supposed to be just a treat turned into something. What was more incredible was the fact that Avery wasn't fighting him off. The silly girl simply had her eyes shut, as if she knew what was coming. Avery, I can't control myself anymore. Max's breathing was becoming desperate. Even his heartbeat quickened. He was not exactly an inexperienced boy, but he was definitely acting like a child. It was almost adorable. Then do whatever you want. Avery lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. Hearing this, Max planted more kisses on her cute pout. If you say so, I'm going for it. With that, another bout of endless kisses. An hour later, Little Max, get the hell off of me. It hurts. It's so painful. Just a little while longer. I promise it'll stop hurting, and there's a surprise. Screw your surprise. Get off of me. I don't want this anymore. Avery really was not prepared for so much pain. Obviously, porn was all fake. All those actresses made the act look so pleasurable. Was it all just great acting? Max was also a sweaty mess. Who would have thought that his lady would suddenly want to quit in the middle of their activity? He didn't know whether to move in or out. It was so awkward. Did you hear me? Avery was in so much pain her eyes began to water. Yes, I heard you. Then why aren't you getting off me? I'm going to die. Avery's eyes welled up. But if I get off you now, I will die too. Max was stuck between a rock and a hard place. You pervert. I'll be gentle, baby. Please stop yelling. Max moved once more. Avery wanted the ground to swallow her whole, but she also knew that there was no other choice. At this point, the only way was forward. Half an hour later. Little Max, are you even human? Did you take a pill? Avery wanted to cry. Aren't you proud of your hubby? I have great stamina, right? Get off of me. Avery was more than regretful. What kind of animal did she manage to get herself? Don't other people only last around 3 to 5 minutes? Why was this animal still going after an hour? Given that she counted in foreplay. But still, maybe it was his love for Avery. Max finally gave in and quickly ended things. After they were done, both of them collapsed onto the bed. Max immediately covered Avery with the sheets, afraid that she'll get a cold from the air conditioning. Avery couldn't help but smile at his affectionate actions. Then, before Avery could utter a word, Max pressed himself up against Avery, hugging her tightly. Darling, I'm yours now. You have to take care of me. What the f? Avery was speechless. Wasn't that phrase usually said by the woman? You can't have a change of heart. I will always take good care of you, Max teased, stealing a kiss when she wasn't paying attention. Little Max, you're shameless. Yes, if being shameless brings about this much happiness, I'm going to be shameless for the rest of my life. After joking around, Max pulled Avery into a tight embrace, his heart fuller than ever. This was the kind of happiness he'd never felt with any other woman before. It was as if he had won the entire world. Even his young relationship with Jin wasn't as sweet. Avery really was important to him. So important that Max would spend his entire life to guard. Want to take a shower first? Max glanced at the sheets beneath Avery. The reddish hue was especially noticeable. A girl as clean as Avery was hard to find in a messy world like this. People always joked online that men could only find virgins in kindergarten. Max wasn't obsessed with virgins. Actually, he really didn't care whether or not Avery was one. After all, she grew up in the States and the lifestyle there was a little more open. Now that he found out about Avery's innocence, he was going to cherish her even more. He secretly thanked God for such a precious gift. It kind of hurts. I can't walk. Avery's voice was gentle and soft, as if she was purposefully seducing Max. Max's heart was itching. If it weren't for the fact that it was her first time, he would have done it again. I'll carry you then. I'll help you wash. With that, before Avery could reply, Max lifted her entire body from the bed and carried her to the bathroom. I don't want to. Let me down. Avery covered her face behind her hands, embarrassed as could be. It's okay. We've already slept together. What are you afraid of? Max stated matter-of-factly. After he reached the bathroom, he carefully set Avery into the bathtub and hit the heating option. Warm and comfortable. Max turned on the faucet for warm water, his actions gentlemanly as ever. Avery's heart welled up from the sight of the handsome man in front of her. Little Max. Do you want to stay with me forever? Avery asked seriously. Miss Dawson, are you asking for my hand in marriage? Max laughed. Don't joke around. I'm asking you if you want to. Avery rolled her eyes at him. I want to sleep with you forever. You pervert. Hearing something so direct, Avery looked away in embarrassment. Max set the bath as he gently rubbed shower gel onto Avery's back. The scent of roses filled the air, making the atmosphere particularly romantic. Avery, before I've always thought that coming from such a rich family, I didn't really have any goals. It's as if I could have anything I wanted. Women, too. Some of them were after my money, some were after the power, some were after the status, and some were after my family resources. Some were after the betterment of their family business, and others just thought that I was cute. But none of them loved me for real. Even Jin was a mistake of my youth. After she hurt me, I couldn't get close to any woman. So? Avery tilted her head, smiling at him. So, I thought that I'm probably just not as lucky as Brenton and Jack. Maybe I won't be able to spend the rest of my life with a woman I love. I've always thought that I'd just waste my life away and listen to my family, or find a super hot girl with large breasts and just enjoy the sex, until I met you. I seem pretty important to you. What do you mean, pretty important? You're very important, okay? After you appeared in my life, I suddenly have a purpose. Before, it was partying and having fun. What about now? Avery asked, laughing. Now, I want to marry you and have kids. What about after that? What if we get tired of each other after a while? What if we can't make it past the 7-year itch? We'll fight and degrade each other. Maybe even cheat, Avery said. No, those are not absolutes. What I'm thinking now is, we'll get married and have kids, and the 3 of us can enjoy a busy, daily, boring life together. When we get the chance, we can go to the States. Show our kids the place you grew up and studied. We can go to Tahiti, or see the pink beach, or see the Norwegian forest, or go to the Alps in Switzerland, or see the northern lights in Finland. We can go to Mongolia and witness its endless prairies. With you and the kids, my life would be complete. Even eating and drinking water would become meaningful. Oh? Our young Master Cruz has grown to be a talented man, eh? When did you get a silver tongue? These words are from my heart. I'm not making them up. Well, it's okay if you are. I like it when you pretend, Avery joked. Stop joking around. I'm being serious. Max tapped her little snow-white foot dotingly. I know, young Master Cruz. You, make sure to take care of yourself when you go to the States. Eat your breakfast and don't eat cold things, especially during your period. I got it, but I won't stay for that long. I'll probably be back before that. Actually, don't come back during your period. Otherwise, I'll have to suffer. I can only look, but not touch. What did you say? Avery's smile fell. Haha, I'm joking. Don't be so serious, okay? Max snickered. If you can't wait, then I will never come back, If you don't come back, I'll go to you. It's all the same for me, Max sounded cavalier. Little Cruz, your mom really turns people off. The sudden thought of family members made Avery's brows furrow. Yeah, I've always felt that. How did your dad survive so many years? Avery was curious. You don't understand it, eh? My mom's incredibly loving towards my dad. She's like a gentle sheep in front of him. She's only like that towards us. All right, your mom's good. Of course. If she doesn't have a few tricks up her sleeve, how could you defeat all of the other suitors and claim the title as the Cruz family madam? Battle for the throne? Avery was speechless. Yes, what do you think? Are you scared? Why would I be afraid? Avery was confused. What if some woman tries to steal me away from you? Heh. Easy. I'll break your legs. What? She's seducing me. Shouldn't you break her legs? Max was speechless. But breaking her legs would be useless. After her, there will be tons more for me to take care of. I can't kill all the side chicks in this world, but I can start with you. If I break your legs, no one would want you. After all, you won't be able to do anything? What? Then wouldn't you be married to a living dead man? Max couldn't believe what he was hearing. No, don't worry about me. I can still find another man. Little Avery, you sure are ruthless. Max was truly speechless. You're too kind. Avery laughed proudly. Nothing impresses me as much as you, haha. Women really are mean. Women should not only keep themselves in line, but their men, too. What magazine did you get that line from? That's from the quotations of Avery. Avery kept a serious face. Just like that, the couple continued to enjoy their intimate time together. Justin's mansion. Justin returned home late after a meeting with one of his clients. The man was one of his oldest clients, and they kept a close relationship. They hadn't met for a long time, so they had a few more drinks than usual. When Justin returned home, his head was dizzy, and Anne had to help him into the living room. "You're back?" Elsie was donning her pajamas, drinking coffee, and watching a show in the first-floor living room. "Yeah." "He's drunk?" Elsie asked quietly at the sight of a staggering Justin. "Yes, he met up with an old client. He drank a lot." Anne nodded. "Then take him to rest first. I'll brew a cup of tea for him." "All right, thank you, Miss Rue." Justin always disliked Elsie, but Anne didn't mind her. Ever since their last conversation, Elsie became normal. The three of them lived in the mansion in excellent order, all respectful of one another's spaces. Now with Justin drunk, she even offered to brew him tea, and thought that she was a nice girl. After the tea was ready, Elsie passed it to Anne. "Give this to him." "Why don't you give it to him?" Anne was curious. "I'm afraid that he'll vomit even more if he sees my face." With that, Elsie turned around and left upstairs with her phone in her hand. With a slightly heavy heart, Anne brought Justin the cup of hot tea. "President Cooper, drink some tea." "Okay." Justin nodded and took the teacup, still feeling dizzy. "President Cooper, rest after you finish the tea. It's really late." "And wait. Yes? Do you think that a modded Mustang's too cheap of a gift for Chloe's younger brother's wedding?" Justin asked, tilting his head. "Boss, you think something that costs more than $2 million is cheap? I really don't know what to say." "What if I give him a new one? Is Lamborghini better? Or Tesla? Or Ferrari better? Do you know what Thomas likes?" Justin seemed to have placed Thomas's wedding on a pedestal. "President Cooper, I really don't think you need to do so much. It's only Miss Green's younger brother." "Yeah, that's Chloe's only younger brother," Justin reiterated. "But President Cooper, forgive me for being frank, President Dawson is richer than God, too. He won't cheap out when it comes to his brother-in-law. The last time I saw Thomas, he was driving a Maybach from President Dawson." "Oh, that's true. Jack probably gave him a car already. Then what should I give him? Jewelry? Antiques?" "President Cooper, didn't Miss Green say no presents? They're being low-key for a reason. They didn't even announce the event." "Whether or not she accepts presents is her problem. Whether or not I give them is mine." Justin was being stubborn. All right then." And decided not to argue with his boss. Clearly he was getting nowhere. The hangover gave Justin a major headache, so he remained on the couch, drinking tea and watching TV. Unable to fend off his sleepiness, Anne went back to his room for the night. Elsie came downstairs an hour later, discovering Justin asleep on the couch. "Justin?" she called out. The person on the couch gave no response. "Hey, Justin, can you hear me?" She tried again. Receiving absolutely no response from Justin, Elsie found the courage to walk up to him. She found a rug from the living room closet and laid it atop Justin carefully. Although summers were hot, it was the middle of the night and temperatures were low. Plus, Justin had alcohol, making him even more susceptible to getting a cold. To her surprise, someone grabbed her hand just as she was about to leave. More accurately, someone hugged her hands. "You?" Elsie thought that Justin had woken up. Just as she was about to speak up, however, Justin opened his mouth first. "Chloe!" Elsie's entire body shook. Of course. Justin really was in love with Chloe. His feelings for her had seeped into his bones. She was already the mother of 2 kids and had another one on the way. But Justin was still caught up on her. "I'm not Chloe. Let go of me." Not only did Justin grab her hand, he even thought that she was someone else. Elsie felt more than awkward. "Chloe, don't go." Elsie pulled her hand away, wanting to punch and laugh at the man at the same time. As she walked upstairs, a question entered her mind. Who on earth was Chloe? She had investigated Chloe before, and the pictures were not that impressive. The latter was pretty, but not exceptionally beautiful. Compared to celebrities, or models, Chloe was nothing. She was no exquisite beauty, nor did she have a great upbringing. In fact, her childhood was quite sad. It was exactly a woman like that, however, that made GK's young president fall head over heels and Justin drunk in love even when she was already married and a mother. There were even rumors of her being extremely vile and manipulative, bewitching men into doing whatever she wanted. They said that she had spent a lot of money in Thailand, hiring some voodoo magicians to put a spell on all the men around her. Elsie thought that the rumor was way too ridiculous. However, if Chloe could attract the undying love and devotion of men as great as Justin and Jack, there was definitely something special about her. With this thought in mind, her desire to meet Chloe grew even stronger. It originated from her curiosity towards Justin's undying devotion, but now she simply wanted to find out what kind of woman deserved such love. Deep into the night, at South Hill Manor. Being in the latter months of her pregnancy, Chloe's midnight bathroom breaks became more and more frequent. She sat up from her bed, still half asleep, and realized that Jack was gone again. "Honey? Honey?" Chloe called out, but received no reply. After checking the washroom and finding nothing, Chloe left her bedroom and walked out carefully. Sure enough, there was a faint light emitting from the library. "Honey." Chloe pushed open the library door quietly. Jack looked up, surprised. He wasn't expecting Chloe to wake up in the middle of the night. Jack wasn't working and his computer was off. Under the dim lighting, Jack was sitting in his chair, a lit cigarette still in his hand. "Baby, why are you up?" Jack got up and snuffed out his cigarette. "I got up to go to the washroom and saw that you weren't there. So I came out." Chloe pouted, looking pitiful. Ever since her return, she'd been feeling less than secure. She would always wonder if Jack was next to her, as if she'd been traumatized. "Don't worry, it's not like I'll run away." Jack took off his jacket and wrapped it around Chloe. "Honey, I'm not cold." "Cover yourself. You're pregnant right now. We can't risk anything." "It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Jack looked terrible. He seemed very weak. "I still have some work I have to finish from work." "Is it urgent?" "Yes, it's pretty urgent, so I'm working overnight." "Then, are you done?" "Yes, I'm done. I was going to go to bed after a smoke." "If you're not done, I can help," Chloe suggested. "How could I ask you to help me? You're our biggest treasure right now. As valuable as a panda," Jack teased. "Psh, I'm not a panda. They're lazy and fat. I'm the hard-working Dr. Green." All right, Dr. Green, let's go back to sleep. Staying up's not good for the baby." "Okay." Chloe nodded her head, following Jack back to their bedroom. They turned off the lights, but this time, Chloe didn't go to sleep. She closed her eyes but didn't fall asleep. After about 40 minutes, she opened her eyes quietly. She could see that Jack was still awake with the help of the moonlight. It was already 2:30 a.m. in the morning. He would see the daybreak if he didn't sleep soon. Chloe didn't ask Jack anything, however. She felt that he was hiding something from her. The next morning. After breakfast, Jack went to GK and the twins went to school. Chloe also left the house after tidying up. "Young madam, where are we going?" the driver and the bodyguard asked politely. "I'm visiting my friend. Drive me to the Blake mansion," Chloe replied. "All right, young madam." After breakfast, Chloe got in touch with Victoria, both wanting to meet each other. Victoria hadn't been feeling well and was taking some time off work. So, she spent her days at home, and with Brenton working and the kids at school, she'd never felt so relaxed. In her spare time, she even learned to arrange flowers. The Blake mansion had quite the artistic feel-it, all thanks to Victoria, of course. Chloe loved the atmosphere of the mansion. She followed Victoria into the back garden, watching the latter prune and trim freshly bought plants. "Victoria, actually, I'm here to ask you for something," Chloe stated frankly. "Ha, you don't even need to ask. What do you need?" Victoria smiled. "Victoria, I beg you, tell me, what is Jack hiding from me? You know, don't you?" Chloe's words were filled with pain. "Chloe, what are you talking about?" Victoria looked unnatural. "Victoria, stop pretending. Since I'm asking you, I already know that something's wrong. What I want is the answer, the truth, not your white lies, even if they are for my own good. As my friend, you know me." Without many words, Chloe's simple sentence crumbled Victoria's defenses. The latter knew that it was probably better for Chloe not to find out, but since she had already guessed that something was up, there was no point in lying. With Chloe's IQ, lying would be incredibly difficult. Finally, Victoria sighed. "Chloe, sorry, I didn't want to keep it from you." "No need for apologies. If even you're hiding something from me, it must be for good reason. I'm guessing that it's better if I don't know, but now that I know, tell me everything. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep." "I know you." "All right, fine. Even if it means I'm betraying my promise to Jack." Victoria poured herself a cup of coffee. She then poured Chloe a cup of warm water, and finally told Chloe everything that happened, starting from the day she fell off the cliff, and the day Jack puked blood and fell into a coma. Chloe teared up after the first sentence. When she returned from capture, everyone chalked up Jack's stay at the hospital to him not feeling well. No one ever talked about Jack coughing up blood or that he was in a coma. Jack made sure that no one would tell Chloe, and the latter knew that he did it to protect her. He always wanted to protect her, to shield her from all the hurt in this world. He wanted to take on all the bad by himself, but as husband and wife, as two halves of a whole, how could she let him carry all the burden alone? Jack had suffered enough 4 years ago. Maybe no one else could understand, but Chloe could. After so many years together, they had that connection. And then, he turned into what you see today. He no longer takes that medicine because it's harmful to the liver, but the obsessive disorder is still present. I study psychology, and am a bit of an expert when it comes to personality analysis, so I know just how serious his issue is. This type of mental disease, some will carry for the rest of their lives, until it tortures them to death. What you're seeing now, his insomnia, is only one of the symptoms. Then, if he keeps getting insomnia, what would happen? As tears pooled out of her eyes, Chloe tried her best not to lose her cool. Victoria's heart broke at the sight. "You're a doctor. You know that patients suffer from psychological torture. It's the kind that ordinary people cannot understand. Some mentally weaker patients will consider suicide, but Master Dawson won't. His priority will always be you and the kids, so he will never do something so foolish. But if he keeps getting insomnia, his heart won't be able to take it. His heart will fall weaker and weaker, and his lifespan will be greatly shortened." Victoria was almost too afraid to look at Chloe's eyes. Her words are as cruel as they are calm. Sure enough, Chloe didn't react hysterically. It wasn't like her to do so. She did nothing but shed quiet tears. After some time, she looked up. "So, for the past 4 years, my husband's been suffering in silence, alone?" "Chloe, Jack really loves you. He always gives you his best. He always shows you the most beautiful side of every situation and carries the most difficult, darkest parts on his own shoulders. Men like that are probably going extinct. Brenton loves me, but I don't think he can do what Jack can, not willing to bring you even a little bit of harm. You really are so lucky." "Victoria, now do you understand why I only love him even after so many years?" Chloe smiled through her tears, biting her lips. "Yes, I too have wavered before. Maybe it was because of Brenton's influence. I've always felt that Justin's unconditional, unrequited love for you should be enough to move you. But you've never returned his feelings, and you've always kept your distance from him. Even throughout your pregnancy, even when you thought Jack was dead, even after Justin's taken care of you and your kids for so many years, you still didn't let him in. I thought that you were too stoic and cold-blooded, but now I know that you didn't accept his feelings because you already have the most loving man in the world. No man can surpass his love for you." Victoria's eyes watered as she finished her sentence. She could understand the couple's difficult journey even as an outsider, especially Jack's propensity to suffer in silence. A lot of his pain and hardships were hidden from Chloe. How many men can love someone to this extent? Chloe grabbed a piece of tissue and wiped away her tears lightly. "I know how well Justin treats me. I'm not stupid, so how could I not know how Justin felt towards me? I will remember the Cooper family's kindness for the rest of my life. I will be there whenever Justin needs me, even if it means that I die. But I cannot use myself to pay him back. That'll be unfair to Jack. Back then, I knew that I wouldn't accept anyone else if Jack died. It's the least I could do. Now, it looks like my decision has been right. Everyone thought that, and even I thought that I've done more than enough for him. But now, I've only scratched the surface. I can't even begin to compare. Victoria, in this life, I love only him, and I have only him. I know. Victoria's eyes grew red. As a good friend to Chloe, she'd witnessed the hardships the couple endured to be together. How many people in the world could fall in love in high school and continue to love each other, not leaving each other's side, regardless of difficulties? Chloe's tears suddenly rained down harder. At the thought of Master Dawson's difficult past 4 years, his silent battle with an obsessive disorder, it was as if a knife was jabbing at her heart. The pain was suffocating. Chloe, try to stay calm. You're pregnant. Watch out for your baby. Seeing Chloe so tense, Victoria was more than worried. She walked over to Chloe and lightly patted her back. Chloe held onto her hands tightly, her wrists splashed wet with tears. Victoria, is this illness curable? Chloe's voice was nearly drowned out by her tears. Of course. Master Dawson's only like this because he was worried about you. I think that he'll slowly get better if you continue to stay next to him. But how do I make him fall asleep? He's staying up night after night. He looks weaker and weaker. How do I help him? At this moment, Chloe forgot that she was a doctor. She was merely a concerned family member of a patient, heartbroken and helpless. These things take time. You have to know that the surgery was very successful. He's already rid of all those damaging medications. Victoria comforted her. Chloe didn't say anything. She simply cried. After a while, she finally calmed down. Victoria, I'm hungry. Chloe looked up. Wow, finally. I thought you became an immortal and no longer need food, Victoria joked. Professor Victoria, don't kid around. Hurry and find me some food. Chloe wiped away her tears and joked. All right, honey, what do you want to eat? Your little honey wants to eat shrimp dumplings. Oh, a Cantonese dish? Difficult to please, are we? Fine, I'll ask our cook to make it. Be patient. After that, Victoria immediately told the chef to make lunch. Afraid that Chloe would be too hungry, she also cut up some fruits and grabbed a pudding cup from the fridge. This is a little cold. Wait a bit. For some reason, ever since I gave birth to the twins, I'd think of pudding every time I eat pudding. I haven't eaten pudding for a very long time. Give it to me if you don't want it. Victoria was just about to take away the pudding. No, I can eat one behind Pudding's back. Chloe held onto the pudding cup tightly, hiding it away like a little child. Both women were intelligent enough to drop the previous subject after letting out their emotions, about Jack and obsessive disorders. After their meal, Chloe got into her car to leave. Before she left, Victoria hugged her and whispered into her ear, "This is my specialty. Remember that you can always talk to me when you need to. Don't suffer by yourself." I know, Chloe nodded. After she said her goodbyes to Victoria, she left the Blake mansion. Young madam, are we heading home? No, we're going to GK, Chloe ordered. All right. Jack's office, GK, half an hour later. After the meeting, Jack walked back to his office with a heavy expression. An employee followed closely behind, his face beyond anxious. President Dawson, I've planned this project for a very long time. Could you please give me another chance? You've missed your chance. Jack's tone was cold as could be. I didn't think that it would turn out like this either. This is the first time that our partners stood us up like this. Maybe something happened over there. Our department worked overtime for 3 months just to come up with this plan, President Dawson. I don't want to hear any more. This ends here. I don't care if they're the problem or you're the problem. To put it simply, I didn't see good results. I've given you the chance. Let's leave it at that. With that, Jack shut the glass door to his office, barring the man outside. The man was beyond dejected, only leaving after a while of pacing in front of the door. The mood in his office was depressing. He loosened his tie and plopped down on his chair, massaging his temples with his index and middle fingers. Actually, having a lot to do at work was normal. It was his recent lack of sleep that made him weak. Before, it was entire nights after entire nights of insomnia. Now, with Chloe back, he could sometimes fall asleep for an hour. It was already a big improvement. Any person would suffer from insomnia. It was very harmful to the brain and the heart. He couldn't think straight and didn't feel like himself. Jack shut his eyes and brainstormed for the company's new project. Just then, a pair of gentle hands reached his shoulders, massaging him. Taking in the familiar scent, Jack's heart calmed down immediately. "Baby." Jack placed his hands on top of Chloe's pale little ones. "Yep. Why are you here?" "I miss you." Chloe hugged Jack's neck lovingly, pressing her face against his. "Why didn't you call?" "To check in on you, of course. I wanted to see if you were messing around with your assistant behind my back," Chloe teased. "You know you're disrespecting Assistant Mark, right?" Jack looked amused. "What if one day he goes to Thailand and gets surgery? That's not impossible, right?" "Why don't I call him here so you can ask him yourself?" Jack chuckled. "No, haha, I'm just joking. Why are you like this?" As Chloe stood up, Jack hugged her tightly, unwilling to let her go. "Am I heavy?" "Yes," Jack nodded. "Are you trying to die? Calling me fat?" Chloe was just about to give Master Dawson a punch, but his voice sounded, "You've already carried a lot of weight in my heart." His words instantly melted Chloe's heart. She held onto Jack's neck even tighter. Jack laughed and tapped her hands. "Baby, I can't breathe. Are you trying to strangle me to death?" "Honey." "I won't disappear. I won't disappear ever again. I'll always be by your side." "I know." "So you'll always be with me too. Don't get tired of me, okay?" "I won't." "Even if I get old and ugly, you can't get tired of me," Chloe emphasized. "Babe, you weren't exactly beautiful when you were younger either, all right?" "We're done," Chloe pouted. Don't, I'm joking." "We are so done." Chloe turned away. "Didn't someone just promise me to never disappear?" Master Dawson immediately pulled out his best card. "What? Wow, I'm learning the meaning of digging my own grave." Chloe laughed out loud. "Hungry? Let's go eat something?" Jack looked at Chloe dotingly, his heart filled with happiness. "Nope, I already ate at Blake's place." "You went to see Professor Victoria?" "Yep." "You didn't go shopping?" "No, I went to her place for a visit. She's really been hooked on flower arrangements recently." Chloe didn't mention anything about Jack's condition. She didn't want him to know what she had found out. If he wanted to keep it a secret, she was going to make sure to play along. "Oh, that's a good thing. She's so manly. It's good that she's becoming more feminine," Jack commented. "Honey, I brought you lunch." "Oh, a surprise?" Jack was definitely surprised. "Yes, guess what it is?" Chloe smiled mysteriously. "What do I get if I get it right?" "I'll give you a kiss." "No, that's not enough. I want a 5-minute-long kiss." Master Dawson was frank. "You're such a pervert," Chloe smiled shyly. "If I don't get it right, I'll give you a kiss," Jack teased. "Psh, in your dreams. If you guess correctly, you can give me 1 million. You can give it to me through Snap." Chloe looked proud. "So, honey, you're not here to give me lunch. You're here to defraud me out of money, right?" Master Dawson was utterly speechless. "So are you going to guess? You only have one chance." "Where is it?" Jack asked. "I hid it." "Honey, how about I just give you $1 million then?" I don't want $1 million. That's no fun. I want you to guess." Jack was speechless. How was he supposed to guess without even a peek? At the sight of his wife's rare enthusiasm, however, Jack was fully supportive. "If I get it right with one try, don't cry," Jack teased. "Pfft, you definitely can't." Chloe looked smug. Chloe thought that Jack would pick her favorite place, Ah Shin's Ramen, as his guess. After all, that little ramen shop had a lot of memories for both of them. However, Master Dawson was not exactly that predictable. "Hot pot," Jack guessed. You, how did you know?" Chloe was stunned. "Give me my prize first. Everything else can wait." With that, Chloe's lips were sealed by Master Dawson's. What ensued was a kiss that lasted many, many minutes. If not for the time of day and the fact that they were in the office, she would have had inappropriate thoughts. I know, the driver and the bodyguard told you, didn't they? Asked Chloe. After all, they were the only ones who knew where she went. Nope, I didn't call them, did I? Jack remained calm. Chloe knew that her husband was, in fact, not someone who liked to gossip. Then, how could that be? Shouldn't you have guessed ramen? Chloe felt so defeated. Of course not. You told me I wouldn't guess it so confidently, so it's definitely not ramen. Oh, wow, my IQ's really decreasing. I'm so dumb. Chloe thought that her intelligence was failing her. Maybe her baby had stolen it from her. Last night you were talking about hot pot. You're the type of person to satisfy their cravings. Plus, you said you ate shrimp dumplings at Victoria's place. So I guessed that you were going to bring me hot pot. Holy, hubby, you should really be a detective. Your deduction skills are off the charts. Jack was very observant, and Chloe loved that about him. She had loved it ever since their high school days. So, baby, where's my hot pot? Jack asked with Chloe in his embrace. Chloe pressed the intercom button. Mark, is the food ready? It's ready, young madam. Please come to the small meeting room. All right. With that, Chloe stood up. Let's go. Honey, I'm impressed. Jack was surprised as well. Not only did Chloe prepare hot pot, she even asked assistant Mark to set it up in the small meeting room. The small meeting room was cool from the AC. When they entered the room, they were greeted by a small hot pot on the table. Unlike the electromagnetic or gas-burning pots, this was one that drew energy from the burning of an alcohol block. One half of the pot was a gentle spice, and the other, no spice. The small pot was surrounded by hot pot ingredients: freshly cut beef slices, lobster meatballs, mushrooms balls, crab strips, tofu skin, and 4 to 5 dishes of green vegetables. Young madam prepared this for you. President Dawson, please hurry and eat. Yang, join us too, said Chloe. Huh? No, it's okay. Assistant Mark scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Don't worry, I bought a lot. Sit down and eat. Oh, can you check if Thomas and Stella ate? If not, call them over too. All right. Just like that, what was originally a meal for 2 turned into hot pot for 5. Chloe really did buy a lot of ingredients. The 5 of them ate to their heart's content in the small meeting room. Sis, is everything ready for the engagement party? Is there something else I can do? Thomas asked as he ate. Chloe, yep, almost done. Thomas, did you guys spend a lot of money on me again? Of course, Chloe nodded. I really feel like a leech. I've been relying on my sister and brother-in-law ever since graduation. If you don't rely on us, who are you going to rely on? Outsiders? Would they even let you? Sis, stop joking around. It's okay, Thomas. From now on, you can work for GK for free. If we don't pay you a salary, you can repay us in no time, Chloe said. Sis, you're evil. Thomas was speechless. Don't listen to your sister, she's just teasing, said Jack. Thomas, I know she's just joking, haha. What I mean is, we'll keep paying you a salary. You can just pay us back all the money we've spent on you over these past years slowly. Jack kept a straight face. Assistant Mark couldn't help but laugh out loud. So much so that he bit too hard into a juicy beef ball, spraying its juices all over himself. We're talking to Thomas. Why are you getting excited? Do you want to be like him? Chloe glanced at Assistant Mark. I don't know anything. I didn't hear anything. Just like that, the meal was completed in a joyous atmosphere. It was time for Chloe to go home. When she left downstairs, Thomas and Stella entered the elevator with her. But Stella left on the 19th floor, leaving behind only the sister and brother duo. Sis. Big brother Justin called me yesterday. For what? He asked me if I wanted anything for my engagement. He said he wanted to give me a car. What did you say? Chloe replied nonchalantly. I said no, of course. Justin is your friend, not mine. I'm not that close with him. Plus, brother-in-law already gave me a Maybach. I can't accept another car. Right, then just reject him nicely. I did, but Justin was very adamant about giving me something. If it's not a car, it'll probably be something else. Didn't you tell him that we're not accepting gifts? Asked Thomas. I did. Then why... Thomas stopped his sentence at the sight of his sister's complicated gaze. I'll take care of it. All right. I'm leaving then. Sis, be careful. You're pregnant. Watch out for staircases. I got it. Chloe nodded. She had originally planned to return home after the meal, but after her conversation with Thomas, she decided that a meeting with Justin was needed. After all, some things were better discussed in person. She didn't want a miscommunication to hurt Justin's feelings. Drive me to Imperial Star, Chloe said. All right, madam. After she arrived at Imperial Star, she ran into Elsie. The latter wasn't there for Justin. She was there to see the stars at Imperial Star. She did, however, recognize Chloe right away, so she followed her into the elevator. Are you Chloe Green? Elsie suddenly asked. Chloe gave the woman a light glance. I am. Do you know who I am? Elsie Rue? Said Chloe. You know me? Elsie was shocked. She didn't think Chloe even knew her. I've seen your Weibo, said Chloe. Oh, so you're following me on Weibo too? I'm not. My daughter showed me your picture back when the news went viral, Chloe replied calmly. Oh, I see. Are you here to see Justin? Yes. Then, can I treat you to a cup of coffee before you see him? Elsie invited. But I don't think we have anything to talk about. Chloe was naturally defensive when it came to women who were after Justin. First, there were Zoe and Gianna. Out of all the women who were after Justin, Chloe liked Cece's sister the most. Unfortunately, Justin didn't like her, and feelings could not be forced. Although Chloe really wanted Justin to have a nice girl beside him, it was Justin's own decisions that mattered. So, Chloe was cold towards Elsie at first, not wanting a repeat of those pointless conversations that previously occurred with the other women. All right, it seems like you don't like me very much, Elsie said. You're mistaken, Miss Rue. I don't even know you. How could I not like you? Then why don't you have a cup of coffee with me? Elsie questioned. That's because we don't know each other. That's exactly why we should get coffee together. Why don't you tell me what you're after? What is it this time? Do you want me to stay away from Justin? Or do you want to tell me that you're his girlfriend? I see. You've grouped me with those women. Elsie smiled. Am I wrong? Chloe looked at the woman coldly. Honestly, she didn't want to find out more about her. Chloe, I'm not like those women. You don't have to be so defensive. I'm not against you in any way. I admit that I'm interested in Justin, but I know that liking you is his business, not yours. I won't accomplish anything by going after you. It's just that I want to learn more about him from you, please? So, I'm asking you for help. Although it sounds a little shameless, and you're definitely free to reject, I just think that you're so happy now. Your family's so happy. So you must want your friend, Justin, to be just as happy, right? Elsie's words made Chloe see her differently. This was no ordinary girl. She was incredibly wise and nothing like the fame-crazy, shameless bimbo the internet portrayed her to be. Indeed, she was nothing like that at all, and her speech proved exactly how smart she really was. Chloe really didn't know how to refuse. It was as if she was denying Justin's happiness if she refused to talk to Elsie. After some time, Chloe smiled. Miss Rue, you're very smart. No, I'm nothing compared to you. I'm not trying to be manipulative. I'm only telling you the truth. I promise that I'm different from those women who caused you trouble. Please give me a chance, even if you have no intention of being my friend. Elsie was very genuine. She had done her homework on Chloe and knew what kind of woman the latter was, so she knew that playing games in front of Chloe would only hurt her chances. Finally, Chloe nodded in agreement. She agreed only because of one sentence. You're very happy now. You'd want your good friend Justin to be just as happy, right? Yes, Chloe wanted more than anyone for Justin to be happy. A man as great and as kind as he deserved his own happiness. So instead of giving Elsie a chance, it was more like giving Justin a chance. Elsie smiled at the sight of Chloe nodding. They walked to a coffee shop located on the street behind Imperial Star. Miss, would you like anything? The server asked politely. I'll have a cup of Blue Mountain coffee and for her, a glass of warm water, Elsie replied. Before Chloe could speak, Elsie said with a smile, I heard you're 3 months pregnant. Congratulations. Thank you. Chloe appreciated the woman for her thoughtfulness because Elsie had ordered warm water for her, knowing that pregnant women couldn't drink coffee. I've seen lots of your pictures before I met you, but seeing you in person, I find that you look different from the pictures, Elsie said, still smiling. Oh? How different? Chloe drank the water gracefully, looking as calm as usual. Cameras can show a person's body shape and facial features, but can't capture their personality. You look nicer than in the pictures. Indeed. I've been curious what kind of woman can make a man like Justin love her so deeply. I don't know you well yet, but I can feel a strong magnetic presence from you. It can calm down people. No matter how restless a person feels, they'll calm down in front of you. Miss Rue, you think too highly of me. I'm only a mortal woman of the most ordinary kind, not so special as broadcasted by the media, Chloe said modestly. The fans on your Weibo page call you Dr. Green. Yeah, they call me that because of my job. Many people are my patients and call me Dr. Green as a habit. I like that they call me that. Justin likes to call you by this name too, said Elsie. Chloe's hand holding the water glass paused and she looked a bit awkward. I wasn't saying that to make it awkward for you. I've lived in Justin's house for a while now. Yeah, I heard you two are dating now. Chloe raised her head and looked at Elsie. It's fake. I play girlfriend for Justin and he does the same for me, so my family won't introduce me to other guys. We're helping each other. Elsie told Chloe the truth. Oh, I see. Chloe lowered her head thoughtfully. But I appreciate Justin. Yeah, he's an excellent guy and is worthy of women's love, Chloe agreed. Even though he's so excellent, you've really never loved him? Elsie asked her. Chloe looked up, her eyes unreadable. This question was very hard to answer. Don't look at me like this. I don't have a recorder or something on me to get words out of you. I truly think Justin's a good guy, but you've never loved him in the years that he's stayed by your side? Have you loved someone? Chloe asked Elsie. Of course. Elsie suddenly remembered her previous boyfriend who had betrayed her. No, I don't mean the usual love, but the love that you can use everything to love, the love that you can die for. Not really. Elsie shook her head. She had loved that scumbag, but not so deep that she'd die for him. If you loved a man with your life and would die for him, you'd understand me. Your mind and heart and eyes are so full of the man that you'd feel nothing about others no matter how good they are. After evolving for so many years, humans are now on the top of the food chain in nature and should be the most loyal creatures in the world. But some good features in people have been eroded by modern society. I know what you mean. You're saying you only love your husband no matter how excellent other men are, Elsie concluded for Chloe. Chloe smiled. Something like that. Dr. Green, you look beautiful when you smile. I saw one of your pictures on Justin's cell phone. In the picture, you're dressed in a doctor's white coat and wearing a pair of glasses. You look pretty. Are you praising me or mocking me? Chloe looked at Elsie quietly. In fact, I'm praising you. I don't want anything from you, so I don't need to brown-nose you. After all, you're not a celebrity, and I'm not your fan, right? Elsie said frankly. Okay, but maybe I just can't appreciate your way of praising. Chloe lowered her head and said softly. Dr. Green, thank you for having coffee with me. I need to go now. Elsie stood up gracefully. You don't want to ask me about Justin's likes and dislikes? Have you done your homework? Chloe thought Elsie wanted to get some inside information about Justin to gain some advantage. After all, if you know yourself and your enemy, you'll never lose a battle. However, many women had tried this tactic, and they all failed in the end. Elsie smiled. No, I don't think it's useful. Justin likes you and would eat roasted potatoes if they were made by you. He doesn't like me and wouldn't touch even lobsters if they were made by me. So every effort from me is a waste of time. He likes the person, not the irrelevant things. Good. I like your thinking. You made me see you in a new light. Chloe admired this woman. I just want to be myself. Someone suggested that I copy your charisma and the way you dress, or even find a job in a hospital. I declined because no matter how well I copy you, I would never surpass you. I'd only end up like an awkward copycat. I think the most important thing between people is sincerity. This is me, an insensitive, somewhat hysteric and tough woman. But still, I hope one day Justin will like me for what I truly am, not a woman in disguise. Very good. Hearing your words, I hope you will succeed. Chloe stood up slowly and said sincerely, Thank you, Dr. Green. I hope I can have afternoon tea with you another day. Elsie went to the cashier to pay the bill and then waited for Chloe at the door. I'll go now. You go upstairs, Elsie said. Okay. I won't tell Justin about our meeting. Don't worry. Chloe thought Elsie was afraid that she'd tell Justin about their meeting. Justin would be angry at such a thing. No, I'm not worried about it. I wanted to say that you're pregnant and must be careful when you use the stairs. Thank you. Just like that, the two women parted ways. Chloe walked past a dessert shop on her way to Imperial Star and bought 2 sweet cones. When she got to the top floor, Justin was having a video conference in his office. Hi, President Green. Anne was surprised to see Chloe. I'm here to see Justin. President Cooper is having a video conference. It's fine. I'll wait here until he finishes the meeting. Chloe smiled. No, I think you can enter now. If he knows I kept you waiting at the door, he'll break my leg. It's true. I don't want to take the blame. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Anne picked up the internal phone at the door and dialed a number. President Cooper, Dr. Green is waiting to see you at the door. Chloe answered immediately. Don't keep her waiting. Ask her to come in. Okay. Hanging up the phone, Anne glanced at Chloe meaningfully as if he was saying, See, I told you so. With a smile, Chloe pushed open the door to Justin's office. What are you doing here? Justin turned off the video and stood up in pleasant surprise. What? You don't welcome me? No nonsense. Take a seat. Justin walked over. Chloe sat on the sofa. I'll get Anne to get you a glass of water. In your state, you can't have soft drinks. No, I've drunk enough water. I bought ice cream. Do you want one? Chloe bit into one and handed the other to Justin. Puh, this stuff is for women, right? No man eats this. If you don't want it, I'll give it to Anne. After all, it's a pity to see it thaw. It costs over $10. Chloe began to stand up to find Anne. No. Give it to me. Justin changed his mind. Didn't you say men don't eat this? Chloe looked disgusted. I meant most men don't like it, but I'm okay with it. Ha! It costs more than $10. It's too expensive to waste on an... It's not as expensive as Haagen-Dazs. Rich guy. Don't mess with me. Chloe didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. Justin stood up and grabbed the cone from her hand playfully and bit into it. Elsie had said that if one man liked you, everything you bought was good. Everything you did was right. If he didn't like you, even if you gave him your heart, it would look cheap to him. Why did you just pop up without sending me a message? I just came out and took a walk. You're several months along now. Don't walk around. You must rest at home. I'm pregnant, not sick. I'm not so fragile. Chloe chuckled. Jack will be worried if he knows you came out alone. I came with bodyguards and the chauffeur, Chloe corrected him. Okay, you win. Justin found he'd never win when he bickered with her. Is it good? Chloe felt like laughing when she looked at Justin's lips covered in cream. Good. When you finish, I'll talk to you about something. Go ahead. I'm listening. Justin knew she'd never come to Imperial Star without a purpose. It wasn't her style. Thomas told me that you are going to give him a gift. Yeah, isn't he going to get married? I've got a gift for him. But we aren't taking gifts this time. Thomas and Stella want to make the wedding simple and low-key, so we chose to hold the banquet in a hotel run by the company. We didn't invite reporters or business partners. We'll have only families, friends, and some colleagues. I'm his friend, so I'll give him a gift. It's not good to go empty-handed. It's just for good luck. But your gifts are extravagant. Don't give him a car. My husband gave him a new car not long ago. Then I'll give him a house. Justin wasn't deterred. No house. Then he can choose from jewelry, antique objects, paintings, or calligraphy scrolls. Justin was determined to give a gift. Justin, Thomas doesn't want any gifts. Please don't give him gifts, okay? When Chloe said the words, she had a begging tone in her voice and her eyes looked serious. Justin finally understood that he might have done something wrong. Chloe, are you troubled by this? Justin lowered the half-finished ice cone and asked her solemnly. I'm not troubled. I know you well after being your friend for so long. Justin lowered his head in embarrassment, Knowing his stubbornness made it difficult for Chloe. Justin, don't feel bad. I'm not scolding you. I just feel that you don't have to shower gifts on Thomas. After all, he has everything, and I don't want him to become a vain man who likes to show off his wealth. After all, unlike you and Max, he and I come from an ordinary family. I know, Justin nodded. Besides, only you give gifts while others don't. Don't you feel silly? Chloe looked at him teasingly. I have money. I don't care to be silly, Justin joked. A typical rich moron. As they bickered, they no longer felt awkward. How are you feeling now? Justin looked at her and asked suddenly. What do you mean? You are 3 months along, right? Do you feel any discomfort? You mean the baby? He's very naughty and started moving earlier and more frequently than others. Chloe touched her belly and said, Is it normal? Do you need to get a check at the hospital? Justin was worried. I'm a doctor. I'm fine. After I finish Thomas's engagement banquet, I'll return to work. I'll stay in the hospital all day long, and it will be convenient if I have any problems with the pregnancy. Pooh! Don't be a doomsayer. You'll be fine. Justin looked anxious. Don't worry. I'm fine. After all, having babies isn't a big deal. Every woman can do it. I'm not so fragile. Why do you have to go to work in this state? I don't understand you, Justin complained. If you understand me, then I'm not Chloe. Did Jack agree to it? Don't be stubborn and just stay at home until the baby comes, Justin advised. Mr. Dawson agreed. He knows I can't stay idle. Fine. I don't understand you guys, but you must be careful. I know, don't worry. Are you hungry? Do you want me to take you out and grab a bite? No, I came from GK and had hot pot with my husband. I'm not hungry. I just wanted to come up and see you when I passed by your company. Not wanting to hurt Justin, she didn't say she just came here to talk about his gift for Thomas. I'll send someone to get a glass of milk for you. Please don't. I really can't take it. I've got to go and pick up the kids from the school. Okay. Reluctantly, Justin watched as Chloe stood up and walked toward the door. Get to the hotel early this weekend. We need help from friends. Don't worry, I'll be there early. About the gift. Chloe glanced at him, still worried. I won't bring a gift. You saved money for me, Justin comforted her. Chloe smiled in satisfaction. Waving at him, she walked out. And you walk Chloe downstairs until she gets into the car, Justin instructed. Yes, President Cooper. Chloe left Imperial Star and went to the school to pick up the kids. On the way home, the twins looked sulky and didn't talk to their mom. What's wrong with you two today? Chloe glanced at them. Pudding kept her head lowered and didn't answer. Little Bean raised her head. Mom, I dislike the woman Elsie. Can you get her out of here? Mom, have you forgotten her? I mean the woman who stays in Handsome Cooper's house, Little Bean said with emphasis. I know, she's Elsie Rue. She's disgusting. My sister and I dislike her, Little Bean said. Why? Chloe was nonplussed. Because she's a scheming batch. She came from out of the city and badgers Handsome Cooper. She posted lots of disgusting stuff on the internet and even did a live stream in Handsome Cooper's house, hyping herself on Weibo. It's really disgusting. She's a scumbag who wants to climb up by stepping on men. Little Bean, you don't know her yet, so you can't judge her, Chloe explained patiently. I don't want to know her. I just know she doesn't deserve Handsome Cooper, just like Batch Gianna. Chloe chuckled in exasperation. Then who do you think deserves your Handsome Cooper? Little Bean thought for a while and then looked at her elder sister. Sis, tell us what kind of woman deserves our Handsome Cooper. I'm a bit unprepared for Mom's question. Pudding looked up slowly. She glanced at Little Bean and then at their mom before saying, I think only a woman as good as Mom deserves Handsome Cooper. Before Chloe could speak, she continued, But Mom's taken. Besides, our dad seems even more excellent than Handsome Cooper. If your dad heard that, he'd be pleased with himself, Chloe chuckled. So I think only my sister and I deserve Handsome Cooper, said Pudding. Puh! Chloe almost spewed out blood. Mom, don't listen to her BS. She's trying to scare you. Little Bean hurried to comfort her mom. Mom, in fact, I have a selfish idea. Pudding looked serious. What idea? I think Handsome Cooper can remain single for the rest of his life. I'm serious. I think with his personality, he won't be able to love someone else. it will be better for him to remain single. He can't do that. Justin is the only heir to your great-grandpa Cooper, Grandpa Cooper, and Grandma Cooper. Do you want the line of the Cooper family to end with him? Chloe objected firmly. Mom, your thought is outdated. Now we can have test tube babies, said Pudding. Yeah, Mom, we can ask Handsome Cooper to have 7 test tube babies, making them into a team, just like the Gord brothers on the TV. Little Bean laughed. Okay, that's the end of the topic. Chloe felt she had a big generation gap with her daughters. She'd go crazy if the conversation continued. Mom, if you don't help us, we'll deal with Elsie ourselves, Little Bean said. Don't make trouble for me, Chloe scolded. She knew her 2 daughters' personalities. They were full of hostility towards women around Justin. Chloe didn't know what kind of woman Elsie was or her purpose for Justin, but she really didn't want Justin to remain single for the rest of his life. If he couldn't find someone he loved, he could at least marry a woman who would love him and be gentle to him for the rest of his life. Chloe was selfish in love and could only love Jack. But as a friend, she truly hoped someone would take care of Justin and stay by his side to keep him company for the rest of his life. Returning home, the kids began running around the living room happily. Chloe went upstairs and took a shower. As she laid in bed to take a rest, she opened the Moments on Snap and found everyone was watching Max. The thing began with Avery going back to the U.S. to resign from her job. Ever since she went out with Max, Avery had seldom stayed in the U.S. and flew back to the country frequently. Finally, Jack's uncle agreed to his daughter's marriage to Max. But since she had had lots of work in the U.S., she must return to wrap things up before she quit her job. Max was quite busy with his family business lately and couldn't travel with Avery, so he had to let Avery return with her dad. After returning to the U.S., Avery was in a good mood. Since she was leaving the U.S. for good, she had meals with many friends. Tonight, which was daytime in the U.S., Avery posted a picture of her with a sunny-looking white man. With his arm around Avery's shoulders, he smiled radiantly at the camera. Avery wrote the sentimental comment, "This is Jim, a good friend I've known almost all my life." It wasn't something unusual, but Max got jealous and commented under the post, "Be careful of the guy's hand." Sarah, "Ha ha, someone's jealous." Victoria, "I seem to smell the sour scent from someone's spilled bottle of vinegar." Pudding, "Aunts, do you want to have dumplings tonight? We've got lots of vinegar." Little Bean, "Truth be told, the guy looks quite nice with my aunt." Max replied to Little Bean, "Kiddo, you disappoint your uncle. How can you say this after I treat you Haagen-Dazs for so many times?" Little Bean replied to Max, "Ha, I didn't mean it. Uncle Cruz, don't get yourself worked up. You're old with a weak heart. Be careful." Max replied to Little Bean, "You're adding insult to injury. Little Bean, I'm so nice to you and you let me down. When I see Ethan, I'll tell him this side of you." Little Bean replied to Max, "Be my guest, but Ethan won't believe you. He trusts me the most besides his parents. Ha ha." Max, "Look at you. At such a young age, you know how to show off your boyfriend in front of me. You just rub it into my face when your aunt is not here with me, right?" Little Bean replied to Max, "On this lonely night, you can go and stay with our Captain Cooper instead of acting like a lonely and jealous man." Ha ha. Pudding replied to Little Bean, "Captain isn't single now. He got a girlfriend in his house, and Uncle Cruz would be the third wheel." Max felt like crying. "Kiddos, you just want to mess with me. You're hurting me. Do you know that?" Little Bean replied to Max, "That's good. A sensitive heart is an illness. You must get medicine for it. Here's my recommendation for you. Go to the neurology department of South District Rehabilitation Center and see Dr. Green, who's beautiful and low-keyed, at a reasonable price for her skills. You're welcome to seek her advice." Max replied to the twins, You are bad kids. Humph." Reading their comments, Chloe burst into laughter. It was super fun to watch her twins mess with Max. When Jack returned, he saw Chloe was lying in the bed, giggling at her cell phone. "What's so funny?" "I'm reading the messages on Max's Moments." Chloe stood up and showed it to Jack. Jack glanced at it and his lips curved up slightly. Pudding and Little Bean are quite aggressive. Your daughters never back down from a verbal fight. By the way, Justin really has a girlfriend? Have you seen her? Jack asked casually as he took off his suit and hung it in the wardrobe. I saw her for the first time today. Chloe didn't conceal it from him. Oh? How does she look? Is she Justin's type? Jack actually cared quite a bit for Justin, too. I don't know, but she looks different from the other girls. Chloe carefully recalled the details about Elsie. Oh? How different? Hearing her comment, Jack was interested. I can't explain. I just feel the girl is smart, but not scheming. She spoke and did things in a frank way. Good. What did Justin say about her? Justin hasn't introduced her to people yet, and we've not checked if she's in his house. We don't know if the rumor about them living together is true or not. Okay, then we'll see if he'll bring her to Thomas's engagement banquet. They looked at each other and smiled. In Justin's house. During the time she was living in the house, Elsie cooked each day probably because she was bored. In the beginning, Justin wasn't used to it and didn't eat the food she cooked. But one day, Elsie made pancakes and ate them with Anne in the dining room. Justin picked up one and bit into it. Then he just couldn't stop eating. Elsie's cooking skills were not professional, but quite good. She could cook the usual dishes. Compared with the oily food in the restaurants, her cooking was more home-style. Gradually, Justin began having supper at home occasionally. Today he came home early and saw Elsie was making dumplings in a good mood. Whoa, Miss Rue, are you making dumplings? Anne walked over and asked. Yep. What's the filling? Anne asked again. Leek and eggs. But President Cooper likes meat. He must have meat for each of his meals, Anne reminded her. Then he can go out and have meat. I'm not making dumplings for him. I like leek and eggs dumplings. And felt a bit awkward. How about you? Do you like vegetable fillings? Elsie looked up and asked Anne. Sure, I'm not picky. Anne nodded. Then I'll make some more for you. You can eat with me. Elsie picked up another wrapping and made a dumpling carefully. How about President Cooper? Anne looked toward Justin, who was watching TV. It's up to him. He's rich and won't starve. Without asking if Justin would eat the dumplings, Elsie only made enough for 2 people. When it was time for supper, Justin smelt the fragrance and came to sit at the table. Anne and Elsie exchanged a look of embarrassment. Justin, Elsie said. Huh? Have you had supper? Of course not. Otherwise I wouldn't be sitting here, right? Justin gave her a dirty look. Anne said you like meat filling. Yeah, I like meat. But I made dumplings with a vegetable filling. Maybe you... Elsie was about to drive him from the dinner table when he said, But I feel a bit dizzy after eating lots of meat lately. My mom said I must cut back on meat and eat some vegetables. Otherwise I'd have high pressure at my age. Okay. Elsie swallowed back her words. Why are you guys standing there? Sit down. Justin glanced at Elsie and Anne. President Cooper, in fact, the dumplings are... Anne was about to tell him the truth, but he thought he should just go to the kitchen to make some instant noodles for himself. After all, he obviously shouldn't be fighting over for some dumplings with his boss. But Elsie said, I'm quite good at making dumplings, and they are delicious. You two enjoy them. Then she put down the bowl and turned to go upstairs. Hey, how about you? Anne looked at her. I'm on a diet and not hungry. You go ahead. Watching Elsie walk upstairs, Anne felt bad. President Cooper, the truth is, Anne said embarrassedly. The truth is she only made dumplings for you and herself, right? Justin said. You knew it? Anne was surprised. Justin nodded. Then why did you still do this? And didn't understand his boss. Sighing lightly, Justin said to Anne, When 2 people are together, the earlier they expose their shortcomings, the better. So the party who can't bear the other's shortcomings can retreat without hurting the other too badly. Unfortunately, most people don't understand this point. They try hard to hide their shortcomings and show only the good side when they go out. When the shortcomings are exposed after the wedding, they usually end in tragedy. Many women like to complain that their husbands are not as good to them as before, but the truth is that the men only show their true colors after they are married. President Cooper, as a guy who's not been in a relationship, you have a deep understanding of it. Anne was stunned. Shut up! The fact that I've not been in a relationship doesn't mean that I'm blind. Justin gave him a dirty look. You mean you're exposing your shortcomings to Miss Rue? I do have shortcomings. No one is perfect, even Jack. So I'm not afraid of exposing my shortcomings. I'll show my true colors to Elsie so she'll know what she's dealing with and retreat from the challenge. Otherwise, she'd end up with nothing after wasting lots of time here. Justin had felt repulsed by Elsie and couldn't bear her. Now he got a bit used to her ways, but still didn't like her. What if Miss Rue saw your true colors but still refuses to leave? I can't say. Who knows what will happen, Justin said vaguely, and began eating the dumplings. Anne was surprised and wondered if his boss meant that he'd accept Elsie if she persisted. Then, he remembered that his boss was clearly doing this to force Elsie to leave. President Cooper, if it was Miss Green who made the dumplings, would you do the same to her? Anne asked cautiously. At the mention of Chloe, Justin's eyes always looked gentle. Of course not. If Chloe was here, I'd save all the dumplings for her and we'd watch her eat, Justin answered without hesitation. They are both women but are treated so differently, Anne lamented in a low voice. That's because one of them is the woman I love, and the other is a woman I don't like. It's as simple as that. Justin was in a good mood today, so he explained to Anne. Okay, it seems the woman you love is a happy woman, and the woman who loves you is being tortured, complained Anne. Justin didn't answer him. At midnight, Elsie was hungry and went downstairs to get something to eat. Although Justin ate her dumplings today, she felt quite happy. After all, dumplings were a small sacrifice if they could make Justin have some good opinion about her. She suddenly felt ashamed of herself. She had hated those scheming bitches and never wanted to become one of them, but now she was playing tricks too. She had to starve herself to gain Justin's good opinion for her. How pathetic she was. Sighing lightly, she walked into the living room and was about to switch on the lights. Hungry? A man was sitting on the sofa in the dark. Elsie was startled. Are you a man or a ghost? She asked. Nonsense. Can any ghost be as handsome as me? Justin pressed a button on the remote control and turned on the lights. As the warm lights fell on him, Justin looked more approachable than usual, dressed in casual clothes. It's late. Why didn't you go to bed? Elsie tried to find something to say. I was waiting for the little white mouse to come down and steal food. Humph. If you didn't eat my dumplings, would I have to find food in the middle of the night? If I knew your dumplings were so horrible, I'd rather have eaten instant noodles, said Justin. Hey, you still mock me after eating my dumplings? Elsie looked at him, feeling exasperated. What can you do, bite me? I'll pass on that since I'm afraid of catching rabies. I don't want to bicker with you. I'm hungry. Elsie walked toward the fridge. The fridge is empty. Damn it. Did you empty it? Elsie turned to look at Justin. I have bread here, and I think it hasn't gone moldy yet. You'd better check the expiry date before you eat. Justin stood up and pushed the bread into her hand. Before she could react, he continued, Tomorrow, you will go with me to attend Chloe's younger brother's engagement banquet. Huh? Elsie was a bit stunned. Without repeating his words, Justin turned to go upstairs. Elsie finally understood what he said when he almost got to the second floor. She asked in elation, I can go with you to public events now? Whoa, I'll meet your good friends. Justin, are you in love with me? Obviously, she said it as a joke. However, Justin stood on the landing of the second floor and slanted a glance at her before saying coolly, If I show up with a girlfriend, I think Chloe will be happy. I don't want to make things difficult for her. Then, he continued to walk to the third floor and toward his bedroom. That hurts. Elsie stood where she was and murmured to herself. She had done her homework before she came and knew Justin was a single-minded man who had loved that woman for a long time. His love for her had never faltered. Before she came, Aunt Cooper had warned Elsie that her nephew had a quick temper and would say words to hurt her or even kick her out. Elsie had came prepared. She was ready to shamelessly stay in his house, even though he didn't welcome her. But she was caught off guard by his words tonight. She had thought it was his recognition of her by taking her out to meet his friends. But he had told her clearly that he did it for Chloe because Chloe would feel better if he had a girlfriend. These words hurt Elsie. Even if she hadn't fallen in love with him yet, she still felt sad. Calming herself down, she looked at the bread in her hand. She checked the expiry date and found it was new. Obviously, Justin had gone out and bought it for her tonight, but he tried to scare her by saying that it might be moldy. His bark was worse than his bite. Elsie felt hopeful again. "Justin, you're a strange man, but I'll continue my battle of winning your heart." With a smile, Elsie opened the bag and took a big bite of the bread. On the next morning, Justin walked down and didn't see any breakfast. "What's up today? We don't have breakfast?" he asked. "Miss Rue is getting herself ready in her room. She said we don't have breakfast. We'll starve and save our stomachs for Thomas's banquet." "Holy F," Justin cursed. As a godlike rich guy, did he need to save a meal in his home and eat his fill at an engagement banquet? If people knew about this, they'd laugh at him. At this moment, Elsie walked down. Justin had thought the woman would be all dressed up like those actresses in his company. But when he saw her, he was stunned. He had thought Elsie was as spoiled as Bella and other girls who were from rich families or daughters of high-level officials. Those girls had very extravagant dresses and cars. As a daughter of a big figure, Elsie should wear at least a nightgown and shoes that cost more than $10,000. But when Elsie walked down, Justin and Anne were stupefied. She wore a pair of black body-fitting pencil pants, a shirt with navy blue stripes, and a pair of high-heeled sandals with black edges. The shirt was in a loose style, but it looked good on her. It didn't make her look fat. Instead, it showcased her exquisite figure. This style of dressing was extraordinary. Her hair was pulled up in a simple ponytail. She had put on light, exquisite makeup, and her lips were not as red as flames. Instead, she had only colorless lip balm. The only eye-catching decorations on her were the big round earrings, but they matched her casual style. "Why, are you staring at me? Is there anything wrong with my outfit?" Elsie looked embarrassed. It's okay." Justin touched his nose and said finally. Anne gave her a thumbs up and commented with only one word, dashing. Yeah, Elsie was young but had a presence that could dominate a room. Her dressing style wasn't fitting for all the girls, and might achieve the opposite effects on some girls. But it was perfect on Elsie, making her look modest. Instead of being dressed in high-end brand clothes, her outfit had no obvious logos, even though they were not cheap. She looked quite low-key. "But why don't you wear a nightgown? If you don't have one with you, I can buy one now. We still have time," Justin said. "No, I think I'm very pretty. If I dress up, I might steal the show from the future bride of today's engagement banquet. So I decided to dress casually." "You're such a narcissist." Justin finally admitted that he had encountered someone who was more narcissistic than himself. "Ha, being narcissistic is a sign of self-confidence." Elsie put on a pair of Armani sunglasses and walked out of the house on her high heels with great confidence. She got into Justin's Lamborghini. "President Cooper, it's time to go." Justin nodded and followed her out. He got into his Lamborghini. "President Cooper, where do I sit?" Anne looked confused. The three of them hadn't gone out together before. Usually, either Justin or Anne would drive the car while the other sat in the passenger seat. Now that Elsie took the passenger seat and Justin sat in the driver's seat, leaving Anne with no space. "You drive any of the cars and follow us." Justin stepped on the gas and drove out. The engagement banquet wasn't very big. Other than the employees of GK, there were only Stella and Thomas's relatives and friends. Sandra was very happy today. Chloe took her mother's arm and greeted the guests. Jack was standing on the side talking to Rick, while the twins followed their grandparents around the room like two fairies. "Hey, look! Young Master Cooper is here. Is the woman walking beside him his rumored girlfriend?" "Yeah, I heard she's pretty." "Yeah, she looks very gracious. I don't think she comes from an ordinary family." While the people talked, Justin and Elsie walked into the room. Unlike Gianna and Zoe, Elsie didn't hold Justin's arm. They walked in together without touching each other like movie stars walking on the red carpet. Crack! A wine glass dropped to the floor. "Sis, are you okay?" Cece looked at her elder sister worriedly. "I'm fine," Kira answered in a small voice as she dried her wet fingers. "Sis, it's natural for him to have a girlfriend. Don't look like this. I'm worried about you." Cece found her sister was quite distracted lately, especially after reading the rumors about Justin's girlfriend. Her elder sister was a meek person and kept everything inside. Justin wasn't even aware of her true feelings, thinking she was like other actresses in the company who wanted to marry above them. But Cece knew her sister wasn't such a girl. Her sister even said that she hoped Justin was just an ordinary employee of the company, so there wouldn't be the obstacle of identities between them. Cece also asked her before, if Justin wasn't the prince of the Cooper family or the president of Imperial Star, would she still like him? Kira said she'd still like him because he was Justin. Even if the Cooper family went broke and Justin became homeless, she'd want to be with him. Unfortunately, Justin didn't know about her true feelings. Handsome Cooper. Little Bean spotted Justin and ran to him, throwing her arms around his thigh. Lovingly, he squatted and gathered Little Bean into his arms. "You came early?" "Of course. It's my uncle's engagement. I must give him the honor," Little Bean said self-importantly. "How is your school life?" "Let's not talk about it. Those kids are not on the same level as my sister and me. They are so young that I think there's a generation gap between us," Little Bean answered like a little adult. Justin burst into laughter. "Huh? Handsome Cooper, is she your new housemaid?" Little Bean glanced at Elsie and asked. When she spoke, her big eyes looked so cute and innocent that it seemed like she didn't mean to provoke her. But Elsie knew this little girl was hostile toward her. "What housemaid?" Justin didn't understand. "Uncle Ann said you have a woman in your house. She does cooking and cleaning for you and even does your laundry. I think she must be a housemaid. After all, those things are a housemaid's work, right?" Justin glanced at Elsie, looking embarrassed. The twins were vivacious and smart. Even he couldn't keep them in line. "Hello, Little Bean. I'm Justin's new housemaid, Rue," Elsie cocked her head and said. "How do you know I'm Little Bean?" "Because everyone says that Little Bean is warm and vivacious, while Pudding is calm and cool. Seeing the way that you ran over, I knew you're Little Bean," Elsie guessed. "Humph. You think you're smart, right? You know so much about us. Did you search for information about us? What's your scheme?" Little Bean stared at Elsie. "Scheme? Yes. I want to be promoted from a low-level housemaid to a high-level housemaid. I hope you and your sister will speak for me before President Cooper." "Humph. In your dreams. I'll ask Handsome Cooper to fire you. Just take the money and get out of the house." "Please don't. My family depends on my salary to live. Little Bean, you can't be so cruel with me," Elsie continued to bicker with Little Bean, and chuckled behind them. Obviously, Elsie's way of dealing with Little Bean was quite surprising. Before Little Bean could retort, Chloe let go of her mother's hand and walked toward them. "Hush, your mom is coming," Justin reminded Little Bean in a low voice. Little Bean didn't dare to say more and leaned her head against his neck, saying, "Handsome Cooper, I want to eat macarons. I want them pink." "Here you are." Chloe looked at Justin and then at Elsie. They nodded at her. "Come on in. They are waiting for you in the room," Chloe said warmly. "Mom, look! This is Handsome Cooper's new housemaid. Doesn't she look quite vulgar? She even wears Armani sunglasses. Oh, it reminds me of a saying on the internet. The poor wear gold, the rich wear leather, and the thugs love Armani." Hearing Little Bean's words, Chloe looked extremely embarrassed. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.